Chapter 1. Clear Noodle Soup. Water. Lin Jiu groggily awakened, her head still heavy, feeling an unbearable dryness and pain in her throat. The sound of her own voice startled her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was struck with astonishment, at a loss for words. In the center of the room stood a small table adorned with a brown teapot and a matching tea bowl. The papered wooden window was propped open with a stick, allowing a beam of light to filter in. Below her lay a low wooden bed, draped with jade-colored curtains and covered with a thin cotton quilt that exuded a rustic charm. It was evident that this was neither her home nor a hospital, leading to an unmistakable conclusion. Memories surged through Lin Jiu's mind like a tide, both those of her life as a chef in the 21st century and those of the current, bewildered Lin Jiu. Finally, she pieced together the narrative. She, Lin Jiu, had returned to her hometown to pay homage to her grandfather and, while seeking wild food on a hillside, had tragically lost her footing and tumbled down, striking her head against a rock. Given the circumstances, it was clear that she had met her demise and had now been reborn as this new Lin Jiu. As she sorted through her thoughts, she found herself torn between lamenting her premature departure from life with unspent dreams or celebrating her newfound youth, 10 years younger. In the midst of her contemplation, a woman in her 30s entered, one hand carrying a bowl and the other pushing the door. The woman's brow was furrowed, worry etched across her face, yet, even in her concern, traces of her youthful beauty were evident. "Mother, I can manage on my own. Aren't you busy with preparations at this hour?" Lin Jiu instinctively spoke, her tone familiar and affectionate. The moment the words escaped her lips, both Lin Jiu and the woman froze in surprise. Lin Jiu was astonished by her inexplicable familiarity with this woman, this family, while the woman, Lin Jiu's mother, Li, transitioned from shock to overwhelming joy, nearly moved to tears. I hastily set the bowl down on the table, excitedly sitting beside the bed, enveloping Lin Jiu in a warm embrace before releasing her, gazing at Lin Jiu in disbelief. "Jiu, are you well again? Have you truly returned to yourself?" Li's happiness rendered her somewhat incoherent. "Yes, mother, I am well. I am completely well." In that moment, Lin Jiu felt as if she had truly become the 14-year-old Lin Jiu, with her 24 years in the modern world fading away as an aimless drifting, only to find her soul's sanctuary in this moment. She instinctively embraced her mother, who bore a comforting scent of home and warmth that Lin Jiu cherished, thinking perhaps she was indeed meant to be this Lin Jiu. Seeing Lin Jiu nod in affirmation, her gaze clear and no longer vacant, Li finally broke into tears, but these were tears of joy, distinct from the countless times before. "Mother, please don't cry. It's all my fault. I promise I will no longer cause you worry." Unable to restrain herself, Lin Jiu reached up to wipe away her mother's tears, genuinely paying for the mother who had devotedly cared for her for 14 long years. Lin Jiu had been foolish for all those years, while he had patiently watched over her. Day after day of meticulous care, year after year of hopeful waiting, and countless moments of sorrowful tears. Li's sincere devotion to Lin Jiu is far more profound than mere words can convey. Even the character Jiu in Lin Jiu's name is a homophone for long-lasting, symbolizing eternity. The thoughtfulness of the Lin family is evident. "How can this be your fault?" "It's all because I didn't know, dear. Why am I sharing this with a young girl?" Li wiped her tears, ceasing to weep, as she lifted a bowl of porridge and gently blew on it before offering a spoonful to Lin Jiu. "Come, my dear, have some porridge." Lin Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Since I'm already well, there's no need for you to feed me, mother. I can manage on my own." Indeed, Lin Jiu was quite hungry. She took the bowl and began to eat the porridge, which, though simple, carried a delightful fragrance of rice. Seeing her daughter eat with such enjoyment, Li was momentarily reminded of the distressing days when the family was anxious as Lin Jiu suffered from a high fever and lay unconscious. Today, not only was her daughter restored to health, but the foolishness she had carried since birth had also vanished. I felt immense gratitude, believing it to be a blessing from the heavens, and silently expressed her appreciation to the deities she had once prayed to. Unbeknownst to Lin Jiu, Li's thoughts were racing. After finishing her porridge, Lin Jiu looked up to find her mother gazing at her with love, yet seemingly lost in thought. "Mother, haven't we told father and brother the good news?" Li snapped back to reality. "Right, We should inform them at once, so your father and elder brother can share in the joy. Let's go together, so they won't doubt us. And to give them a delightful surprise, Lin Jiu replied with a smile. With one hand holding the empty bowl and the other affectionately grasping Li's hand, she exuded the essence of youthful exuberance. Seeing her daughter's familiar gestures, Li felt a weight lift from her heart. They walked lightly as they placed the bowl beside the large wooden basin by the well in their yard, then proceeded to their family restaurant. The Lin family restaurant, passed down from the late grandfather Lin to his only son, Lin Jiu's father, has been in operation for many years. In the mornings, they primarily served noodle soup, and their clear broth noodles had gained a modest reputation on the street. In the afternoons, alongside noodle soup, they offered a selection of stir-fried dishes and homebrewed beverages. With fair prices and decent flavors, their business thrived enough to provide a comfortable living. However, due to Lin Jiu's previous affliction, her parents often worked harder, striving to secure a better future for their daughter. As a result, the family's financial situation was less than prosperous, bordering on tight constraints. Fortunately, the Lin family's affection for Lin Jiu was genuine. Beyond the deep love of Lin's father and mother, Lin Li, the eldest son and Lin Jiu's only brother, not only accepted their parents' guidance to care for his sister, but also embraced the responsibility wholeheartedly, though he struggled to express it verbally. Listening to the cheerful chatter of Madame Li, Lin Jiu felt a twinge of anticipation in her heart at the thought of her father and brother seeing her. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. At that moment, the sky brightened and the sun ascended. The streets bustled with life, teeming with people, while the diners in the restaurant were few, consisting only of a handful of leisurely neighbors indulging in bowls of noodles, accompanied by a small dish of pickled cucumbers or sour beans, exuding a sense of tranquility. Following Madame Li through the back door of the restaurant, Lin Jiu noticed a small kitchen dedicated to preparing breakfast noodles, while the lunch dishes were prepared in the main kitchen. Passing by the small kitchen, she did not see her father or elder brother, surmising they were likely attending to customers in the front hall, given the sparse morning noodle patrons. As expected, her father Lin was engrossed in his accounts, one hand clutching a ledger and the other wielding a brush, while her elder brother Lin Li busied himself clearing the remnants left by the guests. Upon noticing Madame Li and Lin Jiu's arrival, Lin Li continued his tasks but signaled with his eyes. Lin's father exclaimed joyfully, "Is little Jiu's illness cured?" "Not only is she cured," Madame Li replied with excitement. "Look more closely." Upon her words, both Lin's father and elder brother paused their activities, scrutinizing Lin Jiu intently. Standing there, her eyes sparkled with clarity, her spirits soaring with vitality, the youthful grace of her figure was a far cry from the previous dazed and childlike demeanor. Lin Li displayed a look of confusion, while Lin's father wore an expression of uncertainty, casting their doubtful gazes toward Madame Li after a moment of observation. Unable to contain her joy any longer, Madame Li exclaimed, "Indeed, our Jiu, her cognitive affliction has vanished." In due time, Lin Jiu chimed in, "Yes, father, brother, I am completely well. Thank you for your concern all these years." Her words were heartfelt, and upon uttering them, Lin Jiu felt a bittersweet wave of emotions wash over her. The two men stood momentarily in shock at Lin Jiu's declaration before being enveloped in a surge of elation. The ledger in Lin's father's hands was splattered with ink, and Lin Li nearly dropped the stack of bowls he was holding, which could have resulted in a cacophony of shattering porcelain. Seeing Lin Jiu's lively demeanor, the two men seemed to wish to step closer for another glance, yet appeared uncertain of where to place their hands. Lin Jiu let out a giggle, breaking the moment. After a brief pause, Lin's father exclaimed, "This is a momentous occasion for the Lin family. Neighbors, today all noodles are on the house." Upon hearing this, the few old neighbors present joined in the revelry, exchanging exclamations of joy. "Your family has a bright future ahead. You will enjoy prosperity from now on." Looking at it this way, little Jiu resembles her mother in her youth, full of spirit. Some, unabashedly seeking to benefit, chimed in, "That's splendid. He'll have another bowl of noodles. Extra scallions, please." Lin's father naturally had no objections. Madame Li, standing beside him, took the opportunity to call out enthusiastically, "Eat as many bowls as you desire today. I am filled with joy." He then turned to Lin Jiu, his voice tender. "I shall prepare a bowl for Jiu as well, having only consumed a bowl of plain congee earlier. How could that suffice?" With that, the couple cheerfully entered the small kitchen, leaving the siblings in a mutual silence. Lin Jiu couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she observed her elder brother, typically lauded for his composure and charm, now grinning like a complete fool. Lin Li, not one for many words, felt his entire being brimming with happiness. It was Lin Jiu who stepped forward to take the bowl from his hands, which seemed to be clutched for eternity, and said, "Allow me to carry it. We are yet unaware of how many guests may arrive. We must hasten our preparations." Lin Li nodded foolishly. "What you say is true, sister." As they conversed, someone suddenly exclaimed, "I shall go fetch my spouse to share in this joy." It was clear they intended to summon others for a complimentary meal. Lin Li remained blissfully unaware, enveloped in his bubble of happiness. Lin Jiu sighed, choosing to ignore her endearingly foolish brother, and carried the bowl to the well to wash it. Just as she rolled up her sleeves, Li Shi called out to her, "Leave it be. You've just recovered. Why are you doing this? Come, let's go eat noodles instead." Unable to resist her mother's insistence, Lin Jiu followed obediently, smiling as she listened to her mother's gentle admonishments. Upon reaching the main room, Li Shi instinctively coaxed, "Good Jiu, sit down and eat." Only after speaking did she realize that her daughter was no longer in a daze. Nevertheless, a hint of concern lingered in her voice. "Jiu, would you like me to keep you company while you eat?" Lin Jiu chuckled, "Mother, I'm truly well now. You should attend to your tasks. There may be many guests soon, and it will be quite busy. The more, the merrier. It allows our neighbors to know that my Jiu has recovered." Li Shi spoke with an air of authority, yet transformed into a gentle mother before Lin Jiu. "Very well. I shall go. Take your time eating, and do not burn yourself." "Oh, mother, is it truly wise to be so divided?" After Li Shi departed, Lin Jiu took a careful look at the bowl of noodles before her. The broth was clear and bright, the noodles delicate and uniform, garnished with finely chopped green onions floating atop the soup. The vibrant green of the onions contrasted beautifully with the glistening broth, enhanced by the perfectly cooked poached egg that her mother had thoughtfully added, stirring her appetite. Lin Jiu lifted a pair of chopsticks to take a bite. She noticed something peculiar beneath the noodlisa, poached egg hidden below. Such as a mother's love. Lin Jiu mused silently within her heart. Chapter 2. Sauce-flavored pancakes. Let us set aside the matter of how the daughter of the Lin family, who once owned a modest eatery, suddenly shed her previous foolishness, becoming a topic of lively discussion among the neighborhood over their meals. As the focal point of this chatter, Lin Jiu herself continued to navigate her daily life. With a blend of excitement, joy, and a touch of elation, the Lin family cherished the first, second, and even the third day of Lin Jiu's return to normalcy. By the dawn of the fourth day, after a few days of settling into this new reality, the family's spirits had largely calmed, and Lin Jiu no longer found herself in awkward situations upon encountering outsiders. Gradually, the family resumed their everyday toil. The Lin family operated a small restaurant, a fact well known in their community. The culinary trade has long been associated with diligence, demanding both industrious hands and keen eyes. In the early hours, when the night had yet to relinquish its grip and dawn had not yet graced the horizon, not just the Lin household, but every establishment along Qing'an Street that served breakfast opened its doors, setting up stalls in anticipation of the day's business. The workers, stifling yawns, stirred their spirits through the bustle of activity, signaling the start of the daily lives of the townsfolk. Thus began another day in the expansive Jiangzhou city. In the short span since the founding of the Daqi Dynasty, the populace enjoyed stability and prosperity, with various industries flourishing. Jiangzhou, historically a land of abundance, was no exception. In times of prosperity, the appetite of the people swells. The citizens of Daqi relished food and were adept at savoring it, making dining out a commonplace affair. Consequently, countless eateries emerged to cater to this demand. Nearly half of the establishments along Qing'an Street were food vendors, and Jiangzhou boasted numerous streets both large and small, akin to Qing'an. Among the myriad food establishments, the Lin family's restaurant could only be considered an ordinary participant. The breakfast offerings on Qing'an Street predominantly featured noodle dishes, including noodle shops, wonton stalls, baozi vendors, and sesame pancake stands, providing a rich variety. As long as the food was delectable, customers were always willing to indulge. The Lin family generally served only clear broth noodles in the morning, Thanks to Lin Jiu's exceptional dough kneading skills, along with perhaps some unspoken secret techniques, the neighborhood consistently frequented their establishment for a bowl of clear broth noodles. With the recent surge in popularity of stir-fried dishes, the Lin family also began offering simple stir-fries at lunchtime, truly earning the title of a restaurant. The cool well water refreshed Lin Jiu's mind as she prepared for the day. In the washroom, these thoughts naturally filled her mind. In her previous life, Lin Jiu had been a chef, and by some twist of fate, the Lin family in this timeline also ran a restaurant. It was hard not to feel a sense of destiny at play. Lin Jiu had a strong intuition that perhaps she truly was the Lin Jiu of this world, having been foolish for 14 years, only to finally return to her rightful self. Observing Lin Dad, Lin Ma, and Lin Gu each attending to their tasks, kneading dough, washing scallions, boiling water, and cleaning tables, Lin Jiu found herself at a loss for how to contribute. In her previous state of foolishness, her mere presence had warranted praise from her family for being well-behaved. Now, restored to her senses, with hands and feet ready to serve, it seemed unreasonable to simply stand by idly. Lin Jiu couldn't help but lament that her culinary skills had gone unutilized, leaving her to sweep the courtyard with a broom, a task that felt almost superfluous. Lin Jiu felt quite disheartened. Sweeping the yard was an endeavor that did not allow her to showcase her talents. In the Lin family's courtyard, aside from a small vegetable patch in the southwest corner and a well beside the kitchen, the ground was neatly paved with flagstones. With a broom in hand, Lin Jiu swiftly completed this meager task. She then moved to the edge of the vegetable patch, intending to assist her mother in pulling up scallions. Just as Lin Jiu bent down and extended her hand, her mother, Li, swatted her fingers away, saying, "There's no need for you to do this." "But mother, I wish to help," Lin Jiu protested, her voice dwindling, laced with a sense of grievance. Li, finding herself at a loss with her daughter, suggested, "Why don't you go to the room and look at the picture book? Once the afternoon is less busy, I shall teach you to read." That picture book was clearly meant for a 3-year-old. "Moreover, mother, I can read." Lin Jiu openly declared her literacy, unwilling to feign ignorance as a child just beginning to learn. Her pride could not bear such a notion. Observing her mother's expression, Lin Jiu began to concoct excuses in her mind. Should she attribute it to the old gentleman from her dreams, or pretend to be a prodigy? After all, at her current age, she hardly qualified as a child. Although she had not engaged in much lately, she had certainly not gone out of her way to hide her abilities. In reality, Lin Jiu had not only refrained from concealing her skills, but had also imparted a few culinary techniques to her father. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Jiu felt a flutter of anxiety. Yet, upon hearing her declaration of literacy, Li indeed appeared momentarily surprised, but soon her demeanor shifted to one of acceptance, as if she had naturally embraced the idea of her daughter suddenly being able to read. "Oh," Li replied with a calm tone. "Mother, what exactly are you imagining? Is one simple not rather dismissive?" I had meticulously prepared my reasons. Perhaps it was her daughter's unsettled gaze that prompted Li to clarify, "Now that you mention it, I did teach you to read when you were little. Unfortunately, back then, you showed little reaction, merely listening quietly. Reflecting on it now, it seems you must have absorbed some of it." As Li recalled her daughter's childhood, her expression grew somewhat complex. After a pause, she continued, "Indeed, heaven does not forsake the diligent. Your efforts have not been in vain." With a shift in tone, there was a hint of pride in Li's voice. "In addition to reading, I also taught you arithmetic, cooking, embroidery, and a few other skills. I wonder if any of it remains in your memory?" "I remember a little, except for the embroidery," Lin Jiu replied stiffly. "Exactly." Li's voice brimmed with joy, her eyes reflecting nostalgia. "You enjoyed listening to everything else. You would even stay in the kitchen with me while I cooked, unfazed by the heat. Yet, the moment I mentioned embroidery, you would turn away, presenting your back to me, and before long, you'd be fast asleep." These memories indeed lingered in Lin Jiu's mind, as if she had lived through them herself. However, while reminiscences were one thing, could one not refrain from revealing such shortcomings? Furthermore, to suddenly proclaim that after 14 years of stubbornness, one could become literate without effort. What did a few characters signify? All of this was surely a matter of divine blessing. As she spoke, Li continued her task of pulling scallions. Standing upright, she pinched a handful of tender green scallions and walked to the well to wash them. At that moment, a series of firm knocks echoed from the side door of the courtyard. Lin Jiu seized the opportunity and hurried over. At this hour, it must be Uncle Zhang delivering the vegetables. Upon opening the door, Lin Jiu was greeted by a dark-skinned, honest-looking middle-aged man, his pant legs slightly damp and speckled with mud. Following closely behind was a half-grown boy, none other than Uncle Zhang and his younger son. Uncle Zhang delivered vegetables to the Lin family every few days, each of them shouldering a burden, carrying 2 baskets of produce. Lin Jiu quickly stepped aside to allow them to enter. At this moment, Lin Jiu could finally see clearly that the baskets contained eggplants, greens, okra, cucumbers, chives, and even a basket of large, juicy peaches. It was now summertime, and peaches were no longer the mainstream fruit in the market. Uncle Zhang set down the baskets, allowing Li Shi to see the day's fresh vegetables, a simple smile adorning his face. These are fresh vegetables just picked this morning. There's also a basket of peaches. They ripen a bit later in the mountains. I wonder if Madame Lin would like some? Li Shi glanced at Lin Jiu, who was eyeing the peaches, and nodded, requesting half a basket. Uncle Zhang, well acquainted with the routine, placed the vegetables and peaches in the Lin family's small storage room. Li Shi had already entered the house, preparing some copper coins in a small bag, counting out the money for the peaches, and setting it aside for Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang counted the coins again in front of her, returning a few to Li Shi, saying, "The peaches are homegrown. You needn't pay so much." Li Shi accepted without hesitation, clearly accustomed to such exchanges. As he was about to leave, Uncle Zhang hesitated before speaking. "I noticed that Xiao Jiu seems somewhat different from before." "Indeed, my Jiuer's condition has improved," Li Shi replied modestly. Lin Jiu awkwardly, yet politely smiled, thinking to herself, "Here we go again. That is indeed wonderful news." Uncle Zhang exclaimed, while his younger son beside him wore an expression of disbelief, gazing at Lin Jiu as if she were a curious spectacle. "I have no special means to express my congratulations, so I shall gift you this half basket of peaches, as a token for Xiao Jiu's good fortune. Xiao Jiu, you must be sure to repay your mother well in the future." Lin Jiu nodded obediently, replying, "I understand." Uncle Zhang. Watching Uncle Zhang and his son depart, Lin Jiu turned to find her elder brother Lin Li returning from his errands. The Lin family's restaurant had secured its supply for the day. As a modest establishment, the Lin family's eatery served simple home-cooked dishes, a feat made possible by Lin's father, who had self-taught himself culinary skills with a touch of SC Char Dinger's talent. After all, the only culinary technique passed down from Lin's grandfather was that of plain noodle soup. However, the history of stir-frying was still relatively brief in this era. Thus, Lin's father's self-taught skills were deemed acceptable within the prevailing circumstances. While washing the vegetables, Lin Jiu felt a sudden urge to experiment. If some renowned dishes from later generations were to appear in the bustling market of Daqi, it would surely be a delightful spectacle. Regrettably, the current Daqi lacked chili peppers, or perhaps they had simply not yet discovered them, which was somewhat disappointing for a chef specializing in Sichuan cuisine. Lin Jiu harbored a sense of grievance, as Sichuan cuisine was certainly not solely defined by chili peppers, yet the spiciness was undoubtedly its most striking feature. Nevertheless, other seasonings apart from chili peppers were quite comprehensive. In addition to the fundamental ingredients, such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, scallions, ginger, garlic, and sugar, various spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, bay leaves, and fennel can be found in markets or pharmacies. However, many of these spices have yet to be incorporated into cooking, which further ignited Lin Jiu's adventurous spirit. She had been relatively composed these past few days, or rather, laying the groundwork for her impending escapades. Although today she realized that this groundwork seemed trivial in the presence of the accommodating Lin family. Why wait any longer? Gazing at the ingredients before her, Lin Jiu had already envisioned them being chopped into cubes or slices and tossed into the pan, even picturing how they would be plated upon completion. "Hold on, Lin Jiu. Your parents and brother are busy entertaining guests and haven't even had breakfast yet. How can you indulge yourself so?" "Ah, breakfast. Why not prepare a meal for the family?" Once this thought sprouted, it became uncontrollable. With great enthusiasm, Lin Jiu neatly arranged part of the washed vegetables and began to conjure a list of unique breakfast recipes in her mind. She quickly recalled the ingredients available at home and formed a plan. If there were one dish that has captured the hearts of people from all walks of life, it would undoubtedly be the savory pancake. Observing various school cafeterias, one would find a stall dedicated to these pancakes. Street vendors and snack alleys also invariably feature them. Without hesitation, Lin Jiu set to work kneading the dough and, while it rested, began preparing the sauce. The essence of the savory pancake lies in its sauce, which must be rich and fragrant. To truly master the art of making a delectable sauce, one must possess the skill to simmer it to perfection. Chopping onions finely enhances the appetite, and to prevent tears from the pungent aroma, Lin Jiu soaked them in cold water before chopping. She then sauteed the onions in oil until they turned golden, added the fermented soybean paste, and stirred it evenly. With a splash of water, she simmered the mixture over low heat, adding sugar and pepper to taste, until the onions dissolved and melded into a cohesive sauce, completing the savory pancake's topping. Moreover, the pancake itself must be crispy on the outside, yet tender on the inside, creating a delightful harmony with the sauce. Lin Jiu employed her usual techniques to craft the dough, ensuring a rich and layered texture. She cooked the pancakes over high heat, brushed them with the prepared sauce, and finally infused them with the soul of the dish, chopped scallions and sesame seeds, resulting in an aesthetically pleasing savory pancake. Having invested so much time and effort, it was impossible for Lin Jiu to remain unnoticed. The noodle shop was particularly bustling in the morning, frequented by early risers and villagers from nearby towns seeking a steaming bowl of affordable, delicious noodles, complete with broth and flavor. For those who found the dish too bland, a plate of crisp pickled cucumbers sufficed. As Li Shi became engrossed in her tasks, she suddenly realized that Lin Jiu, who had been washing vegetables by the well, was now absent, with faint sounds emanating from the kitchen. "Lier, go check on your sister and see if she has eaten anything," Li Shi instructed Lin Li. As the breakfast crowd dwindled, Li Shi found that she could manage the remaining tasks alone. "All right." Lin Li set down a cloth in his hand and washed his hands, not immediately proceeding to serve the noodles, but instead made his way towards the backyard kitchen to check on Lin Jiu's activities. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by an alluring aroma wafting through the air. It turned out that Lin Jiu was making pancakes. How could they smell so delightful? Could it be that Xiao Jiu truly possessed the culinary talent her father claimed she had? A flurry of thoughts crossed Lin Li's mind. Or perhaps he was simply too hungry. However, these pancakes differed from the sesame cakes and scallion pancakes sold on streets. The surface of the tiger-striped pancake was coated with a rich sauce, adorned with fragrant sesame seeds and finely chopped scallions, making it look utterly delectable. "Xiao Jiu, what is this?" Lin Li inquired directly, instead of indulging in wild speculation. "This is a fragrant sauce pancake. I noticed you all hadn't eaten, so I made this for you. Please, give it a try," Lin Jiu said with eager anticipation, as if recalling something important. She cut the steaming sauce pancake into wedges, feeling it looked much more appealing that way. The pancake certainly needed to be sliced to fully appreciate it. Once she completed this task, Lin Jiu signaled to her elder brother that he could begin to eat. Naturally, Lin Li couldn't bring himself to dismiss his sister's thoughtful gesture, especially when the dish, known as the fragrant sauce pancake, appeared quite appetizing. It seemed unlikely to be unpleasant. He mentally prepared himself, picked up a piece of the pancake, and took a bite. As he chewed, his expression sharpened. The first impression was that the pancake was wonderfully flaky, and somehow, it tasted exceptionally good. Instinctively, he devoured the remaining piece in his hand, unable to conjure any flowery praises, but sincerely declared, "Delicious." He reached for another piece. The more he ate, the more he craved. Lin Li nodded approvingly with each bite, his actions conveying his admiration for Lin Jiu. Receiving her brother's approval brought Lin Jiu immense joy. Although the fragrant sauce pancake had broad appeal, it couldn't guarantee it would suit her family's taste. If the food she prepared failed to bring joy to her family and those she cherished, no matter how delightful it was, it would remain incomplete. Lin Jiu's eyes sparkled brightly. "Big brother, take some of these to let father and mother taste, would you?" Caught off guard by his sister's starry-eyed gaze, Lin Li felt a bit flustered, yet complied and carried a plate of sauce pancakes back to the dining area. In the kitchen, Lin Jiu herself sampled a piece. The savory and aromatic sauce perfectly complemented the crispy pancake, truly deserving of the praise. She gave herself a self-congratulatory nod, though lamented the absence of chili. Her thoughts drifted to less pleasant matters, and she puffed her cheeks before indulging in her own labor's rewards. Meanwhile, Lin Li, bearing the specially crafted delicacies from his sister, was about to face a wave of inquiries from their parents. After tasting the fragrant sauce pancake, both Lin's parents were visibly illuminated, or rather, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in their eyes. This pancake held great potential. They quickly reached a consensus. Having operated a restaurant for many years, Lin's mother managed the household affairs while Lin's father had keenly discerned the culinary business opportunities. They were clearly not lacking in the acumen of a businessman. They were astonished to discover that this unprecedented dish, the fragrant sauce pancake, was surprisingly delicious, almost irresistible. Certainly, the essence lies in this exceptional sauce. If Lin Jiu were privy to her parents' innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly nod in agreement. Even in the land of gastronomes, when the sauce-flavored pancake was first introduced, it became an instant sensation. One can only imagine its appeal in this current era. Li Shi took a few bites before hastily making her way to the backyard. But upon seeing her daughter sitting there, savoring the pancake with an endearing demeanor, her heart softened and relaxed. Li Shi slojit herpes. And before she could utter a word, Lin Jiu, ever perceptive, spotted her mother. "Mother!" Lin Jiu exclaimed with a bright voice, brimming with anticipation. "Do you like the pancakes I made?" "Of course, I do," Li Shi replied gently. "That's wonderful. There are plenty more, so please have some." Lin Jiu chimed in. "I saved some leftover sauce in a ceramic jar in the kitchen. It keeps well, so we can use it next time. By the way, Mother, can you tell what's in this sauce? It's not just soybean paste. I also added onions." Lin Jiu chattered on, completely unreserved. Li Shi looked at her seemingly naive daughter with a smile. "Do you think my pancakes can be sold?" Lin Jiu asked tentatively. "Perhaps we can give it a try." Li Shi replied. Though she had her own calculations in mind, she chose not to elaborate further. "We can discuss it tonight when the whole family gathers together for a good chat." As evening approached, Lin Jiu secured the shop door from the inside, propping it with a wooden stick, and stretched his body. The Lin family had finally concluded a day of busyness. The clouds in the sky were tinged with the golden hues of the setting sun, and the loud cicadas chirped from some unseen place, creating a cacophony that Lin Jiu found delightful rather than bothersome. On a summer evening, the courtyard was filled with a refreshing breeze, while the house felt stifling. Typically, the Lin family spent their dinner time in the yard during such sultry summer evenings. Lin Jiu moved the table outside, carefully positioning it on a level patch of ground. The freshly drawn well water emanated a refreshing chill, and Lin Jiu washed the peaches, placing them in a small bamboo basket on the table. The peaches, glistening with droplets of water, appeared all the more charming. These were green peaches, their bodies a pale green with rosy tips. A bite revealed their crisp sweetness, which Lin Jiu cherished. "Ah, these peaches are delightful," exclaimed Lin Ape, holding a peach with a significant bite taken out of it, a hint of surprise in his voice. "We have a whole basket of them," Lin Jiu responded. "Such a bounty." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Shi, who had been in the kitchen, finally emerged. This afternoon, Lin Jiu had taught her the recipe for the sauce-flavored pancakes, and now Li Shi was attempting to make them herself. "It's not too difficult," Li Shi said, presenting a stack of pancakes, her face glistening with sweat. "But to truly capture the sauce's enticing flavor, one must be attentive to the cooking time." Lin Jiu took a bite of the pancakes made by Li Shi and exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, Mother, yours are far better than mine." Lin Pei quickly chimed in, "TSK, TSK. With such skill, you could easily set up a pancake stall that would outshine any so-called pancake expert." Only Lin Jiu tasted the pancake, observing his father and sister's antics with a conflicted expression. Li Shi was well aware of her own abilities and chose to ignore the two jesters, turning to bring in the congee. A generous serving of fragrant pancakes, soft and tender red bean and juju porridge, accompanied by a plate of pickled cucumbers and a dish of stir-fried mung bean vermicelli. This constituted the Lin family's simple dinner. The Lin family did not adhere to the custom of silence while dining. At the table, Mrs. Li mentioned the idea of selling fragrant pancakes, and both father and son readily agreed that it was feasible. Mr. and Mrs. Lin also deliberated over various details, such as pricing, and thus the decision to sell fragrant pancakes in the morning was made. If the sales were poor, it mattered little, for tastes varied among individuals, Mr. Lin stated solemnly. Indeed, Lin Li nodded in agreement. I understand, Lin Jiu affirmed, indicating his comprehension. The following morning, the bustling Chang'an Street was as lively as ever. Whether it was the hawker carrying a load along the street, the elderly woman selling hair ties at her small stall, or the silent hunter with colorful-tailed wild chickens. Even the large yellow dog, lounging in the shade, appeared unchanged from the usual routine. While the daily life seemed devoid of distinction, subtle transformations had quietly taken place. Regular patrons of the Lin family noodle shop were astonished to discover that the establishment, traditionally known for its clear broth noodles, had begun offering a new delicacy known as fragrant pancakes. Priced at 4 when per serving, each pancake was cut into pieces, with half servings also available for those eager to sample. Many patrons were willing to spend 2 to try a half portion. A bowl of clear broth noodles cost 5 while a fragrant pancake at 4 could satisfy hunger more effectively, leading some who sought value or were in a hurry to opt for the pancakes, whether motivated by curiosity or the pursuit of a bargain. Most who sampled the fragrant pancake reached the same conclusion as Lin Jiu. It was delicious. The crispy texture combined with the rich sauce captivated these diners just as it had the Lin family. Numerous customers who initially purchased only half a serving expressed their desire for more. Having tasted such a delight, they felt compelled to share the experience with their spouses, daughters, and elderly parents. After all, how could one keep good fortune to oneself? Thus, the Lin family's fragrant pancakes, with their irresistible flavor, affordable price, and unique novelty, became an instant sensation upon their launch. Lin Jiu and Mrs. Li were busily engaged in the kitchen, and Lin Jiu had not anticipated such fervent enthusiasm from the food enthusiasts of Jiangzhou City. Even as noon approached, inquiries continued to pour in. Apologies, but today's fragrant pancakes have sold out. Would you like to try a dish of stir-fried vegetables instead? Lin Jiu politely dissuaded yet another customer who had come in search of the pancakes, casually recommending their stir-fried dishes. Some were more contentious. Isn't it just an oil pancake brushed with a layer of sauce? What's so special about it? However, when they returned home and attempted to replicate the dish by merely brushing sauce on oil pancakes, they soon discovered that it was far from the same flavor. The fragrant pancake was not merely an oil pancake with sauce. As breakfast time approached, those who typically enjoyed sesame cakes or scallion pancakes found something lacking. Unconsciously yearning for the fragrant pancake, individuals plagued by indecision found themselves drawn toward the Lin family noodle shop, thinking, if I'm unsure of what to eat, I might as well have a fragrant pancake. In the days that followed, conversations like the following became commonplace in Jiangzhou City. What are you eating? I've never seen it before. It's a fragrant pancake. You haven't heard of it? I must convey to you that the recent surge in popularity has yielded considerable benefits. One night, after Lin Jiu had soaked her feet and was about to extinguish the candle, she caught sight of a shadow darting past the window. Startled, Lin Jiu thought, could it be a grievously injured assassin or prince in need of my rescue? Oh dear, I am not prepared for this. The door creaked open, revealing a slender figure stepping inside. It was Li Shi. Mother, what are you doing at this hour? Why so secretive? Lin Jiu's face contorted into an expression of bewilderment. Indeed, one should not indulge in fanciful imaginings. Lower your voice, child. Take out your box, Li Shi insisted, maintaining her air of mystery. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Jiu retrieved a substantial redwood box from the cabinet and unearthed a delicate little brass key from beneath her pillow. She inserted the key into the lock, and with a satisfying click, the box sprang open. Chapter 4. The radish flower. Lin Jiu opened the heavy wooden box. A cursory glance revealed several pieces of silver, neatly stacked copper coins, a silver lock inscribed with longevity, a pair of silver bracelets, and a plum blossom silver hairpin. These treasures constituted Lin Jiu's personal stash, meticulously saved by Li Shi since her childhood, amounting to a considerable fortune. Noticing Lin Jiu's careful handling of her belongings, Li Jiu nodded approvingly. From her bosom, she produced a pouch and extracted a shiny little silver ingot. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Jiu was instantly enamored with the exquisite silver ingot upon first sight, a sentiment she had also experienced when gazing upon the rosy visage of Chairman Mao on a banknote. "This is yours. Keep it safe," Li Jiu asserted firmly. "Your father, elder brother, and I have all agreed that the idea for the savory pancake originated with you. What is rightfully yours should remain with you," and they concur as well. "Then why, mother? Are you being so clandestine?" Lin Jiu hesitated, her words trailing off. Although she did not voice her thoughts, Li Jiu discerned the unspoken implications. "One must not flaunt their wealth. Do you understand?" Li Jiu admonished, her tone tinged with disappointment. "But, mother, it is night," Lin Jiu replied with a playful shiver. Li Jiu shot her a reproachful glance and pressed the silver ingot into Lin Jiu's hand. Gently caressing the five-tail ingot, Lin Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, "How is it that in just a month, the savory pancake has become such a profitable venture?" It is worth noting that in Daqi, 5 taels of silver hold significant purchasing power. Li Jiu shot her a knowing look, responding, "Such good fortune cannot last indefinitely. It is merely a fleeting novelty for now. Moreover, I have heard that a stall selling savory pancakes has opened on Northgate Street, and their business is thriving as well. This was to be expected. If they possess the ability, they should be allowed to prosper, as it would facilitate the spread of savory pancakes. Besides, Northgate Street is quite a distance from our home, so Lin Jiu was not at all surprised by the development. In any case, do not dwell on this matter. Mother, she gently reassured, wrapping her arm around Li Jiu's. Such occurrences will undoubtedly persist in the future. It is imperative to communicate clearly with the Li family to prevent any undue distress to one's own mother, as her vexation could lead to detrimental effects on her health, a situation that would leave Lin Jiu filled with regret. Moreover, Lin Jiu never intended to monopolize the various culinary offerings, should she choose to do so. Her conscience would not permit it. While you seem to take it lightly, it is evident that the business may still be somewhat affected in the long run. Although Li speaks of influence, her demeanor reveals no signs of concern or anxiety. After all, the Lin family has not solely relied on the sales of fragrant pancakes to sustain themselves over the years. This business venture is merely a delightful embellishment. Its failure would not result in substantial losses, as the happiness of Jiu remains paramount. Overall, the Lin family maintains a harmonious indifference toward the trend that has emerged in the city. It is getting late. You should retire for the night and refrain from staying up too late, Li advised. Her visit was intended to prepare Lin Jiu psychologically, ensuring that the young girl would not feel discontented upon witnessing a plethora of knockoffs on the streets. It seems her concerns were unwarranted. I understand. I have already ceased my late-night habits. Mother, you should also return to rest, Lin Jiu replied. In the initial days after her arrival, she found it difficult to adjust to the local routine, often unable to sleep at night, which resulted in Li catching her on several occasions, reminding her to rest. However, as time passed, lacking a mobile phone and with the necessity of early rising, Lin Jiu gradually adapted her schedule. She now appreciates the benefits of an early bedtime, relishing the cool morning air and the soft light of dawn, which bestows upon her an unparalleled sense of clarity and fulfillment. As Lin Jiu watched Li depart, she closed the door softly behind her and resumed her previous task, extinguishing the candle and lowering the veil. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Jiu murmured to herself, "Let us maintain this freshness." After a restful night, she greeted the gentle morning light with renewed vigor, ready to embrace a brand new day. Indeed, Li's words proved to be prescient. The emergence of imitation products on Northgate Street served as a harbinger, with an array of flavored fragrant pancakes flooding the market, including simple varieties like soybean paste pancakes, convenient soy sauce pancakes, and even whimsical creations such as sugar-coated pancakes, with some claiming they're quite palatable. Concurrently, as similar products proliferated and the populace became increasingly familiar with this culinary format, the sales of fragrant pancakes no longer exhibited the astonishing figures they once did. Lin Jiu even felt that the current standard aligned more closely with her expectations. Moreover, this decline in sales did not dishearten her. Rather, it brought her relief, allowing her the luxury of time to hone her culinary skills. As a chef, particularly one motivated by passion and reliant on culinary prowess for sustenance, how could she lack the finesse of extraordinary knife skills? Setting aside the breathtaking visual effects of chef's swift and precise movements, one must also consider the necessity of maintaining efficiency amidst a steady stream of customers. Sluggish knife techniques would undoubtedly hinder progress. Knife skills, often employed by chefs to showcase their talent, are also a fundamental aspect of a chef's craft. Lin Jiu acknowledged that during this period, owing to the novel environment and her bustling business, she had indeed been somewhat remiss in her practice of knife skills. In light of this, she engaged in profound self-reflection and took the initiative to assume the task of preparing ingredients today under the guidance of Lin Father. Initially, her movements were somewhat sluggish, yet as time progressed, Lin Jiu's actions became increasingly fluid, gradually regaining her former finesse. It must be said that when Lin Jiu truly applied herself, the distinction between her professional level and the more rustic methods of Lin Father and Brother Lin became remarkably apparent, particularly in the art of vegetable cutting. As a chef driven by passion, Lin Jiu not only honed her culinary skills alongside her grandfather from a young age, but also underwent systematic training at a specialized culinary school. Regardless of her own assessment of her abilities, whether favorable or otherwise, external opinions might be skewed. Thus, it is prudent to set aside her self-evaluation. Objectively speaking, her grandfather, classmates, teachers, and most importantly, her patrons all hold her culinary talents in high regard. Of course, Lin Jiu is well aware that it is not solely her knife skills that reflect a chef's prowess. Factors such as timing, proportions, and seasoning all play critical roles. Her culinary journey is still long and arduous, yet as a chef motivated by interest, she relishes every moment. The rhythmic sound of the knife slicing through the vegetables and colliding with the cutting board is soothing, and under her fluid movements, each vegetable is transformed into uniform, aesthetically pleasing pieces. Even Lin Uncle, who prides himself on being a self-taught culinary prodigy, finds it hard to believe that cutting vegetables can be this visually delightful. The father-son duo, who bear witness to Lin Jiu's progress, momentarily find themselves at a loss for words. Once the task of chopping vegetables reached a satisfactory conclusion, Lin Jiu wiped the beads of sweat from her brow and held a large peach, casually observing Lin Father as he cooked. The patrons of the Lin family restaurant are generally those who enjoy dining out, and the menu primarily features home-style dishes such as pan-fried tofu, scrambled eggs with okra, and steamed fish, along with simple appetizers like fried peanuts and cold cucumber salad. In Lin Jiu's perception, these dishes are quite commonplace. However, considering the recent rise of stir-frying, the offerings at the Lin family restaurant are still commendable among the local populace. Having savored the peach to her satisfaction, Lin Jiu continued to watch Lin Father cook. Her hands not idle. The tip of her knife danced gracefully under her delicate, fair fingers, transforming an ordinary green radish into a vibrant and enchanting peony. Its thin petals quivering with life, fresh and adorable. "Brother, I present you with a flower." Lin Jiu playfully offered the crafted bloom to Brother Lin, who was busy serving dishes. He looked momentarily surprised at the sight, but found himself unable to free his hands, appearing a bit flustered. "Brother, you may continue with your work." Lin Jiu noticed his predicament and felt a twinge of embarrassment. With that, she retrieved a pale blue and white porcelain bowl, placed the carved radish flower within, and after a moment's thought, added water to the bowl, feeling satisfied with her creation. Casually placing a porcelain bowl on the windowsill, Lin Jiu gazed at the sun climbing higher in the sky, surmising that the nearby restaurant was bustling with activity. Thus, she decided to lend a hand. The incessant flow of patrons at the establishment would likely persist until nearly noon, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then would the Lin family find a moment of respite to hastily consume their lunch before taking a brief rest. Inside the restaurant, Lin's elder brother, having a rare moment of leisure, stared in awe at the radish carvings crafted by Lin Jiu. Although some time had passed, the flowers carved from radish remained largely unscathed due to their immersion in clear water, still retaining their former splendor, each glance eliciting admiration. Lin's father expressed his astonishment. while Li Shi displayed a sense of pride. Little Jiu, could you teach me how to do this? Elena linkirat sumawat bashful. Of course, it's not difficult. Just practice more. Lin Jiu readily agreed. Then I shall need to prepare more radishes, he replied. Li Shi had no objections to her children's modest requests. I suppose I shall reluctantly consume more radishes. I wonder if the taste of the radish flowers will be even better, Lin's father chuckled, earning a playful glare from Li Shi. To Lin Jiu's surprise, Lin Li was indeed very diligent in his learning. His hands were steady and his cuts precise. After Lin Jiu demonstrated once and corrected a few of his movements, his progress was visibly remarkable. It was evident that creating intricate designs was merely a matter of time. Observing Lin Li's careful actions and his earnest concentration, Lin Jiu sensed an unusual fragrance in the air. Chapter 5, Milk Brother. Why do you wish to learn this radish carving? Lin Jiu tentatively asked. Lin Li scratched his head, feeling a touch embarrassed. He was not one to keep secrets, especially not from his sister. I wish to carve a flower like the one you made, to present it to Sister Wan. I believe a young lady would surely delight in such a beautiful gift, he replied softly, his voice imbued with a gentle sweetness. The eyes of a single man could hardly withstand the brilliance of this revelation. Lin Jiu quickly realized that the sister Wan Lin Li spoke of was none other than Zhao Wan, the eldest daughter of the tavern owner on Qing'an Street. Unlike her father's rugged demeanor, Zhao Wan embodied her name, gentle and graceful, but most importantly, she possessed an admirable character. Lin Jiu vaguely recalled a few instances from her childhood when Zhao Wan had stood up for her during moments of bullying by other children. At the time, they were alone, and Lin Jiu, being naive, recognized that Zhao Wan's intentions were purely kind-hearted. With this recollection, Lin Jiu felt an additional fondness for Zhao Wan. At merely 16, she was beautiful and kind-hearted, yet still unbetrothed, making her brother's affection entirely natural. Should he successfully present his flower, perhaps there would be a spark of mutual understanding between them. Lin Jiu cast a glance at her elder brother, engrossed in his carving. He was handsome, with a steady and reliable character. His lack of eloquence was hardly a significant flaw. In fact, Lin Jiu found her brother's demeanor quite endearing. Of course, matters of marriage involve the union of two families, and while the mutual affection of young lovers is one aspect, considerations from parents and families hold equal weight. In the past, the Lin family had struggled due to the burden of my presence. However, perhaps now, things have improved? With this thought, Lin Jiu felt a twinge of guilt. In any case, she resolved to persevere. As her mind whirled with ideas, Lin Jiu brewed herself a fragrant bowl of soul-soothing chicken soup, feeling instantly invigorated by positive energy. She refrained from unnecessary chatter or frivolous banter, firmly deciding to lend a hand to her elder brother. Lin Li, oblivious to the myriad of thoughts Lin Jiu had conjured in mere moments, earnestly cautioned her. I can only tell you one person. Please do not share this with anyone else. I promise, Lin Jiu replied succinctly. Even in later years, a woman's reputation holds significant weight. She could never stoop to actions that would tarnish her integrity. However, since she had decided to assist her brother, mere words would not suffice. Teaching him the art of carving was one aspect, but she must also demonstrate her sincerity. After all, Zhao Wan had once aided her, and Lin Jiu merely sought to bring joy to Sister Wan. In making Sister Wan happy, she would indirectly be assisting her brother as well. This realization felt like a double victory. From the depths of her heart, Lin Jiu considered herself quite astute. Now, how could she bring joy to Sister Wan? Or rather, what could she do to cater to her tastes? Lin Jiu furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. By the way, brother, do you know if Sister Wan likes sweets? She inquired. She should. I remember she quite enjoys candied hawthorn. Lin Li mused. Why do you ask? Actually, whenever I think of Sister Wan, I recall how she helped me a few times during my childhood. Regrettably, I was too foolish back then to express my gratitude, Lin Jiu replied, a nostalgic expression gracing her face. Is that so? Wana never mentioned it to me, Lin Li said, astonished. Would I deceive you? The fact that you're unaware of these matters only underscores Sister Wan's admirable character. She performs good deeds without seeking recognition, Lin Jiu continued. Not bothering to correct Lin, Li's instinctive reference to her as Waner. Of course, Lin affirmed, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, evidently trusting in Zhao Wan's integrity. Thus, through their exchange of questions and answers, Li's initial inquiry was effortlessly sidetracked. Lin Jiu felt relieved by this turn of events. The reason she had inquired about Zhao Wan's affinity for sweets was indeed related to her intentions. As a passionate cook and an unrestrained food enthusiast, Lin Jiu believed that nothing could elevate one's spirits more than delectable food. If there was something better, it would be an abundance of delightful dishes. Regardless of their cost or status, deliciousness reigned supreme. Among the myriad of culinary delights, Lin Jiu personally felt that the most joyous and fulfilling were exquisite desserts. Savoring a sweet yet not overly cloying treat, the delightful flavors which spread across her palate, brightening her mood in tandem. Desserts are undeniably the epitome of comfort food. Some say this is due to sweet's ability to stimulate dopamine release, a substance known to enhance one's mood. From a scientific perspective, it is entirely reasonable to elucidate the joyful power inherent in desserts. For some individuals, this notion may be particularly compelling and persuasive. Certainly, Lin Jiu does not dissent from this view. However, she firmly believes that the allure of desserts extends far beyond mere sweetness. In Lin Jiu's heart, the exquisite experience that desserts provide is a harmonious blend of delightful flavors and charming appearances. Desserts are not simply about sweetness. Indeed, Lin Jiu is intent on crafting a confection for Zhao Wan, a thoughtful gesture that first comes to her mind as a chef. It is well known that the common folk of this dynasty possess a distinct preference for sweet and fried delicacies, embracing the culinary philosophy that richness brings pleasure, and sweetness equates to joy. Truly, it is a nation of gourmands. With a clear direction in mind, Lin Jiu has formulated a rough plan, though she finds herself lacking in certain ingredients. Specifically, she lacks milk. Milk, or what the populace of the Great Daqi Dynasty commonly refers to as cow's milk, is not a rarity in contemporary life. Whether it be the popular spring dessert of cherry-top sugar curd or the nourishing milk and earthworm porridge essential for health throughout the seasons, milk has seamlessly integrated into the daily lives of the people, becoming a cherished staple at their tables. This is hardly surprising, as both cow's and goat's milk are remarkably nourishing and palatable, suitable for all ages, and in some regions, they're even referred to as white meat. Furthermore, as byproducts of cattle and sheep, they are not costly, easily transformed into delectable treats that the culinary enthusiasts of Great Daqi would certainly not overlook. Early the next morning, Lin Jiu, with her modest purse in hand, set out alongside brother Lin, who was heading out to shop. Lin perceived Lin Jiu as a child at heart, eager for a stroll in the marketplace, and with a generous spirit, he allowed her to follow closely behind. He thought that keeping a watchful eye on his sister would suffice. Moreover, their parents had not objected. After 14 years of hardship, Lin Jiu deserved to savor the sweetness of life and indulge in a bit of playful mischief. Such behavior was hardly objectionable. The Lin family's indulgence toward her was, at its core, an expression of love, a rekindled affection stemming from their shared bloodline. As a person of sound moral compass, Lin Jiu is keenly aware of this genuine familial bond, though some sentiments need not be verbalized. Rather, they are expressed through actions. The streets bustled with activity, alive with the vibrant hum of life. The smoothly paved stones bore the marks of time, while majestic willows occasionally graced the roadside, their slender, verdant branches cascading down, exuding an ancient vitality. Each brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, the nest of swallows beneath the eaves, and the melodious calls of orioles in the branches all narrate the rich heritage of this historically prosperous Jiangzhou city, revealing its understated charm beneath the surface. As Lin Jiu traversed the stone pathway, the gentle morning sun was not oppressive. Rather, it uplifted her spirits, casting a bright light upon her heart. As Lin Jiu observed the diverse throngs of people passing by, some clad in long robes, others in short skirts, she noticed the vendors on either side of the street, peddling their wares, from rouge and powder to embroidered pouches and floral strings. She glanced down at her own attire, a light blue narrow-sleeved RU skirt, with 2 strands of hair cascading down by her ears. Though she had experienced this scene countless times before, each occasion retained a sense of novelty and delight. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Lin Jiu's lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and her steps became increasingly buoyant. As she walked, the ribbons entwined in her hair, matching the color of her dress, swayed gently, adding to her charm. Since she was out on business, Lin Jiu refrained from meandering aimlessly, dutifully trailing behind her elder brother, Lin Li, only occasionally glancing at the stalls and shops to see if anything piqued her interest. Meanwhile, Lin Li frequently turned back to check if his younger sister was keeping pace, prompting Lin Jiu to stifle the urge to make a silly face in response. However, considering their public setting and her desire to maintain a respectable image, she decided against such antics. After selecting fresh pork and lamb at the butcher's, Lin Jiu pointed out her earlier target, the Wang family's cheese shop. "Do you wish to have milk, Xiao Jiu?" Lin Li inquired. "I suppose so," Lin Jiu replied. As they spoke, Lin Li stepped into the cheese shop first, prompting Lin Jiu to hastily follow. Upon entering, a rich aroma of dairy enveloped her senses. Lin Jiu soon realized that the shop offered not only cow and goat milk, but also cheese and clarified butter, the latter being equivalent to what she knew as butter. Excitedly, she asked, "How much for the milk and butter?" "Milk is 10 won per liter, and clarified butter is 2 won per liang. It's delightfully rich and delicious." The enthusiastic young attendant responded. "I would like 1 liter of milk and 5 liang of butter, but I lack a vessel," Lin Jiu stated, already calculating in her mind. Noting her determination, Lin Li remained silent, allowing her to make the decision. "Very well, 1 liter of milk is 10 won, 5 liang of butter also 10 won, plus a 5 won deposit for 2 earthenware containers, totaling 25 won. The shopkeeper quickly relayed the price, adding, "The deposit will be refunded upon your next return with the containers." "What do you think?" Lin Jiu nodded, preparing to reach for her purse when Lin Li had already counted out 25 copper coins and placed them in the attendant's hand. With a resigned smile, Lin Jiu retracted her purse. The sun above bore witness, as she could honestly claim that she had not been deliberately slow in her actions to avoid paying. Watching Lin Li carry the large earthen jar filled with milk, Lin Jiu happily lifted the smaller pot containing the butter as they exited the shop. The attendant's cheerful voice followed them. "Take care on your way out, and do come again." Chapter 6. Fruit Layer Cake. Lin Jiu and Lin Li returned, their arms laden with goods. However, given that it was still early morning, the busiest time of the day, the family quickly set to work, ensuring that the restaurant's various tasks were handled efficiently, and thus, they both set aside their burdens to immerse themselves in their respective duties. Prior to this, Lin Jiu placed the small ceramic jar filled with butter in the back kitchen, swiftly drew a bucket of well water, and submerged the ceramic pot containing milk in the cool depths of the well. The freshly drawn well water in summer is refreshingly brisk, serving as a natural refrigeration system, effectively preserving the milk's freshness. Having completed these tasks, Lin Jiu followed closely behind her brother, Linda, into the dining area of the restaurant. It was the peak time for breakfast, and the nearby residents, as well as townsfolk from surrounding villages, frequently visited for a bowl of noodles. Furthermore, given that Lin's family restaurant is renowned as the origin of the most authentic sauce-flavored pancakes in Jiangzhou City, it attracted many eager patrons. Lin's father busied himself in the small kitchen beneath the restaurant, while Linda balanced serving noodle orders with tidying up tables. Li, stationed at the long table where the sauce pancakes were displayed, called out to customers while managing the pancake station. With a towering stack of pancakes nearly sold out, Lin Jiu stepped forward to take over the task of selling the pancakes, cheerfully inviting Li to the back kitchen to continue making them. Although Lin Jiu was the one who initially conceived the idea of selling these pancakes, the task eventually fell to Li as her skills became increasingly refined. Recognizing the profitability of the endeavor, Li was more than willing to contribute, while Lin Jiu relished the opportunity for a different life experience. As for her passion for cooking, she could pursue it whenever she pleased. Standing before the pancake selling table, Lin Jiu sliced the pancakes into portions, packaging them in plates or wrapping them in oil paper according to customers' requests. The sound of coins clinking in the cash box at the side of the table was delightfully melodic. As the sun rose higher, only a few patrons remained in the restaurant, and the workload became considerably lighter. Now, one person could manage several tasks simultaneously, allowing the others to relax in turn. As the morning rush had subsided, running a family restaurant allowed for flexible roles. During busy times, everyone worked together, but in quieter moments, they enjoyed a more casual pace. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow, Lin Jiu felt both physically and mentally refreshed. Moreover, the anticipation of her upcoming endeavor filled her with a subtle thrill. She was finally going to create the dessert she had longed for, the fruit millefeuille. The primary inspiration for this dessert was the ananas fruit she had at home. Recalling the day when Li mentioned purchasing some ananas fruit, Lin Jiu had been momentarily perplexed, wondering what ananas fruit was. It wasn't until she saw the actual fruit that she realized it was merely mango. When considering what dessert to make, her mind immediately leaped to cake. And with the mangoes readily available at home, she decided it would be a ananas millefeuille. Thus unfolded Lin Jiu's journey of determination to create the ananas millefeuille cake. She would never admit that her eagerness stemmed simply from an irresistible desire to create. When it comes to millefeuille, although it stands as a classic among French pastries, there was a period when it enjoyed remarkable popularity within the social circles of our land. During that time, various flavors of millefeuille, particularly the mango variant, were truly the center of attention. As a chef, a connoisseur of exquisite cuisine, and, most importantly, an ardent lover of mangoes, how could Lin Jiu possibly overlook this delectable mango millefeuille? The technical challenge of crafting this dessert primarily lies in the preparation of the delicate pastry layers. Naturally, given the contemporary context, cream is not an option, thus creating a sweet yet non-greasy alternative poses a small test. Lin Jiu reassured herself, saying that homemade cream is not only healthier, but also more flavorful and customizable. Consequently, the arduous task of whipping the cream was entrusted to her elder brother. Lin Jiu felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, her conscience was at ease, even somewhat delighted. After briefing her brother on the cream whipping process, Lin Jiu was not idle herself. The pastry layers awaited her attention. Despite being quite adept in the kitchen, she faced several initial failures with the pastry layers in an unfamiliar environment. However, as she gained confidence, her skills flourished, and soon a stack of thin, pale yellow pastry layers lay peacefully on the plate, their thickness, elasticity, an appearance utterly pleasing to the eye. Lin Jiu was immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, her elder brother presented the whipped cream to Lin Jiu for approval. "Little Jiu, what do you think? Is this acceptable?" Lin Li was astonished that the combination of egg whites and milk in his hands could transform into such a cotton-like fluff. It needs a bit more whipping. We should be able to see peaks like this," Lin Jiu explained, demonstrating the desired texture while encouraging her brother. "At this rate, it will be ready in less than 15 minutes. Hearing Lin Jiu's playful tone, akin to coaxing a child, Lin Li couldn't help but smile. He said nothing further and continued to follow his sister's instructions diligently. In the meantime, Lin Jiu retrieved a few ripe ananas fruits, pleasantly surprised to find that some, which had previously been somewhat unripe, had now achieved the perfect balance of softness and firmness, exuding the distinctive, alluring fragrance of ananas. A smile spread across her face. These were just waiting for her to enjoy. With a swift motion, the large, plump ananas transformed into vibrant orange-yellow morsels in her bowl. On the other side, Lin Li had finally perfected the whipped cream. Upon receiving Lin Jiu's approval, he waved his arms and remarked warmly, "This process does require quite a bit of effort, but it's indeed too taxing for a young lady. Next time, do seek my assistance. Brother, you are too kind." At that moment, Lin Jiu felt her brother's stature elevate significantly in her eyes. As the principal artisan of the whipped cream, Lin Li, after tasting his creation, immediately donned a furrowed brow, revealing an expression that hinted at the complexity of the task. He pondered before speaking, "It's quite unique." Well, Lin Jiu was well aware that her elder brother's vocabulary was rather simple, but judging by his expression, it seemed he found the treat to be quite enjoyable. Lin Jiu took a bite herself, savoring the delightful balance of sweetness. It was indeed delicious. The technique was skillful, the proportions just right. Who could resist this all-natural? handmade animal cream. With a cheerful smile, Lin Jiu picked up a large ceramic bowl filled with cream and began the final assembly. A delicate layer of crepe, followed by a layer of cream, and then a layer of mango bits. She hummed a quirky little tune, joyfully engaged in this repetitive task. Finally, she smoothed the cream around the edges, and the masterpiece was complete. Brother, shall we cut it and taste? As the first attempt at a mille-feuille cake, she felt confident in its flavor since each component was satisfactorily executed. She evenly sliced the cake and first offered a piece to her hard-working elder brother, not forgetting their parents either. At such moments, Lin Jiu felt a delightful sense of camaraderie, as if they were all seated together, enjoying a feast. Shaking off any strange thoughts, she embarked on her cherished tasting phase. The thin crepe layers revealed a clear distinction, showcasing the cream and mango bits from the side. The rich cream combined with the sweet mango created a refreshing flavor, and the combination with the crepe enhanced the overall texture. Truly, it was a harmonious blend of beauty and taste. The mille-feuille cake received unanimous acclaim from the Lin family, especially from Aunt Li, who adored this novel dessert. This time, Lin's father and mother did not seriously consider selling the cake. Firstly, there weren't enough hands to manage it, and secondly, such a sweet delicacy seemed ill-suited for a restaurant. As for other matters, Lin Jiu would take charge. She had not overthought things, but her original intention remained clear. Brother, once your radish carving skills are perfected, let us combine them. I'll embellish the mille-feuille cake with your carved peonies, roses, lotuses, and various flowers, and we can present it to Sister Wan. What do you think? Lin Jiu had long harbored this idea, waiting for the successful trial of the cake to voice it. The thought of combining the mille-feuille cake with radish carvings filled her with excitement. Roses will suffice. Sister Wan loves roses, Lin Jiu exclaimed, listing several flower types, which momentarily overwhelmed Lin Li. It settled then. Lin Jiu did not keep Lin Jiu waiting long. He took his carving lessons seriously and displayed a natural talent, progressing swiftly, just as Lin Jiu had claimed it was not difficult to learn. When Lin Li bashfully presented the nearly perfected rose carving to Lin Jiu, she found it difficult to critique the thorns of the flower before her. Naturally, she also comprehended the underlying sentiment from her elder brother. Brother, I understand. I will get started on the mille-feuille cake right away. Lin Jiu remained silent, a hint of shyness gracing his handsome features, tacitly agreeing with Lin Jiu's intentions. Shall we stick to the pineapple mille-feuille this time? Or perhaps a grape mille-feuille? An apple mille-feuille? Lin Jiu rattled off several options before settling on. Let us go with the pineapple. It's the most classic choice. Brother, I'll need your help with the cream again. All right, he replied. Brother Lin nodded, uncertain whether he was referring to the exquisite mille-feuille made from the ananassa, or expressing his willingness to assist in whipping cream, or perhaps both. In contrast to Lin Jiu's incessant chatter, Lin Li exhibited a commendable economy of words. Chapter 7. The Rose Today, Zhao Wan. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family tavern received a rather special gift, which the giver described as a belated token of gratitude. The sender was none other than Lin Jiu, the youngest daughter of the Lin family restaurant located on Qing'an Street, which shares a close proximity to the Zhao establishment. Zhao Wan was somewhat familiar with Lin Jiu, being the sister of Lin Li, who frequently visited the tavern to serve drinks to patrons dining at his family's restaurant. Their frequent interactions had fostered a sense of familiarity, and it was only natural for Zhao Wan to recognize Lin Jiu. Moreover, who in the neighborhood was unaware of the recent transformation of the Lin family's daughter, who had been considered simple-minded for many years but had suddenly regained her faculties? When Lin Jiu unexpectedly paid a visit, expressing a desire to see Zhao Wan, the latter felt a twinge of confusion, for they had little in common. However, once Lin Jiu explained her purpose, Zhao Wan was struck by a wave of realization, mixed with amusement, as it turned out that the reason for Lin Jiu's visit was something even she herself had nearly forgotten. Remarkably, after regaining her senses, Lin Jiu retained vivid memories of the past, particularly of Zhao Wan, who had once extended her kindness. Therefore, feeling compelled to express her gratitude in person, she sought out Zhao Wan. Upon hearing Lin Jiu's recounting, Zhao Wan recalled indeed having assisted her in the past. She initially intended to downplay the gesture, suggesting it was a trivial matter and unnecessary to be so formal. However, seeing Lin Jiu's earnestness and determination. Coupled with her insistence that the pastries were made by her own hands, Zhao Wan graciously accepted the offering. Before taking her leave, Lin Jiu seemingly nonchalantly mentioned that the roses adorning the gift were intricately carved from radishes by her elder brother. But Sister Wan, if you do not fancy them, feel free to eat or discard them. If you do enjoy them, it wouldn't hurt to admire them a bit longer. Although her words were somewhat clumsy, the sentiment was clearly conveyed. She did not wish to burden her brother, but was merely concerned that Zhao Wan might feel awkward. It was likely that Lin Li would have expressed similar sentiments had he delivered the gift himself. As Zhao Wan observed Lin Jiu's retreating figure, she found a young girl endearingly wholesome and charming, someone worth cultivating a friendship with. The Zhao family, also engaged in commerce, gathered together that evening. And Zhao Wan shared the details of her encounter with her parents, presenting the millefeuille adorned with 2 roses for the family to admire. The Zhao household was considerably larger than the Lin family, comprising her grandparents, parents, and 2 younger brothers, totaling 7 members. They sat together around the dining table, radiating warmth and cheer. Particularly lively were Zhao Wan's 2 brothers, Zhao Cheng and Zhao Xan, both around 10 years old, whose antics filled the room with exuberance. As Zhao Wan placed the millefeuille, accompanied by the 2 roses, on the table, her younger brothers eagerly leaned in with curiosity. The younger Zhao Xian even attempted to poke at one of the flowers. "What is this? Can flowers be eaten?" The quick-witted brother swiftly snatched one of the flowers, sniffed it, and exclaimed in astonishment, "It seems to be a radish." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaodi took a bite, wrinkling his brow. "It's just a radish." A beautiful rose now bore a missing petal, and Zhao Wan felt a pang of sympathy. Discreetly, she picked up another rose and set it aside. Zhao Wan's father, Zhao Zheng, swatted his younger son's mischief away and admonished, "What is the rush? This is a gift for your sister." Zhao Zheng had always been a stern father, and the 2 boys instantly straightened up, their eyes still sparkling with mischief. Meanwhile, Grandma Zhao, clearly fond of her grandsons, interjected, "What is wrong with children being curious? You, as an adult, haven't seen everything either." Zhao Zheng dared not argue with his mother. Instead, he feigned severity and glared at his 2 sons before turning to Zhao Wan. "Wanner, what did the Lin family's young lady say this was called? Something about a layered cake?" "Layered cake." Before Zhao Wan could respond, her second brother, Zhao Cheng, eagerly chimed in, "Sister, can I have a taste? I want to try too." Little brother Zhao Xian chimed in, unwilling to be left out. "Let us all have a taste," Zhao Wan said gently. "First, let us share it so everyone can enjoy this new layered cake." "How do we eat this?" "1 piece each," Zhao Jiu suggested. Zhao Wan carefully cut the layered cake into 8 pieces with 4 precise slices, placing 1 piece in a bowl for each person. Through the cut surface, the distinct layers of cake, cream, and pineapple fruit could be seen. "It looks quite appealing," commented Grandpa Zhao candidly. The Zhao family members did not refuse. They were all eager to sample this novel delicacy. "Is it this sweet?" Inside, there were layers of pineapple fruit. It was no wonder this pastry was named pineapple layered cake. "And the egg? Surely that S in there too. Delicious, even better than cherry cheese." The adults said little, mostly listening to the 2 children chattering excitedly. Children naturally have a penchant for sweets, and the cake quickly won their hearts. The 2 brothers gazed at the last piece of cake in the dish, exchanging glances, somewhat hesitant. "But there's only 1 piece left, it's sister's." Zhao Wan, ever perceptive, recognized her brother's thoughts. As an elder sister, she was never one to compete for treats with her siblings. "If you want to eat, just have it. I still have my little flowers." She waved the 2 roses in her hand, the one with a bite taken out also held delicately. "Sister, I promise to pick you many beautiful flowers in the future." That night, under the sparse stars at the Zhao residence, the evening's little episode did not stir much commotion, at least not on the surface. The candles in the various rooms of the Zhao house had all been extinguished, and the small courtyard lay bathed in a veil of moonlight. The moonlight streamed through the window and flooded into Zhao Wan's chamber. Unlike her usual routine, Zhao Wan did not drift into slumber. Instead, she gently lifted the already withered radish flower under the silvery glow. This blossom had long lost its former beauty, now appearing somewhat unsightly. As she inhaled the scent of the unattractive flower, the radish's fragrance wafted to her nostrils, surprisingly pleasant. Zhao Wan felt a flush on her cheeks. Lin Jiu had mentioned before that this was a rose. Why a rose? She vaguely recalled once expressing that among the many vibrant and beautiful flowers, her favorite was indeed the rose. The rose may not rival the peony in opulence and brilliance, nor the lotus in purity and grace, nor the gardenia in its intoxicating fragrance. Yet Zhao Wan harbors a profound affection for the rose, cherishing its resilience, its fervor, and its delicate aroma. This subtle preference for the rose has evidently captured the attention of a discerning individual. Meanwhile, a gentle ripple stirs within Zhao Wan's heart, awakening the thoughts of her parents. Zhao Fu and Zhao Mu. Within the dim confines of their bedroom, the couple quietly engaged in nocturnal musings. Zhao Zheng and his wife, Madame Zhang, were married early. Their eldest daughter Zhao Wan had already reached the age of 16, while they themselves were just in their early 30s. Do you know the origin of the two flowers that one heir has tucked away? Madame Zhang inquired softly. Did they not come from the Lin family's young master? Zhao Zheng replied, presuming it to be obvious. I heard one heir mention that those two flowers were personally carved by the Lin family's eldest son. Is that so? That Lin young master must truly exert some effort. Zhao Zheng remarked with a smile, noting that the Lin siblings possessed a certain charm, often delighting others with their culinary gifts. Madame Zhang playfully nudged her husband. Are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Dear wife, do not be vexed. How could I possibly be unaware? Our one heir is already 16 and will soon turn 17, Zhao Zheng stated. Madame Zhang continued, somewhat wistfully. In the blink of an eye, our one heir has blossomed into a young lady. What are your thoughts on the Lin family? Before Zhao Zheng could respond, Madame Zhang began to reflect. The Lin family is indeed thriving more than ever. Who would have imagined that their youngest daughter would not only be clever, but also exceptionally astute? I've heard it was she who conceived the idea for their famous savory pancakes. Finally, Zhao Zheng seized the opportunity to share his perspective. It is often said that daughters resemble their fathers. There is some truth to that old adage. Lin Cheng possesses considerable talent in the culinary arts. After all, he was the first to embark on the cooking business here. Today's pastries were also made by his youngest daughter. I found them quite delightful, certainly on par with those from Guanfang Zhai. Madame Zhang nodded in agreement, adding, she even remembered to express her gratitude to Wan heir for such a long-ago favor. It is commendable that she retains such thoughtfulness. I perceive that both siblings are quite admirable. Zhao Zheng grew discontented, yet that lad from the Lin family knows how to carve flowers for our Wan heir. Appearing far from the simpleton he usually presents himself to be. What do you know, you great man? Madame Zhang chided lightly. This only indicates that he possesses a sense of propriety and taste. He is not engaged in any clandestine dealings with Wan heir. Instead, he utilizes his sister's hand, which leaves no room for others to gossip. Even if it were but a radish flower, I would still regard him with higher esteem. Besides, what is wrong with a radish flower? It too requires effort. So, do you think that lad from the Lin family is quite decent? Linley has grown up before our very eyes. Surely you are aware of that? However, it is prudent to observe him more closely, Madame Zhang replied cautiously. I do not wish for one heir to marry into an excessively wealthy family. My only hope is that she does not endure hardship or mistreatment, and I will be content. Furthermore, you should take a closer look at our daughter's marriage prospects. Keeping a suitor is not as simple as you might think. Let us take our time with this matter. There is no need for haste, Zhao Fu declared resolutely. Gradually, silence enveloped the bedroom, save for the rhythmic sound of their breathing, rendering the night even more tranquil. The following day at noon, Brother Lin returned from the Zhao family's tavern with a jug of wine. Lin Jiu discreetly pulled her elder brother aside, inquiring in a conspiratorial whisper, So, how is it, brother? Sister Wan said she greatly enjoyed the pastries you made and mentioned that you could visit her to play when you have the time. Brother Lin's thoughts aligned perfectly with Lin Jiu's seemingly random question. Nodding, Lin Jiu noticed her brother had paused and urged him, Is that all? What else? Your radish flowers. Lin Jiu felt anxious for her brother. She didn't say she disliked them, Lin Li retorted, turning away to attend to his tasks, unwilling to engage further with his inquisitive sister. This left Lin Jiu standing there, scratching her head and muttering to herself, not saying she dislikes them? Does that mean she likes them? As someone who had been single in 2 lifetimes, this conundrum was beyond Lin Jiu's comprehension. However, seeing her brother in good spirits, she surmised that things were likely progressing favorably. Shaking her head, she dismissed the perplexing question from her mind, no longer tormenting her brain cells. In Lin Jiu's heart, this little episode seemed to draw to a close. Yet, unbeknownst to her, due to the ambrosia fruit millefeuille, her name had already been etched in the memories of the 2 young Jiu brothers, who were nearly ready to rally for her with fervent cheers. Naturally, in front of their friends, the Jiu brothers could hardly contain their praises. Thus, without Lin Jiu's knowledge, her ambrosia fruit millefeuille had become a mysterious anticipation among the little food enthusiasts of Qing'an Street. Chapter 8. Caramel Cream Pudding. Speaking of the Jiu brothers, Zhao Cheng, the elder at 11, and Zhao Xian, the younger at 8, were at an age characterized by playfulness and mischief. Like most children of their age, they had a particular fondness for sweets. That evening, although the 2 brothers had only sampled a mere 1.5 pieces of the millefeuille, the unprecedented sweetness had utterly captivated their hearts and minds, leaving an indelible impression on their young souls. It would not be an exaggeration to say that for the past few days, their dreams were filled with delightful sweetness. A mere 1.5 pieces of cake, of course, could not satiate the desires of the Jiu brothers. They had made quite a ruckus, but the moment their mischief began to surface, it was swiftly quelled by their father, who had anticipated their antics. Consequently, Zhao Cheng and Zhao Xian had no choice but to redirect their unbridled enthusiasm towards their friends. In front of their numerous companions, the brothers, with genuine affection for the millefeuille, described the pastry with sparkling eyes and fervor, painting a picture of the likes of which none had ever seen. Sister Lin Jiu's ambrosia millefeuille was extolled to the heavens, declared unparalleled in its delight. So sweet and soft, as white as the clouds above, like winter's snow. Wow, it's even better than the sweetest cheese cherry. Wow, it surpasses the pastries from Guanfang Zhai. Are you two perhaps deceiving us? Is the cake truly as delicious as you say? The captivated group of children turned their attention towards the voice that disrupted their reverie. The young boy who raised the doubt felt the gaze of the crowd suddenly converge upon him. His chest puffed out with a mixture of pride and defiance as he cast a challenging look at Zhao Cheng and Zhao Xian. Upon noticing that someone dared to question them, particularly the delectable nature of the cake, Zhao Cheng and Zhao Xian were visibly displeased. Zhao Xian thumped his chest confidently, declaring, "Of course, I have never tasted a snack more exquisite than this." Zhao Cheng chimed in, "They haven't even tried it. If they don't believe us, so be it." The harmonious exchange between the 2 brothers only deepened the curiosity and longing of the children present for this previously unknown delicacy. In just a few days, word spread, and the children of Qing'an Street and its vicinity were well aware of the brothers' enthusiastic endorsement of this delicacy. Some of the children, driven by a sense of rivalry or an innocent passion for food, eagerly mentioned it to their parents and siblings. The adults, bewildered by the children's persistence, wondered aloud, "What snacks does the Lin family restaurant even sell?" The children had their own persuasive narratives. "It's a special treat that Sister Lin Jiu made just for Sister Zhao Wan. Only 1 serving. Mother, I want to eat it too. Can Sister Lin Jiu make one for me as well? Just a piece would suffice." Such scenes unfolded repeatedly, and under the relentless charm and insistence of their beloved children, some indecisive parents found themselves surrendering. On that particular afternoon, which was neither mealtime nor a festive occasion, a young woman, stylishly dressed, entered the Lin family restaurant accompanied by a boy of about 5 or 6 years old. Li Shi was puzzled, wondering why they had come to dine at this hour, when she noticed a hint of hesitation in the young woman's demeanor, as if she were unsure how to broach the subject. Li Shi patiently awaited her words, but the woman remained silent for a long moment. Before Li Shi could speak, the little boy gently tugged at her sleeve, elongating his tone as he called out, "Mother." All right, I understand," the young woman replied, glancing down at the boy. A touch of warmth softened her previously stern expression, and with a tone of resignation, she turned to Li Shi and inquired, "Madam, might I ask if Miss Lin Jiu resides here?" Li Shi was taken aback. What you seek her for? She pondered. My Jiu rarely leaves home. She enjoys cooking and tending to the flowers. She is the epitome of a well-behaved and sensible child. Why would a stranger with a child come looking for her? The young woman appeared somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, madam, my child has been quite insistent these past few days. She gestured to the boy beside her. He has heard from some playmate that Miss Lin Jiu makes a particularly delicious treat known as mille-feuille cake, and he has been clamoring to try it. Children can be quite demanding. I have no choice but to inquire on his behalf. I wonder if this mille-feuille cake truly exists? If it does, I would happily pay for a serving to spare myself the incessant nagging from this little one. With that, the young woman shot a glare at the boy, though it was evident that her sternness held little authority. Upon hearing the woman's explanation, Li was amused, realizing that it was indeed her own Jiu who had caused the commotion. She was aware of the cake incident, but had not anticipated this additional twist. First, she offered some comforting words to the woman regarding the child's education, then invited her to sit down for a cup of tea, stating she would have a word with Lin Jiu. At that moment, Lin Jiu was in her bedroom, engrossed in a book, blissfully unaware of the stir she had created among the children of Qing'an Street. When Li entered, Lin Jiu appeared somewhat bewildered, not at all resembling the adept confectioner the Zhao brothers had envisioned. After listening to Li's account, Lin Jiu quickly grasped the situation. It was merely that someone from the Zhao family had spread the word about her freshly made pastries. And it was likely those two boys who had taken it upon themselves to do so. With others awaiting her, Lin Jiu did not linger, following Li to the restaurant, where she found a mother and son seated on a long bench. The mother exuded a sharp demeanor, while the cherubic boy, chubby and fair, swung his short legs joyfully, unable to touch the ground. Judging by their attire, it was evident they hailed from a prosperous background. Upon Lin Jiu's arrival, the boy's eyes brightened instantly. Lin Jiu settled across from them, adopting a composed demeanor, and greeted the woman with a smile. "Good day, madam. May I inquire your name?" The young mother, charmed by Lin Jiu's lovely appearance and courteous manner, responded, "My husband's surname is Guo." "Greetings, Mrs. Guo. I am Lin Jiu. I hear you have come regarding the mille-feuille cake." At the mention of the cake, Mrs. Guo remained silent, but her son, young Guo, perked up immediately. Lin Jiu patiently listened to the boy's disjointed description and seamlessly interjected during his pauses. "In essence, you wish for it to be identical to what you have heard, correct?" "Indeed." Young Guo nodded earnestly, insisting on it being exactly the same. Lin Jiu smiled gently and turned to Mrs. Guo, saying, "Madam, I must clarify that our cake contains a substantial amount of eggs, and its preparation is rather time-consuming and labor-intensive. Therefore, a cake of this size would cost you 100 won. What do you think?" As she spoke, she indicated the size with a blue and white plate on the table. She continued, "Alternatively, you may purchase a small piece to sample the taste, which would only cost 21. Lastly," Lin Jiu added, "a whole cake is 100 won, and if divided into 6 portions, each piece would be 21. Upon hearing Lin Jiu's words, Mrs. Guo began to mentally calculate. Take, for instance, the renowned Guanfang restaurant in Jiangzhou City, where pastries of comparable quantity would start at 300 won. If Lin Jiu's cake truly tasted delightful, then a generous piece for 100 won would not be unreasonable. However, one must consider that the reputation of Guanfang restaurant is not something an obscure cake could rival. Yet, here she was, with her son fixated on this little-known delicacy. Upon contemplating this, Madame Gu cast a glance at her son, whose entire being was imbued with anticipation, and could not suppress a surge of affection. With a slight sigh in her heart, she reasoned that since she regularly indulged this child with various treats, she might as well acquiesce to his current desire for this particular cake. It would save her from the incessant pestering he would undoubtedly unleash upon returning home. With this thought, Madame Gu felt an urge to rub her temples in exasperation. "Let us go for a whole one, shall we? Can it be taken now? Apologies, but I hadn't anticipated anyone would come to purchase this cake, so I currently lack the necessary ingredients," Lin Jiu replied. "Would it be acceptable for you to return tomorrow at this time to collect it?" Lin Jiu was not a dedicated cake vendor. This was merely a single transaction, and she had not considered requiring a deposit. "Very well, I shall return tomorrow." Madame Gu nodded, unfazed by the delay. "Did you hear that? Mother has secured your order. They've promised to come by tomorrow. Now come home with me." Madame Gu addressed the nearby Gu Xiaolang, who obediently nodded, showing none of the clingy tendencies his mother had described. After Madame Gu and her son departed, Li Shi approached and inquired, "Has the cake been sold?" Lin Jiu responded with a smile, "Indeed, so. I must procure fresh milk early tomorrow." The following day, Lin Jiu purchased the milk and, as was customary, busied herself until the afternoon before beginning to prepare the much-anticipated mille-feuille cake for Gu Xiaolang. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Without delving into Lin Jiu's past experiences crafting mille-feuille cakes, this was undoubtedly her third attempt in this lifetime. She was naturally adept at the process. Of course, she was aided by her elder brother, Linda. Once she successfully completed the promised mille-feuille cake, Lin Jiu, glancing at the leftover ingredients, conceived a new idea. As Gu Xiaolang was her inaugural customer, and given his earnest and persistent passion for food, it seemed only fitting to offer him a little extra delight. With ample time remaining before her appointment with Madame Gu, she eagerly immersed herself in materializing her new inspiration. With egg yolks, milk, and cream in mind, Lin Jiu envisioned caramel cream pudding. Utilizing only the yolks effectively mitigated any potential eggy taste, while the addition of cream would enhance the pudding's texture. The caramel's hue and sweetness would elevate the pudding's flavor, distinguishing the final product from ordinary sweet egg custard. Furthermore, given the current constraints, meticulous attention to detail was crucial for the quality of the outcome. For instance, avoiding bubbles required precise control over the steaming duration. Lin Jiu prepared 5 servings of caramel cream pudding, each housed in a slightly smaller porcelain bowl. The warm, caramel hue was enticingly appetizing. With a spoon, she gently scooped into the pudding, nearly feeling the silky texture beneath the utensil, revealing a delicately structured interior. Satisfied with her creation, she submerged the completed caramel cream puddings in freshly drawn well water, believing a slight chill would enhance their texture. Arranged neatly, the 5 servings of caramel cream pudding included 4 dedicated to her family. Lin Jiu suddenly realized that this might not be a favor for Lord Gu Xiaolang, but rather a reward for herself. Chapter 9. Sweet Osmanthus Fragrance. Not long after Lin Jiu finished preparing her caramel cream pudding, Lord Gu Xiaolang arrived in a carriage. This time, Madame Gu did not accompany him. Instead, a plain-looking young girl held his little hand. Judging by their contrasting attire, it was evident that she was a maidservant of the Gu family. The afternoon sun cast a distinct warmth upon the skin, and even without consciously tracking the time, Lin Jiu knew that Lord Gu Xiaolang had arrived considerably earlier than the time agreed upon with Madame Gu yesterday. Upon spotting Lin Jiu seated at the restaurant, Lord Gu Xiaolang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly broke free from the maidservant's grasp and dashed toward her with determined purpose. The maid, clearly taken aback by his sudden burst of energy, called out after him, "Young master, slow down. Be careful not to trip." Lin Jiu could no longer remain seated. She rose to her feet and saw the little Gu Xiaolang, resembling a cannonball, come to a halt before her. He appeared much more cheerful than he had been the day before beside Madame Gu. "Greetings, Sister Lin Jiu. I am Gu Hua," he proclaimed, bowing in a manner that was both adorable and earnest, despite being no taller than her thigh. After his introduction, he gazed at Lin Jiu with bright, eager eyes. Amused by this little fellow who called himself Gu Hua, Lin Jiu crouched down to his level and smiled gently. "I presume you have come to collect the cake you ordered yesterday?" "Yes." Young Gu Hua nodded emphatically, adding with a hint of correction, "It is the layered cake made with pomelo fruit, just like the one mentioned by the Zhao brothers." The child's memory was impressively sharp. Lin Jiu stood up, reiterating his words with a smile. "Indeed, it is exactly the same as the one mentioned by the Zhao brothers." At this moment, the maidservant who accompanied Gu Hua arrived, carrying a large food box. "The Gu family is quite considerate," Lin Jiu mused. "Young master, please do not leave Dongmei behind next time," she chided, to which Gu Hua responded with a tone of mock maturity, "Sister Dongmei, you are always so slow." Dongmei's expression bore a hint of grievance. She was merely fetching something. Yet, as a maid, she dared not retort to the young master, knowing Madame would not spare her. Consequently, her demeanor toward Lin Jiu was less than warm. Lin Jiu paid little heed to Dongmei and addressed young Guo Huai directly. Please wait here for a moment while I retrieve the layered cake. The completed layered cake and caramel cream pudding were placed in the backyard, and shortly thereafter, Lin Jiu emerged, cradling the anticipated pomelo layered cake in her hands, with her elder brother Lin following behind, carrying the pudding. Guo Huai's eyes were fixed on the cake, his small frame brimming with curiosity and eagerness. Just as Dongmei was about to place the layered cake into the food box, Guo Huai piped up, "But we haven't paid yet." Lin Jiu chuckled softly, utterly charmed by this little bundle of joy. How adorably delightful. She longed to pinch his chubby cheeks and tiny hands. "Understood, young master," Winterplum replied, compelled to comply with the young master's words, though her demeanor towards Lin Jiu remained less than courteous. "How much?" With an unwavering smile, Lin Jiu replied, 101. It would be absurd to lose her composure over such a customer. Longevity in the service industry required grace under pressure. Seasoned by life's tempests, Lin Jiu regarded this as a trifling matter. Seeing no fault in Lin Jiu's demeanor only intensified Winterplum's frustration, leaving her feeling pent up with nowhere to channel her energy. Her attention remained fixated on Lin Jiu, clearly oblivious to the frown that briefly crossed young Guo Huai's face. Winterplum slowly counted out 101, while Lin Jiu watched with a smile, not bothering to recount the coins. "Young Lord Guo, I actually have a gift for you," Lin Jiu announced. At that moment, she felt her decision to prepare a gift for her very first customer in the cake business was indeed fortuitous. Lin Jiu had always been inclined to shower affection on those she cherished, yearning to bestow gifts upon them. Observing the endearing qualities of Guo Huai, both in appearance and character, she felt her spontaneous gift idea was perfectly suited. "Why are you giving me a gift?" Guo Huai inquired, his youthful voice filled with curiosity. Noticing that Guo Huai's first thought was about the reason for receiving a gift rather than the gift itself, Lin Jiu's smile softened even further. She gently explained, "Because you're my very first customer in the cake business. This is a token of gratitude for your patronage." Guo Huai nodded, partially comprehending, "Yes. Gratitude for recognizing one's talents. My father has taught me about this. Then I shall accept it." "Thank you, Sister Lin Jiu," he replied with a touch of restraint, though his eyes betrayed his excitement. Lin Jiu beamed as she presented him with a small porcelain bowl filled with caramel cream pudding. "This is my token of appreciation, caramel cream jelly." Lin Jiu sighed in relief. Had she mistakenly referred to it as pudding? Explaining what pudding was to the young boy would have been a daunting task, likely leading to an embarrassing fabrication. "Caramel cream jelly?" Guo Huai repeated, his eyes wide with intrigue as he gazed at the bowl. "Yes," Lin Jiu affirmed, "if possible, young lord, after you return home. Soak it in fresh well water or ice to chill it. The flavor will be even more delightful." It was common knowledge that ice-making techniques had spread among the populace, allowing affluent families to enjoy ice during summer. Upon hearing that it would taste better, Guo Huai nodded eagerly, committing the advice to memory. Observing the young lad, no more than 5 or 6 years old, Lin Jiu felt compelled to offer one last piece of advice. "Young lord, if it's too cold, it's best not to indulge excessively, lest it upset your stomach. Also, the cake is quite sweet if you have it at night. Remember to rinse your mouth to avoid cavities." Though young Guo Huai was astute, nodding earnestly, Sister Lin Jiu, rest assured, I am well aware of these things. After bidding farewell to Guo Huai and his entourage, Lin Jiu cheerfully pulled her elder brother along, momentarily setting aside the remaining 4 portions of the so-called caramel cream pudding. At the Guo residence, young Master Guo alighted from the carriage, stretching his small arms and eagerly rushing into Madame Guo's embrace. This afternoon, due to a distinguished friend of Scholar Guo visiting, Madame Guo, the head of the household, remained to entertain the guest. Originally, Madame Guo intended to delegate the task of fetching the cake entirely to the maidservants. However, young Master Guo was so keen on the matter that she allowed him to accompany her, considering the distance was not particularly great. The young Madame Guo cast an unhappy glance at the maidservant Dongmei, who lagged behind. When selecting her maidservants, she had deliberately chosen the plain-looking Dongmei. Yet she found that not only was the girl unremarkable in appearance, but her capabilities were also quite limited. Observing the sluggish Dongmei with a cold eye, Madame Guo's dissatisfaction grew. but in front of her son, she endeavored to appear as a gentle and kind mother. "Huayr, have you retrieved the cake?" Madame Gua embraced young Master Gua, her eyes brimming with affection. "Mother, I have it," Gua Huai exclaimed with childlike delight. "Thank you, mother. Look, this is the mille-feuille cake the Zhao brothers spoke of, and Sister Lin Jiu even gifted me a caramel cream pudding." Gua Huai's memory was evidently sharp, as he recalled the name Lin Jiu had merely mentioned once. Of course, it could also be attributed to the persistence of a small gourmand. Eager to showcase his newfound treasures to his mother, Gua Huai turned around, only to see that Dongmei was still 2 steps away from reaching them. Both mother and son fixed their gazes on Dongmei. An expression of urgency crossed the chubby face of Gua Huai, who couldn't help but sigh like a little adult. Alas, Sister Dongmei is always so slow. Despite her lack of acuity, Dongmei sensed that Madame Gua's gaze was particularly unkind at that moment. The mere 2 steps felt daunting, and as she approached, she slightly shrank back, hoping to present the freshly acquired pastries to Madame Gua, as young Master Gua had suggested. Madame Gua spoke in a calm tone, "Please take it inside." Although she did not scold Dongmei, the latter felt a growing sense of unease. "I did not commit any error," Dongmei silently lamented to herself. Upon reaching the flower hall, young Master Gua sat poised, awaiting his mother to slice the cake. His greatest anticipation was for the mille-feuille cake, highly praised by the Zhao brothers, while Lin Jiu's caramel cream pudding was relegated to an afterthought. Nevertheless, the little fellow directed Dongmei to follow Lin Jiu's instructions to soak it in cold water. Madame Gua, observing her son's obedient demeanor, felt her heart melt. Whatever Gua Huai desired, she wished to present it to him, allowing him the freedom to choose. In her maternal affection, she conveniently forgot the previous days when Gua Huai had persistently begged her for this unknown cake. Under Gua Huai's excited guidance, the mille-feuille cake was finally cut into the delightful shape that satisfied him, precisely the fan shape imparted by Sister Lin Jiu, as described by the Zhao brothers. Holding back his saliva, Gua Huai chirped in his childish voice, "1 piece for father, 1 piece for mother, and 1 piece for Huayr. There remain but a few pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, then 1 for father, 1 for mother, and 1 for myself." Madame Gu smiled as she gazed at the solemn little Gu Huai, finding the child irresistibly endearing. "Mother, please eat quickly, and let father have some too," urged young Gu Huai, eager for his turn after his parents had tasted it. Madame Gu's heart swelled with sweetness. Though she initially considered declining, a thought of the guest in the study stirred her resolve. Due to differences in their backgrounds and experiences, Madame Gu was evidently more refined than the Lin and Zhao families. She selected 3 porcelain plates, each the size of a palm, adorned with plum blossom designs, and paired them with equally delicate white porcelain spoons. Arranging the neatly cut cake upon them transformed the treat into a splendid confection worthy of display. Naturally, she did not forget to prepare a portion for her son, carrying a tray laden with 2 freshly baked, exquisitely packaged delicacies that seemed to elevate their worth. "Take your time, Huayr. I shall deliver your heartfelt offering to your father shortly," she advised. Although the guest of Scholar Gu that day held a rank inferior to that of Gu, merely a scholar, they had been acquaintances for many years, and Gu esteemed him greatly, repeatedly cautioning his wife to treat him with care and respect. It must be said that Gu understood his wife quite well. Thanks to his frequent reminders, Madame Gu, though somewhat dismissive of the impoverished scholar at her heart, ultimately trusted her husband's judgment and dared not show any negligence. Handing the tray to the young servant Qing Zhu in the study, Madame Gu gracefully bowed to her husband and the guest. The guest rose leisurely, skillfully sidestepping her gesture of respect, humbly expressing his unworthiness, exhibiting comportment that left no room for criticism. In that brief moment after her entrance, Madame Gu immediately sensed a difference in the study. The incense was no longer the favored sandalwood of her husband, but had been replaced by a cooler, more bitter fragrance, an apparent consideration for his esteemed guest. Contemplating this, the young Madame Gu silently disapproved of Scholar Gu's actions, pondering how a mere scholar could warrant such self-sacrifice from her husband. Were it not for Gu's earnest entreaties, coupled with the guest's pleasing appearance and courteous demeanor, she might have relegated him to the category of frivolous acquaintances. Yet, no matter how handsome the guest might be, he could never compare to her own husband. Once Madame Gu departed, the bearded scholar Gu appeared somewhat abashed, apologizing for his wife's lack of decorum and requesting the guest, Yuan Chun, to be understanding. Scholar Gu knew well that his wife's notions of propriety could not escape his notice, let alone that of the esteemed Gu Min and Gu Yuan Chun before him. My dear brother Ji Yuan, please do not take offense. I am not concerned about it, Gu Min replied with a gentle smile, akin to a refreshing breeze under a bright moon, illuminating the modest study considerably. This so-called impoverished scholar, dressed simply in a dark blue robe, was indeed far removed from the notion of poverty. If one could cast aside Madame Gu's prejudice against the impoverished scholar, Gu Min's attire would indeed accentuate his refined and gentle demeanor, embodying the essence of a graceful gentleman. It is no wonder that, despite her tinted perceptions, Madame Gu must concede that Gu Min possesses an appealing countenance. Observing Gu Min's radiant and unblemished elegance, Mr. Gu stroked his beard, his tone tinged with mild bitterness. Yuan Chun, in such a guise, those who behold us might mistakenly assume that there exists a generational divide between us. They will doubtless claim we share a friendship that transcends the years. The mere mention of one allows one to deeply appreciate Gu Ziyuan's plight. At a mere 25 years of age, he is only 4 years senior to the opposite Gu Yuan Chun, yet whenever they stand together, there are always busybodies or the uninformed spectators who lament the rarity of their age-defying camaraderie. What rarity of stature! In his youth, Gu Ziyuan had often felt a pang of sorrow over this matter. Was it merely the thickness of his hair? Was it simply a matter of appearing more mature? Why was it that the new classmates at the academy invariably addressed Gu Min as senior brother while referring to himself as master? However, the present Gu Yuan has come to a more enlightened perspective, having cultivated a beard after achieving the status of a scholar, thus wholeheartedly embracing his path towards becoming an elder. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's slightly acrid tone, the amusement in Gu Min's eyes became all the more evident. Then, does that not mean you have benefited from my appearance? Truly, one who gains an advantage, yet feigns modesty. On the window ledge, a thin wisp of fragrant smoke curled upward from the incense burner. The meticulously concocted aroma of sweet pine wafting a crisp and lingering fragrance that enveloped the two companions in their lively discourse. After jesting at his own expense, Gu Yuan's expression grew serious as he shifted to matters of import. Yuan Chun, this year's autumn examination. The autumn examination, as Gu Ziyuan referred to it, is the provincial test held once every 3 years, which a scholar must pass to attain the status of a successful candidate. As this examination takes place in autumn, it is also known as the autumn test, a term often used by literati. By extension, the spring examination is easily understood. It typically occurs in the spring following the provincial test, known as the spring test or the joint examination. Should a scholar pass the spring examination, he attains the title of Gongshi, and if he subsequently excels in the palace examination, he becomes the esteemed Jinshi. Of course, the title of Jinshi seems a distant dream for the two of them. Gu Min, being merely a scholar, has not even attained the status of a successful candidate. In the eyes of outsiders, his only commendable attribute might indeed be his striking appearance. Meanwhile, Gu Ziyuan, already a successful candidate, considers his abilities to be limited. He has always favored a cautious approach, and at present, he harbors no certainty. Nonetheless, the thought that if Yuan Chun were to achieve the status of a successful candidate, they might both proceed to the capital together next year brings a smile to Gu Ziyuan's face as he absently twirls his beard. This year marks the occasion of the autumn examination, and 3 years prior, Gu Ziyuan had fortuitously secured a position at the very end of the list, while the widely acknowledged talented Gu Min had unfortunately failed. Regarding Gu Min, who at the tender age of 12 achieved the title of Shiozai, his remarkable accomplishment stirred considerable excitement during that time. However, it was unforeseen that this prodigy, who had garnered such attention and anticipation, would subsequently face repeated failures in his attempts to pass the imperial examination, failing to qualify as a Jinshi after 3 attempts. This led some to lament with a hint of sarcasm. A child prodigy may not necessarily excel in adulthood. When it comes to casual friendships, one might naturally choose to avoid such a sensitive topic. Yet for Gu Ziyuan, whose bond with Gu Min runs deep and who perceives himself as an elder brother to Gu Min. The situation is different. He is well aware of Gu Min's true character. Furthermore, if he were to shy away from discussing it, Gu Min would no longer be the boy he has known since childhood. Upon hearing Guo Ziyuan mention the upcoming examination, Gu Min's expression revealed no trace of displeasure. Instead, he regarded Guo Ziyuan with a gentle and resigned demeanor. "Of course, I must attempt it," Gu Min responded with unwavering certainty. As for what would happen if he were to fail again, neither mentioned it. This was not the time for such disheartening talk, especially as the examination had yet to commence. It would be inappropriate for a friend to voice such pessimism. Moreover, true straightforwardness does not equate to being tactless. Guo Ziyuan is not the kind of person who would claim to be blunt while still broaching sensitive subjects. Gu Min's academic pursuits do not warrant Guo Ziyuan's concern. In fact, long before Guo Ziyuan himself succeeded in the examination, he had shyly shared his experiences with Gu Min. After all, even Guo Ziyuan recognizes that Gu Min's literary prowess far surpasses his own. His repeated failures can only be attributed to unfortunate timing or the preferences of the examiners who may not appreciate his distinctive style. Seeking to divert the conversation, Guo Ziyuan pointed to the delicacies recently brought in by Madame Guo and chuckled. "Yuan Shun, can you guess what this is?" Upon leaving the Gu residence, Gu Min raised his eyes to the horizon, where the sun was setting, casting clouds that resembled flames. The passers-by on the road appeared to have their destinations, and a subtle sense of solitude enveloped him, lingering in his heart. Achieving success at a young age, it would be disingenuous to claim he was devoid of pride. Yet, this arrogance had long since dissipated, mingling with the tears shed over his parents' passing. The carefree exuberance of youth had faded with the passage of time. Gu Min pressed his lips together, pausing momentarily with his tall and slender figure, his handsome visage reflecting an indecipherable expression. Contrary to his usual behavior, he did not head home, but instead took an unfamiliar route, embarking on a journey down Qing'an Street, a path he seldom traversed. At this hour, Qing'an Street lacked the morning's vibrancy, yet the signs remained prominently displayed. Gu Min was surprised to discover the abundance of food stalls along this street. While maintaining a flawless facade of calmness, he discreetly committed the locations of the little eateries to memory. Standing before the Lin family restaurant, which had long surpassed its regular operating hours and was now securely shut, Gu Min's anticipation led to disappointment as he was met with the closed door. Although disheartened, he did not lose hope and circled the restaurant's perimeter, eventually spotting a slightly ajar side door. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately refrained from knocking to inquire within and regretfully departed. In the courtyard, Lin Jiu sensed something amiss. She opened the side gate of the courtyard and peered into the empty alley, finding not a single figure present. The tip of Lin Jiu's nose twitched slightly, as a faint, ethereal fragrance of pine wafted through the air, lingering just enough to be noticed. Lin Jiu murmured softly, from whence does this scent of pinewood drift? After glancing around once more, it was clear that the narrow alley opposite the side door was entirely visible, leaving no room for concealment. Puzzled, Lin Jiu recalled having glimpsed a flickering figure through the crevice of the side door, yet could not discern its meaning. Resolved, Lin Jiu ceased to ponder further and decisively shut the side door. "Jiu, what are you doing over there? Come and have dinner," Li Shi called out, placing 2 bowls of cold locust leaf noodles on the table in the courtyard. From the kitchen, Lin Ai and Lin Dage emerged, each carrying large bowls brimming with cold noodles. At 17, Lin Dage was still in the throes of growth, embodying the age of hearty appetites, while Lin Ai, as the family's primary laborer and still in his prime, was no less voracious. Consequently, the dining habits of the 2 males in the household were quite remarkable. As the refreshing summer breeze mingled with the twilight glow, the Lin family gathered in the courtyard, reminiscent of countless summer evenings, to commence their leisurely dinner. Today, Li Shi had prepared her signature cold locust leaf noodles. Cold noodles, also known as liangban mian, are essentially a variant of cold tossed noodles. The noodles, imbued with the juice of tender locust leaves, present a vibrant green hue, representing the simplest form of this dish. The locust leaves, known for their cooling properties, serve to clear heat and detoxify, additionally boasting remedies for ailments familiar to those who endure prolonged periods of sitting. Of course, the initial consumers of locust leaves likely had simpler motivations, driven solely by hunger in the absence of other sustenance. For the Lin family, however, opting for a bowl of these verdant cold noodles was a choice infused with a touch of life's joy. To lead a fulfilling life, one must carry a bit of hope. Lin Jiu hastily quelled the dangerous and discordant thoughts, refocusing attention on the cold locust leaf noodles laid out on the table. The cold noodles, of course, were not merely simple. They were complemented by a distinctive sauce crafted by Lin Jiu using minced garlic, sesame paste, and vinegar. The table was adorned with finely shredded cucumber, radish, and the fried peanuts deliberately saved from lunch. The array of side dishes offered a delightful selection. On a sweltering summer day, nothing could be more refreshing than a bowl of cold noodles. It was not merely about the exquisite taste, but rather the familiarity of the Lin family's home-cooked flavor, a taste that never grew tiresome. Once the meal concluded, while the family lingered in the courtyard to enjoy the coolness of the evening, Lin Jiu retrieved the 100 when earned earlier that day, dividing it into 4 portions. 25 when were distributed to Lin Jiu, and Lin Dage. "This is my first earned money. Please take it to buy candied hawthorn," Lin Jiu exclaimed with a grin. In this scorching summer, where could one possibly find candied hawthorn? Lin I seized the flaw in the plan. Lin Dage, however, earnestly corrected. "No, the savory pancakes are also your contribution." Lin Jiu, undeterred by iced chuckle, winked at Dage. "Then whatever I can accomplish is also a testament to your support." Calculating the ingredients, the kitchen, the venue, and the labor provided by you all, I find myself deeply indebted, burdened by an overwhelming debt. As Lin Jiu lamented in an exaggerated tone, Lin Li struggled to interject, but was met with his sister's lengthy discourse, leaving him momentarily speechless and feeling somewhat withdrawn. Li Shi typically refrained from arguing with her daughter, and after all, Lin Jiu's intentions were for their benefit. Seeing Lin Jiu's playful demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle. In that instant, Lin Jiu, who had just proclaimed her financial woes, felt an unexpected surge of exuberance. However, despite her fervent expressions, Lin Li believed it was inappropriate to accept the hard-earned money from his sister. He intended to return a handful of coins to her, but Lin Jiu quipped, "Brother, if you don't want candied hawthorns, you could always buy some for Sister Wan." Lin Li fell silent, overwhelmed by his sister's beaming face, and retreated into the house. In truth, the Lin family's financial situation was not significantly affected by a few dozen coins from Lin Jiu. Yet, the value of money is not merely quantitative. Lin father pondered over the copper coins in his hand, exclaiming, "A cake costs 100 coins, which is equivalent to 20 bowls of noodles or 25 servings of savory pancakes." Lin Jiu retorted, "That's not the same. People may eat noodles or pancakes daily, but would they indulge in cake every day?" Li Shi chimed in, "Exactly. Even your daughter understands this, yet you fail to grasp it." Lin father was not oblivious. He was merely struck by the rapidity with which cake money was earned, prompting a moment of reflection. This sentiment resembled that of a diligent modern worker who suddenly marvels at the swift wealth of a popular internet celebrity, not out of jealousy, but rather as an expression of awe toward a lifestyle that seems effortlessly different from their own. Of course, any profession merely appears easy. It is an illusion. Yet, Lin father chuckled as he bantered with Li Shi. If one could afford it, why wouldn't they want to indulge daily? Li Shi retorted, "Then learn from Jiu. After you master it, prepare it for yourself to eat 3 meals a day, and let us see how long you last." Lin father maintained his jovial demeanor. "If you make it for me, I will eat it." "Such nonsense." Li Shi scoffed, then added, "If it were me, I would prefer to eat rice and vegetables daily. Even if it were just steamed buns and pickles, I could endure that. But if you expect me to eat pastries every day, even if they were made of gold, I would last more than 2 days." Lin father chuckled in response. "Then I shall accompany you in eating steamed buns and pickles." Lin Jiu interjected, "Tsk. It's too embarrassing to watch." Regarding her thoughts on cake, Lin Jiu truly had no strong opinions. The reputation had been established. If someone wished to order, she would accommodate them, though the costs and the efforts of herself and her family must be accounted for. After all, the Lin family of 4 needed sustenance. Lin Jiu mused without pressure, recognizing that while cake was delectable, it would likely attract only a few persistent little gourmands like Guo Xiaolang who might wish to place custom orders. Chapter 11. Peach in merely the span of a day. No, it might not even have been a full day. Lin Jiu profoundly recognized the naivety of her previous assumptions. Indeed, it was unwise to assert so definitively that the clientele for cakes comprised solely of little food enthusiasts. After all, food lovers do grow up. The events of the day commenced in the morning. On this particular day, the breakfast business at the Lin family restaurant unfolded in an orderly yet bustling manner. The wooden tables within the eatery were occupied by numerous patrons indulging in noodles or pancakes. Some requested a small plate of pickles to enhance their morning meal, while others slurped down a bowl of thin yet chewy noodles, consuming the warm broth until only a shallow pool of liquid, mingled with finely chopped scallions, remained at the bottom of the bowl. Satisfied, they set down their bowls, leaving behind 5 copper coins, and leisurely departed with their contented stomachs. At a long table near the entrance, several individuals awaited their turn, most of whom requested their savory pancakes to be cut into pieces and wrapped in oil paper for takeaway. Thus, although the Lin family restaurant in the morning could not be deemed overcrowded, the steady flow of patrons was certainly not an exaggeration. Lin Jiu stood before the long table, her long hair elegantly gathered at the back of her head with a hair tie, presenting a neat and poised appearance. The youthful beauty and nimble movements of the girl brought forth a sense of delight to those who beheld her. With swift precision, Lin Jiu wielded her knife, transforming a warm, savory pancake into smaller portions with a rhythmic clash of blade against cutting board. With a deft motion, she placed these pieces into the prepared oil paper bags and handed them to the waiting customers. However, today, among the usual clientele at the long table, there was a particularly remarkable patron, a strikingly handsome young man. Almost as soon as he joined the queue for the savory pancakes, Lin Jiu's attention was captured by this individual. It was undeniable. The young man stood out amidst the crowd of familiar neighbors, his height surpassing that of the older gentleman in front of him by a considerable margin. His refined features and gentle demeanor effortlessly earned him the unofficial title of the most attractive individual on the street. Surrounding patrons evidently noticed this distinguished young man, instinctively distancing themselves as if to avoid any unintentional offense. Subtle glances, cloaked in feigned discretion, were cast upon him, driven not by malice, but by an innocent admiration for such striking beauty. In a modern context, one might have even surreptitiously captured a photograph to share on social media. The young man, unperturbed by the attention, maintained an air of calmness that only increased his appeal. Yet, Lin Jiu could not help but feel that his gaze seemed to be persistently drawn to the savory pancakes before her. Maintaining her pace, Lin Jiu continued her work without delay, and the line advanced swiftly until it reached the young man. She lifted her gaze slightly, directing a questioning look towards him, who appeared to embody a refined gentility. "1 portion, please, cut into small pieces and served on a plate for dining here." "Thank you." The youth's voice was as clear as his character, and after speaking, he deftly placed 4 copper coins into the money box beside the table. With a nod, Lin Jiu prepared a dish and handed it to the young man across from him. The young man then carried the plate to a seat within the restaurant. Although Lin's modest eatery was tidy, its aged wooden tables and long benches seemed to exude a certain charm, particularly due to the presence of the handsome youth. This was a moment of unexpected brilliance. Lin Jiu turned his gaze away, no longer pursuing the figure of the young man, and redirected his attention to the next customer. "Anshio, is it the same as always?" This particular customer was a familiar face from the neighborhood, someone Lin Jiu knew well. Noticing that the woman's focus remained on the previous youth, he couldn't help but call out, "Anshio?" The woman, named Anshio, snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "What do you mean by the same as always? I need 2 pancakes, packed separately." Lin Jiu replied, "Anshio, please be more alert. Don't you usually request them packed together so you can enjoy 2 servings by yourself? Why the sudden need for them to be separate today? Your child is already 2 years old. It's time to shed those youthful burdens." Observing Anshio's expression, Lin Jiu could almost read her thoughts. While internally teasing her, he proceeded to prepare the 2 pancakes. As time passed, the number of customers dwindled, and the special pancakes prepared for the day were soon sold out. It seemed that the pace of sales today had been notably brisker than usual. Lin Jiu was not surprised, for the reason was evidently linked to the earlier young man. From the moment he had arrived until Lin Jiu finished his shift, although the duration was not long, it was sufficient for many customers to have dined and departed. Watching the leisurely young man, Lin Jiu felt that his demeanor was entirely appropriate. If he were to indulge in hearty bites of noodles and slurps of soup like the others, his refined air would undoubtedly dissipate, and he would not attract so many potential patrons to the Lin family restaurant. This thought brought a smile to Lin Jiu's face. The young man in question was none other than Gu Min, who had returned home disappointed the previous day. Having encountered a multi-layered cake at his friend Gu Zhiyuan's place and heard amusing anecdotes about cakes from Gu Huai, he had become quite enamored. A lover of gourmet delicacies, particularly sweets, he had instantly taken a liking to the novel dessert at the Gu residence. During their conversation, Gu Min had deliberately noted the cake's origin, a girl named Lin Jiu from Lin's restaurant. Moreover, he had learned that Lin's restaurant was renowned for its flavorful pancakes, which piqued his interest further. Upon leaving the Gu residence yesterday, Gu Min strolled to Qing'an Street, seeking the Lin family eatery, only to find it closed for the evening. Disappointed, he had to find another establishment for his dinner. However, this morning, he awoke still yearning for the Lin family restaurant, prompting him to wander from Wudong Street, where he lived, to Qing'an Street, where Lin's establishment was located. This can undoubtedly be described as an exquisite interest of cultured individuals. Yet it can also be seen as the fervent pursuit of a gourmet, indulging in culinary delights. The Lin family restaurant did not disappoint Gu Min. Whether it was the delicately crafted clear broth noodles or the enticingly fragrant sauce pancakes, each dish aligned perfectly with his palate. Consequently, Gu Min found himself eagerly anticipating the cake, the quality of which he had already ascertained. Although Gu Min typically did not eat at a leisurely pace, today he deliberately slowed down for a reason. Observing that the establishment was no longer bustling and that only a sparse few patrons remained, he finally set down his chopsticks and turned to Lin Li, who was tidying up the tables, with an expression that suggested he wished to converse. Gu Min spoke gently. "May I inquire, kind sir, if you happen to sell a delicacy known as cake?" Lin Li, momentarily startled that someone was addressing him so courteously, was pleasantly surprised to hear the mention of cake. It became clear that this was yet another guest who had come seeking the renowned confections of Shaojiu. This thought brought Lin Li immense joy. Instinctively, he glanced towards his sister, wishing to summon Lin Jiu to engage with this gentleman. Lin Jiu, having taken note of the situation, shared a similar sentiment with her brother. She was slightly astonished to learn that this unfamiliar young man had come specifically for the cake. When Lin Li directed his gaze towards her, she stepped forward willingly. Approaching the young man, she noticed the spotless bowls before him, marveling at how someone so slender could consume so much. Gu Min rose slightly, offering a subtle bow towards Lin Jiu. "You must be Miss Lin Jiu?" "Indeed," she replied. "May I ask your esteemed surname?" "I am Gu, with the given name Min and the courtesy name Yuan Chun," and sharing her name in return. Lin Jiu found herself seated across from Gu Min, as standing to converse felt rather peculiar and exhausting. Gu Min followed suit and took a seat. Meanwhile, Lin Li, not wishing to merely stand idly by, resumed his work, though he kept a watchful eye on the interaction. In this dynasty, where women could freely present themselves and societal norms were relatively liberal, Lin Li felt a protective instinct towards his sister, wary of those who might harbor ill intentions. Although this scholar, who identified himself as Gu Min, did not appear to be of ill character, one could never truly know a person's heart. Thus, the seemingly silent Lin Li was in fact quietly vigilant, guarding against any sudden movements from this enigmatic young man. Indeed, the notion that one cannot know a person's heart is not merely a saying. For instance, Lin Li would never suspect that beneath the gentle demeanor of this cultured individual lay an unwavering passion for gastronomy. In Lin Jiu's vicinity, having discerned Gu Min's intention, she refrained from unnecessary chatter and, akin to her prior conversation with Madame Hua, promptly divulged the specifications and pricing of the mille-feuille cake to Gu Min. She also informed him that if an order were to be placed, It would be necessary to return in the afternoon for collection. And then she awaited his response in tranquil silence. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Jiu boldly appraised Gu Min. A faint, crisp fragrance wafted from the direction of the young scholar across from her, a scent that was not overly feminine but harmonized beautifully with his scholarly demeanor. Lin Jiu had always possessed a keen sense of smell, and the pine-like aroma felt oddly familiar. Gu Min's voice interrupted her reverie as he readily acquiesced to Lin Jiu's terms, nodding slightly in agreement. "Very well," he replied. Lin Jiu then inquired, "Young Master Gu, may I ask what flavor you prefer? Or rather, what fruits would you like to include in the cake? I would particularly recommend the pineapple. Of course, if you desire other fruits, that is perfectly acceptable as long as they can be readily procured from the market." Being an ardent fan of mangoes and with pineapples plentiful in the market, she naturally considered them the optimal choice. However, she remained committed to respecting her customers' preferences. Gu Min appeared to be momentarily lost in contemplation. One might find it hard to believe that this handsome youth wore such a serious expression whilst pondering what fruits to incorporate into the cake. Lin Jiu stifled a chuckle. Feeling a flicker of affection for Gu Min, "What about peaches? Would that be agreeable?" He finally asked softly after a pause. "I noticed vendors selling peaches on this street when I arrived. I wonder if they are still available. If not, I suppose we shall proceed with the pineapple." Gu Min added, perhaps recalling Lin Jiu's earlier stipulation regarding the necessity of market-available fruits. "Very well," Lin Jiu nodded, her thoughts drifting to her fondness for crisp green peaches. "Then it is settled, Miss Lin." At this moment, Gu Min took the initiative, producing a deposit. He retrieved 2 strings of 10 copper coins, appearing as though he had prepared for this transaction in advance. Since the customer willingly offered cash, Lin Jiu could not refuse. However, this would establish a precedent for future dealings. Accepting the 20 coins from Gu Min, the transaction was formally secured. Observing Gu Min's gentle demeanor, which suggested he was quite agreeable, Lin Jiu could no longer contain her curiosity and posed a question. "Young Master Gu, may I inquire how you came to know about the mille-feuille cake?" "I do not mean to pry," Lin Jiu clarified. "I am simply curious, as I have not made this cake for many others." Gu Min, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "From a friend with the surname Gu." The mention of the surname instantly brought to Lin Jiu's mind the diminutive Gu Huai, yet she chose not to delve deeper into the matter, recognizing that she was not particularly well acquainted with either Gu Huai or the present Gu Min. To her surprise, Lin Jiu's budding cake venture had swiftly garnered a second order, which necessitated her procurement of materials once more. This time, she informed Li Shi before setting out alone. Based on Lin Jiu's previous experiences, she typically finds the materials she desires without needing to venture beyond Qing'an Street. Although Qing'an Street is predominantly lined with various food stalls, a myriad of trades flourish in both the street and its adjoining alleys. The success of Lin Jiu's cake business can be attributed largely to the advantageous location of the Lin family's shop. Situated in the midsection of the lengthy Qing'an Street, which practically serves as her doorstep, making her shopping endeavors quite convenient. This is one of the many benefits of residing in the affluent city of Jiangzhou. Stepping out with her bamboo basket, Lin Jiu soon spotted a woman of medium stature beneath the shade of a robust willow tree. The woman, sheltered from the sun, had a basket in front of her containing a handful of pink nectarines. Lin Jiu, or rather, the discerning Gu Min who sought the nectarines, was fortunate. She had found a source for her desired fruit. Upon closer inspection, however, Lin Jiu realized that these nectarines were likely the remnants of someone else's selection. Their shapes were somewhat irregular, and some displayed minor blemishes. Yet, they were undoubtedly fresh, and peeling them into slices would pose no significant issue. Opting not to handle the less-than-perfect nectarines, Lin Jiu carefully chose a few that were passable and made her purchase, placing the newly acquired fruit gently into her basket. Throughout her selection, the woman selling the nectarines continued to chatter at her side, lamenting that if Lin Jiu kept being so picky, she would struggle to sell her wares. Despite the imperfect appearance of the fruit, the seller insisted that they were all excellent quality, attempting to persuade Lin Jiu to buy the remaining nectarines while steadfastly refusing to lower the price. Lin Jiu merely smiled and remained silent. After securing the nectarines, Lin Jiu navigated her way to Wang's Dairy, a place she frequented often. She was well acquainted with Wang Fei, the enthusiastic young assistant, who happened to be the shopkeeper's youngest son. "Ah, it's young Miss Lin again, here for milk? And butter, of course," he exclaimed. "Unfortunately, the butter has sold out. A servant from some family came this morning and purchased all of it. Had I known you were coming today, I would have saved some for you." Wang Fei rambled on, and then, gauging Lin Jiu's expression, he added apologetically, "Actually, I have an uncle who runs a dairy shop on Northgate Street, which has been in our family since my grandfather's time. It's been established much longer than this one. If you urgently need butter, you can inquire there." Despite the absence of butter, Lin Jiu opted to purchase fresh milk from Wang's Dairy. She mused that her successful acquisition of nectarines was surely due to Gu Min's fortuity rather than her own impending journey. Were it not for her prior arrangement with Gu Min to collect the order at Shunshi, Lin Jiu would have been disinclined to make this trip. Northgate Street, directly opposite Jiangzhou City's Northgate, was still a considerable distance from the bustling Qing'an Street, making the round trip far less convenient than her usual shopping on Qing'an Street. With a sigh, Lin Jiu reflected on her commitment to meet Gu Min, realizing there was no other option but to proceed. Lin Jiu took a few steps ahead to place the freshly purchased peaches and milk back at home, not only to prevent them from becoming jostled along the way, but also because holding them in her hands felt rather cumbersome. She felt too shy to ask Brother Lin to run this errand for her, yet she did not decline his company. After all, once outside her home, it was prudent for a young woman to avoid being alone. While unexpected events do not occur frequently, when they do befall someone, it becomes an absolute reality for that individual. Lin Jiu did not aspire to live extravagantly. In this mundane world, how many truly possess unfettered freedom? She merely wished to live earnestly, and that was sufficient. The journey was indeed shorter with the two of them together. And even though Brother Lin was not particularly skilled in conversation, Lin Jiu found the walk to Northgate Street rather effortless. Upon reaching the entrance of Northgate Street, she smiled, pondering how, within the confines of Jiangzhou City, how far could one truly be from another? The thoroughfare of Northgate Street was notably broader and more even than that of Qing'an Street, likely due to its proximity to the city gate, which attracted a considerable flow of carriages and pedestrians, filling the air with dust and a cacophony of sounds. Brother Lin guided Lin Jiu along the roadside, glancing at each shop in search of the cheese store. Before long, the siblings stood before a cheese shop, which appeared to be thriving, perhaps due to its location near the city gate, far more so than its counterpart on Qing'an Street. Brother Lin turned to Lin Jiu and inquired, "Is this the place?" Lin Jiu gazed at the sign above the entrance, her expression slightly perplexed. After a brief pause, she replied, "It should be." The large characters emblazoned on the sign read Old Wang Family Cheese, succinctly affirming the claims made by the young Wang regarding his uncle taking over the family business from their grandfather, creating an amusing contrast with the Wang cheese shop on Qing'an Street. However, the title Old Wang Family bore an unspeakable weight. Suppressing her emotions, Lin Jiu endeavored to maintain her composure as she entered the Old Wang Family Cheese shop. Inside, the staff were attending to other customers when a middle-aged man, resembling the young Wang who had recommended the shop, approached them. Surely, this must be the uncle referred to by Wang Fei as the proprietor of the shop. He exuded the same warm hospitality as the young Wang, greeting the Lin siblings with enthusiasm upon their arrival. Lin Jiu got straight to the point. "Do you have any butter available?" At last, Lin Jiu successfully acquired the sought-after butter, filling her own ceramic jar to the brim. With the mission accomplished, a weight lifted from her heart, allowing her to divert her attention to the sights and sounds of Northgate Street. In her memory, Lin Jiu realized she had scarcely visited Northgate Street, thus lacking any vivid recollections of it. This visit was primarily guided by Brother Lin, who had shown her the way. Observing Northgate Street now, Lin Jiu felt it was indeed lively, yet rather noisy, with a diverse crowd bustling about. Unlike the familiar neighbors and townsfolk she encountered on Qing'an Street. To endure a lasting life, Lin Jiu finds solace in the tranquil yet vibrant atmosphere of Qing'an Street. She shares her reflections with her elder brother, Lin Li, eager to hear his thoughts. Lin Li, contemplative, nods in agreement. "You are indeed correct, Xiao Jiu." And then, Lin Jiu inquires, is that all? Brother, it's not just about me being right. What do you think? How do you communicate with Sister Wan on a daily basis? Lin Jiu expresses her frustration. Lin Li, unfazed, responds earnestly, Xiao Jiu, having grown up on Qing'an Street. It is natural for us to perceive it as more comfortable and pleasant. However, not everyone shares our perspective. Each street has its merits. For instance, the business of Old Wang's cheese shop is considerably more prosperous than that of Wang's cheese on our Qing'an Street. Though Beimin Street may seem chaotic with its bustling crowd, the thriving commerce is undeniably real. Lin Jiu is taken aback by her brother's thoughtful commentary. She had not expected such depth of thought from Lin Li, who typically refrains from speaking much. In this moment, the 17-year-old Lin Li surprisingly exudes the dignity of an elder brother. However, must we mention Old Wang's? Lin Jiu refrains from disputing Lin Li's observations, nodding in agreement. As their conversation pauses, Lin Jiu unexpectedly spots a father and son approaching. The child, with a paper bag in hand, periodically pulls out a morsel to munch on, his cheeks puffing adorably as he relishes the treat. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jiu realizes the child is enjoying a type of sauce pancake, although distinctly not from the Lin family. Despite similarities in the oil paper wrapping and the way it is cut, she instantly recognizes the differences. The folding of the oil paper, which she encounters daily, reveals a clear divergence from her family's style. A smile spreads across her face as she recalls that the Li family mentioned a sauce pancake stall had opened on Beimin Street. Could this be that very stall? Chapter 13. Reed flour chickens. To her astonishment, Lin Jiu encounters a familiar, yet foreign sauce pancake on Beimin Street. The sight of the small boy delighting in his pancake feels like a discovery of a new world, prompting her to excitedly point out to her brother. Lin Li follows her gesture, finally understanding her enthusiasm. Having ventured out frequently, he has seen this imitation of the Lin family's pancake packaging more than once, realizing there is little he can do to halt it. Moreover, neither their father, mother, nor sister seems particularly concerned about the matter, leading him to become increasingly indifferent. However, it appears that Lin Jiu is not merely unconcerned, but rather finds joy in the existence of this new stall. Lin Li explains, not long ago, when our family sauce pancakes were first introduced, many attempted to replicate them, but most failed to capture the essence of the flavor. Gradually, interest waned, and now only a few establishments continue to produce them in the city. This stall on Beimin Street is likely one of the rare ones that has persevered and is doing well. It appears that following trends is not an easy endeavor. One misstep could lead to a failure akin to drawing a tiger, but ending up with a dog. Lin Jiu, feeling somewhat like an outsider, reflected on this notion. Contemplating further, her curiosity regarding the flavor of the sauce-flavored pancakes from the stall on Beimin Street grew. She yearned to discover what unique taste this alternate version of the delicacy might possess. Following the direction from which a child carrying a pancake approached, Lin Jiu spotted a small stall not far away, most likely the source of the pancakes. Brother, shall we venture over there? I am quite famished, and it would be perfect to purchase a pancake, Lin Jiu said with a cheerful smile. Her intentions were clear. She genuinely wished to savor the taste of pancakes from another vendor, and the emptiness of her stomach from skipping breakfast was equally true. Lin Li, unable to refuse his sister, recognized her desires, but as she had been busy since dawn, he could not bring himself to deny her. Let's go, he replied. Indeed, Lin Jiu took her brother to the sauce-flavored pancake stall on Beimin Street, patiently waiting in line. She craned her neck, occasionally gazing at the pancakes displayed at the stall. The stall appeared to be run by a very young couple. The man was quite sharp-witted, while the woman sported a traditional hairstyle. It was uncertain whether they were even 20 years old, yet they worked with remarkable efficiency. The husband prepared the pancakes while the wife cut and packaged them for customers. The supply of pancakes from Lin's family had been exhausted, whereas this stall continued to serve a steady stream of steaming sauce-flavored pancakes, clearly operating beyond the morning hours like Lin's restaurant. At this juncture, it was midday, and although the couple stall was not in the most prominent location on Beimin Street, their business thrived exceptionally well. When it was Lin Jiu's turn, she had already observed the price from the side. A portion cost 3 won, correct? Lin Li had previously stated that he had already eaten breakfast at home and did not require serving. After all, they were merely pancakes. Lin Jiu did not feel the need for pretense regarding this matter with her brother. "One portion for 3-1. Here is your pancake, miss. Please be careful not to burn yourself." The vendor's demeanor was notably considerate. "Here is your payment," Lin Jiu said as she accepted the paper bag containing the pancake from the woman, handing over the money. At this point, the transaction should have concluded, and Lin Jiu exited the crowd, focusing her attention entirely on the pancake in her hands. Unbeknownst to her, the young husband delivering the freshly made pancakes had a change of expression upon seeing her face. The couple, known as He Chung and Wu Xiao from Xiaoa village near Jiangzhou City, had witnessed the recent surge in popularity of Lin's sauce-flavored pancakes. Not long ago, when Lin's pancakes first gained notoriety, He Chung had come into the city to sell his homegrown vegetables. Hearing about the pancakes from various mouths sparked a flicker of inspiration in him. Consequently, He Chung sought out the Lin family restaurant on Qing'an Street, purchased a pancake, and after tasting it, felt that his idea was indeed feasible. With a keen mind and a strong sense of initiative, He Chung kept his thoughts to himself and repeatedly experimented at home, ultimately managing to create a flavor strikingly similar to that of Lin's pancakes, which astonished his initially unsupportive wife, Wu Xiao, in his quest to create a sauce-flavored pancake reminiscent of the original. He Chung has visited the Lin family's stall on multiple occasions, engaging in what he felt was somewhat of a guilty pleasure. As time passed, the appearances of the 4 members of the Lin family became etched in his memory, particularly that of Lin Jiu, who was responsible for selling the pancakes. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Jiu, recognition struck him, igniting feelings of trepidation, and his first thought was that perhaps this encounter was an invitation for confrontation. He Chung turned to his wife, Xiao, and said, "That person who just bought the pancake." Confused, Xiao replied, "Which buyer? What's wrong? I'm quite busy here." Aware that his wife had customers waiting, He Chung refrained from elaborating, stepping aside with a growing unease. He observed that Lin Jiu, after purchasing the pancake, did not leave immediately but instead took a bite right there, further amplifying He Cheng's anxiety. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu retreated from the crowd of eager buyers, unable to contain his anticipation as he took a bite of the sauce pancake. Indeed, this stall on Northgate Street managed to distinguish itself amidst a sea of competitors, not through mere gimmicks like slathering pancakes with sauce or sprinkling sugar on them, but through the genuine quality of its flavors. The sauce was meticulously crafted, infused with onions and other seasonings, suggesting a careful study of the Lin family's renowned pancakes. The flaky texture of the pancake indicated that its preparation was far from rudimentary, hinting at a mastery in kneading and handling the dough. Overall, the taste was commendable, and the price was a mere 3 coins, 1 coin less than that of the Lin family's pancakes, with little compromise on quantity. Given the bustling foot traffic on Northgate Street, a bit of hard work could yield significant profits. While Lin Jiu savored his food, He Chung could no longer bear to watch. He glanced at his wife, who was preoccupied with cutting and selling pancakes, oblivious to the unfolding situation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to approach Lin Jiu and stood in front of him. Lin Jiu, taken aback by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar man, paused for a moment before recognizing him as the young stall owner from earlier. Was he seeking something? Lin Jiu was perplexed, gazing at He Chung, who bore the lingering aroma of freshly made pancakes from his hours of work. Confusion flickered in Lin Jiu's eyes as he awaited the man's words. While Lin Jiu grew increasingly wary, He Cheng's approach was devoid of malice. Although he had emulated the Lin family's sauce pancakes, his intentions were not sinister. Firstly, he had neither stolen nor robbed. At worst, he had merely capitalized on an opportunity, adeptly navigating trends and swiftly putting his plans into action. These qualities, in fact, could be seen as commendable. Secondly, as a villager from a nearby hamlet, he recognized that the Lin family were established residents of Jiangzhou City, and many knew that they were the pioneers of the sauce pancake. Even if he harbored ill intentions, he knew he had to tread carefully. Having approached Lin Jiu, He Chung clearly had something to say. In truth, his aim today was to speak openly to clarify the situation. If the Lin family sought financial compensation, he was prepared to offer some remuneration, hoping to alleviate the guilt that burdened him. He Chung pondered this notion, increasingly convinced of its viability. With a smile, He addressed the Lin siblings. You must be the Lin siblings from the Lin family restaurant. Am I correct? Though phrased as a question, his tone exuded certainty. Lin Jiu gazed at He Chung in surprise. You know us? This inquiry from the young girl made He Chung somewhat bashful. Rubbing his head, he introduced himself. I am He Chung. The sauce-flavored pancake stall over there is jointly established by my wife and me. And the recipe was inspired by the sauce-flavored pancakes from your esteemed restaurant. Lin Jiu was taken aback. Had the trendsetters become so audacious as to proclaim their inspirations? Noting Lin Jiu's confusion, He Chung clarified, since my business is derived from yours, wouldn't it be appropriate for me to express some gratitude? This statement was primarily directed towards Lin Jiu, as he acknowledged she was the first to craft the sauce-flavored pancakes. Lin Jiu was genuinely amused. She had not anticipated that He Chung, seeming astute, possessed such straightforward thinking. She chuckled and replied, You need not express anything. Since you discovered it on your own, it is entirely your skill. I truly do not mind, really not at all. Brother, what do you think? She turned to Lin Li, seeking his input. Lin Li had relaxed his guarded demeanor and simply murmured in agreement. Xiao Jiu is right. However, Lin Jiu's reaction surprised He Chung. He had braced himself for the Lin family's usual haggling, prepared for a protracted negotiation. Witnessing the young girl's unexpectedly gracious and easygoing attitude only deepened He Cheng's feelings of guilt, making him feel even more awkward as a grown man who had discreetly taken advantage of a young girl's creations. Lin Jiu, evidently unconcerned with He Cheng's internal conflict, noted that time was slipping away. Although she found He Chung intriguing, she had no intention of lingering. With a smile that suggested she had not taken his earlier words to heart, she casually said, Dear brother He, please continue with your work. I see that your pancakes are nearly sold out. You should prepare some more to avoid keeping your customers waiting. Following Lin Jiu's cue, He Chung glanced towards his wife. Realizing that indeed, the remaining pancakes were few. At that moment, Lin Jiu waved her hand and, with a cheerful demeanor, whisked Lin Li away. As they walked some distance, Lin Jiu remained animatedly reflecting on the encounter, pleasantly surprised that the owner of the pancake stall had approached her, and he seemed quite amiable. Lin Jiu dismissed the incident as a mere interlude, leaving it behind her. Conversely, as He Chung returned home that evening, his mind was restless. He had initially sought solace through monetary means, yet he found himself feeling inferior in front of a young girl. Lin Jiu's nonchalant remarks made it all the more difficult for him to find peace. To put it bluntly, had he not essentially stolen the craft? In his village, someone like him, who appropriated skills and encroached upon another's livelihood, would face severe repercussions, perhaps even physical retribution, and be subjected to scorn from the entire community. He Chung recounted the day's events to his wife, a Xiao, who appeared somewhat dismissive of his concerns. Axiu, with a hint of disbelief, remarked, Is it truly that severe? Did you not derive it all from your own reflections? You haven't even sneaked a peek into the Lin family's kitchen. Furthermore, did not the young lady from the Lin family mention she was indifferent to it? So tell me, could I possibly recreate their savory pancakes without the Lin family's recipe? At once, Axiu found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she hesitantly inquired, What do you propose we do then? We have already committed a rather questionable act, and I can't help but notice that there seems to be some gossip circulating in the village. I had presumed they were merely envious of our family's newfound prosperity. During this period, He Chung and Axiu had endured considerable hardships to establish their pancake stall, and at long last, they had begun to earn some money, certainly more than merely farming. Could they truly abandon it all now? Such a notion stirred feelings of grievance within Axiu. Observing his wife's change of heart, He Chung sought to console her. It's not as dire as you think. Today, I found Miss Lin Jiu to be quite amiable. Why don't we? Heeding her husband's words, Axiu hesitantly nodded and stepped into the yard to gaze at the two round-eyed, half-closed black-boned hens in their coop, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Chapter 14. Water Chestnut Cake. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu had not given much thought to He Cheng's predicament. She seldom frequented Northgate Street and was uncertain about the future encounters with him or his pancake stall. To allow such an inconsequential matter to disrupt her peace of mind seemed rather imprudent. Although Lin Jiu deemed the matter trivial, upon returning home, She nonetheless relayed a brief account of the situation to Li Jiu. Li Jiu, maintaining her previous stance, expressed her agreement with Lin Jiu's approach. In her words, running a business, especially in the food industry, is no easy feat. They haven't stolen or wronged you in any way, so why take their money? There's no need to play the villain. Moreover, our Lin family is not lacking in funds. Li Jiu concluded her remarks with a commanding tone. Thus, the matter was laid to rest within the Lin household. In the afternoon, Lin Jiu busied herself once again with her cake-making endeavors, much like in previous instances. To speak of her willingness to engage in this pursuit is to attribute it to pure interest. Of course, it also afforded her a small profit. Following the same process as when preparing a cake for young Huai, this time, she replaced the pineapple with the sweet and tender peaches that Gu Min had requested. These peaches were the remnants left behind, less visually appealing, with some bearing the marks of being squeezed or slightly bruised. Lin Jiu meticulously discarded the inferior portions. Sampling a piece of the prepared fruit, the juicy sweetness, imbued with the essence of freshly picked peaches, was undeniable. Even Lin Jiu, who typically held little interest in soft peaches, found the flavor delightful. She glanced at the discarded parts, realizing that it was not a matter of her withholding the finest ingredients from Gu Min, but rather that he had specifically requested them. At a quarter before the hour, precisely 15 minutes prior to the time agreed upon by Gu Min and Lin Jiu, the tall and handsome figure of Gu Min appeared at the entrance of the Lin family restaurant. At Lin Jiu's request, he carried a sizable food box in his hands. Lin Jiu, not one to procrastinate until the last moment, had already prepared Gu Min's peach millefeuille and awaited him inside the restaurant. In this instance, Lin Jiu did not extend the same courtesy to Gu Min as she did to Guohuai. The caramel cream jelly gifted to Guohuai was absent for Gu Min. Gu Min returned the remaining 81 to Lin Jiu, offering her a faint smile before gracefully departing. Despite being aware of the handsome scholar's true gluttonous nature, Lin Jiu steadied herself, emerging from the enchanting smile that Gu Min had just bestowed upon her. Such an exquisite and unmatched smile truly struck a chord with her aesthetic sensibilities. As Lin Jiu gazed at Gu Min's slowly retreating figure, she found it both delightful and somewhat incongruous that he carried a food box in his hand, which seemed at odds with his ethereal appearance, igniting an impulse within her to approach and assist him. Shaking her head and chuckling at her suddenly absurd thoughts, Lin Jiu tapped her own head and retreated indoors. The following day, Lin Jiu had anticipated yet another tranquil day, with time flowing like a gentle stream. Even if there were occasional ripples, they would merely be the delightful waves stirred by delectable food. However, in the afternoon, a person whom Lin Jiu believed she would seldom encounter again made an appearance. Oh no, it was actually two. It was none other than the He-Chung couple. After meeting Lin Jiu the previous day, He-Chung had noticed her amiable and poised demeanor, which left him feeling somewhat inadequate as a mere apprentice who had covertly learned her craft. It was precisely due to the friendly disposition of the Lin family that a thought, which had previously crossed his mind, began to take root within He-Chung. The more he pondered, the more feasible the idea seemed. After persuading his wife, Xiao, the couple visited the Lin household in the afternoon of the following day. This was the situation Lin Jiu found herself witnessing. He-Chung held 2 tied-legged Lu Hua chickens in his hands, while his wife, Xiao, carried a large bag of pastries, their faces flushed under the midday sun, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. He-Chung had chosen to visit in the afternoon rather than the morning, not because he was dilly-dallying, for he was not one to dawdle. Rather, he considered that the Lin family would be busy with their morning business, and it would be quite rude to intrude upon them unannounced. Especially since he was seeking a favor, it would be exceedingly inconsiderate to hinder their affairs. Although Lin Jiu could not discern He-Chung's intentions and was unaware of his purpose, it was not a matter for her to fret over. After all, Lin's father and Li were present in the shop, with guests arriving and bearing gifts. Lin's father felt it inappropriate to have them linger at the door. Thus, he guided them to the main hall behind the restaurant. Li served tea to the couple, observing what they had to say. Lin Jiu felt that such matters did not necessitate her involvement, and, lacking any particular interest, wished to withdraw for a brief respite or perhaps to peruse a storybook. There was simply no need for her to meddle in this affair. As for He-Chung, though capable, he was still a young man, having recently wedded Xiao, both just over 20 years of age, and certainly not on par with Lin Jiu's parents. The scrutiny of Lin's father only made He-chung feel somewhat uneasy. Upon noticing Lin Jiu preparing to leave, he called out, "Miss Lin, please do not go." Upon He-chang's exclamation, all eyes in the room were immediately drawn to him, including Lin Jiu, who was poised to depart, and Li's gaze, which had suddenly sharpened. At this moment, He-chung felt an urgency akin to an arrow on the string, compelling him to recount the entire sequence of events in a single breath. Finally, he stammered, "Thus, I wish to take Miss Lin Jiu as my master." The declaration sent ripples of astonishment throughout the room. The members of the Lin family were momentarily taken aback as they processed He-cheng's words. Lin Jiu, in disbelief, pointed to herself and articulated slowly, "You mean, you wish to take me as your master?" He-chung nodded earnestly, replying respectfully, "Indeed, master. I have prepared the rituals for apprenticeship. I hope you will not look down upon them. From this day forth, I, He-chung, am at your service." Lin Jiu trembled as she protested. "Do not call me master. Do you know how old I am? Do you know how old you are?" With a sudden thud, He-chung knelt before Lin Jiu, proclaiming, "Disciple He-chung, age 20, pays my respects to my master." A Xiu followed suit, kneeling as well. "Daughter-in-law Wu Xiu pays her respects to my master." Lin Jiu was taken aback. He-cheng's act of reverence was monumental, for as the ancients say, a person holds three venerable positions: the sovereign, the father, and the master, indicating the exalted status of a master. By choosing to recognize Lin Jiu as his master, He-chung committed himself to a lifetime of devoted service and loyalty, enduring toil and reproach. For Lin Jiu, imparting skills to a disciple meant gaining an invaluable asset, an obedient laborer who could be entrusted completely. If this were a transaction, it would represent a remarkably advantageous deal for her. Yet, Lin Jiu found herself perplexed, pondering whether a mere recipe for a fragrant pancake was truly worth such an investment. This reflected her perspective on the matter. However, considering it from He-cheng's viewpoint, the recipe, trivial to Lin Jiu, represented the very foundation of He-cheng's livelihood. He believed that if he could master the alluring flavor, he would possess a skill capable of being passed down through generations. He even entertained the notion of one day establishing a century-old establishment. He-chung, originally a humble villager from Xiao village, had little land or wealth due to family misfortunes, save for a reasonably obedient wife, a Xiu. Their lives were fraught with hardship, and without children, he pondered how he could provide for a family. However, after he discovered the recipe for the fragrant pancake at the Lin household, he finally secured a stable income, allowing the couple to save a bit despite their frugality. Envy from others in the village simmered beneath the surface, but they lacked the talent to replicate his success. Yet, the jealousy paled in comparison to his disdain for any whispers that questioned the legitimacy of his craft. He detested any association with dishonor. Thus, in pursuit of both legitimacy and the authentic flavor of the fragrant pancake, He-chung resolutely decided to take a 14-year-old girl as his master. After all, as the scholars say, the accomplished are worthy of being teachers. With Lin Jiu's exceptional skill and character, how could He-chung not seek her as his mentor? Upon contemplating this, He-cheng's sturdy figure kneeling on the ground seemed even more resolute. No matter how Lin Adad urged, the young lad remained steadfast. Lin Jiu declared, "I refuse to accept." He-chung retorted, "If you do not accept me, I shall not rise." Axiu pleaded, "Please accept my husband." Lin Jiu gazed helplessly towards the heavens, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. After a flurry of chaos, the Lin family, panting heavily, finally relented to the unwavering He-chung. They were not the type to remain indifferent while someone knelt before them. In other words, they were somewhat pliable to gentle persuasion. He-chung's obstinacy left the Lin family at a loss for how to respond. "Very well, rise. I shall accept you," Lin Jiu said with exasperation, yet inwardly, she felt composed. After all, she was not a genuine 14-year-old maiden. She believed she could manage He-chung. He-chung and Axiu then stood up, brushing off the dust from their knees, joyfully gazing at Lin Jiu and the rest of the Lin family. "Master," He-chung called out loudly to Lin Jiu, then turned to address the Lin family. Lin Adad swiftly waved his hands. You two converse amongst yourselves. Do not call me by those peculiar titles. Then Uncle Lin, Andy, Lin Xiaoga. He Chung greeted each one in turn, with Axiu echoing him. Wishing you a prosperous new year. Lin Jiu quipped internally, rolling her eyes at the scene. Seeing the situation settled, Lin Dad suggested to the newly accepted member of the family, He Chung, why not stay for a meal? He Chung rubbed his hands together. How could I impose, master? He had contemplated the notion of apprenticeship for a duration not shorter than the time spent on a fragrant pancake. And now that he had successfully become a disciple, he quickly adapted to the role, calling out master with remarkable ease. I see you have no qualms about it. Lin Jiu retorted with a hint of irritation. Listen to my father. You should stay. We wouldn't let you call me master for nothing. Lin Jiu accepted He Chung's gesture of apprenticeship, which included 2 glossy black and white feathered hens and a packet of water chestnut cake. The hens were home-raised egg layers, and the water chestnut cake was a fashionable delicacy. For He Chung and his wife, who were largely unlettered, this gesture was a considerable fortune. Chapter 15. 3 dishes from 1 chicken. Since they were to host guests for dinner, preparing a splendid meal was inevitable. The Lin family, being in the restaurant business, had no shortage of ingredients or skilled cooks. However, given that He Chung was ostensibly Lin Jiu's own disciple, it would not be appropriate for Lin Dad and Lin Mom to bear the burden of cooking. Of course, it was also unsuitable for Lin Jiu, a mere young girl, to take on the entire responsibility for a banquet. Thus, she planned to prepare a dish, or rather, 3 dishes, 3 preparations from 1 chicken. This culinary method, known as 3 dishes from 1 chicken, involves utilizing the distinctive characteristics of various parts of the chicken to create 3 different dishes. The specific preparations can be tailored to personal preference. However, it is customary to include a chicken bone broth, while Lin Jiu intended to prepare shredded chicken salad from the breast meat and braised chicken pieces from the thigh meat. This was not due to Lin Jiu's unwillingness to dedicate time to crafting elaborate dishes or intentionally delaying for He Chung. Rather, the uninvited presence of He Chung and his wife left her little time to prepare. The current circumstances did not permit prolonged waiting, so Lin Jiu opted for home-cooked dishes that could be prepared swiftly, with the exception of the chicken soup, which required some time to simmer. The chicken, a plump Luowa variety delivered by He Chung, was freshly slaughtered, making it ideal for a delightful trio of dishes. Lin Jiu, after greeting her family and He Chung, grasped the chicken in one hand and a knife in the other, ready to perform the task of butchery. He Chung intended to assist, but was taken aback by how skillfully this teenage girl executed the entire process, slaughtering, bleeding, scalding, plucking, and gutting the bird without a hint of hesitation or discomfort. Since He Chung had chosen to acknowledge Lin Jiu as his mentor, he held her in high regard, yet the scene before him surpassed his expectations. He came to a profound realization. Lin Jiu was not merely a girl adept at crafting soul-stirring, flavorful pancakes. The one most affected by this revelation was He Cheng's wife, Xiao. Initially, she regarded the young girl with skepticism, but upon witnessing Lin Jiu's deft handling of the chicken, she understood that she had underestimated her capabilities. He Chung observed the Lin family, who appeared unfazed by Lin Jiu's actions. It was evident that her proficiency was a commonplace occurrence, and they had complete confidence in her. Once the ingredients were prepared, it was time for the cooking phase. Lin Jiu arranged her various jars and containers, bemused at He Chung's timely arrival. In the burgeoning era of the Great Daqi Dynasty, while a plethora of spices and seasonings existed, they often lacked the necessary preparation and proportion, with many never having graced a kitchen. During this period, Lin Jiu had diligently gathered and blended the seasonings she was accustomed to using, and now her collection was finally taking shape. Although there existed a saying that high-quality ingredients often required the simplest cooking methods, an assertion with some merit, it was not universally applicable. Different ingredients possessed unique characteristics, and to generalize would be to misrepresent their essence. Furthermore, the significance of seasoning in most dishes could not be overlooked. Exceptional ingredients paired with thoughtful seasoning catered to all tastes. Today, Lin Jiu's intriguing jars were set to make their debut. As Lin Jiu proceeded, a rich aroma wafted from the pot, immediately captivating Lin Ada, who was positioned across from her. This enticing fragrance soon enveloped the Lin family outside the kitchen as well as He Chung and his wife, igniting an uncontrollable hunger within them. The allure of the scent was irresistible. What had little Jiu added? He Chung, despite being the shorter apprentice, struggled to contain his curiosity and refrain from inquiring. Li Shi followed the enticing aroma into the kitchen to see what the girl was creating. "Little Jiu, why does your cooking smell so divine today?" Lin Jiu exclaimed, taking a deep breath of the fragrant air emanating from Lin Jiu's stove, his appetite thoroughly piqued. Previously, Lin Jiu's home-cooked meals, though delicious, had never commanded the same level of attention from everyone as her current endeavor. Lin Jiu gestured toward the jars on the counter, which were merely a collection of seasonings alongside oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, to accommodate the diverse palates of her audience. Lin Jiu had intentionally refrained from using too many strong spices, aware that some people preferred a more subtle flavor. However, the Lin family members and the He Chung couple, clearly entranced by the tantalizing aroma, were not entirely excluded from this gathering. Their reactions revealed a palpable anticipation for the richly flavored braised chicken. Lin Jiu refrained from boasting to her parents as dinner time approached, and the He Chung couple was still present. The priority was to enjoy the meal. Unlike previous occasions, the Lin family opted to use the grand round table in the main hall for hosting, showcasing a delightful spread of dishes prepared collaboratively with He Chung. The Lin family seemed to accept this arrangement quite well, while the He Chung couple appeared somewhat taken aback. They had never anticipated such a warm reception when visiting the Lin family to seek mentorship. He Cheng's eyes glistened with emotion. The sudden presence of two unfamiliar faces at the dining table initially unsettled the Lin family. However, moved by the moment, He Chung, feeling a kinship as Lin Jiu's disciple, quickly dismissed any sense of being an outsider. After sharing a few cups of light wine, he opened up, recounting his story candidly. His experiences of having a stepmother and subsequently a stepfather were not uncommon, yet hearing them still tugged at the heartstrings. Particularly poignant was the sight of He Chung, a man moved by memories, struggling to contain his tears as he spoke. He also shared his journey of establishing his sauce-flavored pancake stall, revealing much about this seemingly astute young man. Listening, Li Shi felt a mix of sympathy and amusement for the boy. Lin Jiu, too, was struck by contemplation. Was He Chung truly clever? He had nearly stabilized his pancake stall, and the Lin family had expressed no objections to his endeavors. Yet he insisted on apprenticing under Lin Jiu, presenting her with gifts of respect. This behavior seemed rather uncharacteristic of someone deemed intelligent. Was He Chung foolish? Surely, anyone capable of building a business from scratch could not be considered dim-witted. Lin Jiu found it difficult to draw a definitive conclusion about He Cheng's intelligence or lack thereof. However, from his fragmented narrative, she sensed that he was a person of conviction and simplicity, possessing ideas yet grounded in purity. Such a character was not one Lin Jiu found particularly disagreeable. Lin Jiu was open to taking on a disciple or sharing her knowledge with someone eager to learn. Yet, in her eyes, He Chung had already established a family and career far beyond the age of quiet contemplation and refinement, making him an unlikely candidate. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she glanced at the emotionally expressive He Chung and sighed, deciding to postpone any decisions for another time. As dinner concluded, the night sky gradually darkened, with a sliver of silver moonlight peeking through the clouds. He Chung's emotions had settled, having consumed little alcohol, and his outpouring of words stemmed purely from heartfelt sentiment. As the evening grew late, he insisted on taking his leave. "Uncle Lin, Annie, you should head inside," He Chung remarked. "We must rise early for business tomorrow." His words rang true. They could not afford to lose a day in their trade, as neglecting their loyal patrons could mean losing them to competitors or having their spots filled by others. In any case, they could not afford to be lax. The Lin family did not insist on further pleasantries, and He Chung turned to seek out his mentor, Lin Jiu, who then appeared at the doorway, cradling a ceramic jar. Lin Jiu extended the jar towards He Chung, but he did not accept it. Lin Jiu extended her arm and said with a hint of annoyance, "This is a token of gratitude for your apprenticeship. Are you unwilling to acknowledge me as your master?" He Chung, feeling a bit embarrassed, accepted the gift. Lin Jiu continued, This is the sauce for the fragrant pancakes I made. You may ponder over it at home, and if you have any questions, do not hesitate to come back to me." He Cheng's eyes brightened, and he replied, "Master, I will come to see you again." As He Cheng walked along the path back to the village, he did not boast about having taken Lin Jiu, the original creator of the fragrant pancakes from Lin's restaurant in Jiangzhou City, as his master. Yet he felt a sense of clarity in his heart, a newfound confidence that straightened his back, and he walked with an air of spirited determination. Xiao glanced at He Cheng, feeling a twinge of concern for their two chickens, but seeing her husband like this, she thought it wise to trust his judgment. Hand in hand under the vast starry sky, He Cheng felt grounded and hopeful. The Lin family, having bid farewell to the couple, collectively sighed in relief. The developments of the past few hours had been akin to a wild horse, galloping in an unexpected direction. Li Shi smiled and inquired of Lin Jiu, "What are your plans for this apprentice of yours?" Lin father and Lin brother also awaited her response. Lin Jiu pondered briefly before responding with a hint of uncertainty. "We shall see how it goes. Now that he has presented this token of apprenticeship, I am obliged to guide him in the art of making fragrant pancakes. As for the rest, let us observe his future conduct." Lin Jiu's lack of concrete strategy, upon reflection, revealed no glaring faults, at least for now. He Cheng did not strike her as a bad person. It was clear to the Lin family that what He Cheng sought was merely a recognition from the Lin family, and at most, a recipe for fragrant pancakes. Desiring something is not inherently dishonorable, especially when He Cheng had earnestly presented a token of apprenticeship and bowed before Lin Jiu. His sincerity in kneeling before the heavens, the earth, and his ancestors could not be questioned, and the Lin family felt a degree of trust in him. Li Shi remarked, "It seems our Lin family has been quite lively lately, first with Madame Wu, then young Master Gu, and now we have He Cheng, who is willing to be Jiu's apprentice." Lin brother interjected, "They are all guests." Lin Jiu smiled, "All who come are guests." At this moment, Lin father finally voiced what had been on his mind since the afternoon. "Little Jiu, would you tell me about the seasoning you used in today's dish? It was truly delightful." Chapter 16. Spices. Lin Jiu quietly prepared some seasonings, a necessity for a chef. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. For a chef like Lin Jiu, seasonings are as crucial as her knife. These seasonings included those she crafted from mushrooms, dried shrimp, and oysters, akin to monosodium glutamate and oyster sauce for enhancing flavor. Additionally, she utilized spices from the Lin family kitchen or herbal shop, such as bay leaves and cinnamon, along with blends created from these spices, like cumin, 5-spice powder, and 13-spice mix. Fortunately, Lin Jiu possesses a solid foundation as a chef and a broad range of culinary knowledge. Even so, the meticulous preparation of these condiments consumed a considerable amount of her time, energy, and a small sum of money. While Li Shi found Lin Jiu's seasonings to add flavor to the dishes, she was not particularly interested in their origins. In contrast, Linda and Lin Gu were eager to delve deeper into these condiments, understanding their uses, the appropriate times for application, and the methods of preparation. This curiosity stemmed not only from interest, but also from their shared profession as chefs. Lin Jiu was transparent with her family, frequently addressing Linda with questions to which she provided thorough responses. Lin Li listened quietly from the side, nodding occasionally, though he was uncertain how much he absorbed. As Li Shi passed by, she cast a glance at the trio engaged in their animated discussion and reminded them, "It's almost noon. Guests are arriving, and you should start preparing." Linda, reluctantly pulling himself away, responded, "Perfect timing. I shall sample Jiu's fresh seasonings as well." Li Shi retorted without hesitation, "Have you consulted Jiu about this? Don't waste the precious ingredients she has painstakingly crafted." Unfazed by her tone, Linda chuckled, "How could one consider it wasteful to cook? Right, Jiu?" "Indeed, we can always prepare more once it's used," Lin Jiu replied, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. "You truly are a father-daughter pair." Although Linda intended to try the new seasonings, it did not imply their immediate introduction into the dishes served to guests. For the Lin family's restaurant to successfully showcase Lin Jiu's concoctions, Linda needed time to familiarize himself with their application and proportions, preventing undue pressure from falling solely on Lin Jiu. Moreover, it was prudent to consider that the patrons' reactions might not be entirely favorable. As noon approached, patrons began to fill the Lin family restaurant, and various dishes prepared by either Linda or Lin Jiu were served to eager diners. However, the aroma wafting from the Lin family kitchen today seemed distinctively different from previous days. "Lin Xiaogu, what are you all cooking back there? The scent is quite potent," inquired a regular customer who had stopped Lin Li to inquire. "I find it rather fragrant," replied another patron at a nearby table, smacking his lips. "This aroma is making me hungry." Just as Lin Li was about to respond, Li Shi interjected with enthusiasm. "This is a new secret recipe we're experimenting with at the Lin family restaurant. You'll find out in a few days." Her voice, directed at this regular customer, was loud enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. "Why not present it for tasting? Let us see what marvelous creation has emerged from the Lin family." Someone chimed in, eager to partake. "Why the haste? Good food is worth waiting for. After all, one cannot rush the enjoyment of a hot dish. You can come back to support us later," Li Shi adeptly countered, though her tone was somewhat brusque. Regular patrons, accustomed to Li Shi's temperament, took it in stride, chuckling in agreement. "I shall eagerly await." Another chimed in. In the midst of her brief exchanges with the diners, Li Shi skillfully piqued their interest, leaving them enticed by the rich, tantalizing aromas emanating from the kitchen, which served as undeniable evidence of the culinary delights to come. The diners grew increasingly eager for the dishes soon to be presented by the Lin family. Having attended to the guests, Li swiftly made her way to the kitchen to check on her father and Lin Jiu, who were engrossed in their culinary endeavors, sweat glistening on their brows. While serving plates, she casually remarked, "The patrons outside are eagerly anticipating your new flavors." Lin's father wiped his brow and chuckled. "Well, they'll have to wait a few more days." As the day wore on, the Lin family, though engaged in the bustling restaurant business, exchanged little idle chatter amidst the flurry of activities. Once the lunch hour had passed, He Chung, Lin Jiu's young apprentice, arrived. Upon entering, he promptly set about washing the dishes in the family's basin, exhibiting an eager determination that suggested he would not take no for an answer. "Have you closed up already, He Chung?" Lin Jiu inquired, puzzled by his presence. As he scrubbed the dishes, he replied, "Master, there are fewer customers for sauce pancakes in the afternoon, so I thought I might check in to see if there's anything I can assist with before heading back to my stall in the evening." "You're overextending yourself." Lin Jiu frowned, concerned that he was pushing himself too hard. "Not all, it's only fitting. I worry you might think I'm not diligent enough." He Chung responded earnestly. Yet, he did not stop there. Once he finished his task, he looked around, eager to find more work. Seeing his restless demeanor, Lin Jiu sighed. "All right, enough of that. Come with me. I will demonstrate how to make the sauce pancakes." "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" He Chung asked, somewhat taken aback. Typically, apprentices in other households would spend 3 to 5 years performing menial tasks before earning the right to learn genuine skills. Even then, masters might withhold certain secrets. He Chung worried that Lin Jiu, being young and inexperienced, was placing too much trust in him. "You've already addressed me as your master. If I don't teach you some real skills, how will you uphold my reputation in the future? I wouldn't want to hear someone say the sauce pancakes from the Lin family's apprentice are merely mediocre, as that would jeopardize our business," Lin Jiu asserted with conviction. Her words filled He Chung with a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. "Master, I will certainly study diligently." All right, just watch closely, and if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask," Lin Jiu instructed. Without any pretense of delay, she meticulously walked him through each step, from kneading dough to simmering sauce and cooking, leaving no detail overlooked. The finished pancakes were presented to He Chung, who savored the exquisite, flaky flavor that was characteristic of the Lin family restaurant's offerings. He Chung felt a profound sense of appreciation and seriousness. His young master had indeed taken his education to heart. In that moment, as he observed Lin Jiu earnestly demonstrating the craft, he developed a genuine sense of reliance on her as a mentor. This, perhaps, was the essence of what it meant to feel at home. Lin Jiu, however, remained oblivious to the depth of He Chung's emotions. In truth, she did not perceive her actions as particularly serious or responsible. She simply recounted the steps and details as she would in her daily routine, nothing more. She even prepared a summary of key points or a technical booklet for He-chung. He-chung was evidently quite satisfied. His memory was commendable. He diligently noted the points Lin Jiu had mentioned and repeated them several times. After receiving Lin Jiu's confirmation, he was even more elated. Once the lesson concluded, He-chung, feeling a bit shy, said, "Master, look, I have learned your craft. Even if it's only at 70 or 80% proficiency. Those who come to my stall for pancakes will surely notice something different. If anyone inquires about it, may I, say it was you who taught me?" At this juncture, He-chung hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he realized that this could be perceived as leveraging the Lin family's reputation. Had He-chung lived in modern times, he might have succinctly defined his actions with the term hitching a ride on popularity. Noticing He-chung's furtive glances at her expression as he spoke, Lin Jiu found it amusing. She experienced an inexplicable sensation akin to that of an awkward bride finally meeting her in-laws. He-chung was the awkward bride, and the citizens of Jiangzhou City, patronizing his business, represented the in-laws. Shaking her head to dispel her odd thoughts, she encouraged the bashful He-chung, saying, "You've learned it, so what is there to hide? Go ahead, speak." "Thank you, master." Under the blazing sun, amidst the sweltering heat, only the slender green willow branches gently swaying offered a hint of the summer breeze, fleeting and dreamlike. In recent days, the patrons of the Lin family restaurant and their neighbors were caught in a delightful yet torturous anticipation. This was due to the intense aroma wafting from the kitchen, which swiftly invaded the senses like an army laying siege, manifesting as follows. Diners suddenly found their meals lacking in flavor. Those who had just eaten felt a renewed hunger, and those yet to dine believed they might perish from craving. In response to the Lin family's seemingly selfish actions, the crowd protested. "This is utterly tantalizing. Oh no. It's cruel." The eager neighbors and food lovers were on the verge of storming the Lin family's kitchen to uncover the secret. On that day, during the lunch hour, the enticing aroma once again emanated from the Lin family kitchen, swirling within the restaurant and sparking a flurry of discussions among the patrons. Unable to contain his curiosity, one guest, seizing the moment when Madame Li was absent, approached the more approachable Lin Li. He spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Lin, I've been dining at your establishment daily, all to uncover what your family is concocting. Can you discreetly tell me what that flavor truly is?" Lin Li displayed a troubled expression, recalling that, as Xiao Jiu had mentioned, this was likely a business secret. The inquisitor quickly recognized his faux pas and hastily added, "Just let me know when you plan to sell it." Lin Li sighed in relief. This was something he could divulge. "Selling? Why not? We'll start selling tomorrow." The crisp voice belonged to none other than Madame Li. Just moments ago, coaxing Lin Li, Uncle Ma suddenly recoiled and chuckled awkwardly. "Madame Li, you always emerge at the most opportune times. I was merely chatting with your eldest son. Is that true? New dishes tomorrow?" he inquired. "Not entirely new dishes. Merely a change in preparation," Madame Li clarified after a brief pause. "Look at what you've said. These dishes are merely variations of the same ingredients, differing only in their preparation." Indeed. Chapter 17. Vinegar Fish. Lin Jiu and her father, Lin, took their time, preparing to unveil a new dish crafted with a freshly concocted seasoning tomorrow. This endeavor was not solely to refine Lin's culinary skills or to produce more of such seasonings. Lin Jiu harbored a subtle intention, a notion she had long cherished, which had now become feasible due to the abundance of condiments available. After discussions among the Lin family, they ultimately decided to introduce a new dish every 10 days, designating it as the family specialty for that period. Each specialty dish would be available exclusively during its respective term, personally prepared by Lin Jiu, with limited availability. Should the dish prove profitable, it would be incorporated into the restaurant's regular menu. Of course, this concept of specialty dish was a private understanding among Lin Jiu and her family, intended not as a marketing gimmick. Lin Jiu was not inclined to seek attention. She preferred to quietly engage in endeavors she found intriguing, awaiting like-minded individuals to discover her creations. While the other members of the Lin family may have had their own considerations, they ultimately aligned with Lin Jiu's decision. Lin Jiu, eager and ready, aimed to bring forth renowned dishes that had been overlooked due to the historical misalignments of the Great Qi era. ensuring they had their moment in the spotlight. She envisioned the future, pondering how these dishes, which would later captivate the nation, would establish their presence during the Great Qi period. The anticipation filled her with a delightful thrill. For this current term's specialty, Lin Jiu prepared vinegar fish, specifically inspired by the famous West Lake vinegar fish. However, she was aware that there was no notable attraction named West Lake in the Great Qi, and in her 14 years of experience, she had yet to encounter any location by that name. Thus, it seemed inappropriate to uncritically adopt the title of West Lake vinegar fish. Near Jiangzhou City, there was no West Lake, but there flowed the emerald green Qingjiang River, accompanied by a tributary that meandered through the city, affectionately referred to by the locals as Little Qingjiang. The grass carp Lin Jiu intended to use today was sourced from this very tributary, weighing approximately 1.5 gene when purchased, having been kept in the kitchen for a few days to purge it of mud and sand. Although grass carp are inexpensive, they possess a strong, earthy taste. To create an exquisite vinegar fish from grass carp, the key lies in eliminating this fishy odor. The West Lake vinegar fish is renowned, yet many who have tasted it offer mixed reviews, with some even voicing harsh criticisms, largely due to its fishy taste. Achieving a tender, fragrant, and delectable vinegar fish is a true test of a chef's skill. To remove the fishy flavor, Lin Jiu meticulously attended to what might seem like cumbersome details to the untrained eye, executing her tasks with remarkable speed due to her confidence. Furthermore, the preparation of vinegar fish requires the traditional technique of 7 cuts, allowing the thicker flesh of the grass carp to cook rapidly in boiling water, ensuring the fish remains firm and tender, while also enhancing the dish's aesthetic appeal. Lin Jiu's vinegar sauce was thick and crimson, drizzled over the fish, making it irresistibly appetizing. This vinegar fish diverged from the common practice of steaming fish. She wondered how well it would be received. As Lin Jiu presented the vinegar fish, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. The Lin family had announced the introduction of a new flavor today, resulting in an unusually bustling atmosphere at the restaurant. With nearly every table occupied, they had not completely shifted to new seasonings, instead adhering to the specific requests of their patrons. Yet, it appeared that the guests were quite receptive to the tantalizing aroma they had been anticipating for days. Lin Jiu watched contentedly as her customers savored their meals. Yet she felt a pang of anxiety about the vinegar fish she was about to serve. The special dish for this period had not been explicitly advertised. It merely bore a discreet sign among the wooden menus in the restaurant's foyer. Unless one was particularly observant, they might not even notice the addition of a new dish. Priced at 35 won, this dish was not exorbitant considering the modest cost of the grass carp she used, though it was still a reasonable price compared to the more fashionable species like the mandarin fish or perch. One couldn't help but wonder if the first patron to order the vinegar fish had perhaps made an erroneous choice. Would they regret their decision upon tasting, finding it misaligned with their palate? To be honest, Lin Jiu was rather pleased with the vinegar fish today. Not a single drop of the sauce had splattered on the pristine plate, making the presentation both beautiful and enticing. Personally carrying the dish, she followed her brother Lin's instructions to identify the first customer who ordered the vinegar fish, a kindly-looking, portly elder with a calm demeanor, neatly combed hair, and a vibrant robe devoid of wrinkles, indicating a comfortable affluence. Lin Jiu set the vinegar fish before him and promptly withdrew. The elder regarded her with a look of surprise. His name was Qian Liangxin, affectionately known as Old Qian, a renowned Epicurean within the affluent circles of Jiangzhou City. He often roamed the streets in search of diverse culinary delights. The previous day, upon catching a whiff of an enticing aroma, he had sought out the Lin family restaurant, only to learn that the dish responsible for the fragrance would not be available until the following day. While disappointed, he ordered 2 small appetizers and was pleasantly surprised to find the chef's skill commendable, with the dishes expertly executed, thus heightening his anticipation for the new flavor set to debut the next day. Approaching noon today, Old Qian followed the even more potent aroma back to the Lin family restaurant. And indeed, as the proprietors had promised, the dish with its captivating flavor was now available, its rich scent irresistible. Naturally, he intended to indulge in a taste, ordering a pan-fried tofu, specifically requesting the new flavor that had garnered much acclaim, along with the previously unavailable vinegar fish. The vinegar fish was unfamiliar to him, yet he remained composed, waiting patiently, showing no signs of impatience, as if he were not in the bustling dining hall of the Lin family restaurant, but rather in an elegant private room prepared solely for his enjoyment. The pan-fried tofu arrived swiftly. Old Qian retrieved his silver chopsticks, delicately picked up a piece, and savored it, chewing slowly. Unlike the subtly flavored tofu found in other humble eateries or the delicately simmered tofu served in upscale restaurants, the pan-fried tofu at the Lin family restaurant, upon the first bite, exudes a fragrant and nutty aroma that momentarily overshadows the inherent taste of the tofu itself, instantly captivating the palate and igniting one's appetite. While employing robust seasonings may seem somewhat of a clever shortcut, it nonetheless stands as a commendable dish, as Mr. Qian discreetly nods in agreement, offering a fair assessment. Soon after, the sweet and sour fish Mr. Qian ordered is brought to the table. He observes that the young lady presenting the dish seems unfamiliar with serving guests in the dining hall, carrying with her a unique aroma reminiscent of the kitchen. Could it be that this teenage girl is a cook? Mr. Qian does not dwell on this thought, redirecting his attention to the sweet and sour fish before him. The presentation of this dish surpasses that of the previously served pan-fried tofu by a considerable margin, indeed showcasing a culinary creation he has never encountered before. With Mr. Qian's discerning eye, he quickly identifies that the fish is a grass carp, which prompts a slight shake of his head in disappointment. The strong fishy taste of grass carp is something he typically detests. After all, it is a modest eatery that resorts to using the cheapest grass carp to cut costs. Despite his disappointment, he approaches the dish with a nonchalant attitude and decides to give it a try, only to be taken aback by the transformation of his expression. Is this truly grass carp? There is not a hint of the expected fishiness. No, this is not merely devoid of an off-putting taste, but rather extraordinarily tender. It rivals, if not surpasses, the most sumptuous of autumn's crabs. Mr. Qian can hardly believe it, and upon taking a second bite, he discovers that this exquisite combination of the tart and sweet sauce with the succulent fish is simply delightful. After a couple of bites, he senses a distinct difference. It becomes evident that the chef preparing this sweet and sour fish is not the same as the one who crafted the dishes he had enjoyed yesterday, or the earlier pan-fried tofu. The former's culinary skills are evidently superior. This is not to say the latter's abilities are lacking. Rather, the former operates at an exceptionally professional level, and in comparison, even the minutiae reveal a marked disparity. One might argue that the former's prowess is far beyond what one would expect from a mere eatery chef. If in the initial bites, Mr. Qian was focused on discerning the techniques behind the sweet and sour fish, from that point onward, he simply indulged in the pleasure of the meal. This dish, one could assert, would be fitting not just in this modest establishment, but even in an esteemed venue like Tian Tower. At that moment, Mr. Qian reflects on the price of the dish, merely 35 won, which he finds to be an extraordinary value. Meanwhile, the diners at the neighboring table had already noticed that the dish before the elderly gentleman appeared distinct from the others, though they could not quite articulate why. It simply seemed that his fish exuded an air of sophistication. Initially, they refrained from initiating conversation, but upon witnessing the rapture on Mr. Qian's face as he savored the fish, they could no longer contain themselves. They waved over the server, Lin, casting meaningful glances as they inquired, "Young man, what is that dish, and how much does it cost? Bring us a portion as well." Lin pointed to the menu displayed in the dining area and replied, "Sweet and sour fish, 35 won per serving. Would you like to order one?" "Absolutely. Make it quick." With that, Lin Jiu returned with another order. While he seemed to grow a bit anxious, the dining hall was already filled to capacity, bustling with patrons. As soon as Li entered the kitchen, she spoke in a hurried tone, her anxiety palpable despite the thriving business. The aroma was simply irresistible. Passers-by were drawn in, eager to catch a glimpse. She could only apologize to them, asking for their understanding. Li rattled off her concerns without waiting for a response from the father and daughter, swiftly carrying the dishes away. In the kitchen, Lin Jiu and Old Man Lin exchanged knowing glances, breaking into laughter. "Uncle Ma, there's still no vacant seats. Perhaps you could return later?" Lin spoke with genuine regret, feeling quite helpless. Uncle Ma was a neighbor of the Lin family and a regular patron of the restaurant. Just a few days prior, he had been most inquisitive about the new dishes, and today, adhering to his usual schedule, he found the restaurant completely occupied. The more he pondered, the more dissatisfied he felt, convinced that he simply had to taste the Lin family-esque cuisine today. After sitting at home for a while, he returned again, only to find no seats available. This was his third visit. However, this time, Uncle Ma came prepared. When Lin informed him of the lack of space, he chuckled, displaying a look of youthful naivety, and said, "I brought my own food container. Just pack my two usual dishes in here." Lin then noticed the bamboo food container slung over Uncle Ma's shoulder, and upon looking up at his cheerful demeanor, she accepted it with a complex expression. At the Lin family dinner that evening, Li remarked, "Today has been truly exhausting." Known for her competence, she appeared more excited than fatigued, a sentiment echoed by the others in the family. "We should consider hiring a few helpers," Lin father contemplated. "We must choose wisely," Li agreed, though she acknowledged that hiring help was not a matter to be settled in a day. "I asked He Chung to come help out during lunch these past few days," Lin Jiu interjected. Since Lin Jiu shared the recipe for the fragrant pancakes with He Chung, considerable time had elapsed. Yet he consistently arrived in the afternoons to assist with various tasks, and today was no exception. He Chung was a commendable young man. He was earnest in his efforts. Today, a customer had specifically left a silver coin, stating it was for the chef who made the vinegar fish. He suddenly recalled something and smiled at Lin father. "That must be for Xiao Jiu," Lin father replied, astonished. Naturally, Li informed Lin Jiu about this news immediately, so when she heard her mother mention it, Lin Jiu was not surprised at all, though her lips could not help but curve upwards. "Our Lin family restaurant may soon gain fame," Lin father mused, sensing an impending recognition. Chapter 18. Lin father's intuition was indeed correct. The Lin family restaurant had garnered a reputation. If the fame brought by the fragrant pancakes was merely a fleeting moment, the new flavors introduced by the Lin family restaurant represented a transformative shift in the culinary culture of Jiangzhou City, leading all who tasted it to declare that this was what dining out should truly be. Of course, this perspective was held by the common folk. For seasoned diners like Elder Qian, their concerns were more profound. Foremost among them was the genuine skill of the chef, and the vinegar fish was evidently capable of delighting such discerning palates. In summary, on the bustling streets, the Lin family restaurant has captivated the palates of ordinary people with its exceptionally delectable and bold new flavors. In the quieter corners of literary salons, it has also subtly entered the awareness of certain individuals. Naturally, the visible and invisible opinions regarding the Lin family's culinary approach have little impact on them. Lin Jiu continues to refine and experiment with new dishes based on her past experiences, while Lin father and Lin brother are diligently honing their skills under her occasional guidance. However, the fame that has surged forth brings more than just advantages. For instance, Lin father has developed new ambitions. He aspires to establish a grand establishment for the Lin family, rather than merely a modest eatery. Thus, despite the profits he has garnered, he increasingly feels that the money is insufficient. Moreover, seated before Lin Jiu is a slender gentleman, the discerning manager, and who inquires, "Are you suggesting that you wish to purchase our seasoning formula for 50 taels of silver?" Lin Jiu shifts her gaze from the slight mustache of manager and smiles as she poses the question. To his surprise, the creator of the remarkable seasoning of the Lin family restaurant is, in fact, this young girl before him, and the Lin family appears to have entrusted such negotiations to her. "Indeed," manager replies, raising a finger and pinching his mustache with an air of arrogance. "A girl from a humble eatery like yours might never have seen 50 taels of silver at this age." Just as he anticipated the girl's face to light up with excitement, he heard her calm voice respond, "Manager, why don't we consider an alternative method of collaboration? Please don't be too quick to refuse. I can formulate more than just the seasoning you mentioned, and there are others beyond your Tian Tower who seek my expertise. How about taking some time to contemplate this?" As manager exited the Lin residence, he continued to pinch his mustache, reflecting on the remarkable potential of the young girl before him. Could it be that she had begun her culinary journey while still in the womb? If Lin Jiu could hear his thoughts, she would earnestly reply, "No, I actually began my culinary studies in my previous life." After bidding farewell to manager Lin Jiu released a long sigh of relief. She was not fearful of his visit. Rather, she dreaded the idea of him not coming at all. Manager representing Tian Tower, was, in Lin Jiu's eyes, the ideal partner for collaboration. Firstly, Tian Tower is one of the top restaurants in Jiangzhou City, boasting a commendable reputation and rumored to have powerful backing. Collaborating with them under such credibility would be incredibly advantageous. Secondly, Tian Tower operates numerous workshops, which would enable the swift promotion of her formula and ensure profitability. The proposed collaboration entails Lin Jiu providing her formula in exchange for a stake in the technology, while manager would supply the manpower and materials to produce and sell the products based on her formula, ultimately dividing the profits with Lin Jiu receiving 20% and manager 80%. Of course, the profit-sharing ratio remains negotiable. Lin Jiu harbors considerable confidence in the success of this venture, and the source of her confidence lies solely in the vast knowledge residing in her mind. Merchants pursue profit, and the knowledge in Lin Jiu's mind is an inexhaustible treasure. Certainly, should Lin Jiu tap her head and inform manager that this place is brimming with wealth, the two delicate whiskers upon manager S face would surely quiver with laughter. Thus, Lin Jiu, accompanied by the skeptical manager ventured into her kitchen, bestowing upon him a selection of spices, intending to let facts speak for themselves. It is worth noting that Lin Jiu's insistence on a profit-sharing arrangement with Tian Tower, rather than a complete buyout, stemmed from her contemplation of the so-called wealth that resided in her mind. In the future, Lin Jiu would undoubtedly need to present even more valuable offerings. To allow others to take without reciprocation would render her vulnerable, perceived as weak and easily exploited, akin to a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. Lin Jiu was determined not to be a victim. Thus, she had to transform passivity into proactivity. Moreover, the price offered by manager did not meet her expectations. It was wiser to fish for larger gains over time. Lin Jiu raised her teacup, savoring a sip of the tea that manager had disparaged, brewed from the sweet well water of the Lin family courtyard, fragrant and sweet, its aroma wafting through the air, yet it bore little resemblance to the fashionable tea preparation methods of the day. 2 days later, the diminutive, wiry manager returned for a visit. This time, his smile was notably more genuine and warm. Manager indeed lived up to Lin Jiu's expectations, merely suggesting that further discussions were needed regarding the division of profits. After a thorough negotiation, the final distribution was settled at 15% for Lin Jiu and 85% for manager, and Lin Jiu found this outcome quite satisfactory. The contract was drafted in duplicate, and after both Lin Jiu and manager affixed their signatures and seals, they exchanged knowing smiles, signifying the commencement of their collaboration. Jiangzhou City was established along the meandering Qingjiang River and was bisected by a small, rippling stream, the Little Qingjiang, a region renowned for its bountiful fish and rice. The denizens of this ancient city, with its crystal-clear waters, could hardly find greater contentment. In a grand residence, a young woman cautiously opened a small jar brought home by her husband, inquiring, "What is this?" "It's a gift from a colleague," he replied nonchalantly. "They say adding a bit while cooking enhances the flavor. Likely something akin to oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar." "I shall give a try tonight," she responded, her understanding somewhat muddled. Outside a dining establishment, an elderly man quietly inquired of his eldest son, "Did you manage to buy what I asked for?" Were it not for the fact that they stood at his own doorstep, his demeanor and tone might have led others to misconceptions. "I did. As soon as Jiu opened its doors, I squeezed in and finally secured it," the eldest son replied breathlessly, having just returned from his errand. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You young ones are quick to seize opportunities. Now, hurry to the kitchen and give it a try," the elder remarked before remembering the more pressing matters at hand and hastily making his way inside. In recent days, the influx of novel seasonings in the city has afforded the people of Jiangzhou a remarkable leap in their culinary experiences, captivating those who had only recently transitioned from steaming to frying, enamored by these enhancements that elevate and enrich their dishes. Even the most delicately flavored woman cannot resist adding a touch of the secret oyster sauce from Daqi Dynasty to enhance the flavor while stir-frying. When preparing meat or fillings, it is essential to incorporate a hint of the specially crafted 5-spice powder or 13-spice blend from Daqi Dynasty. Similarly, when braising meat, one must include the proprietary spice packet from Daqi Dynasty. Such practices imbue the dishes with richness and showcase the culinary prowess of the homemaker. In the realm of dining establishments, from the humble eateries to the more lavish restaurants, the rudimentary cooking methods of yore can no longer satisfy discerning patrons. After enduring repeated complaints about bland dishes that paled in comparison to home-cooked meals, proprietors have gradually learned to wield these culinary tools. Meanwhile, carts laden with the renowned secret seasonings from Daqi Dynasty are driven by discerning merchants into the capital and various locales of the Daqi Dynasty. Beijing. Luoying serves as the imperial capital of the Daqi Dynasty, positioned to the north and recognized as one of its most prosperous cities. Having passed through the scrutiny of the gate guards, slowly makes its way into this bustling metropolis. The rhythmic clatter of hooves resonates through the streets, coming to an abrupt halt before a courtyard. The chestnut horse lets out a snort, while its owner, a robust young man, affectionately strokes its mane, the warmth of the horse's breath brushing against his ear. He smiles amiably at the beast, before the man can knock. The commotion outside catches the attention of those within the courtyard, and the creaking door swings open to reveal a lanky, disheveled youth, younger than the man outside. Without preamble, the youth strides purposefully towards the cart escargot. What treasures await this time? The young man chuckles, a rare glimmer of shrewdness breaking through his usually simple demeanor. This time, I assure you, it's a batch of delightful goods. I guarantee you have never encountered anything trendier. Is there truly something fashionable in the capital that I have yet to see? Allow me to explain. This is from the Lin family courtyard in Jiangzhou. On a tranquil summer night, the incessant chirping of unseen insects fills the corners of the courtyard, not irritating, but rather imparting a tangible sense of life to the passage of time. The lights in the main house, where Lin's parents reside, as well as in the East Wing, where Lin's elder brother sleeps, have long been extinguished, leaving only the paper windows of the West Wing aglow with a warm yellow light. Lin Jiu sits before an oil lamp, the flickering flame casting a gentle glow over the yellowed pages of her book, where the words seem to shimmer momentarily. She pinches the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger, closing the book, hesitant to read further. Having stumbled upon a delightfully engaging piece of writing, even a simple dish is rendered vividly and compellingly, free from pedantry. This has greatly rekindled her suppressed passion for reading in an era that stifles such pursuits, leading her to lose track of time. Yawning, Lin Jiu cannot resist flipping back to the title page, noting the author's name, Shi Zhongyu, before extinguishing the lamp and making her way to bed by the light of the moon. As the night deepens and the moonlight brightens, Lin Jiu's breathing gradually returns to a steady rhythm within the West Wing. Lin Jiu slept deeply and sweetly, unaware of the significant events unfolding or about to unfold due to her presence. Chapter 19. The base. Just a couple of days had passed since the onset of autumn, and the mornings and evenings had finally turned a tad cooler, though the afternoons remained quite warm. As the saying goes, there are still 18 days of heat following the start of autumn. It seems that Jiangzhou's geographical position leans slightly southward, promising a few more days of this warm embrace. Lin Jiu rested her chin on the counter at the front of the restaurant, observing the bustling Agui, who resembled a busy bee, and felt a sense of ennui. Agui, whose full name was Yi Gui, had been introduced by He Chung as a helper, hailing from the same village, Xiaohe Village. This village had actually evolved from Xiaohe Village, with most of its inhabitants bearing the surname He. In contrast, there existed Daqi Village, but that is a tale for the larger and smaller He's. Agui, take a break and have something to eat. Lin Jiu reminded for what felt like the umpteenth time. Presently, the restaurant was occupied solely by Lin Jiu and Agui, who was fervently polishing the tables and chairs. Immersed in his work, it appeared that He Cheng's vague mention of Agui being rather simple yet diligent was far from an exaggeration. In fact, It could be considered an understatement. Lin Jiu mused as she heard a Gue exclaim, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Miss, I've finished my tasks. I'm off to eat." "Go on, the food will grow cold," Lin Jiu replied, not expecting a response from the rather simple-minded Gue, her habitual admonition slipping from her lips. Indeed, Gue cheerfully headed to the kitchen. The Lin family employed Gue for a monthly wage of 1 string of coins, with working hours from the end of the chun to the beginning of the shun, roughly from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, primarily performing odd jobs and managing a meal. Gue was quite content with this arrangement. He claimed it did not interfere with his farming or caring for his mother. This Gue was slightly older than He Chung, claiming to be 23 or 24, still unmarried, tending to an elderly mother while farming in Xiao Village. He Chung had mentioned that his family faced considerable hardships, and due to his somewhat simple appearance, finding a wife was challenging. Gue's industriousness made the cleaned and organized dining hall appear exceptionally bright and tidy. Lin Jiu's thoughts wandered. She mused that at this hour, there should be no more customers. Yet, as the adage goes, one often attracts what they contemplate. Just as Lin Jiu thought about the absence of customers, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the Lin family restaurant. As his features came into focus, Lin Jiu recognized him. It was none other than Gu Min, who had previously ordered cake. His elegant and handsome demeanor was truly unforgettable. Gu Min stepped inside, glancing around, and upon noticing the lack of other patrons, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lin Jiu's sideways gaze. He was aware that his visit was perhaps ill-timed, yet he was reluctant to leave empty-handed. "Master Gu, what would you like to eat?" Lin Jiu stepped forward to greet him, pulling out a long bench for the standing Gu Min and pouring him tea. "Guests are to be welcomed, not sent away." "Thank you. I'll have a serving of vinegar fish," Gu Min replied with a gentle demeanor. Upon hearing his order, Lin Jiu smiled, her face lighting up with evident joy. Upon noticing Gu Min's perplexed expression, Lin Jiu adjusted her demeanor and explained, "I apologize. The grass fish intended for the vinegar fish dish has unfortunately sold out today." Pausing briefly, she discerned a flicker of disappointment cross the countenance of the composed scholar. No longer wishing to tease, Lin Jiu continued, "However, considering you are the last guest for this dish, I have decided to prepare a serving with sea bass instead." With an expression that mingled surprise and delight, she regarded Gu Min, whose attention seemed not entirely fixated on the elusive vinegar fish. Gu Min inquired with curiosity, "Why does Miss Lin say I'm the last guest for the vinegar fish? Will it not be available tomorrow? Is the business not thriving?" He felt a tinge of embarrassment for having posed a series of questions, yet he maintained his gaze, eagerly awaiting Lin Jiu's response. Lin Jiu was taken aback by Gu Min's inquisitiveness when it came to food. His rounded eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge and confusion. She did not fabricate a casual excuse to appease him, but pondered seriously, "The business is fairly good. We generally sell out the portions prepared each day. The reason it won't be available tomorrow is that we are introducing new dishes." Lin Jiu beamed with a smile that seemed to contain a universe of stars. "There are many more novel and intriguing dishes that I wish for everyone to savor." Gu Min was pleasantly surprised by Lin Jiu's response. As he gazed at the bright-eyed girl brimming with anticipation, he found himself filled with excitement as well. Before he could share his thoughts, Lin Jiu cheerfully declared, "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare your meal," and she departed joyfully, leaving Gu Min chuckling in her wake. Before the smile on Gu Min's face could fade, he noticed Lin Xiao standing in the dining hall, wearing a solemn expression as he scrutinized him. "How is it? Is the vinegar fish made with sea bass more tender and flavorful?" Lin Jiu's tone was light and still tinged with laughter. Gu Min replied earnestly, "I have heard that with Miss Lin's culinary skills, even the vinegar fish made from grass fish would be extraordinarily delectable." Lin Jiu felt a surge of joy, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. She feigned modesty, saying, "Is that so? Such praise is truly excessive. Please enjoy your meal, Master Gu. I shall not disturb your dining." With that, the young woman briskly made her way to the back courtyard. A sense of inexplicable melancholy settled over Gu Min as he redirected his gaze from Lin Jiu's disappearing figure to the plate of vinegar fish before him. Thankfully, he had Lin Jiu's culinary creation to accompany him. with chopsticks in his right hand and his left arm brushing aside the wide sleeve of his robe. He began to indulge in the exquisite dish. The flavor surpassed both the rumors he had heard and his own expectations. Gu Min's slightly rounded eyes narrowed with contentment as he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. Having unexpectedly received feedback from a guest, Lin Jiu made her way to the back courtyard, her heart brimming with joy that she could no longer contain, and she laughed merrily. "What brings such delight? Why are you so cheerful?" Li Shi emerged from the main hall and, upon glancing at her daughter watering the vegetable garden with unabashed joy, inquired. Lin Jiu scooped another ladle of water from the wooden barrel beside her. Hearing Li's inquiry, she continued her task, bending down to let the well water flow gently into the parched earth, responding with delight. "I am laughing. Someone remarked that my vinegar fish is delectable." Upon hearing this, Li chuckled in agreement. What dish made by my Jiuer is not delicious? Li's candid praise of her daughter rendered Lin Jiu somewhat embarrassed. Unwilling to delve into such matters that were only meaningful to herself, Lin Jiu glanced around and asked, "Where is Gue? Has he returned home?" "Yes, I just sent him back. The work at the restaurant is nearly done, and since the time is ripe, I thought it best to let him go. After all, he has a mother waiting for him at home." They had merely secured a Gue as a helper at the restaurant. He was not a servant of the Lin family, and it would be unreasonable to impose upon him. Speaking of a Gue, Li seemed to have much to say. This Gue is truly a fine lad. At dinner, he insisted on taking half of his meal home for his mother. Li's expression reflected genuine appreciation, devoid of any discontent. Lin Jiu, observing Li's demeanor, smiled and inquired, "Did you allow him to take that half home?" Li raised her chin. "Of course not. I prepared another portion for his mother. How much can an old lady eat? It would be most unfair to deny a Gue his due for working so hard just for a bit of food." Lin Jiu's expression conveyed a knowing acknowledgement. She was well aware of her mother-esque nature. "Mother, you are truly kind, a genuine benefactor. Good deeds deserve encouragement." "What benefactor? It's merely a bit of food. Besides, I do share with others. It is only a Gue with a sincere heart who deserves such treatment." Li, feeling free to express her thoughts in front of Lin Jiu, imparted her philosophy on life and interpersonal relations. At last, noticing Lin Jiu's somewhat dazed expression, she sighed. "All right, go inside and take a rest. You've been busy since morning." Indeed, Lin Jiu had been attentive, though such philosophies of life often slipped through one ear and out the other. They resonated loudly while being heard, yet were easily forgotten. She certainly did not intend to disregard the depth of her mother's love. "Mother, I shall head inside now," Lin Jiu cheerfully replied, gently tossing the nearly forgotten ladle into the barrel and making her way to her cozy nook. In the barrel, the gourd ladle she discarded floated upon the circular surface of the water, creating gentle ripples that distorted the reflections of the courtyard walls, eaves, and sky. Gu Min strolled leisurely back from Qing'an Street, where willows lined the path, returning to Wudong Street, feeling that the food in his stomach had considerably digested. Wudong Street was notably tranquil, with every household's door tightly shut, silently conveying an air of no disturbance. Reaching the end of Wudong Street, he found a tall, straight sycamore tree, nearly the girth of two people embracing, standing quietly in the vacant lot. As the wind rustled through the dense, verdant, pointed leaves of the sycamore thrummed softly, casting a cool shade below. Gu Min retrieved the key and unlocked the gate at the end of the street, where the desolate courtyard seemed to have been inhabited solely by him from the beginning. In the corner, a layer of dry yellow leaves lay accumulated, while resilient wild grasses stubbornly pushed through the crevices of the stone pathway. Gu Min suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, a disease called desolation had quietly taken root in this courtyard and had even begun to invade his heart. He recalled the recently satisfied taste buds and the myriad of intriguing delicacies mentioned by the young girl, pursing his thin lips. He paused in his steps toward the study, shaking his head with a smile, and instead picked up the large broom leaning against the courtyard wall, leisurely walking towards the scattered leaves. Chapter 20. The Festival of the Hungry Ghosts, Part 1. As twilight descended and the evening breeze stirred, the Lin family finished their evening routines and began to prepare for rest. Lin Jiu stealthily emerged from her bedroom. Her excitement piqued by the sight of the large apparatus in the corner of the yard. It was a roasting furnace, vastly different from the rectangular ones commonly found in affluent households of the past. To describe it, it resembled the ovens used by street vendors selling flatbreads. Yet it had been modified in detail according to Lin Jiu's specifications. Its belly was larger than that of a flatbread oven, and it featured small holes around the opening for hooks. This was a furnace designed for roasting duck. Lin Jiu's inspiration for duck stemmed from the upcoming festival of the Hungry Ghosts, celebrated on the 15th day of the 7th month, a significant occasion rooted in the Buddhist legend of Mu Yin saving his mother. On this day of ancestor worship and the salvation of wandering souls, certain customs naturally accompany the festivities. For the people of Jiangzhou City, consuming duck or dumplings is an integral part of the celebration. While Lin Jiu was unfamiliar with dumplings, she was quite taken with the idea of the renowned roasted duck. In fact, prior to the popularity of stir-frying, the people of Daqi, especially the literati and upper-class individuals, had a profound fondness for roasted foods, referred to as jikai. Although it was a form of barbecue, in an era when seasonings were scarce, this jikai merely involved placing meat over an open flame. Nevertheless, in a time when steaming and boiling were the primary methods of food preparation, its flavor was indeed exceptional. Given that duck was traditional festival fare, the people of Daqi were no strangers to roasted dishes. Making roasted duck did not seem out of place. Gently caressing the heavy surface of the custom-made roasting furnace, Lin Jiu's mind wandered. Ultimately, it mattered little whether the excuse was fitting, as she had already resolved to proceed with her plans. Accompanying this enlarged roasting furnace was the previously mentioned rectangular oven, which would serve perfectly for skewers at a later date, but for now, it had been stored away in the utility room. Since the roasting furnace for duck was needed for the following day, and the weather appeared favorable, with no signs of impending rain, it was directly placed in the courtyard. Lin Jiu glanced at the night sky, where the twinkling stars resembled tiny gems scattered across a dark velvet surface, beautiful and enchanting. Perhaps, she mused, cumin powder could be included in the preparations? The next day, like clockwork, the Lin family rose early to commence their business of serving clear noodle soup and savory pancakes. Although the lunch business at the Lin family restaurant has been flourishing, Lin's father remained steadfast in his commitment to the bowl of clear soup noodles passed down from his grandfather, alongside the business of savory pancakes. After the morning rush, Lin Jiu hung a wooden sign for the roast duck, which she had personally crafted a few days prior, in the corner of the menu display. While the sign for the vinegar fish had already been taken down and stored after Gu Min's departure the previous day, a Gue had quietly arrived, collecting the bowls and chopsticks left by the morning patrons before disappearing into the kitchen, a task well within his capabilities. Lin Jiu stood at the entrance of the restaurant for a moment, observing that, with the approaching Hungry Ghost Festival, the streets seemed to teem with an increased flow of people, buzzing with a festive anticipation that would reach its zenith on the day of the celebration. Farmers selling their home-raised ducks filled the streets. The brown, speckled ducks appeared not only plump and charming, but also promised to be delectable. Shaking her head, Lin Jiu dismissed any thoughts that might draw the ire of duck enthusiasts and made her way to the backyard to commence preparations for the ducks. Typically, after the breakfast crowd dissipates, the Lin family restaurant would welcome lunch patrons approximately an hour later. However, with the recent surge in the restaurant's reputation, the business has become increasingly vibrant, meaning that arriving during peak dining hours could result in a rather cramped atmosphere, which might not be favorable for those who prioritize their dining experience. Moreover, there were occasional visitors who traveled specifically to sample the dishes at the Lin family restaurant. In short, the lunchtime stir-fry operations at the Lin family restaurant have begun earlier than ever. For instance, today, while a few patrons lingered over their noodle soup or delicately picked pickles from their small plates, 3 to 5 customers were already seated in the main hall, ready to place their orders. Judging by their flowing robes and refined manners, they appear to be a group of young scholars straddling the line between youth and adulthood. Li Shi, the proprietor, inquired with curiosity, "Why are you here so early?" The eldest among the scholars, amiable and talkative, replied, We have heard tales of the exquisite flavor of your vinegar fish, and we have come to sample it. Upon learning that this group had come specifically for the vinegar fish, Lin Jiu's expression turned troubled, prompting the scholar to ask, "What seems to be the issue? Is there a problem, madam?" At the mention of a problem, the previously composed young scholars, who had been discreetly observing their surroundings, turned their gaze toward Lin Jiu in unison. Under their scrutiny, Lin Jiu, feigning a semblance of embarrassment, explained, "It is not so much a problem. It is simply that the vinegar fish you ordered is no longer available." She gestured toward the wooden menu hanging in the hall to validate her statement. As they looked, it was indeed confirmed that the sign for the vinegar fish was absent. Why is it no longer available? An impatient scholar pressed for an explanation. Before Lin Jiu could respond, a familiar patron from within the restaurant set down her chopsticks and added with a chuckle, "Do not expect every restaurant, or even every tavern, to serve every dish." Although the words spoken by this individual diverged significantly from the true circumstances of the Lin family, they were undeniably reasonable and evidently persuaded several naive young scholars who were unaware of the full story. The youthful minds, inexperienced in the ways of the world, displayed a range of expressions, seemingly lost in thought. Li, the proprietress, did not contest the remarks of this familiar patron, appearing oblivious to the changing countenances of the young scholars. With a smile, she cheerfully inquired, "Would you gentlemen care to sample some of our other dishes? They are all highly acclaimed." Li's statement was not merely the exaggerated boast of a merchant, for in recent times, Lin Jiu's culinary skills had indeed flourished. Furthermore, both Lin's father and elder brother had made remarkable strides in their cooking, surpassing the average eatery and establishing a significant distinction. The pursuit of culinary mastery is arduous, and with such a splendid opportunity to refine their skills, ones that directly contribute to their livelihood, Lin's father and brother were thoroughly dedicated, even without Lin Jiu's prompting. Given their foundational knowledge and innate talent, their progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing Li's words, the young men immediately associated them with the newfound flavors of the Lin family's restaurant, their expressions easing as they began to leisurely peruse the menu, deliberating on their choices. Li glanced at the young scholars engrossed in the menu and bestowed a grateful smile upon the patron who had previously assisted her. The man returned her smile with a wave of his hand, casually tossing 6 copper coins into the cash box before strolling away. Meanwhile, the young scholars, now ready to place their orders, began to show signs of discontent regarding the dishes offered at the Lin family's establishment. Although they had yet to taste the food, the lackluster names of the dishes suggested they were rather commonplace. "Let's have stewed meat, poached shrimp, and blanched greens," proposed the leader among them, glancing at the menu while periodically checking on his companions, who mirrored his lack of enthusiasm. "And a serving of roast duck. Do you have any clear wine? If so, we shall have a pot of that as well." "Indeed, we do. Please hold on for a moment," Li responded, jotting down the orders before heading to the kitchen. Behind her, the subdued murmurs of the young men could be heard. "What is roast duck?" "It must be roasted duck, I suppose. I did not expect such a small restaurant to offer roasted dishes." Once Li's figure had completely disappeared from sight, the young scholars resumed their conversation at a normal volume. Who would have thought that the dishes in this restaurant would be so inexpensive? After all, it is a modest establishment and cannot be compared to Tyne Tower. The divine cakes there are truly unmatched. Not at all. I believe the snow haze soup I tasted last time was far superior. The tofu was as white as snow, and the hibiscus flowers resembled rosy clouds. A beautiful blend of red and white, reminiscent of a post-snow dawn. Marvelous indeed. Am I the only one who finds plum porridge to be the most interesting? Last year's early snow prepared a bowl of plum porridge, and this morning I still feel the plum blossom's proud resilience against the cold wind. Upon hearing Li mention that someone had ordered roast duck so early, Lin Jiu intended to step out and observe these patrons. However, before he could approach, he was met with a chorus of spirited discourse, interspersed with the awkward, rough voices of those in the midst of their vocal transformations. Lin Jiu quietly listened behind the partition between the hall and the small kitchen for a while, then silently withdrew the foot she had prepared to step out, secretly grinding her teeth. Today, she was determined to showcase her culinary skills to this group. As for the delicacies they mentioned, such as the Divine Spirit Cake, snowy Zaya soup, and plum congee, Lin Jiu was not entirely unfamiliar. She had resided in Jiangzhou for quite some time, and her financial circumstances were sufficiently comfortable. These seemingly extravagant dishes she had either heard of or tasted herself. As for their flavors, they were not unpleasant. Rather, some experiences were indeed better left unperceived, as the allure often lay in the poetic expressions of cultured individuals. Take the Divine Spirit Cake, for instance. It is said to invoke divine favor through ginger, yet in reality is simply gingerbread. Then there is the exquisitely named snowy Zaya soup, which consists of hibiscus petals simmered with tofu, and the refined plum congee, made with plum petals and snow water boiled with white rice. Lin Jiu was aware that Taiyan Tower also offered a highly praised dish known as the fortune cake, though the term fortune might be too pedestrian for this particular group to mention. Chapter 21. The Festival of the Hungry Ghosts, Part 2. Lin Jiu was solely focused on impressing these young scholars, determined not to let them underestimate the Lin family restaurant. Thus, she dedicated herself to presenting her dishes with even greater finesse. Of course, she usually paid great attention to detail. Lin Jiu thought with confidence. She instructed Brother Lin to deliver the dishes she had prepared, including the sliced duck, pancakes, and sauces, and she refrained from dwelling on what would come next. She felt she had exerted her utmost effort, and if the literary gentlemen seated in the hall were not satisfied, there was little else she could do. After all, it was unreasonable to expect these refined scholars to declare her food delightful. Contemplating this, Lin Jiu found herself appreciating the more unconventional gourmand, like Gu Min, who was undoubtedly more endearing. How could the disparities among people be so vast? Both were scholars. Yet Gu Min not only possessed striking looks, but also a more likable attitude towards food. In contrast, Lin Jiu's admiration for Gu Min grew even deeper. Returning to today's roast duck, it required considerable time and effort to prepare, and given the cost of the duck itself, the pricing had to be somewhat elevated. Originally, Lin Jiu had not anticipated opening so soon, but who could have foreseen the sudden arrival of this seemingly affluent group of scholars? As Lin Jiu pondered, Li Shi approached her once more. Assuming it was another business opportunity, Lin Jiu was taken aback when Li Shi, with an odd expression, informed her, "Those young gentlemen are clamoring to meet the chef behind the roast duck." Lin Jiu was puzzled. Li Shi reiterated, kindly adding, "It seems they believe the food is so delicious that they insist on meeting the chef. If they are not granted this, they refuse to leave." At this point, Li Shi rarely criticized, remarking, "I never imagined scholars could be so unruly." She continued, "These gentlemen have had a bit of sake and appear somewhat inebriated. Perhaps you should check on them and see them off." Lin Jiu felt a profound sense of speechlessness. Clear sake, with its high alcohol content, boasts a crisper taste compared to turbid liquors, yet possesses an undeniable potency. These young individuals, if they cannot hold their liquor, should simply refrain from drinking. Furthermore, why must one seek out the chef after indulging in alcohol? In response to this, Lin Jiu truly wished to employ a phrase from the esteemed Qian Lao. Having relished a delectable egg, what necessity is there to meet the hen that laid it? This group of intellectuals had arrived early, yet the hour was now quite advanced. As lunch approached, patrons began to trickle in, while a few individuals in the restaurant were dangerously teetering on the edge of drunken revelry. It is no wonder that Li Shi turned to her daughter for assistance in this matter. "I shall go speak with them, and then persuade them to leave," Lin Jiu said helplessly, without even bothering to remove her coarse cloth apron. Lin Jiu followed Li Shi into the dining hall. Upon passing through the partition, she saw the very group of young men who had been loudly flaunting their sophistication, all staring at her with incredulous expressions. The leader among them was named Shangzai. Initially, he and his companions had been utterly captivated by the exquisite flavors of this humble restaurant. The braised meat was a brilliant red, rich in taste, tender yet not mushy, fatty yet not greasy, truly inspiring one to compose poetry at once. The roasted duck was equally breathtaking, with its crispy skin and tender meat. Imbued with the aromatic essence of fruitwood charcoal, the novel method of preparation rendered it utterly irresistible, and they felt there was no food more elegant and delightful. However, there was one drawback. The names of the dishes were dreadfully mundane. Braised meat and roasted duck. How utterly pedestrian. Nevertheless, considering the undeniable deliciousness of the fare, Shang Zhe resolved to tolerate it. With a reluctant concession, an idea began to bloom in his mind. He admitted to himself that he had deliberately incited and even guided his companions to insist on meeting the chef, all in the hopes of persuading the culinary artist to bestow more refined names upon these two dishes. He envisioned that when these exquisite titles spread alongside the delectable food, it could forge a delightful tale of his own, Shang Zhe and the unknown chef. As these thoughts consumed him, his heart raced and the effects of intoxication intensified, filling him with eager anticipation for the chef's imminent arrival, an elderly figure with white hair and youthful features, or perhaps a stern middle-aged man with a heart of stone who would ultimately be swayed by his charm. As he indulged in these fanciful musings, Shang Zhe focused intently on the figure following the matron. To his astonishment, it was a remarkably graceful young girl. Shang Zhe's expression grew increasingly complex. Lin Jiu stood before Shang Zhe's table, puzzled to find that the young men who had so fervently clamored to meet the chef were now silent. She spoke gently. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Shang Zhe and his companions exchanged glances, unable to fathom that the chef was a charming young lady, seemingly even younger than the youngest among them. After a prolonged silence, it was the eldest, Shang Zhe, who cleared his throat and composedly spoke. "My dear lady, we find the names of the braised meat and roasted duck somewhat unsuitable." "And how are they unsuitable?" Lin Jiu inquired with an open demeanor. Upon observing Lin Jiu's earnest demeanor, Shang Zhe could not help but feel a profound sense of delight. He modestly remarked, "In truth, we find this name lacks elegance. I believe it would be preferable to rename it." However, before Shang Zhe could articulate his thoughts, Lin Jiu preemptively declined, stating resolutely, "No, it shall be called braised meat and roast duck. It is already regrettable that I cannot name them braised meat and Beijing roast duck. A name change is simply out of the question." Shang Zhe was momentarily taken aback, and Lin Jiu soon realized that her direct refusal might be somewhat impolite. With a sweet smile, she attempted to mend the situation, saying, "As a chef, I truly prefer to call them by their original names, braised meat and roast duck. If you gentlemen have any thoughts, feel free to discuss them privately. However, on the menu of the Lin family establishment, they shall remain as these two names." After speaking, Lin Jiu displayed a bashful smile, appearing quite embarrassed. With Lin Jiu's firm stance, the group of young scholars, all in their 20s, felt it inappropriate to press further against the young lady. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now," Lin Jiu expressed apologetically. "The restaurant is quiet, and I have many tasks to attend to." Shang Zhe clasped his hands together and replied, "My lady, please attend to your duties. We shall not intrude." The others accompanying Shang Zhe echoed his sentiments. Following this incident, the group's previously feigned drunkenness had dissipated significantly, and they felt too bashful to linger any longer. Having already indulged sufficiently, they settled their bill and departed. The commotion they caused drew a fair number of onlookers in the restaurant, awakening curiosity about the Lin family's braised meat and roast duck, thereby elevating the dish's renown. In a sense, the young man's desire for recognition had been fulfilled. Thanks to the custom of consuming duck during the Yulon Pen Festival, the roast duck business exceeded Lin Jiu's expectations, especially in the 2 days leading up to the festival, when demand surged, with many patrons making reservations to collect their orders on the festival day. Consequently, due to the considerable repetition of this process, the other members of the Lin family, apart from Lin Jiu, also gained some insight into the intricacies of preparing roast duck. Regarding the scholar's suggestion to rename the dishes, Lin Jiu had not heard any further whispers, as patrons continued to adhere to the names inscribed on the wooden menu crafted by Lin Jiu herself. Soon, the Yulon Pen Festival arrived. On this day, the Lin family restaurant remained open for business. In truth, throughout the year, barring a few days during the New Year celebrations, the restaurant consistently welcomed guests. However, the festival day possessed its own unique atmosphere. Upon rising to prepare for the day, Lin Jiu felt invigorated by the bustling crowd outside, even finding the ducks she had seen countless times over the previous days to be much more pleasing. The tradition of consuming duck during the Yulon Pen festival holds significance, as it is believed that on this day, departed ancestors crossed the river, separating the realms of the living and the dead, guided by these ducks, to receive offerings from their descendants. Thus, these ducks are indeed on important missions. After Lin Jiu finished attending to the last duck in her care, she felt as though the delectable aroma of roasted duck had enveloped her entirely. "My dear Jiu, you must be tired. Why not take a break? Perhaps your brother could take you to Baohua Temple for some amusement," Li Shi said with a hint of tenderness. During the Great Qi Dynasty, Buddhism flourished, and on the day of the Ulumbana festival, the area surrounding Baohua Temple in Jiangzhou City bustled with activity, featuring not only throngs of vendors, but also numerous performances that seldom grace the streets on ordinary days. Is that truly possible? Lin Jiu pondered, her heart stirred. Yet, leaving her father and Li Shi to toil at the restaurant did not sit well with her. What could possibly be amiss? I have already informed those inquiring that we have sold out of ducks and wrappers, and we are not accepting any more orders for roasted duck today. Li Shi asserta confidently. Sensing Lin Jiu's hesitation, she quickly surmised her daughter's thoughts. "Do not worry about your father and me. We have witnessed the Ulumbana festival at Baohua Temple countless times throughout our lives. You are still a child. It would be delightful for you to join in the festivities." Fearing that Lin Jiu might still hesitate, Li Shi called out to Li, "Take Jiu to explore Baohua Temple." After receiving a response from Li Shi added, "Be mindful, the area will be crowded, so stay close to your elder brother once you arrive." Lin Jiu, encouraged by Li Shi's words, felt a surge of excitement. "Shall I change into a different outfit?" she exclaimed, aware that her clothes were imbued with the scent of roasted duck. It would be difficult for anyone to overlook that she was a vendor of roasted duck. "If you wish to change, then do so. Wear that light pink dress. It suits you beautifully and complements your complexion. I recall there's also a pink silk ribbon somewhere. Where could it be?" Chapter 22, Ulumbana Festival, Part 3, Baohua Temple. Situated in the southwestern part of Jiangzhou City, boasts a history exceeding 300 years, far surpassing the less than 100 years of the Great Qi Dynasty. Legend has it that the temple's incense offerings flourished during the reign of a previous dynasty, enveloped in a haze of smoke that resembled a realm of Buddha. Though it experienced a lull during the tumultuous wars of the preceding dynasty, it has since begun to thrive once more in the current prosperous era of the Great Qi. Before Lin Jiu even approached Baohua Temple, she could see the golden-tiled rooftops glistening in the sunlight from a distance. As she drew nearer, she felt the throngs of people flowing around her like a continuous stream. The number of vendors lining the roadside had increased, mostly selling trinkets such as floral cords, hairpins, wooden spinning tops beloved by children, and clay figurines, along with various items for men, predominantly catered to women and children. A delightful sound of a clapper toy reached her ears, revealing an elderly man crafting sugar figures to attract customers. A few children, around 4 or 5 years old, were irresistibly drawn to the scene, their curious eyes darting between the fragrant sugar figures and the red-handled clapper toys. The raucous sounds of gongs and drums erupted, and in a spacious area along the road, a large crowd gathered in a circle, cheers and applause resonating from within. As Lin Jiu strolled along, she paused occasionally at a small stall to admire the latest styles of hairpins and hairbands, or bent down to observe the crickets, dubbed the victorious general. Wherever there was a gathering or excitement, she would draw near to take a glance. Though her hands were empty and she had purchased nothing, she felt a delightful sense of ease and festivity. Initially, Brother Lin remained vigilant, adhering to Li's admonitions and closely monitoring Lin Jiu's movements, but gradually, he too was swept away by the lively atmosphere and began to relax. When they finally reached the road directly opposite the grand entrance of Baohua Temple, they entered the domain of the monks. Having traversed through time, Lin Jiu harbored a profound reverence for the divine. Imitating the actions of others, she straightened her attire, respectfully bowed in reverence, and ultimately offered a few copper coins to the merit box. Upon hearing the familiar, melodious clink of the coins, she felt as though she had accomplished something significant and slowly retreated from the main hall. Brother Lin, who had completed this ritual long ago, was waiting for her at the entrance. At that moment, An elderly monk with white eyebrows and beard halted their progress. The monk wore a serene smile, and the color of his sparse hair conveyed an extraordinary aura. Lin Jiu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this monk would proclaim her exceptional lineage, bestowing upon her a fated connection? The thought excited her somewhat. However, nothing of the sort occurred. The seemingly remarkable master did not spare Lin Jiu a glance. Instead, he directed all his attention toward Lin Li standing beside her. Esteemed benefactor, I perceive the auspicious alignment of the red lawn star in your recent fortunes. Would you like me to divine your romantic destiny? The old monk inquired, tilting his head slightly toward Lin Li. At your age, must you resort to such endearing gestures? Lin Jiu silently criticized as she watched the monk ignore her entirely. Upon hearing the mention of the red lawn star and romantic destiny, Lin Li appeared momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Lin Jiu with evident uncertainty, as if unsure where to place his hands, a young man clearly preoccupied with his thoughts. The old monk's smile grew warmer and more assured, seemingly convinced that Lin Li would not escape this encounter unscathed. No, thank you. After a brief moment of flustered hesitation, Lin Li decisively declined, not asking anything further. His usual reticence made his refusal all the more resolute. The monk's expression momentarily faltered. Unwilling to relent, he persisted. Are you not curious about the one destined to accompany you through life? Whether your union will encounter obstacles, and how to overcome them? As he spoke, the old monk obstructed their path. Not curious. Lin Li's refusal was now unmistakable. Perhaps you might allow me to provide some insight? Lin Jiu interjected tentatively amidst the standoff. The monk's expression shifted to one of surprise. I see that the young benefactor is not yet of age to be troubled by such romantic concerns. I'm not. I don't need it. Enough. Brother, let's be on our way. The words of the old monk ignited a surge of ire within Lin Jiu. Grasping Lin Jiu's sleeve, swiftly led him away from the monk's presence. Behind them, the old monk shook his head, exuding an air of wisdom, before calling over a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years of age. Lin Jiu tugged at Lin Li's sleeve, and they continued at a brisk pace until the recitation of scriptures and the rhythmic beating of wooden fish from the Ulambana festival faded into the distance. The solemn heart of the Ulambana festival was hosted within the confines of Baohua Temple, yet Lin Jiu and her companion had already exited the temple, standing on the broad path before its entrance, which was also bustling with monks. Although the Ulambana festival was nearing its conclusion, the flow of people entering and exiting the temple remained substantial. This was due to the evening's activities, including the ritual for the lonely spirits and the floating of lanterns, prompting the city to lift the curfew for the day. On a platform erected at the temple entrance, a lay monk animatedly narrated the story of Mu Yin rescuing his mother, occasionally interspersing Zen anecdotes to engage the audience and ease their nerves, drawing a considerable crowd. Nearby, vendors peddling fruits and snacks thrived, demonstrating that the desire to profit was ever present. The relaxed atmosphere gradually soothed Lin Jiu's turbulent emotions. She glanced at Lin Jiu, relieved to find no peculiar expression on his face. However, Lin Li's attention was captured by something else not far away. Lin Jiu soon discerned his distraction and followed his gaze, quickly identifying a graceful and refined young woman at the stall selling hairpins. It was Zhao Wan. The memory of her brother learning to carve roses for Zhao Wan not long ago, combined with Lin Li's current demeanor, left no room for doubt in Lin Jiu's mind. Perhaps due to Lin Jiu's unabashed gaze, Zhao Wan noticed them. Lin Jiu tugged at Lin Jiu, weaving through the crowd until she stood before Zhao Wan. As they approached, two boys, Zhao Wan's younger brothers, emerged from behind the throng, one small and one slightly larger, each holding a delicate rattle drum, their hands clasped together. Though they appeared obedient, the lively glint in their eyes betrayed a mischievous spirit. Upon spotting Lin Jiu, they exclaimed joyfully, "It's Sister Lin Jiu and Brother Linda." Not minding the somewhat mismatched titles, Lin Jiu smiled back, saying, "Xiao Chang Xiao Xin, how are you?" Since she had last delivered a mille-feuille cake to Zhao Wan, Lin Jiu had gradually forged a connection with Zhao Wan and her two brothers, growing familiar with them. "Xiao Jiu, Brother Lin, what a surprise to see you here." Zhao Wan greeted them with a gentle smile, her voice laced with delight. Indeed, as evening approached and the crowd thickened, their encounter was quite serendipitous. "Sister Wan, are you planning to head back now?" Lin Jiu inquired. "Yes, I shall return now." With the crowd increasing, I feel somewhat uneasy bringing Xiao Cheng and Xiao Xian along. Zhao Wan replied. "Then let us go together. I'll follow behind, while the Gu leads the way." Zhao's family and Lin Jiu found themselves on Qing'an Street, where Lin Jiu cheerfully proposed, amidst the bustling crowd, that it was utterly impossible to stroll side by side and engage in light-hearted conversation. Even if the streets were sparsely populated, walking in tandem with several individuals would undoubtedly invite criticism, and impracticality to be avoided. As she spoke, Lin Jiu instinctively positioned herself at the back of the group, playfully winking at her taciturn elder brother. I too wished to linger at the rear. Xiao Xian remarked with amusement, echoing Lin Jiu's sentiment. Lin Jiu, with a smile, retorted, "Not permitted. Little Xian's task is to keep a close watch on his sister." Her sole intention was to ensure that the two children, Zhao Cheng and Xiao Xian, remained together. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that she would be the one to be separated in the end. Naturally, the crux of the issue lay with her. The Ghost Festival, an annual grand event, attracted not only the residents of Jiangzhou City, a thriving metropolis renowned in the Great Qi era, but also numerous visitors from afar, including the merchant standing before Lin Jiu. With an aquiline nose and deep-set eyes, his fair complexion framed by thick, dark hair and a bushy beard set him apart from the Han people, though he spoke Mandarin reasonably well. Reasonably well here indicated that Lin Jiu could understand him. At least, the bearded merchant's invitation to come and take a look was delivered with notable fluency. In Great Qi, the term refers to those whose appearances markedly differ from the locals, hailing from regions beyond the Central Plains. The people of Great Qi do not harbor disdain for the Hu. In fact, they have embraced certain aspects of Hu culture, such as the flatbreads, cheeses, and roasted meats that Lin Jiu was most familiar with, along with the recently popularized narrow-sleeved Hu garments among noble women. However, none of these reasons compelled Lin Jiu to pause. Before the vibrant Hu merchant lay a coarse cloth spread with an array of items seldom seen in the Central Plains. Yet what captivated Lin Jiu's heart were not the exotic handicrafts, but rather the small, dark red, shriveled fruits haphazardly contained within a leather pouch. Perhaps due to improper preservation or the passage of time, these shriveled fruits differed slightly in hue from Lin Jiu's expectations, yet they were undeniably the same. Attempting to calm her racing heart, Lin Jiu took several deep breaths, only to suddenly realize she had forgotten something crucial. Slightly adjusting her crouch position, she raised her gaze to survey the vast sea of people behind her. "Where's my brother?" Chapter 23. The Ghost Festival, Part 4. Even as Lin Jiu's mind was ensnared by the merchant's wares, she soon recognized that in the brief moment of distraction, she had become separated from Lin Li and the others. Gazing at the tightly packed throng, her expression shifted swiftly from confusion to acceptance of her predicament. Just as she pondered her next course of action, a familiar light laugh reached her ears. Turning towards the sound, she was suddenly face to face with Gu Min's breathtakingly beautiful visage. She felt her breath catch. The proximity to such male charm was utterly overwhelming. Lin Jiu composed herself discreetly, only to recognize the rather amusing predicament she and Gu Min found themselves in. Both were squatting, or rather trapped, in front of the small stall of a Hu merchant, exchanging glances that were somewhat comical. Gu Min had actually been at the stall for a while longer, admiring the exotic handcrafted items brought by the Hu man. He had noticed Lin Jiu from the beginning, yet the young girl seemed utterly engrossed in a particular object on the stall, oblivious to his presence. Just as Gu Min was about to discover what could captivate her so, he observed Lin Jiu suddenly awaken from a reverie. Her expression one of bewilderment as she surveyed her surroundings, as if she had just realized the situation at hand. Her inquiry elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. Upon meeting Lin Jiu's gaze, Gu Min straightened his expression and politely greeted her. "Miss Lin, what a coincidence." Lin Jiu, witnessing Gu Min's unruffled demeanor in such an awkward scenario, couldn't help but admire his composure. "It is indeed a coincidence, young Master Gu," she replied, her smile mirroring his calmness. While engaging in pleasantries with Gu Min, Lin Jiu contemplated her separation from Lin Li. Given her brother's character, he would likely not be the type to realize she was missing only upon returning home. She had already informed Lin Li and the others of her intention to return. So even if they had become separated now, he would probably assume she would head home first, which should pose no issue. More importantly, Lin Jiu's eyes were fervently fixed on a palm-sized leather pouch, an opportunity she simply could not afford to miss. Despite feeling relatively assured, she decided it best to act swiftly, lest her brother grow anxious. Thus, with her smile still intact, Lin Jiu addressed Gu Min, saying, "Young Master Gu, please feel free to continue. I shall not intrude any longer." Her polite farewell could be seen as a rather brusque conversation ender. Without waiting for Gu Min's response, Lin Jiu turned her attention to the Hum merchant, pointing to the leather pouch at the edge of the stall. "Excuse me, sir, what is this?" she inquired, quickly refining her phrasing for clearer understanding. "I mean, what is this item? What is it used for?" Though she had already resolved to make a purchase, she deemed it necessary to follow the proper protocol. The merchant waved his hand and replied in a heavily accented dialect of Mandarin. "You can string it up and wear it around your neck. It looks quite beautiful." As Lin Jiu inquired about the price, she took out a piece from the pouch and brought it to her nose, confirming, indeed, that it was chili. Though its appearance lacked the vibrant color and pungency she remembered due to improper storage, it was unmistakably chili. As for the merchant's notion of a chili necklace, Lin Jiu chose to withhold her opinion. Nodding in apparent acceptance of the merchant's description, she then asked, "I would like to purchase all of them. How much do they cost?" The confidence with which she spoke was not derived from the influence of a domineering CO, but rather from her astute observation that, in the hands of this merchant, chili peppers were languishing in obscurity. After all, few would willingly spend their coin on these aesthetically perplexing, shriveled fruits fashioned into necklaces. Moreover, aside from Lin Jiu, who else could possibly know that this peculiar item could transform into a delectable delight, perfectly suited to the soil and climate of the Central Plains, and that there was a high likelihood of a fruitful harvest? Even in the era Lin Jiu once inhabited, chili peppers were initially introduced to the Celestial Empire as ornamental plants, with no one anticipating that this charming little red fruit would possess such captivating allure when incorporated into culinary dishes. Clutching her purse, Lin Jiu awaited the response of the bearded merchant with anticipation. Inside her purse resided a fragment of silver and a small string of copper coins, which she had fortuitously brought along for contingencies. She mused silently that if her funds fell short, she would have no choice but to invite the merchant to her home to procure the additional payment, uncertain of his willingness. In her estimation, since the merchant had displayed these chili peppers, he was inclined to sell them. The price might be set slightly higher for profit, yet it would not be exorbitant. From a merchant's perspective, having let Lin Jiu slip away as a potential customer, finding another buyer for such an item might prove elusive. Upon realizing Lin Jiu's genuine intent to purchase the small bag of peppers, the merchant's rugged face registered surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he extended a finger and quoted a price, 1 tael of silver. Lin Jiu furrowed her brow, realizing she had not brought enough to meet that sum. However, this price seemed to be a spur-of-the-moment decision by the merchant, indicating room for negotiation. Without engaging in unnecessary banter, Lin Jiu promptly retrieved her purse, displaying the contents of silver fragments and copper coins for the merchant's inspection. She earnestly stated, "This is all I possess. Will it suffice?" Before the merchant lay approximately 5 chien of silver and a string of 10 copper coins. The merchant nodded in agreement. "Deal." Lin Jiu poured the coins into his hand and grasped the leather bag, inquiring with certainty, "May I also take the bag?" The merchant, preoccupied with the silver fragment, waved his hand dismissively. Lin Jiu tightened her grip on the bag's opening. Acutely aware that the dozens of shriveled chili peppers within had cost her 5 chien of silver and 10 of copper, rendering this purchase the most expensive chili she had ever acquired, and simultaneously the one she anticipated the most. After the transaction was concluded, she tucked away her empty purse and prepared to depart with the bag containing the peppers, only to discover Gu Min still standing nearby, watching her with keen interest, seemingly having witnessed the entire exchange. Lin Jiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking that to an outsider, She might appear as a naive young girl, spending a substantial sum on a bag of worthless goods. Yet, what did it matter? Feeling the weight of the leather bag in her hand, a subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Gu Min indeed had observed the transaction between Lin Jiu and the merchant. He trusted that she would not act recklessly, which only deepened his curiosity about the intriguing object that had captured her attention, alongside a concern that this petite girl might be taken advantage of by the towering merchant. The young girl found herself alone in the bustling crowd, accompanied only by a skilled chef known for her exquisite culinary creations. Gu Min's demeanor remained unchanged, but internally, he felt an increased sense of responsibility towards Lin Jiu, realizing he could not leave her unattended. Observing Gu Min's continued presence, Lin Jiu recalled his consistently friendly and courteous demeanor, often lending a hand to the Lin family's business. She felt it necessary to bid him farewell before departing. Gu Gongzi, I must take my leave, Lin Jiu stated, expecting a gentle farewell in return. Instead, she was met with his warm voice. Perfect timing, for I too am headed back. May I escort you, miss? Gu Min's offer was gracious, and Lin Jiu, recognizing his goodwill, graciously accepted his kind gesture. As they prepared to leave, Lin Jiu glanced at Gu Min, who stood with an air of composure, and then at the throng of people behind them, feeling an urge to sigh in exasperation. Gu Min, however, remained silent, seemingly prepared for the situation, and stepped confidently into the crowd. As he moved away from Lin Jiu, she distinctly heard his warm, almost playful voice say, "Miss Lin, do keep close to me." Startled for a moment, Lin Jiu hurried to follow Gu Min. The tourists around her brushed past, and she ceased to glance about, focusing intently on the path forged by Gu Min. His tall frame, often appearing slender, now seemed unexpectedly sturdy and dependable, akin to a tranquil harbor amidst a storm. As they reached the street corner, Lin Jiu felt her surroundings open up, her breathing becoming lighter and more effortless. She observed men, women, and children approaching from all directions, many carrying food and lotus lanterns, materials needed for the evening's festivities at Baohua Temple. Several carriages were parked along the roadside, with a servant patiently guarding them, gazing enviously at the carefree passers-by. Unable to resist, Lin Jiu glanced back at the throng still bustling within the confines of Baohua Temple, contrasting sharply with the tranquility ahead. "Miss Lin," Gu Min's gentle voice broke her reverie. "Look, is that not Lin Xiaoga?" Initially thinking Gu Min had called her for a reason, Lin Jiu was pleasantly surprised to realize he referred to her elder brother, Lin Li, who stood at the intersection leading to Qing'an Street. Lin Li was alone, the Zhao siblings presumably having returned home ahead of him. His gaze darted about, anxiously seeking something, seemingly unaware of Lin Jiu's presence. Lin Jiu halted her instinct to rush towards Lin Li and turned her face towards Gu Min, who had already perceived her intentions. With a gentle and understanding smile, Gu Min, while navigating through the crowd with Lin Jiu, had slightly disheveled his hair. Yet he appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, he exuded a charming allure. "Miss Lin, I shall not impose further. Until we meet again." Not all verbose. This was likely meant to accommodate Lin Jiu's eager desire to reunite with her family. Observing Gu Min's perceptive understanding, Lin Jiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if she were merely using someone and then discarding them. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, an excellent idea suddenly struck her. "Master Gu, once this produce is ready, you shall be the first to savor it." With a cheerful smile, she waved the pouch of peppers in her hand, and indeed, she noticed Gu Min's eyes sparkle with interest. "Thank you for today. See you next time." In the 24th chapter, during the Ulambana festival, feeling inspired to express her gratitude towards Gu Min, Lin Jiu briskly made her way towards her elder brother. As she approached Lin Li, just a few steps away, she sensed something and turned back. Gu Min remained in place, tall and graceful, his presence striking. A smile blossomed on Lin Jiu's lips as she contemplated waving, but deemed it inappropriate, so instead, she settled for a radiant smile and a slight wave of her hand. Receiving Gu Min's acknowledgement, she finally turned her attention to the possibly anxious Lin Li. At such proximity, Lin Li had already spotted Lin Jiu. Seeing her unharmed and even appearing quite cheerful, his previously anxious heart finally found relief. Earlier, Just before they reached the street corner, Lin had noticed the absence of his younger sister from their group. Scanning the crowd, he realized he couldn't see Lin Jiu's familiar little head anywhere. A wave of panic washed over him as he felt his heart plunge into icy despair. His sister was missing. Zhao Wan, holding on to two younger brothers, also sensed something amiss. Noticing Lin Li's troubled expression, she pondered briefly and spoke in a tone that was half reassuring, half analytical. Elder brother Lin, do not panic. It is quite likely that Xiao Jiu has been separated by the crowd and will catch up shortly. Let us wait at the corner as we head home. She may join us soon. If she does not appear after a while, we can begin searching together. Xiao Jiu is typically very astute. I believe she will be fine. Zhao Wan's thoughtful words, delivered with a gentle yet firm voice, gradually calmed Lin Li, who found her reasoning to be quite sound. Rushing into the crowd might only cause them to miss each other, so waiting seemed the wisest course of action. After a brief moment, he resolved that if Xiao Jiu did not arrive within the span of a tea break, they would enlist the help of neighbors to search. Despite his determination, Lin Li could not remain calm for even a moment without seeing Lin Jiu's safe return. He sent Zhao Wan away, who was still accompanying the two younger siblings, and stood alone by the roadside, scrutinizing every solitary young woman emerging from the street corner, fearful of missing Lin Jiu's return. Had it not been for Lin Li's composed and handsome demeanor, he might have been mistaken for someone with ulterior motives due to his anxious behavior. During this waiting period, Lin Li finally grasped the true essence of time dragging on painfully. When Lin Jiu encountered her elder brother, she immediately began recounting the events that had transpired, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, leaving only the matter of the pepper, which she briefly glossed over. Brother, where is Sister Wan? Has she returned home? After detailing her own affairs, Lin Jiu turned her concern towards others. Lin Li, observing his sister's lively demeanor, felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. The myriad anxieties he had felt moments ago dissipated into a mere, subdued acknowledgement. Although Lin Jiu had no intention of delaying, she still faced the repercussions of her tardiness. This was particularly evident when the Zhao family in the tavern on Qingyan Street expressed their warm concern regarding her being lost. The sensation was indescribable, and thanks to Xiao Cheng and Xiao Xian, I am fine now, Lin Jiu thought to herself, feeling like an emotionless machine of gratitude. Simultaneously, she secretly rejoiced at the thought that had she returned even a moment later, the situation could have escalated beyond mere concern from the Zhao family. If that had occurred, it would not have been as simple as their familial care. Reflecting on this, Lin Jiu realized she owed a debt of gratitude to Zhao Wan. As a fellow woman, Zhao Wan, considering the sensitivities of a young lady, refrained from causing a commotion when Lin Jiu appeared to be missing, thus avoiding unnecessary alarm that could have embarrassed Lin Jiu. Of course, the primary reason Zhao Wan had shared with Lin Li was her rational belief that the likelihood of Lin Jiu being truly lost was minimal. Nonetheless, after escorting her troublesome younger brothers home, she remained prepared to assist Lin Li should he seek help. While she did not intend to spread rumors about Lin Jiu's disappearance, the Zhao family members were certainly not strangers. Moreover, even if Zhao Wan remained discreet, the mouths of Zhao Cheng and Xiao Xian were not easily silenced. Thus, the knowledge of the incident had spread to the Zhao parents, resulting in several concerned members of the Zhao family waiting in the tavern, attentively monitoring the street. Upon seeing Lin Jiu return safely, Zhao Wan exhaled in relief but chose not to disclose her various considerations to Lin Jiu. The siblings arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's restaurant, which was already closed at this hour as it only operated during breakfast and lunch. They continued on without pause, heading directly to the side entrance of the courtyard at the back of the restaurant, which remained unlocked. Upon entering, Lin Jiu beheld the courtyard, where a small table used for evening meals was set up, alongside a tall offering table, nearly half her height, on the west side. At its center was the memorial tablet for grandfather and grandmother Lin, who had passed away early, leaving only their son, Lin Father. In front of the tablet was an incense burner, within which 6 partially burned sticks of incense were placed, presumably lit by Lin Father and Li Shi. Neatly arranged before the burner were 4 plates of fruits and 4 plates of pastries. This simple arrangement served as the offerings for the Yulan Pen festival. a tradition in the Lin family that remained largely unchanged over the years. Before entering, Lin Jiu had already unilaterally agreed with Lin Li to keep the incident of her being lost from their parents. Although she was aware that they might not be able to conceal it indefinitely, each day of silence would ease the emotional burden when it was eventually addressed. Upon returning home, Lin Jiu promptly stored the recently purchased dried chili peppers in her bedroom, considering them her treasure. Following this, she washed her hands and tidied her appearance before, under the watchful gaze of her father and mother. She and her elder brother Lin paid their respects to the ancestral tablets, offering incense before commencing the evening meal of the Lin family. The customs of a Yulon Pen festival dictate the consumption of dumpling pancakes and duck, and this evening's repast consisted solely of these two dishes. The duck, as expected, was an essential part of the meal, with Lin Jiu's roasted duck being a beloved staple among family members. The dumpling pancakes, akin to spring rolls, featured a crispy fried exterior enveloping a filling of assorted vegetables. Unlike spring rolls, the fillings in dumpling pancakes often comprised a medley of leftover ingredients. Lin Jiu, not one to be finicky, found the richly fried dumpling pancakes, golden and crisp, to be quite delectable. Once this festive meal concluded, the Lin family turned their attention to the evening's planned activities. Strictly speaking, Daqi enforced a curfew. However, as the material lives of the populace gradually improved, their spiritual needs yearned for fulfillment, leading to an increasing demand for nightlife, which had consequently given rise to corresponding industries. Thus, the enforcement of the curfew in Daqi was, in practice, rather lenient. Even the bustling imperial capital, Luo set an example in this regard. It is evident that the local authorities' control over the curfew was influenced by such practices. Nonetheless, despite the curfew being more of a formal regulation, it still managed to restrain a segment of the law-abiding citizenry. Yet today was different. Today marked the Yulon Pen Festival. Earlier, upon their return, Lin Jiu and her family had noticed that, although evening was approaching, the streets were increasingly filled with people heading towards Baohua Temple. Prompted by an early notice posted at the city's government office declaring the suspension of the curfew for the evening of the festival. Such announcements to lift the curfew on significant occasions like the Yulon Pen Festival had become a customary practice in recent years. Mirroring similar privileges granted on the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lantern Festival, and other important days, with a list of such favorite occasions continuing to grow. In the gentle embrace of twilight, the Lin family chose not to extinguish the candles in their courtyard and rooms, but instead secured the side gate of their small courtyard and ventured out together to partake in the evening's communal festivities, an event in which nearly every resident of Jiangzhou City would partake. The two men of the Lin household, Lin Jiu's father and elder brother, each carried a paper lantern adorned with lotus flowers, the bright flames illuminating the delicate pink petals in a small circle of stone pathway surrounding the lanterns. Li Shi and Lin Jiu were not empty-handed either. They held unlit lotus-shaped river lanterns, which had been prepared 2 days in advance for this moment. As they walked along the streets of Qingyan, the Lin family was not alone. Countless families, much like theirs, strolled through Jiangzhou City, their homes aglow with light and lanterns in hand. At this moment, the cobblestone path beneath the night sky glimmered with lanterns, devoid of raucous laughter, yet not entirely silent, but rather imbued with a soothing and profoundly awakening ambience. Under the veil of night, illuminated by the faint lights, the atmosphere turned ethereal. Venturing westward beyond Qingyan Street, a few turns would reveal the shimmering waters of the Shaoqing River, glistening under the moonlight. The gentle Qingjiang River meanders through the town, its waters crystal clear and tranquil, accompanied by a refreshing breeze infused with the essence of the river. A gray-white arch bridge spans the river, where numerous individuals, like the Lin family, hold lanterns in hand, preparing to release lotus lanterns into the water. Lin father quickly identified a flat and secure spot along the riverbank, leading the Lin family towards it. Lin Jiu and Li Shi promptly arranged the 4 lotus lanterns they held on the ground. Lin father produced a fire stick from his belongings, igniting it from the lantern he carried, and carefully lit each lotus lantern resting on the ground. Flames flickered to life within the heart of the lotus flowers, transforming them into vibrant blossoms radiating light against the night sky. As if they had been imbued with vitality and soul. Lin Jiu cradled a lotus lantern, the dim glow casting a soft illumination upon her delicate features. She crouched down, the pale pink hem of her dress gently cascading onto the grass beneath her. Extending her arm, she gently placed the lotus lantern upon the water surface. As it made contact, it sent ripples dancing across the river. Beneath the gently undulating surface, it seemed as if another small lantern illuminated the depths, resembling a myriad of stars cascading into the water. With a gentle nudge, Lin Jiu watched as her lantern spun slightly before merging with the others, embarking on a journey downstream. Standing up, she gazed out over the flowing river, where one by one, the softly glowing lanterns coalesced into another current, carrying the townspeople's tribute to their ancestors far away. At that moment, Lin Jiu could no longer discern which lantern had set sail from her hand. Chapter 25. Melon Seeds. The Ulumbana festival was a matter of yesterday, yet the offerings to the ancestors would continue for today and the following days. The fruits and delicacies that served as offerings have now been removed, awaiting the Lin family's enjoyment as blessings from their forebears. This can be regarded as part of the customs of the Ulumbana festival in Jiangzhou, and also as an essential practice for common households. Lin Jiu picked up a purplish-red plum, feeling its resilient skin beneath her fingertips. Not too hard, yet not overly soft. She anticipated the delectable taste it promised. Taking a small bite, the pleasant sound and sensation of breaking through the skin brought her comfort. Initially, the sharp tartness sent a delightful shiver through her, soon giving way to the fruit's sweetness. After another bite, revealing the remaining half of the plum and its pit, she felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Though the Ulumbana festival's duck feast had passed, the allure of roasted duck had not waned. Rather, it had grown in renown. Unlike the previously popular sauce-flavored pancakes and vinegar fish, which appealed primarily to the common folk and literati, respectively, the duck had garnered a broader audience, encompassing various social strata, including those of higher standing. Today, within the perception of Jiangzhou's populace, the Lin family restaurant has undeniably established itself as a respectable dining establishment, boasting a certain prestige. More importantly, the Lin family restaurant consistently offers delectable dishes. While this is largely due to the prowess of Duck, it is certainly not solely reliant upon it. The ongoing enhancement of culinary skills by Father Lin and Brother Lin, the restaurant's frequent innovative initiatives, and the accumulation of previous dishes have all laid solid foundations for the Lin family restaurant to transcend the ordinary dining establishments. As the Lin family restaurant gradually enters the consciousness of various social strata in Jiangzhou City, the disadvantages of being a small eatery have begun to surface. Foremost among these is the very notion of small. With an increase in patronage, the original layout of the establishment now appears inadequate, and the corresponding staff seems insufficient. Even with the addition of a diligent worker, Ague, the staffing remains strained. A small venue with limited personnel and a growing clientele inevitably leads to complications over time. In addition to the primary concern of size, the Lin family restaurant has faced criticism in certain areas, such as excessively low pricing, abbreviated operating hours, and inquiries as to why dinner service is not offered or why vinegar fish is no longer available. However, these minor complaints from patrons have yet to reach a level of concern for the Lin family, at least for now. Their primary focus, and the most pressing issue at hand, remains the expansion of the restaurant scale. Lin Jiu, with half a plum in her mouth and 3 more clutched greedily in her right hand, stretched her arms back, unconcerned about her appearance, and let out a long sigh. Since becoming Lin Jiu here, she had not felt such exhaustion in quite some time. Today's business at the restaurant had been exceptionally brisk. Lisher noticed Lin Jiu's fatigue. Her own culinary skills could only be deemed ordinary. Even with an influx of customers, the dishes were not prepared by her. However, Lin Jiu, standing at the pinnacle of the family's culinary expertise, certainly had her hands full. The Lin family's financial situation was quite favorable. On this street, Qingyin, they ranked among the more notable establishments. In contrast to daughters from families of similar standing, Lin Jiu was busily attending to every detail, while others might merely be embroidering or sewing, preoccupied with household chores, and perhaps even having a maid to attend to them. Reflecting on this, Li Jiu looked at her fatigued daughter, feeling both pride and concern. At that moment, she conveniently overlooked the fact that her daughter did not possess the skill to embroider. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Lin Jiu was working exceedingly hard. She then glanced at Father Lin, who was leisurely seated, eating grapes without peeling them, and felt a surge of irritation. What was he doing, eating instead of thinking of solutions, especially seeing how exhausted Jiu was? With a huff, Li Jiu moved a plate of grapes away from Father Lin. Unbothered by the removal of the grapes, Father Lin swallowed what he had in his mouth, glanced at Li Jiu, and then at Lin Jiu, who seemed still in a daze, and chuckled. Solutions do not materialize out of thin air. I am contemplating them right now. From Lin Jiu's observations, it was evident that Father Lin had been preoccupied in recent days, as she had noticed him leaving at unusual times. Li Jiu persisted. Well, think faster. Jiu enjoys cooking, but she shouldn't have to endure such fatigue. Why must you, as her father, always rely on your daughter's efforts? Father Lin continued to smile. My little Jiu is so capable. What is wrong with her parents leaning on her a bit? She willingly allows me to do so. Come, my dear wife, lean against me, he said. Li gently chided him with a playful pout, her demeanor teasingly shameless. Lin Jiu initially perceived this as a trivial marital squabble instigated by herself, hoping to mediate. But to her astonishment, it turned into yet another display of affectionate banter. TSK. Noticing that she was not involved, Lin Jiu rolled the tasteless pit of the plum in her cheek, finding no flavor left to savor. Her eyes wandered around the room, searching for a receptacle for the refuse, but found none. With the tasteless pit still in her mouth, she chose not to interrupt the seemingly harmonious exchange between her parents. Quietly exiting the main hall, spitting the plum pit beside the small vegetable patch in the yard, Lin Jiu cast a glance back at her parents, deep in discussion within the hall, before retreating to her own bedroom. Upon entering her sanctuary, she bypassed her bed, heading directly to her writing desk. This desk, custom-made to her specifications, adhered to a modern, minimalist aesthetic, featuring 2 horizontal shelves on either side, perfect for storing books and stationery. The carpenter who crafted the desk found it both intriguing and functional, inquiring if Lin Jiu would consider creating similar pieces for sale. As the sun dipped towards the evening, its rays no longer harsh, they filtered through the partially open window, casting a gentle light on a corner of the desk. Scattered casually across the surface were several sheets of writing paper and 2 books, one of which was a collection of essays by an author named Shi Zhongyu that Lin Jiu was currently perusing. She tidied the papers, books, and various trinkets into a neat corner of the desk, retrieving from beneath the surface the bag of dried chili peppers she had purchased at a premium the day before. The leather bag containing the peppers felt soft to the touch, marked with a dusty patina and signs of wear, likely made of sheepskin. It appeared to have been used for quite some time. Lin Jiu's fleeting analysis gave way to her full attention on the withered peppers within. The small sheepskin bag, measuring half a foot in width and slightly taller than its width, was not entirely filled with the dried chilies. As she pulled them out one handful at a time, spreading them across the desk, the bottom of the bag gradually revealed itself, suggesting there might be something else concealed within. Lin Jiu pinched an unidentified object from the bag's bottom, placing it in her palm for closer inspection. It resembled a seed from a gourd, its shell glossy and hard, though she refrained from breaking it open to see what lay inside. This must have been an accidental inclusion by the rough-and-tumble merchants. Given its considerable size and distinctive appearance, Lin Jiu could only think of one type of gourd. She counted the black seeds, setting them aside. There were only 8, indicating they were indeed an unintended addition, perhaps having wedged themselves at the bottom of the bag. Aware of the meager quantity of these mysterious seeds, Lin Jiu deemed it prudent to assess the number of dried chilies on her desk. After a thorough count, excluding those that were spoiled or incomplete, she found that a total of 75 chilies remained in reasonably good condition. Most measured the width of her fingers, with the shortest being half a palm's length and the longest nearly the size of her entire hand. Lin Jiu gazed at the distinct little piles of dried chili peppers and melon seeds on the table, contemplating for a considerable time, before taking her next action. She retrieved a small pouch, slightly larger than a coin, and meticulously placed the 8 melon seeds inside, one by one. Aware that these were likely melon seeds, she realized that planting them at this juncture was decidedly imprudent. As for the dried chilies, it was equally unsuitable for planting now, especially since the recent 15th of July had marked the onset of the harvest season. However, given that Jiangzhou City is situated in the southern region with a warmer climate, and considering that chili plants are considerably smaller than the sprawling vines of watermelons, it was not entirely impossible to cultivate them with some careful measures. More importantly, Lin Jiu was quite eager to witness the growth of chilies. To be prudent, Lin Jiu returned 70 intact chilies back into the original sheepskin bag, along with the small pouch containing the melon seeds, and gently placed them into her redwood money box, signifying her utmost regard for them. After returning the redwood box to the depths of her wardrobe, Lin Jiu looked at the 5 whole dried chilies and several less complete ones lying on her desk, a smile of excitement and anticipation lighting up her face. Lin Jiu was not particularly skilled in agriculture, and her understanding of chili planting techniques was quite limited. However, her confidence in cultivating chilies stemmed from the deeply rooted agricultural genes inherent in the soul of the Huaxia people, coupled with the guidance of the renowned green-thumbed Li family. The Li family had extensive experience tending to a small plot of green onions in their garden, which provided her with some assurance. The adage goes that seasoned farmers can intuitively manage crops. Therefore, she thought, I should be fine. Thus, the chili seeds extracted from the dried peppers were divided into several groups and planted in accordance with Li's guidance, as well as Lin Jiu's own ideas for enhancing germination rates. The patch of soil in the vegetable garden that received the most sunlight was enclosed with slender twigs, the freshly turned soil bearing a deeper color than its surroundings, indicative of Lin Jiu's recent watering. Similarly, the ceramic pot containing the chili seeds had been relocated to her room. The nights following the onset of autumn were no longer as sweltering as those of summer, yet they still carried a hint of warmth. Lin Jiu hoped this warmth would linger a bit longer as she gazed affectionately at the seemingly unremarkable pot of soil. From this moment on, the chilies in the pot would be my little pet. Lin Jiu silently clenched her fist. Chapter 26. The Tavern Before Dawn. Lin Jiu awoke in her soft bed, as was her custom. In early autumn, mosquitoes were particularly vicious, causing painful and itchy bites, prompting Lin Jiu to dutifully lower the jade-colored mosquito net before sleeping. Sitting up in bed, she could just make out her surroundings in the dim light, as well as the pallid sheen of her hand. Not wishing to linger in bed any longer, she lifted the netting, secured it on either side, donned her clothing, and changed her shoes. She opened the door, and a refreshing breeze swept in from the still dark night outside, alleviating the heated breaths that Lin Jiu had accumulated from a night of deep slumber. The first task Lin Jiu undertook upon rising was no longer to sip from a bowl of warm water, but rather to draw a ladle of water from the large vat by the well. She meticulously watered her vegetable patch, particularly the small plot of chili peppers she had planted the previous night. After this, she took half a ladle of water to her bedroom, gently nurturing the soil in the ceramic pot that harbored more chili plants. Once she completed these tasks, Lin Jiu felt a sense of accomplishment, allowing her to prepare for the day's labors with ease. As the business at the Lin family restaurant continued to flourish during the midday hours, Lin Jiu, one of the head chefs, found herself increasingly busy. The morning, which had once seemed somewhat mundane and slightly hectic, now appeared remarkably tranquil in contrast. In the mornings, Lin Jiu only needed to cut the savory pancakes sent from the kitchen and hand them to customers, ensuring that they placed their money in the cash box. When there were few patrons lining up for pancakes, she could leisurely observe the customers in the restaurant and the passers-by on Qing'an Street before her. In this relaxed atmosphere, Lin Jiu stood behind the long table where the savory pancakes were displayed, occasionally greeting a familiar regular or two who frequented the establishment to support the business. However, these regulars were different from Gu Min, or perhaps Gu Min was simply unique. What set him apart? Lin Jiu, feeling somewhat uneasy, shifted her gaze away from the handsome scholar seated at the table, pondering silently. It was likely because he had taken care of her, and she had promised him that he would be the first to taste her chili peppers. Perhaps this was the mutual appreciation that existed among food enthusiasts. Lin Jiu nodded to herself. Lin Jiu believed that Gu Min, as a fellow food lover, was not merely a coincidence. From her observations, Gu Min had been visiting the Lin family restaurant almost daily, sometimes in the morning, but mostly at noon. If he didn't arrive early, he would come a bit later, always avoiding the lunchtime rush. More importantly, Gu Min never left food uneaten, and every time he encountered a dish he relished, a genuine joy would light up his eyes. Indeed, even though Gu Min always maintained an air of composure, Lin Jiu could discern the subtle shifts in his demeanor when he savored a satisfying meal. Perhaps this was the unspoken connection shared among food enthusiasts. Lin Jiu nodded again in agreement. Just as Lin Jiu was delighting in her discovery of a kindred spirit, Gu Min noticed that she had a moment to spare and called out to her, "Miss Lin." Lin Jiu was all too familiar with the tone in which Gu Min addressed her. "I wonder what you purchased from that merchant during the Ghost Festival?" Gu Min thought that he and Miss Lin were acquainted enough that this inquiry would not seem abrupt. He had been curious about her choice at the merchant's stall, fully confident that she would not have been swayed by the merchant's claims that the items were beautiful when worn around the neck. As they parted ways, Lin Jiu remarked that Gu Min should be the first to savor that item, and her palpable anticipation and joy only deepened Gu Min's curiosity. Gu Min composed himself, contemplating that he was not merely reminding Lin Jiu to let him taste it first. Rather, he was simply eager to indulge in it. Upon realizing this was Gu Min's inquiry, Lin Jiu felt invigorated. However, she soon recalled the chili seeds she had just planted in her bedroom, uncertain if they would yield any harvest this year. The day to fulfill her promise seemed a distant prospect. With that thought, Lin Jiu gazed into Gu Min's inquisitive, slightly rounded eyes and felt a twinge of guilt. She briefly explained the matter of the chilies, noticing a contemplative expression cross Gu Min's face. "So it is used for seasoning? Is it spicy like ginger? Like Sichuan pepper?" He speculated. "No, it possesses a more pure form of spiciness," Lin Jiu corrected him. "A pure spiciness? No wonder it is called chili," Gu Min mused, though he still found it hard to envision what pure spiciness would taste like, his eyes reflecting a hint of eagerness to try it. Although Gu Min had a preference for sweet delicacies, it did not deter him from embracing novel experiences. Observing Gu Min's expectant demeanor, Lin Jiu hesitated but ultimately divulged that she could not guarantee a successful harvest. While she had been brimming with confidence when planting the chilies, she was reluctant to make promises to others for fear of disappointment. "If they truly do not grow, I can share some of the dried chilies with you." "That would suffice," Lin Jiu offered, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting with a portion of her cherished dried chilies. Gu Min's eyes sparkled with sincerity as he replied, "There is no need for such concern, Miss Lin. Without your culinary skills, those chilies would merely be wasted in my hands. Moreover, I firmly believe you will succeed in growing them. Then I shall take your kind words to heart." Lin Jiu responded, her eyes crinkling with delight at Gu Min's loyal praise. Gu Min smiled faintly, moving to the entrance of the restaurant, and casually remarked, as if discussing mundane matters with a friend, "From now on, I may not visit as often." Lin Jiu was taken aback. "What brings this on?" she inquired. "It is nearly time for the autumn examination," Gu Min replied, his expression neutral, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. The autumn examination occurs in mid-August, and with the end of July approaching, the date loomed closer. The Lin family had no members pursuing the imperial examination, and Lin Jiu had not considered this aspect. Gu Min, being a young scholar, was certainly expected to continue his studies. After ruminating for a while, Lin Jiu could not conjure any profound or resonant words to match the gravity of the situation, realizing too late the inadequacy of her literary knowledge. "Well then, Gu Gongzi, come back for a meal after your examination," she said flatly. Gu Min, sensing that Lin Jiu had more to express, lingered for a moment, only to be met with her succinct response, which made him chuckle. "All right." After nearly working through the entire afternoon, Lin Jiu was no stranger to the demands of the kitchen, but for a girl of her stature, it was indeed a considerable strain. Continuing in such a manner was not conducive to her well-being, nor to the Lin family restaurant. Lin Jiu cast a glance at Ah Gue, diligently scrubbing away in the courtyard, and at He Chung, bustling back and forth between the restaurant lobby and the yard. Thankfully, with these two handling the mundane tasks, she could afford a moment's respite. Stretching her limbs, Lin Jiu mused to herself that indeed, the exhaustion of work and the exertion of physical exercise were entirely different matters. Though she claimed she was taking a break, in reality, Lin Jiu did not rest. She returned to her room, retrieved an ink stick, and poured a small amount of clear water into the round, weighty inkstone. As she rotated her wrist to grind the ink, her mind wandered, contemplating the content she was about to inscribe. Once the ink reached the desired consistency, Lin Jiu had nearly completed her mental outline. She laid a slightly yellowed sheet of paper flat on her desk, ensuring to place some scrap paper beneath it to prevent any ink from seeping through and staining the surface. Grasping a fine-tipped hard bristle brush, Lin Jiu pondered before she began to write slowly. As graceful characters emerged on the paper, the ideas in her mind began to take shape. What Lin Jiu was transcribing was none other than a summary of her culinary knowledge. Such a didactic exposition would not be particularly friendly to novices without guidance. It was undeniably suitable for the Lin family. Lin's father had run the restaurant steadily for many years and possessed invaluable insights. Lin's elder brother, having been immersed in the environment since childhood, frequently participated, and though he may not have reached the level of a seasoned expert, he certainly surpassed the basics. To draw an informal analogy, what Lin Jiu was writing could be likened to an enhanced study resource, one that even the most diligent scholars would find beneficial. Tonight, the Lin family's dinner would be served a bit later, primarily because Lin's father had yet to return. The flames in the two candlesticks in the main room flickered steadily, and a creaking sound resonated from the courtyard. Mrs. Li stepped outside to inquire, soon followed by her voice questioning Lin's father about his late return. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jiu beheld her father, brimming with vitality, appearing at the threshold of the main room. At 36 years of age, Lin's father undoubtedly qualified as a middle-aged man in the Daqi era. Yet, the radiance in his expression imparted to Lin Jiu a sense that her father had regained his youthful vigor. Swallowing a bite of the lotus seed cake she was enjoying, Lin Jiu curiously asked, "Father, what brings you such joy?" Lin's father reached out his large hand and ruffled Lin Jiu's hair. Taken by surprise, she stepped back, adjusting her hair which felt tousled by his rough palm, frowning as she regarded him. Regrettably withdrawing his hand from his daughter, Lin's father chuckled warmly. "Our family is going to open a tavern. Are you happy, Xiao Jiu?" Upon hearing her father's declaration, Lin Jiu's eyes widened slightly. She could surmise her father's ambition, but she hadn't anticipated such swift action on his part. Lin Jiu had assumed that this time her father would merely hire another waiter and a vegetable washer, not realizing he would take such a significant step. If they were to open a tavern, surely it would require an actual building. Not only Lin Jiu, but even Lin's elder brother, who had been silent in the main room, conveyed a similar astonishment in his gaze. As Li entered with the tray, she immediately heard the unmistakable voice of Lin, unrestrained and candid. Her expression bore little astonishment, suggesting she was already aware of the matter at hand. "So, are you truly prepared?" Li inquired, continuing the conversation. "Indeed, didn't you say not to tire out our daughter? Therefore, I must act swiftly," Lin replied, his earlier enthusiasm now tempered, replaced by his usual cheerful demeanor. "What a mess." Li shida playfully. Lin Jiu, seemingly oblivious to the playful banter between her parents, pondered seriously. What does it entail to open a restaurant? Are we to purchase another location, or what? Lin, ever willing to enlighten his daughter about decisions already made, chuckled. "We will be reconstructing the current eatery. Tomorrow, I will inform the guests. Work shall commence the day after. Subsequently, we will be closed for business for about a month, allowing our family to enjoy a well-deserved respite." Lin Jiu raised no objections to her father's plan to open a restaurant. After all, such significant family matters did not require her intervention. She nodded in understanding and then asked, "Can we expedite the renovation? It would be wonderful if we could open before the Mid-Autumn Festival. This way, their restaurant could take advantage of the festival's popularity for promotion." Lin nodded in agreement. "If the weather permits, it may just be possible." "Enough of your father-daughter chatter. It's time to eat," Li interjected, setting the table and interrupting the seemingly endless discussion between the two. Chapter 27. Technical manual today. Lin returned late, and darkness had already fallen. With the advent of autumn, the weather was no longer as sweltering as summer, so the Lin family had ceased outdoor dining. The dinner conversation revolved around the renovation of the restaurant. Not only was Lin Jiu curious, but Li also inquired, and Lin Jiu listened attentively. The workers for the restaurant have been hired. What are the plans for the furnishings and arrangements thereafter? Lin Jiu asked, eager to delve into the aspects that piqued her interest. Well, we will model it after those smaller establishments. We cannot compare ourselves to the renowned ones, but we can certainly emulate the smaller ones. After all, it's all about the same elements, Lin explained. The layout would consist of 2 floors, with the main hall on the ground floor and private rooms above. A common design for modest eateries. There were also establishments that separated public areas from private ones on both levels, albeit in fewer numbers. Some decorations will also need to be considered, Li immediately added. This period will allow us to hone our culinary skills, Lin Jiu remarked, referring to her passion for cooking. We will also need to recruit a few more individuals. With this in mind, it became clear that there were numerous tasks ahead. Later that night, in the dimly lit bedroom of Lin and Li, she nudged Lin, who was already preparing to sleep. Are you truly going to open a restaurant? She asked. Is there any doubt? Have I not already informed you? With no children present, Lin's demeanor towards Li was evidently more relaxed. While I still possess some vigor, I must act now. In the future, when I grow old, I may lack the strength to pursue such endeavors. Lin reflected, adding, and I owe much to little Jiu. Upon mentioning their daughter, Li's voice softened. Jiu enjoys cooking and is quite skilled at it. She often loves to experiment with unusual recipes. With a smile, Lin Daddy added that once the restaurant opened, he would hire additional staff, allowing Xiao Jiu to pursue her desires freely. Li did not have much to counter this statement, so she shifted the conversation. Have you spoken to a Gue about the restaurant's renovations starting the day after tomorrow? Mention it to him tomorrow, and inform him that he will have a month off, with half a month's wages compensated. Should a Gue's monthly salary be increased once the restaurant transforms into a tavern? Yes, it should. Li did not inquire about the extent of the increase, nor did she question whether the establishment would recoup its expenses after the transition. Although there was no one else present in the room, she instinctively lowered her voice. Given the numerous expenses, will the funds suffice? For the time being, there is no need to worry about money. In the darkness, Lin Daddy's expression and tone remained lighthearted, crediting his wife for her prudent management. The praise brought a mix of shyness and joy to Li, who playfully pinched Lin Daddy and admonished him to refrain from such trivialities. On the following day, the Lin family formally announced the restaurant's transformation into a tavern, and they subtly mentioned the impending closure for renovations to patrons dining there. Using the conspicuous notice posted at the restaurant's entrance. Li, what is that notice at your door? Uncle Ma inquired. Pointing at the announcement, Lin Daddy had affixed early that morning. Living nearby and being a frequent patron of the Lin family restaurant, Uncle Ma, who had never learned to read in his youth and lacked the energy to do so now, was a candid and uncomplicated man. Familiar with Li, who often greeted customers at the restaurant, he couldn't help but ask about the notice filled with text. Given that the restaurant has been crowded during lunch lately, we intend to expand it a bit. Starting tomorrow, we will be temporarily closing our doors, so we must inform everyone. Li replied. Then I must extend my congratulations. Uncle Ma awkwardly clasped his hands, his gestures being somewhat misplaced. If he were not a well-known acquaintance, Li might have scolded him for his ill-timed mannerisms. All right, come inside and sit. You can offer your congratulations once the renovations are complete. As Uncle Ma walked in, he continued to chatter. Your restaurant truly deserves to grow. With your family-esque culinary skills, it's no surprise that the Lin family has gained a reputation. Subsequent patrons inquired about the renovations, while others scrutinized the notice on the door. Li and the other staff explained the situation to the guests in various ways. Gradually, it became common knowledge among those dining at the Lin family restaurant that would be upgrading to a tavern and would remain closed for the next month. Due to the restaurant's considerable foot traffic and growing recognition, news of the renovations spread swiftly. Even those unaware at first would soon discover the closure upon attempting to dine there in the coming days. Reactions to the news varied. The neighbors expressed a sense of nostalgia, realizing that the Lin family restaurant, which had evolved from Grandpa Lin's noodle shop, have been operating for over 30 years, a remarkable achievement indeed. There are also regular patrons who frequent the Lin family restaurant, apprehensive that the affordable yet delectable establishment might soon increase its prices, transforming it into a luxury they can no longer afford. Conversely, there are those who eagerly anticipate the upgraded Lin family tavern. These individuals, often discontented with the restaurant's previously cramped atmosphere, begrudgingly submitted to the allure of exquisite cuisine. Their financial means are relatively ample, and the impending price hike may very well align with their spending habits. Of course, there exists a certain group of individuals who, upon witnessing others gain advantages they themselves lack, cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. Their remarks regarding the Lin family restaurant's grand developments are laced with a sour undertone, as if they were akin to a lemon spirit that has existed for a millennium in the city of Jiangzhou. The Lin family remains largely oblivious to these external murmurs, or even if they possess a vague awareness, they do not particularly concern themselves with it. As long as they are not subjected to humiliation, the opinions of outsiders hold little significance. After all, even the most exalted figures, such as emperors, are not immune to gossip. So it is hardly surprising that their modest establishment faces scrutiny. The renovation of the Lin family restaurant is proceeding as scheduled. While Lin Jiu can offer suggestions regarding the aesthetic aspects of the tavern's refurbishment, she is not burdened with the architectural concerns that precede it. Such matters are hardly the responsibility of a mere girl of her age. Fortunately, her father is there to shoulder the responsibility, which grants her considerable peace of mind. The portion of the restaurant slated for renovation lies in front of the courtyard, where a rather ineffective partition once separated the main dining hall from the backyard. Now, due to the presence of numerous workers involved in the construction, a makeshift low wall has been hastily erected to obscure the view. On ordinary days, Lin Jiu would enter and exit through a small door by the courtyard. Aside from the noise emanating from the front, her daily routine remains largely unaffected. In fact, it imparts a certain leisurely charm, as if she were enjoying a paid vacation. During the restaurant's reconstruction, although Lin Jiu is relieved of her cooking duties, she does not find herself idle. Most importantly, she finally has the time to devote herself to the culinary enhancement manual she has been working on. For several consecutive days, she immerses herself in practice, documentation, and occasional moments of leisure. By the end of July, when she presents her meticulously compiled 2 volumes to Lin Li, he receives the substantial gift from his sister with great solemnity, feeling as though he has struck gold and deeply moved by her thoughtfulness. Not particularly adept with words, he struggles to articulate his emotions vividly. Thus, as a 16-year-old elder brother, akin to his father, he reaches out to ruffle Lin Jiu's hair. However, his gesture is swiftly evaded. Lin Jiu deftly sidesteps his hand and, with a few nimble steps, finds herself at Lin Li's door. Big brother, you must strive to excel. The future of the Lin family tavern depends on you, she cheerfully declares from the threshold, playfully raising her fist in encouragement. In truth, she yearns to impart a whimsical message to her bewildered sibling. Do you crave strength? Then accept this sunflower manual. Yet, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings, she refrains from voicing it. Watching his spirited sister depart with the fruits of her labor, Lin Li feels a warmth envelop his heart. What Lin Jiu has meticulously compiled can indeed be regarded as the labor of a dedicated chef. She prepared 2 distinct volumes for Lin Li, not merely duplicates, but rather one being a comprehensive summary of culinary techniques and experiences, encompassing but not limited to a complete guide on the utilization of 33 common kitchen condiments and the application of 12 frequent spices. The second volume serves as her detailed operational manual for the Lin family restaurant's dishes, which can also be described as an exceptionally thorough recipe book, including her signature dishes. However, it is important to note that not every dish she knows is included. Only those she successfully crafted in the Lin family's kitchen using their utensils and that yielded commendable results have been documented. One could say this is a genuine collection of home-cooked recipes, officially titled Lin Family Private Kitchen Cookbook. Upon handing over this carefully written and bound volume to Lin Li, Lin Jiu felt as though she had shed a considerable burden and was now free to pursue her own interests. By nature, Lin Jiu prefers not to take on every responsibility herself. This is not indicative of a lack of leadership ability, but rather a desire to focus her attention on activities she genuinely enjoys. Moreover, she feels quite comfortable delegating certain tasks to others. To her, some responsibilities do not necessitate her direct involvement. With a bit of effort and guidance, anyone can achieve commendable results. Furthermore, the diverse thoughts and creativity of different individuals can often lead to delightful surprises. To borrow a well-known adage, Lin Jiu merely stands on the shoulders of giants. Her own stature is that of a chef driven by passion. As her thoughts ebbed and flowed, Lin Jiu's mood lightened, filled with anticipation for the myriad of fascinating endeavors awaiting her. The world around her became increasingly vivid and tangible. With a faint smile gracing her lips, she briskly made her way to the kitchen. With the restaurant's opening imminent, she needed to experiment with several new dishes to captivate the patron's attention. On the first day of August, an unexpected yet anticipated visitor arrived, the long-absent manager and from Tian Tower. The contract signed with manager and stipulated that at the beginning of the following month, representatives from Tian Tower would arrive to settle Lin Jiu's share of the profits from her specially crafted seasoning. The proprietary condiments, formulated by Lin Jiu and produced under the auspices of Daqi Dynasty, quickly led to the launch of 3 products: Daqi Dynasty's special monosodium glutamate, special 5-spice powder, and special 13-spice blend. The public's affection for these offerings and the lack of similar products in the market resulted in an overwhelming demand, as these so-called Daqi Dynasty proprietary seasonings swiftly captured the attention of eateries and households throughout Jiangzhou City. Upon receiving news of Manager N's visit, Lin Jiu delicately wiped away the flour that had inadvertently dusted her cheek while gazing into the mirror. Recently, with some leisure time on her hands, she had resumed her previously neglected cake business, much to the delight of certain young gentlemen and ladies who held a fondness for it. After removing her dusty apron and tidying her hair, she proceeded to the main hall, where she found Manager N enjoying tea, accompanied by his attendants standing behind him. The esteemed Manager N has not undergone any significant changes. He still presents himself as a slender old man, his small mustache lending him an air of shrewdness and arrogance. Despite his evident criticism of the Lin family's tea, he consistently takes the opportunity to sip from his cup time and again. Lin Jiu adorned her face with a gentle smile and inquired, "Manager N, what brings you here in person today?" Rising from his seat, Manager N could no longer harbor any disdain for the young lady before him. Instead, he felt a burgeoning sense of admiration. He returned her smile and cheerfully replied, "How could I dare to neglect Miss Lin?" Lin Jiu was slightly taken aback. Today, Manager N's smile seemed particularly warm. She decided to forego pleasantries and steered the conversation toward the main topic. "I presume you bring good news today, Manager N." He gestured for a servant to present a wooden box to Lin Jiu, then habitually stroked his mustache. "I have gathered for you, Miss Lin, a total of 150 taels of silver. Additionally, I have brought the account from last month for your review." Without hesitation, Lin Jiu opened the account book. It was evident that this was a meticulously transcribed record of their cooperative dealings, with entries clearly outlined. Naturally, Lin Jiu's understanding of the accounts was limited. If Manager N had engaged a professional to fabricate a false ledger, she would have been none the wiser. She noticed several substantial orders recorded, likely the primary reason for the impressive profit of 150 taels. Setting the ledger aside, she opened the box before Manager N, glanced inside, and smiled congratulations. "Manager N, on your prosperous gains." Lin Jiu's share amounted to merely 15% of the profits, while the true windfall remained with the Jian residents under Manager N's stewardship. The profits from just the first month starkly contrasted with the initial price Manager N had proposed to Lin Jiu, though both parties chose to tacitly avoid mentioning that matter. Upon hearing Lin Jiu's congratulatory words, Manager N set down his teacup once more. It is indeed Miss Lin's exceptional formula that makes all the difference. It is now a secret recipe of Jian residents, Lin Jiu corrected with a smile, and it is largely thanks to your business acumen, Manager N. Your guidance has been invaluable as well, particularly that phrase essence of flavor for promotion, which has drawn much attention. Their mutual flattery fostered a harmonious atmosphere. "Miss Lin, I wonder when you might consider collaborating with us on the other types of seasonings you previously mentioned. There's no rush. It would be prudent to wait until the current market for seasonings reaches saturation, allowing for the emergence of similar products before introducing new ones. This strategy will ensure we maintain the public's attention. Lin Jiu articulated her reasoning. Manager, and aware that Lin Jiu was enticing them with fragrant bait, could not help but acknowledge the validity of her points. Yet, driven by the pursuit of profit, he shifted his focus to another idea. Knowing that the Lin family's restaurant offers first-rate dishes, might Miss Lin share some insights with us? The Lin family's restaurant was still under construction, and the old gentleman's subtle flattery caught Lin Jiu off guard, as she was accustomed to referring to it as Lin's restaurant. However, she found herself genuinely puzzled by Manager N's inquiry. Although the culinary offerings of the Lin family are more than sufficient compared to similarly sized restaurants and small taverns, they still cannot hold a candle to renowned establishments like Daqi Tower. Manager N chuckled, saying that the humble Lin family's eatery would not dare to critique the cuisine of Daqi Tower. Noticing that Lin Jiu seemed genuinely perplexed, Manager N could not help but remind her, Miss Lin, you are far too modest. I often hear patrons at Daqi Tower mention your vinegar fish, lamenting that your restaurant does not currently serve this dish. At this point, Manager N nearly suggested to Lin Jiu outright that since the Lin family does not prepare this dish, they might as well entrust it to Daqi Tower's capable hands. Lin Jiu's expression suddenly brightened with understanding. Under Manager N's expectant gaze, she gently clapped her hands and smiled. I comprehend your insinuation. If anyone mentions vinegar fish at Daqi Tower next time, you could readily direct them to the soon-to-open Lin family restaurant. Her implication was unmistakably clear. Manager N was momentarily taken aback, nearly tugging at his beard in surprise. Clearing his throat, he made another attempt. Actually, some of our chefs at Daqi Tower wish to exchange culinary techniques with you, Miss Lin. Oh, is that so? Lin Jiu's smile became even more radiant. Perfect. I have long been intrigued by your restaurant's 100-flower chicken, and I would love to seek guidance from your chefs. Observing Lin Jiu's poised demeanor, Manager N secretly mused that she was indeed a clever little fox. Lin Jiu felt no guilt in her shrewdness. The principle of equivalent exchange was essential in commerce, and it was Manager N who intended to gain without offering anything in return. A true old fox. After bidding farewell to Manager N with a smile, Lin Jiu finally relaxed her guarded demeanor. As her slightly formal smile faded, her entire presence shifted to a more carefree disposition. Returning to the main hall, she reopened the wooden box that Manager N had brought, revealing 3 silver ingots, each weighing 50 taels, standing neatly side by side, their surfaces smooth and gleaming. Presenting a pleasing sight, Lin Jiu picked one up, weighing it in her hand, and could not help but exclaim, Ah, this is the weight of knowledge. Cradling the wooden box, she entered the bedroom of her father Lin and mother Li, finding it empty. She directly placed the 2 silver ingots from either side of the box onto the table in the center of the room. Mother, the manager of Daqi Tower just delivered last month's dividends. I left a little something for you on the table. As Lin Jiu exited her parents' bedroom, she casually mentioned this to Li, who was in the kitchen. In truth, she wished to modestly display her newfound wealth to her uncle Lin. But with her father supervising ahead, she hesitated to intrude for such a small matter. Li, seeing her daughter's nonchalant demeanor, was at a loss for words. It seemed that Jiu had always been rather carefree regarding her finances. Just as she contemplated rejecting her daughter's kind gesture, Lin Jiu breezed past like a gust of wind back to her own chamber. Li wiped her hands and thought that money should not be left carelessly about. So she made her way to her own bedroom. Gazing at the 2 large silver ingots on the table, she was momentarily stunned. How could there be so much money? Grasping one of the ingots in her hand, its heavy weight made it increasingly difficult for her to believe. She pushed open the half-closed door of the western chamber, holding 2 silver ingots in her hand. Upon entering, she beheld Lin Jiu just as he was closing the wardrobe door. Lin Jiu turned around and, noticing Li's uncertain expression at the entrance, inquired, Mother, what is the matter? Li raised her hand to reveal the 2 silver ingots she was holding, exclaiming, Why is there so much money? It is our share of the profits from the spices sold last month, sent to us by the steward of Daqi Tower. Lin Jiu replied nonchalantly. There are 150 taels. I placed 100 taels on your table, and the two you hold are part of that. Li was no stranger to such a sum, yet she was left pondering its significance. One thing she was certain of, with so much money, you should keep it for yourself. Why give it to us? To open a restaurant. Lin Jiu responded without a moment's hesitation. Starting a restaurant requires a considerable investment, does it not? With this, we can embellish our establishment further. Do you not wish for that, mother? Do you not consider us a family? Or do you find it insufficient? Typically, in a scenario where two parties are reluctant, whoever articulates this sentiment first tends to secure victory. Upon hearing Lin Jiu's final retort, Li immediately denied it, her earlier commanding presence waning. Child, what are you saying? How can I not see you as family? It is not that I find it lacking. This is far too much. Mother, please accept it. Lin Jiu elongated her tone, gently grasping Li's shoulders and ushering her out the door. Go on with your tasks. I wish to read. Oh, and if someone comes to collect the cake later, please hand over the cake in the kitchen. Thank you, mother. Li could no longer voice her objections. Holding the silver, she gazed at Lin Jiu, who had picked up a book and settled onto the bed, falling silent. As the last rays of the dimming sunlight faded from the Lin family courtyard, Lin Jiu took a deep breath, lifting her heavy ceramic basin. The weight compelled her to part her legs slightly as she slowly maneuvered back to her chamber. She placed the rather weighty ceramic basin in the corner of her room, exhaled deeply, brushed off the dirt from her hands, and crouched down, leaning closer to the basin, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. The basin was no longer filled solely with barren soil, as it had been when the chili seeds were planted over a week ago. Several petite chili seedlings had emerged, vibrant and full of life. The vegetable garden in the courtyard was equally fruitful, yielding an abundance of seedlings, thanks to the greater number of seeds sown there. The favorable weather of the past 2 days had certainly aided their growth, even before the chili seedlings had gradually broken through the soil a few days prior. Lin Jiu had patiently noted the planting methods of the areas where the seedlings thrived, intending to use them as a reference in the future. Crouched before the ceramic basin, she meticulously observed the growth of each seedling as part of her daily routine. As dusk descended, the small garden corner and the ceramic basin within the house pulsed with vibrant life. Chapter 29. The Twinwood Building. In the midst of the various endeavors of the Lin family, the day of the restaurant's grand opening arrived. On the 13th of August, just 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, the city was abuzz with excitement. The Lin family, comprising 4 members, along with the He couple, stood joyfully beneath the wine house's sign draped in red silk. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered in front, creating a lively scene. Among the attendees were the deputies sent by manager and Uncle Ma, neighboring residents, and a host of loyal patrons of the Lin family restaurant. At Lin Jiu's suggestion, the family had distributed a batch of flyers 3 days prior to the grand opening, detailing various promotional activities that attracted passersby, as well as those already inclined to dine at Lin's establishment. After exchanging warm pleasantries, the deafening crackle of firecrackers erupted. With a beaming smile, Lin's father pulled down the red silk from the entrance, revealing a sign inscribed with the characters Shuangmu Lu. The name, which translates to Double Wood Building, perfectly encapsulated Lin's father's vision for the restaurant. Invited by his enthusiastic welcome, the eager crowd surged into the establishment, their impatience fueled by the enticing offers outlined in the flyers. On the opening day of Shuangmu Lu, for a single table expenditure between 50 and 99 won, customers would receive a 50 won voucher, and for spending between 100 and 149 won, a 100 won voucher would be given, and so forth. The vouchers had no restrictions on usage, could be applied to any item, were non-cumulative, and no change would be given. They were valid only within a month, with the final interpretation rights reserved by Shuangmu Lu. Such promotional tactics are commonplace and highly effective in modern times. Yet in the Daqi era, they pose considerable challenges, particularly in terms of anti-counterfeiting measures. Initially, Lin Jiu had merely mentioned the idea during a family meeting concerning the restaurant's launch, harboring little hope for its realization. She had self-doubt, reassuring herself and her family that the quality of the food would be the true draw for customers. Nevertheless, Today's opening of Shuangmu Lu relied on the promotional vouchers, largely owing to Lin's father's relentless efforts. Upon hearing his daughter's proposal, he found it brilliant and could not bear to let it go. He diligently addressed and acted upon the various concerns raised by Lin Jiu and the family. The design of the vouchers was intricate, crafted by a skilled carpenter, and printed by the family themselves. Each voucher was stamped, signed, and numbered to ensure validity, with a clearly indicated expiration date. Surely, distributing them just for today won't pose any significant issues, Lin Jiu thought, observing the bustling scene in the main hall of Shuangmu Lu. Many patrons were holding the very flyers distributed days earlier, with some inquiring of the waitstaff about the details on the flyers, while others eagerly placed their orders. Thankfully, we conducted thorough training for the waitstaff, Lin Jiu mused. Shaking her head at the anticipated busy atmosphere, she hurried to the kitchen to lend a hand. The Lin family restaurant had transformed into what is now Shuangmu Lu, naturally leading to changes in their roles and responsibilities. In the bustling atmosphere of the newly opened Shuangmu building, Lin Daqi, Lin Li, and Lin Jiu were able to focus solely on the culinary arts, while the financial matters were overseen by the Li family. And the more mundane tasks, such as serving and washing vegetables, were left to hired hands. As patrons flocked in, the Lin family was immersed in a whirlwind of activity. But the initial impressions of the guests entering Shuangmu building were undeniably more vibrant. And Xiang, the nephew of the esteemed manager of Tyne building, had grown accustomed to the privileges that came with his uncle's influence, often receiving flattery and avoiding any discomfort in his daily life. However, he found it perplexing that his uncle insisted he personally convey congratulations to a modest tavern's opening. Though he had heard whispers of the Lin family restaurant, he regarded it merely as an establishment that produced decent cuisine. Even with its new name, Shuangmu Building, it lacked the foundation to rival the illustrious Tyne building of Jiangzhou City. Despite his skepticism, and Xiang was not foolish enough to display his disdain openly, for such behavior would not endear him to his uncle. Thus, he extended his polite congratulations to the new manager, Lin, who promptly excused himself to the kitchen, leaving in Xiang to observe the establishment. Even as Lin expressed his need to attend to the culinary preparations, and Xiang maintained a courteous demeanor, feigning indifference. Once Lin had cheerfully departed, and Xiang couldn't help but smirk, bemused that a tavern manager would need to personally oversee the kitchen. Determined to fulfill his uncle's request, and Xiang began to scrutinize the newly established Shuangmu building. To his surprise, he found the layout rather elegant and comfortable. The dining tables on the first floor were not merely arranged in a straight line, as is customary in typical taverns. Rather, small partitions were placed between the tables against the walls, and some tables were clearly designed for single diners or couples, exuding a thoughtful charm. Nevertheless, it still paled in comparison to his uncle's Tyne building, and Xiang held his head high, accompanied by his attendant, and made his way towards the wooden staircase leading to the upper floor, with a beaming server hastening to guide him. The upper floor appeared even more refined than the lower, featuring completely enclosed private rooms, as well as spaces separated by screens or bamboo curtains. Arriving early, and Xiang chose a window-side seat and settled in with his attendant. A menu awaited him at the table, and without needing to consult the server, he perused it at his leisure, selecting a few familiar dishes. After a satisfying meal, and Xiang reclined contentedly, glancing at the empty plates before him and the equally satisfied expression on his attendant's face. He mused to himself that the cuisine at Shuangmu Building was surprisingly commendable. However, upon further reflection, he began to critique the establishment, noting the absence of high-end ingredients, the prices which were not quite upscale, and the lack of elegance in many of the dish names. In any case, it was still no match for his uncle's Tyne building. Regaining some of his confidence, and Xiang leisurely rose from his seat, only to discover that the surrounding private rooms were filled to capacity. He strolled down the stairs, and the bustling lobby below was equally crowded. Were these people simply drawn to the lively atmosphere, or had the Lin family employed them to enhance their establishment's allure? And Xiang suppressed a tinge of envy at the scene of such merriment and speculated, somewhat disgruntled. Approaching the counter, he was taken aback when the price was announced. How affordable! A rather slick-looking middle-aged man nearby immediately chimed in, his tone equally glib. Now that's what I call cheap. It has even increased a few coins. He turned to a woman beside him. ISNT, that right? Madam Lee? During this grand opening, Shuangmu Tower had slightly adjusted the prices of certain dishes compared to the former Lin family restaurant, primarily due to the introduction of new items that bore higher costs, while most of the home-style dishes from the Lin family remained unchanged in price. This loquacious middle-aged man, surnamed Sun, was colloquially known as Sun Air, and some even jestingly referred to him as Sunner. He was a quintessential idler, eschewing serious work in favor of opportunistic endeavors. Given Lee's temperament, she was unlikely to engage in lengthy arguments with Sun Air. Instead, she addressed him directly. Could it be that our culinary skills have not improved? Besides, have you suffered any loss during your meal today? Lee's responses were swift, her hands never pausing in their tasks, her gaze averted from Sun Air, who seemed either intentional or oblivious in his attempts to stir discontent. She jotted down notes on a piece of paper, stamped it, and recorded the relevant details in a ledger before presenting the colorful paper to Ziong with a bright smile. Esteemed guest, here is your voucher. Please keep it safely, as it can be redeemed for 100 coins on your next visit. Before Ziong could fully comprehend the significance of the voucher, a sturdy, earnest-looking young lad, resembling a server, approached the counter and presented a large wooden box before him. Esteemed guest, since your expenditure has reached 100 coins, you are entitled to a chance in our lottery, Lee added with a smile. Lottery? What is that? And Ziong, somewhat bewildered, extended his hand into the circular opening of the box as directed by Lee and retrieved a slip of paper. He unfolded the note to find water moon cake. 1 box. He recognized the moon cake, a delicacy he indulged in every mid-autumn festival. But what was this water moon cake? The previously conversing Sun Air immediately displayed a look of envy, exclaiming, "Ah, young man, you're quite fortunate. I've been here for ages and hardly seen anyone win a water moon cake." Lee beamed with congratulations and retrieved an elegantly crafted square wooden box from beneath the counter. Noticing in Ziong's hesitation, she promptly placed the box into his arms, and Ziong instinctively accepted it, while behind him, Lee's warm and courteous voice resonated. Safe travels, esteemed guest. Do visit us again. As Ziong wandered in a daze to the entrance of Shuangmu Tower, he glanced up at the brand-new sign hanging above him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is this the extravagant manner in which newly established taverns operate now? Despite the novelty of Shuangmu Tower's promotional tactics being unprecedented, it did not impede the townsfolk from recognizing the opportunity and spreading the word, eagerly flocking to Shuangmu Tower. It is precisely due to this circumstance that, following the departure of the first group of patrons from Shuangmu Building, a veritable tide of guests surged forth as they opened their mouths to speak. This bustling scene provided a splendid beginning for the newly inaugurated establishment. Fortunately, ample preparations had been made for the opening. With Lin's father wiping the sweat from his brow with a nearby towel, Lin's elder brother silently placing dishes into the pot, and Lin Lee, amidst the incessant calls for service and the increasingly stiff demeanor of Lee at the front desk, found a shared thought emerging among them. Chapter 30. Water Moon Troop and Ziong exited Shuangmu Building and gradually regained his senses only upon reaching the bustling street. He wished to scrutinize the so-called voucher in his hand and to unveil the elegant wooden box containing the Water Moon Troop, yet, constrained by the throngs of passers-by, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. The air was filled with discussions regarding the newly opened Shuangmu Building, talk of vouchers, lotteries, all animated and incredulous, with various responses echoing the excitement of returning home to share the news with family. And Ziong could not help but glance back toward Shuangmu Building, sensing a stream of people subtly converging in that direction. Was it merely a small tavern that could garner such a grand spectacle upon opening? Desiring to share his experiences at Shuangmu Building, he hastened his steps towards Taiyan Building, forgetting to entrust the elegant wooden box to the attendant trailing behind him. And Ziong swiftly returned to Taiyan Building, responding perfunctorily to the greetings from those he passed, and made his way directly to the room where his uncle, manager An, resided. He dismissed the attendant who had followed him closely, steadied his emotions at the door, and respectfully knocked, announcing, "Uncle, it is I, Xiang." "Come in," came the voice of manager and from within. Upon hearing this, and Xiang gently pushed the door open. The slender figure of manager and reclined in his chair, observing his nephew's fluctuating expressions with leisure, awaiting his words. And Xiang placed the voucher and the elegant wooden box containing the Water Moon Troop on the table. Before he could speak, manager had already taken the voucher into his hands, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized it. "What is this concoction from the Lin family?" "Indeed, uncle. According to those at Shuangmu Building, this thin piece of paper is called a voucher." And Xiang briefly recounted the usage of the voucher as he understood it, concluding with uncertainty, "Uncle, if employed appropriately, the benefits of this item far outweigh the drawbacks." As manager and listened to Xiang's description, he meticulously examined the text and patterns on the 3-finger-wide paper. After a moment, he set down the intriguingly rich piece of paper and turned his attention to the square wooden box on the table. And Xiang, ever attentive to his uncle's demeanor, noticed his gaze shift towards the box and immediately reached out to open it. "This is part of the lottery event at Shuangmu Building. They say that customers spending over 100 coins are entitled to a draw. By fortune, I have won a box of Water Moon Troop." Upon the mention of the Shui Wetuan, and Xiang curiously leaned over to gaze into the opened wooden box, and in that moment, he was utterly astounded. Was this truly the Yutuan? Rather, one might say, it is no wonder it is called the Shui Wetuan. Within the crystalline water droplets, as translucent as morning dew, were specks of osmanthus, golden and delicate, resembling nothing of the earthly realm. Both in Xiang and shopkeeper and were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. Before regaining their composure, shopkeeper, and pausing with his hand suspended in midair as he stroked his beard, finally lowered it and exclaimed with a smile, "The younger generation is indeed formidable." The astonishment was not confined to the pair at Tian Tower. In truth, the various taverns and eateries throughout Jiangzhou City initially paid little heed to the opening of the Lin family's Shuangmu Tower. This was until terms such as Shui Wetuan and discount voucher lottery began to frequently appear in their establishments, and patrons who had just settled at their tables suddenly dispersed inexplicably. With either the dispatch of attendants or personal investigations, the proprietors of these establishments gradually unraveled the situation. It dawned upon them that this emerging contender, Shuangmu Tower, was truly exceptional. One tavern's proprietor, holding a voucher worth 51, wore a contemplative expression. "Shall we perhaps consider a grand reopening for our tavern?" "Proprietor, that may not be appropriate," came the retort. As the hour approached the curfew, the grand hall of Shuangmu Tower was abuzz. At this hour, all establishments ought to be closing their doors, especially the Lin family, which still adhered to the practice of only serving breakfast and lunch. However, Shuangmu Tower was nearing its conclusion for the day, as the serving boys and kitchen hands had already been dismissed, with old Lin even going so far as to present each weary worker with a red envelope as they departed. The Lin family remained gathered for a group of young patrons who were reluctant to leave. This group was none other than the raucous party led by Shang Zhe, who had previously insisted on renaming dishes at the Lin restaurant. Shang Zhe placed a silver coin upon the counter, while Lin Jiu, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Sir, you must be true to your word. This truly is the last time." The companions of Shang Zhe echoed in agreement. "Indeed. Brother Shang, it is getting late. If we do not return soon, we may be subjected to a lecture." Turning his gaze towards the dimming sky outside, Shang Zhe slowly nodded, "Yes, the last time." He gradually extended his hand into the large wooden box, his breath slowing in tandem, as he silently invoked the name of the sage, hoping for divine favor to ensure that he would draw the Shui Wetuan. Within the unseen depths of the box, Shang Zhe's long fingers grasped a folded paper slip, hesitated for a moment, then reached for another. He found himself torn between the two slips, deliberating which one might bear the name of Shui Wetuan, or perhaps both would yield disappointment. "No, this time I shall surely succeed." With this thought, Shang Zhe cast aside his hesitation, firmly clutching the first slip he had picked and extracting it from the box. The freshly drawn slip rested in the anxious grasp of Shang Zhe, who momentarily hesitated to unfold it. His companion beside him could no longer contain himself and reached out. "Shall I reveal the answer for you, Brother Shang?" "No, I prefer to do it myself," Shang Zhe decisively declined. "Then do proceed and unveil it," came the teasing challenge. Lin Jiu observed that Shang Zhe remained motionless for an extended period, prompting her to speak up. "Esteemed sir, might I assist you in unfolding it?" Shang Zhe glanced at Lin Jiu and, handing over the folded paper, nodded slowly. "I would appreciate your help, fair maiden." Shang Zhe's companion watched intently as Lin Jiu accepted the paper from the solemn scholar opposite her, feeling as though she had been entrusted with a momentous task. She composed her expression, striving to appear equally earnest, and, under the anxious gaze of Shang Zhe and his companions, delicately unfurled the paper. A single line of text met her eyes, and Lin Jiu promptly crumpled the paper into a ball, a faint smile gracing her lips as she declared, "Congratulations, esteemed sir. The final box of Shueyue Tuan is yours." With that, she retrieved the solitary, elegant wooden box from beneath the counter and placed it before Shang Zhe. For a brief moment, he stood in astonishment, only to be swiftly overcome with elation. He eagerly opened the box, revealing the coveted Shueyue Tuan he had longed for. It was exquisite, round, and pristine, containing the delicate blush-pink begonia with its petals just beginning to unfold. Shang Zhe felt a surge of delight as he understood. Today's selection predominantly contained Jingui, making this begonia Shueyue Tuan an exceedingly rare find. Gazing at the refined and beautiful begonia Shueyue Tuan before him, Shang Zhe felt that every coin spent had been worthwhile. Without needing further encouragement, he cradled the box containing the Shueyue Tuan and departed, satisfaction radiating from him. Lin Jiu watched Shang Zhe, who wore a look of contentment, accompanied by his youthful companion clutching an assortment of special seasonings from Jiajianju, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. Once their figures faded from view, Lin Jiu unfurled the crumpled paper she had been holding, revealing a line of neat script. One bag of Jiajianju's special 5-spice powder. In the late hours at the Lin household, the four members surprisingly did not retire early, but gathered instead in the bedroom of Lin father and Li Shi. Despite having toiled throughout the day, the family was wide awake, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on Lin father, who had ceased calculating on the abacus. The room fell silent, save for their breaths. Lin father regarded his wife and children, their 6 eyes locked in anticipation, bearing a subtle resemblance to one another. His tumultuous emotions gradually settled, and he chuckled softly. "Well, have you calculated the accounts?" "What's the total?" Li Shi, sensing Lin father's demeanor, felt relieved but chided playfully. No need for suspense. "Well, we haven't incurred any losses," Lin father replied with a smile, adding, "as long as the vouchers go smoothly, we should remain in the clear." Li Shi exhaled in relief, reassured that there would be no losses. Initially, when father and daughter proposed the idea of vouchers and a lottery, she had harbored doubts. Yet, understanding the nature of a new store opening, sacrificing some for publicity, she followed Lin father's wishes despite her unease. Now, with the publicity having been fruitful and hearing from Lin father that they had not lost money, she felt a sense of fulfillment. "The vouchers seem quite promising," she remarked. The issuance of vouchers primarily falls under the purview of Li, who has garnered some insights through her experiences. Each voucher presented is meticulously scrutinized, considering its patterns, seals, and inscriptions. When Li reflects on her laborious day, she recounts her tasks with the precision of one who knows her craft intimately. In such a brief span, the emergence of forgeries is unlikely. However, over time, this could become a different matter altogether. Lin's father hinted at this, cautioning against complacency. "Do not frighten me." Lin's father emphasized the necessity of relying on his wife's discerning eye in the forthcoming month, particularly regarding the voucher's expiration within the current month. Lin Jiu felt relieved upon concluding that there would be no losses and was reminded of her parents' usual affectionate banter, prompting her to consider retreating to her room for rest. "Jiu, will we continue making the Shueyue Tuan?" Li called out, inquiring. "We could, but Haven Tea, we already informed the last group of scholars that we wouldn't sell any more before the Mid-Autumn Festival." Lin Jiu replied with a yawn, pausing momentarily to articulate her thoughts. The shueyue tuan, akin to the delicate mizu Xinjiang machi, was aptly named to resonate with the national sentiment of Daqi and the impending Mid-Autumn Festival. To her surprise, the aesthetically pleasing shueyue tuan had garnered considerable favor among certain circles, and Lin Jiu could not help but envision the determined face of Shangzhe, who was eager to acquire them. Upon hearing Lin Jiu mention the last group of scholars, Li decided against further discussion about the shueyue tuan. Instead, she gently urged Lin Jiu and Lin Li, saying, "You both should head back to rest. You've worked hard today." Just as Lin Jiu was about to depart, her father called out once more, "Don't leave yet." He chuckled softly to himself, nearly forgetting something important. "Here, this is for you." He then produced 4 red envelopes, distributing one to each of them, ensuring not to exclude himself. Lin Jiu accepted the envelope and paused momentarily to ascertain that her parents were truly settled before yawning and making her way back to her chamber. Having recently adapted to an early bedtime, even a slight deviation into the night now felt taxing on her body, and she found herself reflecting in a daze with her hand covering her mouth. On the second day, following the grand opening of Shuangmu Building, the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the establishment's new doors swung open to the astonishment of onlookers. It turned out the Lin family was once again willing to serve their morning clear noodle soup. In a heartbeat, neighbors who had not visited in days felt a wave of nostalgia, realizing that despite the family's growth, their essence remained unchanged. They were still the Lin family selling bowls of clear noodle soup for 5 coins. The clear noodle soup remained a testament to Lin's father's culinary skill, and the business of savory pancakes was no less important. It became evident that the specially designated window in the restaurant was intended for the morning sale of these pancakes. The breakfast service continued under the familiar management of the Lin family, whose warm greetings and steaming bowls of clear noodle soup infused the brisk morning air with a comforting warmth. As the sun rose high, its bright rays illuminated the dining hall, revealing the striking transformation of Shuangmu Building, distinct from the previous Lin family tavern. As the waitstaff employed by Shuangmu Building gradually arrived for their shifts, each individual assumed their respective roles, and the grandeur of the establishment became increasingly apparent. Following the highly publicized opening event the previous day, Shuangmu Building had undoubtedly captured the attention of the populace of Jiangzhou City. It could be said that within the vicinity of several streets centered around Shuangmu Building, there was scarcely anyone unaware of the Lin family restaurant's reopening, now rebranded as Shuangmu Building. What? You haven't heard? Allow me to elucidate. Do you see this voucher in my hand? What? You are unfamiliar with the concept of voucher? Indeed, as the Li family aptly remarked, it has generated quite the buzz. In summary, after nearly a month of closure for renovations, the former Lin family restaurant, now Shuangmu Building, has made a formidable return to the public eye of Jiangzhou City, leaving many competitors who had presumed the prolonged closure would lead to its downfall utterly astonished. Naturally, Shuangmu Building's strategy simultaneously opened a new avenue for local businesses. But that is a topic for another time. As the early hours passed, among the first patrons to place their orders at Shuangmu Building, nearly everyone held a voucher distributed the previous day. Amusingly, while the Lin family was concerned about the potential for counterfeit vouchers, the customers themselves harbored apprehensions about the establishment exploiting its size to take advantage of them, particularly since the voucher bore the phrase indicating that the final interpretation rights belonged to Shuangmu Building. Despite a group of early patrons having already utilized their vouchers the day before, Shuangmu Building showed no signs of reneging on their promises. Yet, for the common folk, this ambiguous voucher held far less reassurance than the food that would eventually fill their stomachs. With their vouchers in hand, these patrons entered Shuangmu Building with a hint of trepidation, only to be greeted by the same warm and attentive service they had experienced the day prior. Even when they directly inquired about their vouchers, the staff maintained their unwavering demeanor, gradually alleviating the concerns of the initially doubtful patrons who then redirected their focus to the culinary delights within the establishment. Whether drawn in by the promotions or returning as familiar faces from the former Lin family restaurant, all present took a moment to savor the offerings at Shuangmu Building, collectively discovering that the establishment's culinary skills were commendable and its prices quite agreeable. Even without vouchers in the future, they would willingly return to satisfy their appetites, especially given the unique dishes that Shuangmu Building offered, which were not only distinct but also refreshingly straightforward in taste. When the time came to settle their bills, these patrons, already favorably inclined towards Shuangmu Building, would produce their vouchers once more, making the cost of their meal feel almost negligible, enhancing their overall satisfaction. As they returned home, they could not help but share this delightful experience with friends and family, ensuring that the name of Shuangmu Building remained on their lips. This is but a prelude. The current scene within the Grand Hall of Shuangmu Tower is as follows. A handful of bewildered guests sit at the periphery, their ears keenly attuned to the animated recounting of yesterday's grand opening by the idlers in the hall. They speak vividly of vouchers and lotteries, igniting a sense of longing and regret among those who feel unfortunate for missing such revelry. As the enthusiastic speaker describes the ethereal water moon dumplings, rarely won in the lottery, and their delicate sweetness, the listeners are enraptured. Ultimately, this individual, while modestly admitting to being unable to secure the coveted dumplings, shares the fortune of winning a bag of Jian's secret seasoning, eliciting envy from those who did not partake or were not fortunate enough to win. Not to mention, when this person settled the bill presenting a voucher, departing without spending a single coin, the onlookers, including diners in the hall and the recently departed voucher user, could only marvel at the nonchalance of their exit. Consequently, the chatter surrounding the various opening activities of Shuangmu Tower grew louder, accompanied by a surge in discussions regarding the establishment and its culinary offerings. Standing behind a partition in the hall, Lin Jiu listened for a while. Noting that the situation was generally evolving positively, she quietly turned to leave, her expression a blend of complexity. After the comprehensive upgrades at Lin Family Restaurant, Lin Jiu had effectively distanced herself from the production front lines, even preceding the head of Shuangmu Tower, her father, a commendable feat indeed. Yet, the joy within her heart was not as profound as one might assume. In the morning, she still chased dreams alongside her family, selling clear broth noodles and savory pancakes. During the bustling hours of the restaurant, such as the grand opening yesterday, she was required to don her chef's apron. Fortunately, at this moment, the kitchen was not overwhelmed, allowing Lin Jiu the opportunity to indulge in her beloved experiments. This was not only her passion, but also a source of delight for the Lin family. Tomorrow marks the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time when the autumn breeze brings refreshing coolness and the fragrance of osmanthus fills the air. It is a season celebrated for familial reunions, a sentiment that, while perhaps sounding overly formal, prompted Lin Jiu to shake her head and chuckle, redirecting her focus to the small kitchen. This diminutive kitchen was purposefully constructed separately from the larger kitchen used by the restaurant, ostensibly serving as the Lin family's cooking space, yet functioning as Lin Jiu's private sanctuary, filled with her peculiar yet exceptionally useful tools, evoking a sense of discovery for every family member who ventured inside. Returning to the topic of the Mid-Autumn Festival, it stands as a significant occasion in the Daqi calendar, arguably grander than the recently passed Ulumbana Festival. The latter is a time for reunions with the deceased, while the Mid-Autumn Festival celebrates the living's gatherings, a contrast that highlights the vibrancy of the festivities. According to Lin Jiu's memories over the past 14 years, the Mid-Autumn Festival in the Great Daqi Dynasty, while echoing the sentiment of reunion under a full moon reminiscent of a distant homeland buried deep within her recollections, shares a plethora of customs and traditions that are largely similar to those of other regions. The most conspicuous similarity lies in the practice of moon gazing and consuming mooncakes, albeit here they are referred to as moon rounds and are notably smaller in size. Although Lin Jiu's historical knowledge is rather ordinary, she can still recall the fundamental dynasties that have existed. She is acutely aware that throughout the vast span of 5,000 years, there has never been a dynasty known as Great Daqi. However, the striking resemblance she currently experiences is no mere coincidence. Perhaps history has taken an unexpected turn at some obscure juncture, forking into this tributary named Great Daqi, yet the overarching trajectory remains unchanged. In a moment, Lin Jiu found her thoughts drifting into an endless expanse, transcending the confines of time and space. Fortunately, the mingled voices from a main hall of Shuangmu Tower and the adjacent kitchen promptly drew her back to the present. Shaking her head, her slightly dazed eyes regained focus, ultimately settling upon the plump fruit before her. Lin Jiu reached for a vibrant orange, its weight suggesting it was a succulent specimen. She brought the chosen orange to her nose, inhaling the sweet aroma that unmistakably belonged to oranges, which lightened her spirits. As Lin Jiu contemplated the dish she was about to prepare, a mischievous thought crossed her mind regarding a particular group of people who often spoke of elegance. First the water moon rounds, then this. I shall see if it is sufficiently refined and graceful. With a playful grip on the sweet orange, she felt a blend of anticipation and whimsy. The dish she intended to create was none other than the exquisitely refined crab-stuffed orange. Eating crab during the Mid-Autumn Festival is customary, and the crab-stuffed orange undoubtedly represents one of the most sophisticated ways to enjoy crab. The method for preparing crab-stuffed orange is relatively straightforward, primarily involving steaming. With a touch of finesse, one might even incorporate a stir-frying step beforehand. While this may sound simple, the execution is far from easy, achieving a harmonious blend of the crab's freshness, the fragrance of wine, and the sweet and sour notes of the orange calls for meticulous attention to ingredient selection, procedural precision, timing, and details. A slight misstep may result in a visually appealing dish devoid of true flavor. From the outset, selecting the right crabs is crucial. Choosing only male crabs yields a less appealing color, while selecting solely female crabs results in a tougher texture. The ideal ratio is 3 parts male to 1 part female. After cleaning them with fresh water, the crabs are placed in a steamer. While the crabs steam, Lin Jiu meticulously prepares the oranges, trimming their tops into a serrated edge while ensuring the fruit's integrity remains intact. Using a small spoon, she carefully scoops out the flesh, leaving just enough to preserve the orange's aesthetic appeal. Once the crabs are steamed, she separates the meat, roe, and crab butter, combining them with yellow wine and rice vinegar to salt the crab mixture. This amalgamation is then placed into the specially prepared orange shell, topped with its zest, and returned to the steamer. Notably, this time the steaming process employs a mixture of vinegar, wine, and chrysanthemum rather than plain water. The resulting crab-stuffed orange thus emerges as a dish that is not only visually stunning, but also rich in aroma and flavor, embodying an extraordinary and refined culinary experience. Recently, Lin Jiu has taken on an additional task while cooking, which is to meticulously document the steps and details of her culinary creations, particularly those involving intricate techniques. This endeavor is not for mere formality. Rather, it is part of her ongoing effort to refine the recipe she previously entrusted to Brother Lin. To achieve this, Lin Jiu typically starts by mentally rehearsing the cooking process, jotting down the steps beforehand, and then augmenting her notes as she progresses. Once she achieves a dish that pleases her, she reflects on the successful elements and makes further additions. Thus, she crafts a recipe that encapsulates her time, effort, and experience before presenting it to Lin Li. While this method may be somewhat time-consuming and labor-intensive, it proves beneficial for Lin Jiu. Most notably, it enhances the culinary skills of both Lin Li and their father, improving the reputation of Shuangmu Lu among diners. Furthermore, as she compels herself to focus on details, Lin Jiu's own culinary prowess has flourished, resulting in a more solid and adaptable grasp of the fundamentals. Chapter 32. Mudslide. The citizens of Jiangzhou have been experiencing a lively period recently, partly due to the impending Mid-Autumn Festival, which brings joy and merriment. Additionally, it stems from the recent opening of Shuangmu Lu on Qing'an Street. The events surrounding the restaurant's inauguration have become a popular topic of conversation, recounted time and again by those eager to share. Nevertheless, even amidst these repeated tales, each mention continues to attract an enthusiastic audience, with many participants sharing their own experiences, genuinely resonating with the narrative. Consequently, Shuangmu Lu has garnered an unparalleled reputation. As the saying goes, amateurs enjoy the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Witnessing Shuangmu Lu's swift ascent to prominence has left fellow restaurateurs envious, unable to deny their admiration. Indeed, upon witnessing the bustling scene at Shuangmu Lu, they found themselves salivating. Their presence was no coincidence. After all, in this era, those in the food business must keep pace with the times. With stir-frying and seasoning becoming essential skills, they too must adapt. Not to mention, they have stockpiled countless jars of the secret seasoning from Lin Jiu. In this day and age, which restaurant dares to simply steam or boil dishes and serve them directly to patrons? Such practices are relics of a bygone era. While it is true that culinary success relies on genuine skill and mouth-watering flavors, even the finest dishes require visibility to attract attention. The aroma of their offerings pales in comparison to the allure of fine wines. Thus, they must learn from the marketing techniques employed by Shuangmu Liu, as it is imperative for their survival. The proprietors of various restaurants and taverns found themselves collectively pondering this necessity. They meticulously analyzed the strategies of Shuangmu Liu, increasingly convinced that they too could succeed. In their moments of leisure, they couldn't help but lament, why is Shuangmu Liu so exceptional among eateries? Yet, this question remains unanswered. Even if the restaurateurs were inclined to take action, they would require adequate preparation time and the right opportunity. The impending Mid-Autumn Festival evidently presents an excellent opportunity. With a swift course of action, my family's restaurant can indeed seize the moment, ensuring we act before our competitors can react. The astute proprietors, in unison, contemplated this strategy. Thus, the 15th day of the 8th month brought a unique vibrancy to Jiangzhou City. On this day, whether driven by the festive spirit or the habitual desire to dine out, friends and family joined together, burdened with the sweet dilemma of where to enjoy their meal. The restaurant at our doorstep celebrated its 10th anniversary, offering vouchers for diners, while the esteemed Tian Tower, though slightly pricey, promised a discount of 21 for every 200 spent on the day of the festival, along with complimentary fruit platters and auspicious cakes. Alternatively, there was the recently well-reviewed Shuangmu Tower, favored by neighbors and colleagues alike. Lin Jiu heard of this from a lively new attendant at a restaurant, who spoke of these modern concepts and strategies with an air of enthusiasm that left her momentarily flabbergasted. She mused, could Lin's Shuangmu Tower be causing a stir in Jiangzhou's dining scene? Fortunately, the young attendant remained engrossed in his own chatter, oblivious to her peculiar expression. Listening to his proud yet disgruntled tone regarding the imitative behaviors of other eateries, Lin Jiu felt a pang of guilt and refrained from interjecting. She discreetly stood on tiptoe, searching among the menu boards for a less conspicuous spot to blend her wooden sign for crab-stuffed oranges among the others. It was then that the attendant realized he had been so engrossed in conversation that he had neglected to assist Miss Jiu. He observed her hanging a new menu sign, contemplating whether to offer help but unsure of how to proceed. Ultimately, he diverted his gaze to the sign she had just affixed. Apart from Gouet, the entirely illiterate worker hired during Lin's family restaurant's earlier days, the staff at Shuangmu Tower now consisted of younger individuals who could read. This particular attendant, Yin Shuang, was no exception. Lin Jiu had provided them with brief training before the opening, and her culinary prowess garnered her admiration from the likes of Yin Shuang. Crab-stuffed oranges? Yin Shuang echoed aloud. Indeed. Miss Jiu, should anyone order this dish, shall I inform you? He inquired, as some dishes were designated specifically for her preparation. Correct. Just let me know in the back kitchen. Lin Jiu nodded, appreciating the lively and talkative Yin Shuang, as long as he tended to the patrons well. Subsequently, she conveyed a few more details about the newly hung crab-stuffed oranges before dismissing him with, all right, you may return to your duties. To be candid, the various strategies employed by restaurants throughout Jiangzhou City to attract patrons had indeed impacted Shuangmu Tower's business. After all, during festive discounts, it was rare for the populace, already inclined to dine out, to remain unaffected. Yet, to claim that these competitors entirely siphoned away Shuangmu Tower's clientele would be an exaggeration. Firstly, the Shuangmu building makes a striking entrance. The tactics employed by these establishments are merely remnants of what Shuangmu has previously executed. Secondly, the vouchers distributed by Shuangmu just a few days prior have now come to bear their significance. More importantly, Shuangmu possesses a loyal clientele. In the main hall, a discerning patron promptly noticed that the proprietor's daughter had unveiled a new menu, featuring fresh dishes. Without hesitation, He summoned a server and inquired about one of the newly displayed offerings, effectively placing his order. "Bring me a portion of that dish you just hung up." With a radiant smile, Yin Shuang replied, "Dear guest, you may not be aware, but our crab-stuffed orange is the size of a fragrant orange." The dish, recently introduced and uniquely presented, necessitated a clear explanation to the patrons regarding its portion size to prevent disappointment upon arrival. Fortunately, the customer before her responded with enthusiasm, interrupting her. "Then, let me have 2 portions." Given the high cost of crab, the price for this modest serving of crab-stuffed orange was not insignificant. Yet Shuangmu clearly displayed its pricing, ensuring transparency and honesty with its patrons. If Lin Jiu had been present, he would undoubtedly commend this gentleman as the very first to embrace such a novel dish in every sense of the phrase. "Please hold on for a moment." Yin Shuang noted the 2 orders of crab-stuffed orange, discreetly scanned the hall to ensure no one else was overlooked, and proceeded steadily towards the kitchen. The gentleman who had just ordered the 2 portions was named Hua Jia, who, with a smug expression, engaged in conversation with his companion. "I knew it. On such a significant day as the Mid-Autumn Festival, how could the Lin family restaurant, or rather Shuangmu building, remain inactive? I wonder what this crab-stuffed orange tastes like." He chuckled, realizing he still referred to it by its former name. Hua Jia humorously chastised himself before eagerly continuing his discourse with his friend. "You have no idea. Back when it was still the Lin family restaurant, I noticed they had a penchant for secretly introducing new dishes. Even now, as a tavern, they remain true to form. I have finally caught them in the act." The notion of stealing and catching aptly encapsulated Hua Jia's sentiments, eliciting smiles from his companion and further heightening their anticipation for the dishes at Shuangmu. After a brief wait, Yin Shuang returned, skillfully balancing a wooden tray as she approached their table. The tray held 2 exquisite small plates with a simple design and slightly raised edges, each showcasing a vibrant, plump orange accompanied by a petite wooden spoon. "Gentlemen, your crab-stuffed oranges," she announced delicately, placing each plate before the patrons. Noticing their rapt attention on the oranges, she quietly withdrew. The sight of the 2 gleaming oranges instantly captivated the attention of everyone nearby. Hua Jia, taken aback by the spectacle, exchanged a glance with his companion, both silently questioning, "Is this crab-stuffed orange merely an orange?" Hua Jia noticed that the young waiter who had previously attended to him was no longer present, and he had no intention of summoning him again. He possessed a spirit of exploration and a fondness for novel experiences. Otherwise, he would not have taken note of the Lin family's discreet innovations. As he gazed at the orange before him, a flicker of intrigue appeared on his round face, for he discerned that this covered orange evidently concealed something extraordinary within. Hua Jia reached out and delicately pinched the lid of the orange. At that moment, many patrons in the hall, observing the peculiar dish, secretly focused their attention on Hua Jia's actions, just as they anticipated a delightful revelation when he lifted the lid. Hua Jia loosened his grip and, tilting his face upwards, said to his companion seated across from him, Please, you go ahead. I wish to admire this perfect orange a while longer." The onlookers around them nearly erupted in expletives, urging the round-faced youth to fully experience the distortions of human nature and the decline of morality. Hua Jia's companion, witnessing his antics, felt a sense of helplessness. Without further ado, he grasped the lid and lifted it, releasing a wave of enchanting fragrance from the orange bowl. The warm air, infused with the essence of crab, the scent of orange, and a hint of wine, carried a subtle note of autumn chrysanthemums that blossomed at the tip of their noses. The companion, who had previously found Hua Jia's theatrics amusing, was now entirely captivated by the exquisite and peculiar orange bowl before them. He could not resist picking up a nearby wooden spoon, scooping a portion of the vibrant crab meat, and artfully drenching it in the accompanying sauce before savoring it. The rich and fragrant mixture of crab meat, crab roe, and crab fat was thick and delicious, with a savory essence complemented by the unique sweet and sour notes of the orange. As the crab meat slid into his mouth, only the elegant and fresh taste of orange lingered, leaving a prolonged aftertaste. "Indeed, to pair crab with orange is an exquisite delight," he sincerely remarked to Hua Jia. Upon hearing his companion's praise, Hui Jia's expression transformed from anticipation to one of pride. The approval and admiration of a friend for something he cherished brought him immense joy. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hui Jia finally lifted the lid, took a taste, and immediately exclaimed, "Wonderful!" As a loyal patron of Shuangmu Building, Hui Jia's praises became increasingly exuberant, lacking the subtlety he had previously employed. His literary prowess paled in comparison to that of his companion, rendering his commendations rather blunt, proclaiming that one ought to indulge in crab during autumn in this manner. Otherwise, it would be akin to foregoing the essence of the Mid-Autumn Festival without the accompaniment of crab-stuffed oranges. Were Lin Jiu to witness this, he might well question when he had enlisted such a fervent promoter, as Hui Jia's enthusiasm was undoubtedly akin to the very essence of advertising, revealing him to be a true sales virtuoso. It must be noted that Hui Jia's exuberance seemed to resonate with certain onlookers who had been covertly observing, prompting them to summon the waiter to contribute to the sales of Shuangmu Building's crab-stuffed oranges, even if the taste were merely average. Such cleverness would serve as excellent conversation fodder among acquaintances. As Hui Jia and his friend neared the conclusion of their meal, he called over the waiter again, requesting to take 2 servings of crab-stuffed oranges to go. The waiter naturally obliged without hesitation. At this moment, serendipitously, a young scholar approached, eager to order the renowned crab-stuffed oranges. The waiter, with a look of regret, responded, "Dear guest, it is indeed unfortunate. The last 2 portions have just been sold." Standing nearby, Hui Jia, who had successfully acquired the final 2 servings, feigned a lamentation to his companion. "See, this is why I insist on arriving at Shuangmu Tower by noon. Some dishes simply elude you if you arrive late." Despite Hui Jia's seemingly gentle and harmless round face, his words could not help but provoke annoyance. The newcomer, about to cast an angry glare at Hui Jia, hesitated as he noticed the imposing figure of Hui Jia's companion, whose robust physique appeared rather intimidating. Reluctantly, he retreated, swallowing his retort as he watched the round-faced youth stride away with the last 2 crab-stuffed oranges in hand. Chapter 33. The rabbit lantern Lin Jiu gauged the time and retrieved 2 fragrant crab-stuffed oranges from the steamer, placing them delicately onto small circular dishes adorned with wooden spoons. "These are the final 2, Lin Jiu remarked. The young attendant, coming to collect the meal, arranged the dishes onto a tray, acknowledging Lin Jiu's words with a nod. As he carried the tray towards the dining hall, Lin Jiu stepped out of the small kitchen to catch a breath of fresh air. The crab-stuffed oranges prepared for Shuangmu Tower had all been sold, and there was little left for her to attend to. The afternoon sun radiated warmth, casting a short shadow at Lin Jiu's feet. Strolling leisurely to the vegetable patch adjacent to the kitchen, Lin Jiu surveyed the irregularly shaped garden occupying the southwestern corner of the courtyard. Although it received limited sunlight, the green scallions flourished abundantly. However, Lin Jiu was not interested in the verdant scallions. She bent down, skillfully locating a small cluster of tender seedlings at the sun-kissed edge of the patch. If only the pepper seedlings could thrive like the scallions, she mused, observing the comparatively delicate pepper plants against the rampant growth of the scallions, feeling a tinge of imbalance. This cluster of pepper seedlings had grown for a month since sowing, reaching a height of nearly half a foot, maintaining about 30% of the quantity she had originally planted. Lin Jiu patiently examined each one, finding no signs of pests or adverse conditions, before wandering to the windowsill of her bedroom. The sunlight here was more favorable, and the pepper she had moved to the ceramic pot thrived noticeably better than those in the garden. Indeed, sunlight and warmth were essential. Lin Jiu contemplated the growing disparity between the 2 groups of seedlings, pondering her next steps. As she gazed intently at the tender green sprouts before her, an unexpected image of a tall, handsome figure emerged in her mind, the very person she had promised to invite first to taste her peppers, who had seemingly vanished while preparing for the autumn examinations. A faint sense of longing flickered within Lin Jiu, only to be gently dispelled by the warm sunlight. Rising to her feet, she found herself without a clear intention and decided to head towards the main hall of Shuangmu Tower. She was uncertain about what she was anticipating. Her gaze sweeping across the hall, feeling a sense of futility before turning back to the backyard. This lingering sense of aimlessness persisted in her mind until He Chung arrived to lend a hand. Lin Jiu beckoned her earnest apprentice over. Ever since their somewhat comical master-apprentice relationship had been established through He Cheng's unilateral efforts, even after receiving Lin Jiu's guidance on the recipe for fragrant pancakes, he diligently appeared at Shuangmu building each afternoon to perform various tasks, fulfilling what he perceived as his responsibilities as a disciple. It is undeniable that He Cheng's actions illustrate that, in this era, within the Great Qi, once a master-apprentice relationship is established, it is not merely a matter of words. "Master, did you call for me?" He Chung hurried over, a cloth in hand. Initially, he had seemed quite the clever young man, but after spending more time together, Lin Jiu discerned a hint of foolishness in his bright countenance. It was no wonder that he and Ague got along so well. Lin Jiu cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "He Chung, please set the cloth aside." He Chung paused, placing the cloth aside, and absent-mindedly wiped his hands on his clothing. "I summoned you to inquire if you genuinely wish to learn the culinary arts." He Chung appeared momentarily taken aback, and Lin Jiu continued, "If you are willing, I can teach you starting from the basics of cooking." The Lin family had observed He Cheng's performance over the past few days. Even the staff at Shuangmu building occasionally felt a strong sense of competition, fearful of being outshined by this young man who claimed to be Miss Jiu's apprentice. In truth, the Lin family had considered directly hiring He Chung to work at Shuangmu building, but given that he had a successful pancake stall on Northgate Street, they deemed it unnecessary to extend such an offer. Yet, even if He Chung was content with his endeavors, the Lin family felt it was inappropriate to allow such a capable young man to toil away at Shuangmu building without compensation. They decided that since He Chung was diligently fulfilling his role as an apprentice, it would be better to allow Lin Jiu to teach him something meaningful, rather than merely imparting a recipe for fragrant pancakes. Of course, everything must respect He Cheng's own wishes. Lin Jiu, concerned that He Chung might feel reluctant to dedicate time to such matters, but hesitant to decline outright, added, "However, if you do not wish to learn, it is of no consequence. I merely inquired." Nevertheless, Lin Jiu genuinely believed He Chung to be a commendable young man, and could not help but express the family's thoughts further. "Initially, I envisioned that once you have acquired sufficient skills, you could directly work at Shuangmu building, and the Lin family would pay you like any other tavern. However, if you are content with your pancake stall, I believe you should continue to focus on your business and refrain from frequent visits here, even when the afternoon crowd dwindles. It is not easy for a Xiu to manage the stall alone. This is not to create distance between us. If you are truly earnest, you may visit occasionally when you have the time." Lin Jiu, having the wisdom accrued from 2 lifetimes, regarded the respectful He Chung, who had just turned 19, as one would child. Her words were clear and direct, arriving at the moment of choice for He Chung. As an intelligent individual with considerable emotional and intellectual acumen, He Chung understood the goodwill underlying Lin Jiu's remarks. His own childhood had been fraught with tribulations, yet through his own efforts, he had managed to establish a stable life alongside his wife, a Xiu. Upon hearing Lin Jiu's words, he felt touched by the kindness of his chosen mentor and began to ponder the implications of her message. Had this inquiry been posed to him a while ago, He Chung might have hesitated. However, now, after digesting Lin Jiu's words for a moment, he shyly spoke up. "Master, I wish to learn the culinary arts from you. After my training, will there be an opportunity to work at Shuangmu Tower?" With hopeful eyes fixed on Lin Jiu, he awaited her response, fearful of hearing a negative answer. Lin Jiu smiled at him, teasingly responding, "Since you call me master, do you expect to learn my skills and then serve another establishment?" He Chung was both astonished and elated. "So, does that mean you and Shuangmu Tower are willing to accept me?" Lin Jiu nodded, clarifying, "However, you must start as a kitchen apprentice, learning the basics under my guidance. If you do not meet the standards, I cannot allow you to take to the stove. Rest assured, I understand your hardships. You will be compensated fairly for your work, and I would never shortchange you simply because you are my disciple." At this point, Lin Jiu couldn't help but smile. Yet, He Chung could not muster a smile of his own. His mouth silently opened in gratitude. His tone filled with excitement as he declared, Master, I will certainly learn diligently from you. Lin Jiu responded with a casual acknowledgement before inquiring. What will happen to your sauce pancake stall while you work at Shuangmu Tower? You cannot manage both. It will be challenging for a Xiao to handle it alone in your absence. Noticing Lin Jiu's slight frown, He Chung quickly replied, If I can work under you, a Xiao and I have decided to close the pancake stall. Mention of a Xiao brought a sweet joy to He Cheng's expression, and though he lowered his voice, the delight was unmistakable. Master, I must tell you something. You know my wife, a Xiao? A few days ago, the doctor informed me that she is pregnant. Lin Jiu was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced her lips. No wonder she had sensed something amiss with He Cheng these past few days. As he had come to her with a blend of joy and gravity, he was to become a father. That is splendid news, she exclaimed. Indeed, that is why I was thinking of finding another job in the city, so a Xiao can stay at home and avoid the back and forth between the village and the city. Lin Jiu encouraged He Cheng and instructed him to discuss this matter with old man Lin after finishing his work at the restaurant. Subsequently, she led He Cheng to the small kitchen, where she began to teach him patiently. By evening, Shuangmu Tower had closed for the day. Old man Lin was unable to keep He Cheng from hurrying home to close his stall, but presented him with a special water moon cake, a gift for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Lin family has been a single line of descent since the time of grandfather Lin, resulting in a lack of relatives on Lin's paternal side in Jiangzhou City. The Li family, however, does have a younger brother, but due to past grievances, they have not been in touch for many years. Nevertheless, the Lin family has managed to thrive over the years. After dinner, the family of four leisurely moved tables and stools, arranged fruits and snacks, and sat in the small courtyard waiting for the night to deepen and the moon to rise. Lin's father and Li sat on small stools, discussing matters related to the tavern. Lin Jiu sat nearby, interjecting with a few casual remarks, occasionally glancing at her elder brother, who was in the kitchen revisiting his studies. After a while, as the conversation between the old couple turned to mundane family matters, Lin Jiu found herself losing interest. Not wanting to remain cooped up indoors, she called out to her parents and stepped outside. Do you need your brother to accompany you? Li's voice echoed behind Lin Jiu. No need, Lin Jiu replied dismissively, waving her hand. I'll just wander around the neighborhood. With that, she pushed open the side door of the courtyard and stepped into the narrow alley outside. The alley was relatively deserted, but she could see the bustling activity on Qing'an Street, which was vibrant with lights and throngs of people devoid of any nighttime desolation, instead radiating an indescribable liveliness. Lin Jiu had no intention of straying far. She merely wished to soak in the festive atmosphere along Qing'an Street. With the curfew lifted for the evening, most food vendors had opened their doors, and the warm aroma of dishes wafted from the brightly lit halls. Lanterns hung at the entrances of various shops and among the street vendors, including the now-closed Shuangmu building, casting a warm glow over Qing'an Street beneath the night sky, allowing passers-by to see without the need for additional light. As she strolled nearby her home, Lin Jiu encountered many acquaintances, including neighbors who frequented the Shuangmu building and a few children who occasionally helped with her cake business. She greeted each with a cheerful smile, responding to their calls. This lively interaction made her feel quite animated. However, this distraction prevented her from purchasing the charming rabbit lantern she had seen. As her fleeting sense of melancholy faded, Lin Jiu's thoughts returned to the present, and she felt a sudden urge to return home. She turned back and lightly retraced her steps to the alley she had exited, gently pushing the door open, which swung open effortlessly. Why are you back so soon? Lin's father and Li turned toward the side door upon hearing the sound of the door, and upon seeing Lin Jiu, Li asked. Lin Jiu entered, secured the door, and spoke without any hint of disappointment. I just took a stroll on Qing'an Street. There wasn't much excitement. It's better to come home and enjoy the moon. However, the rabbit lantern made by an old man on the street was truly exquisite. Lin Jiu recounted her earlier observations. Why didn't you buy one to bring back? Lin's father chuckled. At my age, how could I carry that? I can't say it's for my brother, can I? At this, Lin Jiu glanced at Lin Li and laughed cheerfully. Beneath the luminous full moon, the Lin family's courtyard occasionally resonates with laughter, while within a secluded residence on Wutong Street in Jiangzhou, an air of solitude prevails. Gu Min sits alone in the courtyard, clad in a delicate, unadorned garment. His pale skin glistens in the moonlight, and his damp hair cascades over his shoulders, still imbued with the warmth of a recent bath. The courtyard remains unlit, with the silvery moonbeams cascading over every blade of grass and tree, as well as upon the strikingly handsome and refined young scholar. Gu Min lifts his slender fingers to grasp the wine jug resting on the stone table, pouring himself a drink. The sweet, viscous osmanthus brew, infused with the fragrant essence of osmanthus flowers and the rich aroma of wine, glides down his throat, leaving a subtle sheen upon his lips. Gazing up at the radiant moon in the night sky, Gu Min recalls his uncle's words from earlier that afternoon. Yuan Shun, you are no longer young. It is time to consider starting a family. With a slight pursing of his lips, an image of a charming smile flits through his mind, momentarily halting his breath. After a pause, he drains the cup of cool osmanthus wine in one swift motion. After finishing her evening routine, Lin Jiu, stifling yawn, is about to close her door when her father approaches with his hands clasped behind his back. He draws near and presents her with a hidden object, smiling as he assures her, "Don't worry, little Jiu, I told him it was for your brother." It is a bright rabbit lantern, its long ears perked back with red, diamond-shaped eyes, its round body exuding charm and cuteness. The next morning, Lin Jiu awakens to find, as expected, that the rabbit lantern which had accompanied her to sleep has extinguished. The two red dots on its paper shell retain a whimsical charm in the dim light of her bedroom. She does not hasten to put away the little rabbit, intending to play with it later. It should still shine if I replace the candle, Lin Jiu muses as she dons her dress. Following her daily routine of checking on the chili seedlings inside and outside the house, she begins her day's work. As the sun rises higher, Hicheng arrives at Shuangmu Building, just as he had promised Lin Jiu and her father the day before. Excited, he comes earlier than most of the other workers. As his mentor, Lin Jiu takes the opportunity to both assess and guide him on the content he learned yesterday. Seeing that Hicheng has performed admirably, she nods in satisfaction. Lin Jiu's plan for her apprentice is for him to assist with minor kitchen tasks in the bustling main kitchen until midday, simultaneously reviewing the lessons she imparted the previous afternoon. When the afternoon slows down, Hicheng will then receive further instruction in the small kitchen. Observing Hicheng's keen understanding and diligent spirit, Lin Jiu feels a sense of satisfaction that exceeds her outward demeanor. This is indeed a promising employee for the future of Shuangmu Building. She strives to maintain a composed and aloof expression befitting a mentor, attempting to conceal her delight, unaware that even the slightest hint of her appreciation is enough to excite the novice Hicheng immensely. The staff at Shuangmu Building naturally noticed the anomaly. Xiaoga, who usually only came to help in the afternoon, unexpectedly arrived in the morning today, even earlier than they did. This sparked an unspoken sense of crisis among them. Observing Hicheng's demeanor, firmly rooted in this place, along with the Lin family's apparent approval, they couldn't help but suspect that Hicheng had come to seize their opportunity. And most likely, he had already succeeded. A collective realization swept through the staff at Shuangmu Building, confirming their long-standing sense of unease. This Hicheng, who was always so attentive to Miss Jiu and sweet-tongued with the Lin family, surely had ulterior motives. He had his eyes set on the generous treatment afforded by Shuangmu Building. When all the staff had gathered, the manager, Master Lin, cheerfully introduced Hicheng, officially acknowledging his identity. Indeed, Hicheng had become a member of Shuangmu Building. Unlike the Lin family, who saw Hicheng as clever yet straightforward, the staff perceived him as shrewd with a hint of treachery. They had sensed early on that his constant attentiveness towards Miss Jiu was all for this day. Look, it seems our suspicions were right. How could a young man behave this way? I, too, wish to take Miss Jiu as my master. I am even younger than Hicheng. Having recognized Lin Jiu's culinary skills, the staff at Shuangmu Building shared this thought in unison once more. Lin Jiu took a glance at her new apprentice in the large kitchen before returning to the main hall of Shuangmu Building, adopting a self-assured demeanor befitting a serious master. Suddenly, a tall figure caught her eye. It was Gu Min, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. Lin Jiu contemplated approaching him for a greeting, but hesitated, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. Had they really forged a bond during their time apart? As she stood there in silent indecision, fortunate enough, Gu Min noticed her. He was still pondering why he hadn't seen Lin Jiu. The familiar, gentle voice of the young man resonated, causing Lin Jiu's eyes to brighten. She walked up to Gu Min, clad in a flowing azure robe, and caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance. The pancakes sold out this morning. I just checked the kitchen, she instinctively explained, then playfully asked, Mr. Gu, are you here for breakfast or lunch at this hour? Upon hearing Lin Jiu's words, Gu Min actually lowered his gaze, seemingly deep in thought. Lunch. It has been a long time. I truly miss Miss Lin's culinary expertise. A subtle smile graced his lips, and his clear eyes sparkled with genuine fondness for the delicacies of Shuangmu building. Unaware if it was merely her imagination, Lin Jiu felt that Gu Min's demeanor had subtly shifted today, though she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Could it be that after such a long separation, her resistance to this handsome young man had waned? She discreetly averted her gaze, yet found herself unable to resist stealing glances. Reflecting on how many times she had felt this way, Gu Min's smile was undeniably captivating. No wonder he usually presented himself as a refined gentleman. Lin Jiu endeavored to divert her attention from Gu Min's visage, swiftly freeing herself from distraction as she contemplated a matter that had occupied her thoughts for some time. The chili pepper she had promised him during their last encounter had now sprouted, reaching a considerable height. As she spoke, she gestured with her fingers to illustrate the height of the seedlings, her eyes sparkling with delight as she shared her cherished anticipation. With each mention of the chili plant's growth, her enthusiasm radiated, filling her countenance with joy. Gu Min, with a glimmer of amusement, occasionally nodded in rhythm with Lin Jiu's animated discourse, listening intently. His gaze initially followed the length she demonstrated, but soon it became irresistibly drawn to her hands. The back of her hands was fair, her fingers elongated, yet her palms bore the faint calluses of a culinary craftswoman. Gu Min silently admonished himself to avert his gaze, gently interjecting, "You have worked hard, Miss Lin. I am delighted beyond measure." Lin Jiu retorted, her spirits lifted after sharing her most pressing concern, "Please, let me trouble you to wait here for a moment." With that, she rose and made her way to the back courtyard chamber. Moments later, she returned before Gu Min. "Here, young Master Gu, this is the shui tuan I prepared a couple of days ago, a token of interest for the chili peppers I owe you. Please do accept it." As she spoke, she gracefully slid an elegant wooden box towards him. Observing Lin Jiu's resolute demeanor, Gu Min refrained from declining and replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need for such formality, Miss Lin." Relieved that Gu Min accepted her modest gift without the customary back and forth of refusals, Lin Jiu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Her intention behind presenting the shui tuan was layered with meaning. She recalled Gu Min's prior mention of preparing for the autumn examination. His presence now suggested that the examination had concluded. The box she gifted him was filled with osmanthus-flavored delicacies, symbolizing auspiciousness and success. "Wishing you triumph in your endeavors. May you achieve the highest honors, albeit a bit late. I hope it is not too tardy," Lin Jiu thought to herself, choosing to convey her good wishes subtly rather than articulating them explicitly. "Well then, I shall not intrude upon you any longer, young Master Gu," she said, her smile brightening as she prepared to take her leave. "Miss Lin, what troubles you?" Gu Min inquired, noticing her hesitation. "I have yet to express my gratitude. Thank you for the shui tuan. The moonlight last night was exquisite. There is no need for thanks. It is a pity I did not see you yesterday. For enjoying the moon while savoring the shui tuan would have undoubtedly enhanced the experience," Lin Jiu replied, her tone devoid of regret. "However, tonight's moon should be equally splendid. The full moon on the 16th is just as lovely." Once Lin Jiu's figure vanished, Gu Min found himself reflecting on her words, a sense of regret washing over him. Having just emerged from 3 days spent in the examination hall, he had deemed himself too unkempt to visit the Lin residence. Now realizing he might have missed a great deal. Yet perhaps it was for the best, he mused, looking down at the elegant wooden box on the table. He acknowledged Lin Jiu's insight. Tonight's moonlight would surely be delightful as well. In the afternoon, Gu Min finished his lunch at Shuangmu Building and leisurely walked back along Qing'an Street to Wudong Street, stopping by his favorite bookstore to acquire some ink and paper. As he entered the tranquil Wutong Street, he spotted two figures beneath the grand sycamore tree at the entrance of the Gu residence, a tall, bearded man and a small, plump child. It was Guo Yuan accompanied by his only son, Guo Huai. A smile spread across Gu Min's face as he continued his pace, while the two figures, hand in hand, hurried toward him with palpable eagerness. The trio converged at the entrance of the Gu residence. "Yuanshin, where have you been? I've been waiting for ages," Guo Yuan exclaimed with a hearty complaint. "Hello, Uncle Gu," chimed the adorable Guo Huai in a sweet, innocent voice. "I just want to buy some ink and paper." Gu Min replied to his friend before bending down earnestly to address Guo Huai. "Hello, Huai-er." Guo Huai's face lit up with a blend of shyness and delight, prompting a hint of envy from Gu Yuan, who remarked, "This little rascal was quite the handful at home, insisting on coming out with me. Yet now he is so well behaved. I believe Huai-er has always been quite sensible," Gu Min replied with a gentle laugh. As he prepared to unlock the door, Guo Yuan, noticing the items in Gu Min's hands, promptly took them from him. With a heavy metallic clatter, Gu Min opened the door and ushered the father and son inside. Guo Yuan placed the items he was holding down and curiously inquired, "This is ink and paper, but what is this?" He pointed to an elegant wooden box that Gu Min had brought back. Gu Min, having washed his hands and lit incense, smiled slightly at the question. "A fine delicacy. Open it and let Huai-er have a taste." No sooner had Gu Min spoken than Guo Yuan observed his son's eyes sparkle with eagerness, fixated on the wooden box. With a hint of exasperation, he addressed his son. "Tell me, did you insist on coming to Uncle Gu's just for this moment?" Without further ado, Guo Yuan opened the wooden box. "This is the Shui Tuan from Shuangmu Building," he exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the translucent delicacy within. No wonder this box looked so familiar. Despite their close acquaintance, Guo Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. As far as he knew, the Shui Tuan was a limited edition treat available only on the opening day of Shuangmu Building, with only 100 pieces produced. Its ethereal beauty was highly coveted among scholars in certain circles. He had only encountered it once before with an acquaintance. Even so, that singular encounter had left a lasting impression of the unique Shui Tuan etched in his memory. He glanced at Gu Min, who also appeared slightly taken aback at the sight of the delicacy, suggesting it was his first encounter as well. The young Guo Huai gazed at the extraordinarily beautiful treat and softly repeated, "Shui Tuan," seeing the father and the son frozen in admiration. Gu Min couldn't help but smile with a hint of resignation. "Let Huai-er have taste. It's the perfect occasion for us all to try this novel delicacy." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and had Gu Yuan been more observant, he would have noticed the glimmer in his friend's eyes mirrored the uncontainable craving in little Guo Huai, a shared gleam born of true culinary passion. Without waiting for Gu Yuan to decline further, Gu Min, with a smile playing on his lips, took out 3 delicate Shui Tuan from the box and presented them to the Guo father and son. "What? Does Brother Ziyuan still require my personal attendance to feed him? It seems I shall benefit from your kindness today." At this moment, any further politeness from Ziyuan would appear disingenuous, so he graciously accepted. Seeing his father take the treats, Guo Huai eagerly reached out to receive the exquisite delicacies from Uncle Gu, and simultaneously, a realization began to solidify in his young heart. The charming Uncle Gu always had delightful and beautiful confections, which he adored. Chapter 35. The first gift of respect, the desire for beauty, is inherent in all. Literary figures pursue elegance. Women and children are drawn to beautiful things. And food enthusiasts are captivated by exquisite flavors, such as the nature of humanity. Guo Yuan took the Shui Tuan, and in the contrast of his thick beard and mature visage, the confection appeared even more delicate and lovely. Unlike the impatient young Guo Huai, who immediately took a bite, Guo Yuan felt that with such a beautiful delicacy, taste was secondary. As he admired the treat and attempted to conjure a couple of poetic lines, Gu Yuan suddenly had a thought and casually inquired of Gu Min, "Yuan-shun, I recall that the Shuangmu Building only distributed 100 portions of these Shui Tuan on its opening day. Where did you procure them today?" Gu Min swallowed the melt-in-your-mouth confection, savoring the sweet aroma, and after a brief pause, replied softly, "Actually, I believe I have a fairly good rapport with the chef at Shuangmu Building." He offered no further explanation and then turned his gaze to the little Guohuai beside Guiziyuan. Guohuai was perched on his father's knee, his rosy lips moving as he chewed, his cheeks slightly puffed, and the beautiful delicacy bore 2 tiny bite marks from his eager hands. "Does Huaier enjoy this treat?" Gumin inquired with a smile, leaning closer. "Yes," Guohuai replied earnestly, though he had a greater fondness for cakes, a sentiment he kept to himself. "I have heard there are shui wet tuan filled with crabapple, which are particularly favored by young ladies," Guiyuan remarked, observing the light golden osmanthus within his shui wet tuan. "However, today I find this golden osmanthus delightful. The golden osmanthus shui tuan is quite fitting, reminiscent of the Moon Palace's laurels." Gumin nodded slightly. His gaze lowered as he recalled the young lady who had thoughtfully prepared this gift for him. He too found it quite delightful. Guiyuan redirected the conversation to the recent autumn examinations, probing Gumin with a directness that revealed no discernible change in his friend's demeanor. Unable to resist, he asked, "Gumin, how did you feel about this round?" "Acceptable," Gumin replied, recognizing the whims of fate. Having experienced numerous autumn examinations, he had become quite familiar with the process, yet he had learned to temper his brilliance, presenting a demeanor as gentle and serene as water and bamboo. Guoziyuan carefully observed his friend's expression, but still detected no hint of disappointment. Gumin, noticing Guoziyuan's intense scrutiny, felt a touch of helplessness and gently offered, "Shall I read my essay to you? Would that be possible?" Guoziyuan exclaimed with excitement, rubbing his hands together. "It will be a true delight to critique your work. Yuanshen, come, let us go to the study." On the bustling streets of Qing'an in the afternoon, the number of people is neither excessive nor sparse. One can often observe a few individuals meandering leisurely along the roadside, likely having just emerged from a dining establishment, taking their time to aid digestion. Within the kitchen of Shuangmu Building, Lin Jiu frequently visits the expansive kitchen to provide guidance to Hicheng. Occasionally, she offers constructive criticism on Hicheng's posture and movements, inadvertently refining the actions of Lin's father and elder brother as well. Hicheng is not the sort of person lacking discernment. He recognizes the diligence and strict standards Lin Jiu maintains in her teaching, and any mistakes he makes are pointed out without hesitation. He can scarcely conceive of a master who could surpass his own. With this thought in mind, Hicheng has grown considerably more forgiving towards Yin Shuang, the head waiter who has often subtly undermined him. Yin Shuang, coming to the back kitchen for ingredients, is inexplicably overcome by a chill, finding Hicheng's astutely shrewd countenance even more irksome. Lin Jiu, however, remains oblivious to the intricate dynamics at play in the Shuangmu Building kitchen. For her, mentoring Hicheng also bears its advantages. Primarily, Hicheng possesses both innate talent and diligence, and his character has been tested. In Lin Jiu's eyes, he represents a worthwhile investment. The notion of a disciple causing their master to starve is far from her considerations. As Shuangmu Building continues to flourish, the need for capable hands becomes ever more pressing. Cultivating her own apprentice is far preferable to hiring externally. Moreover, the process of teaching Hicheng concurrently serves as a means for Lin Jiu to solidify her own knowledge. The adage of learning through review applies not only to Hicheng, but also to her own growth. Following her previous work in compiling technical summaries and recipes for Lin Jiu seems to have unlocked a new perspective. As she instructs her disciple, she finds herself increasingly compelled to document her insights during her leisure moments. Without the distractions of mobile phones and the internet, one can truly engage in myriad pursuits during idle hours. Perhaps she might even pen a book in the future, Lin Jiu mused whimsically. Returning to her small kitchen, Lin Jiu finds that the busiest hours have passed. She methodically organizes the jars and ingredients, deepening her understanding and mastery of this space. It is only when she becomes so familiar with the kitchen that it feels like an extension of her own body, capable of commanding every element with ease, that she gradually ceases her tasks. In a moment of stillness, her gaze drifts to a vintage portrait of the kitchen god, lost in contemplation. The festive season has come to an end, and the business of Shuangmu Building has settled into a steady rhythm. The Lin family's life should have returned to tranquility. However, an important matter concerning their future is quietly unfolding. Today marks the day when a matchmaker from the Li family approaches the Zhao family to discuss a marriage proposal for Lin's elder brother. The intended bride is none other than Zhao Wan, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, whom Lin Li has secretly admired for some time. Zhao Wan and Lin Li are of similar age and possess commendable character. Given that both families reside on Qing'an Street, should this union come to fruition, it would indeed be a commendable match. In the Daqi Dynasty, the union of a man and woman in marriage necessitates the observance of 6 rites. Presently, the Lin family has engaged a matchmaker to approach the Zhao family for a proposal, which marks merely the initial step known as Nakai. Should they proceed through all 6 rites, the entire process may require no less than 6 months, provided that the Zhao family consents to the union and no unforeseen complications arise. As Li remarked, some families of certain standing may even take 2 or 3 years to prepare for the engagement. Given that her elder brother has set his heart on the Zhao maiden and that the Lin and Zhao families are not far apart, they are somewhat acquainted with each other. If the Zhao family shares the same sentiment, both families could celebrate the joyous occasion by next year. Ah, the joyous occasion. Lin Jiu leaned against the wall, her head gently tilted upwards, contemplating her elder brother's impending nuptials and her own future life. Li, standing at the entrance of the small kitchen, initially did not see her daughter by the stove. Taking a step forward, she discovered Lin Jiu in a demure posture against the wall. "Jiu, what are you doing leaning there?" Upon seeing her mother, Lin Jiu straightened up. "Oh, nothing, mother. What brings you to the kitchen?" "I left the Gui to keep watch there. Sitting at the counter collecting money is rather taxing. It leaves my back aching," Li replied, rotating her arm as if to relieve the tension, her expression one of contentment. "I thought I would come out for a stroll and check on you." Lin Jiu nodded, reassured by a Gui's presence. She casually voiced the thoughts that had been lingering in her mind. "Mother, when do you think the matchmaker will return with news?" "Tonight, or perhaps by tomorrow morning," Li answered, her demeanor reflecting confidence rather than concern regarding the marriage proposal. Lin Jiu pondered this when Li chuckled. "What is this? Are you contemplating the matter?" Unbothered by her mother's insight into her thoughts, Lin Jiu sincerely sighed. "I find it hard to believe that my elder brother is soon to be married, and I will have a sister-in-law. Soon enough, there will be nephews and nieces." Li let out a soft laugh, perceiving her daughter as still a child at heart. She refrained from teasing her and said with a smile, "It ultimately depends on the Zhao family's decision. Even if they agree, you won't be able to call her sister-in-law until next year." Lin Jiu replied with a smile. "Seasons change swiftly. Spring will arrive before we know it." Li enumerated the rites: the matchmaker's proposal, the analysis of birth dates, the sending of geese, the ceremonial gifts, the selection of an auspicious date, and the wedding procession. With each rite mentioned, she curled a finger until her right hand formed a fist, and only then did she acknowledge, every one of these rites requires time for preparation. Marriage is a momentous endeavor, and one should be meticulous in every detail. In truth, the 6 rites described by Li are a simplified, colloquial form. Accompanying these rites are the 3 letters, namely, the engagement letter, the gift letter, and the marriage letter. Together, these 3 letters and 6 rites constitute a proper and formal marriage. Li's discourse served both to elucidate and to instruct. Noticing her daughter's eyes glimmering with understanding, she subtly nodded, resolving to impart these lessons to her daughter gradually. After a prolonged silence, Madame Li gently sighed, expressing her earnest hope for her cherished daughter. She gazed upon her daughter's exquisite countenance, tenderly lifting Lin Jiu's hand. The thin calluses on Lin Jiu's palm intensified the warmth of maternal affection on Madame Li's face, and the unspoken words were crystal clear. Lin Jiu, devoid of the bashfulness typically found in a lovesick maiden, felt deeply touched by Madame Li's sincere emotions. She obediently tightened her grip on Madame Li's hand, the contrasting rough yet warm texture vividly transmitting feelings of comfort and tranquility to Lin Jiu's mind. "Madam, there is a woman outside claiming to be Lu Pe, seeking your presence," a servant announced from the doorway of the small kitchen. "I shall attend to her at once," Madame Li replied, turning to Lin Jiu with a smile. "See, The news you were anticipating has arrived. The Lupa mentioned by the servant was a well-known matchmaker in the vicinity. A few days prior, Madame Li had engaged her to approach the Zhao family on behalf of Lin's elder brother, seeking a marriage proposal for him. It was likely that she now bore news regarding the Zhao family's sentiments. "Mother, you should hurry," Lin Jiu urged softly. Without delay, Madame Li followed the servant with a briskness that suggested purpose. Moments later, Lin Jiu observed as Madame Li led a jovial and plump woman past the small kitchen and into the main hall. With just a glance, the woman's beaming smile, brimming with joy as if she were celebrating a momentous occasion, profoundly affected Lin Jiu, assuring her that the prospects of her brother's marriage were nearly certain. Gradually, Lin Jiu's worries began to dissipate, and she pondered that Lu Po's enthusiastic demeanor likely contributed to her renown among matchmakers, for surely a cheerful matchmaker would not be devoid of fortune. Her intuition proved accurate, as Lu Po indeed brought auspicious news to the Lin family. Radiating joy, Lu Po weighed the pouch Madame Li had given her with subtlety, her smile growing wider, revealing her teeth. Her slightly plump frame quivered with delight, exuding an aura of happiness. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Lu Po tucked the pouch in her bosom, uttering some auspicious phrases before gracefully departing, her ample figure swaying as she walked away. Lin Jiu peeked from beneath Madame Li's arm, pushing aside her hand propped against the side door, and asked with a beaming smile, "Mother, what was the outcome?" With no outsiders present, Madame Li's smile became even more radiant and relaxed. She gently supported Lin Jiu, closed the side door, and gleefully continued, "What was the outcome? Naturally, it means you will soon have a sister-in-law." Chapter 36. The gem within the stone. As the last remnants of early autumn's warmth faded away, August drew to a close. A gentle rain fell last night, bringing a refreshing chill that lingered until noon, leaving the stone-paved road speckled with water stains. The sky remained overcast, hinting at the possibility of further rain. Fortunately, Lin Jiu reflected, her elder brother had visited the Zhao family the previous day. She looked up at the sky. The dreary weather was certainly less pleasant than the previous day's bright sunshine, which would have facilitated matters at hand. Since the last successful matchmaking by Lu matchmaker at the Zhao family, the Lin family similarly requested Zhao Wan's marriage certificate, which they placed before the kitchen god's tablet according to tradition. After 3 days without any unforeseen events, they considered it a passage through the second hurdle. Concurrently, the Lin family sought the expertise of a master from Baohua Temple to harmonize the birth dates and zodiac signs of the couple, discovering a splendid match, a union destined by heaven. Following the time-honored customs meticulously, it was only yesterday that Lin Li formally visited the Zhao family with gifts in hand. Lin Jiu wrapped her arms around herself, noticing a slight chill at her fingertips. She was clad in a rather thin summer shirt, and the outside air was considerably cooler than the warm little kitchen. The rain had fallen today, bringing a briskness that urged her to return indoors for an additional layer of clothing. Lisher noticed Lin Jiu's subtle shiver and insisted, "You mustn't refuse. Let us find you something warmer." "I haven't yet found thicker garments," Lin Jiu murmured, releasing her shivering stance caused by the sudden draft. "I'll fetch something for you. You mustn't catch a chill in this weather. It's the last thing a young lady should endure," Lisher chattered on, sharing her wisdom, before turning to enter Lin Jiu's room. Lin Jiu followed slowly, and upon entering her bedroom, she saw that Lisher had already retrieved a dark green outer robe from the wardrobe, gesturing for her to put it on. Lin Jiu obediently donned the robe, twirling around playfully, and grinned at Lisher, saying, "Mother, do I resemble a vegetable?" Lisher shot her a playful glare, noting that the robe perfectly matched Lin Jiu's dress, dismissing the notion of her looking like a vegetable. "Even if you did, you'd be my precious jade cabbage." As Lin Jiu bent down to tidy her belongings, Lisher suggested, "Given this cold weather and the possibility of more rain, perhaps you should stay indoors." "I've just added a layer, Mother." "Fear not. I shall be quick," Lin Jiu replied, securing her purse, one hand grasping a coarse cloth book bag, the other lifting an oiled paper umbrella, smiling as she waved goodbye to Lisher. "I'll take the umbrella. Even if it rains, I doubt it will be heavy." Stepping outside, Lin Jiu tightened her grip on her robe with the hand that held the book bag, feeling the chill of the damp air effectively warded off. It is said that rainy days are perfect for reading. With no other forms of entertainment available, the wisdom of the ancients proved true. Such gloomy weather is indeed ideal for lounging at a desk or nestling in bed, immersed in a captivating book, savoring a few pages. Staying in the warmth and comfort of her room, occasionally glancing at the soft patter of rain in the corridor, was an exquisite delight. Regrettably, Lin Jiu lamented her limited collection of books, or rather, the scarcity of interesting titles available in the market. As she contemplated her upcoming visit to Jiangzhou City's largest bookstore, her heart brimmed with anticipation, wondering if new titles had arrived during her absence. The next few days of rainy weather would depend on the treasures she might uncover there. The Daqi bookstore, a haven for erudition and elegance. Lin Jiu stood before the bookstore situated in the heart of Jiangzhou, casting a glance upward at the thick, gray clouds that loomed ominously in the sky. Rain was imminent. Fortunately, she had brought an umbrella. A faint smile graced the corners of Lin Jiu's lips as she stepped into the bookstore, meandering through the aisles in search of literature that piqued her interest. In truth, her assertion that few books available on the market could captivate her was not an exaggeration. Even within the largest bookstore in Jiangzhou, aside from a handful of texts related to the imperial examination and some works by contemporary scholars that left her perplexed, there remained only the rather kitsch details of beautiful maidens falling in love with impoverished scholars. This enchanting maiden could be a refined young lady, a humble beauty, or even a mystical fox spirit, yet she would invariably embody gentleness and unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice wealth, life, or even forsake her kin for the sake of love. Lin Jiu flipped through several newly released tales, only to return them reluctantly to their shelves. She eventually selected one that seemed a tad unconventional and less gaudy, bringing it to the counter. The young clerk, slouched behind the counter, squinted at her through half-closed eyes, a book filled with densely packed characters resting before him. One hand propped his chin, while the other held a brush that appeared to dangle precariously, indicating he was on the verge of dozing off. Lin Jiu gently rapped her fingers twice on the dark lacquered wooden counter. The clerk, startled by the sound, blinked awake, his initial panic subsiding as he recognized her as a customer. After a brief scan of his surroundings, he glanced at the book in Lin Jiu's hand and quoted a price, 81. Lin Jiu nodded slightly and inquired softly, "Excuse me, young sir, has Mr. Sure Zhongyu released any new works recently?" The young clerk looked up again. "Yes, two just arrived today, though they have yet to be shelved. Dreams of the Flower discussion and occasional records of solar eclipses. What the Long Night Chronicles? Is it not forthcoming?" Lin Jiu pressed. "I'm not sure, but you may wish to peruse these two first." The clerk presented the titles he had mentioned, placing them on the counter. Lin Jiu flipped through a couple of pages, recognizing the familiar writing style, and exclaimed, "I'll take these two as well. How much in total?" 321. Lin Jiu extracted 3 coins of silver and 2 strings of 10 copper coins from her purse, handing them over to the clerk. Once he confirmed the weight of the coins with his small scale, she carefully gathered her newly acquired tomes and placed them into her coarse fabric book bag. Though the 3 slender volumes cost over 301, Lin Jiu, accustomed to the steep prices of books, could not help but marvel at the expense, yet felt compelled to make the purchase. With her spiritual sustenance in hand, she turned to leave, only to inadvertently collide with a solid chest. She quickly stepped back, instinctively murmuring, "My apologies. Do not blame Miss Lin. It was Igu, who was momentarily lost in thought," came the voice of the owner of the chest. Filled with sincere regret, Lin Jiu raised her hand and gently pinched her slightly sore nose, taking a moment to inhale deeply before lifting her gaze to the person she had collided with. To her surprise, it was a familiar face. Before her stood Gu Min, clad in a flowing azure robe, his tall figure exuding an air of elegance amidst the drizzling rain. In this ink-scented bookshop, he resembled a figure delicately outlined in a traditional ink painting. It's you, young Master Gu. Am I blocking your way to settle your bill?" Lin Jiu inquired with a smile. "It was merely an oversight on my part," Gu Min replied with an apologetic tone, his handsome features momentarily tinged with the warmth of human experience. His gaze drifted towards Lin Jiu's coarse cloth book bag, and with a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Miss Lin, do you enjoy reading these books?" "Indeed," Lin Jiu replied, glancing down at her book bag before lifting her head with a bright smile. "This author, Shi Zhongyu, writes exceptionally well. I highly recommend his works to you." "Oh, what makes them so noteworthy?" Gu Min's interest was evidently piqued. Lin Jiu furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment, carefully organizing her thoughts. His writings are either profound or filled with delightful whimsy, though he seldom employs ornate language. His clever expressions flow effortlessly, embodying a refreshing simplicity. Most importantly, I admire his attitude towards life and food. At the mention of food, Lin Jiu felt a touch shy. For being a chef, it was only natural that she emphasized culinary themes. With this thought, her spirits lifted. Immersed in her own musings, Lin Jiu failed to notice the deepening smile on Gu Min's lips as he listened intently, his round, phoenix-like eyes sparkling with intrigue. As it was her first time recommending a book to someone, Lin Jiu was uncertain about how to navigate the conversation. After briefly mentioning a few details she particularly enjoyed, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, concluding with earnest enthusiasm, "I hope I haven't made a fool of myself, but truly, Shi Zhongyu's work is remarkable." "No, Miss Lin, you articulated your thoughts beautifully," Gu Min replied, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Lin Jiu, oblivious to the underlying emotions in his words, stood beneath the eaves of the bookshop, gazing up at the sky. The dark gray clouds above seemed poised to release their rain at any moment. Turning back to Gu Min, her voice bright and clear, she said, "Young Master Gu, the weather looks ominous. It seems it won't be long before it rains. So I shall take my leave. That would be wise. Please take care on your journey." "Miss Lin," Gu Min responded, looking down at her. The young girl's face, accentuated by her dark green robe, appeared even more radiant and fair, her eyes sparkling with vitality, as if she were the sole splash of color in an otherwise dreary world. He remained rooted in place, watching Lin Jiu's retreating figure, his gaze deep and contemplative, before finally breaking into a contented smile. "Mr. Gu, thankfully, you have not yet departed." A man, caught between middle age and the elderly, emerged from the bookshop. He glanced around, and, upon seeing the person he sought still under the eaves, a look of delight crossed his face. With a blend of familiarity and respect, he said, "Might I request that you step inside for a moment? I have a few inquiries regarding your recent article, and I shall arrange for someone to escort you home shortly." Gu Min slightly nodded, his expression regaining the demeanor of a quintessential gentleman. The proprietor of the bookstore, leading the way ahead, returned to the interior of the Daqi bookstore. As they passed the counter at the entrance, the elderly shopkeeper instinctively chided the young man behind the counter, "Sit properly, will you?" Turning back towards Gu Min, his wrinkled face broke into a beaming smile. "Please, Mr. Gu." The two men made their way to the innermost reception room of the bookstore, where the shopkeeper eagerly lifted a stack of manuscripts from the table. As he did so, the elegantly inscribed title on the cover of the manuscript flashed briefly, "Jade Among Stones." Min refers to Jade Among Stones. Chapter 37. The Warm Room. Exiting the bookstore, Lin Jiu walked along the bluestone path leading to Qing'an Street, one hand clutching a coarse cloth bag containing 3 books, while the other held an oil paper umbrella. She carefully watched the ground beneath her feet to avoid stepping into puddles formed by the rainwater. A single droplet of transparent rain fell from the sky, creating ripples in a nearby puddle. Lin Jiu instinctively looked up and extended her hand, the raindrops landing perfectly on her cheek and the back of her hand, providing a refreshing sensation. As she opened the oil paper umbrella, the unmistakable patter of raindrops began to sound above her. She wondered whether Gu Min had gotten caught in the rain. Cradling the book bag protectively against her chest, she held the umbrella firmly. Before long, the sign of the twin wooden building appeared before her. She took a detour into a nearby alley and pushed open the side door of the courtyard. "Mother, I'm back," Lin Jiu called out as she entered, folding her umbrella and leaning it against the wall of the corridor. She placed the damp umbrella in her bedroom before walking to the entrance of the main room, addressing Li Shi inside. "I told you it would rain, yet you insisted on going out," Li Shi remarked, relieved to see that her daughter's hair and clothes were not damp, though she still lightly chided her. "I didn't get wet," The rain started just as I reached the street corner, and I arrived home shortly after. Lin Jiu replied cheerfully. I walked quite a bit, and I'm feeling a bit warm now. Warm or not, you're not to take off your clothes. Fine, I want tea. Where's elder brother? Lin Jiu asked, lowering her hand that had been poised on a button. He is still in the kitchen. Do you need to see him? No, I was just asking, Lin Jiu laughed. I can't shake the feeling that since yesterday, when he returned from proposing to the Zhao family, he has been sulking in the kitchen. That does seem to be the case. I'll go check on him, Li Shi responded, raising her eyebrows. And I'll go see about my peppers, Lin Jiu said, as Li Shi began to chatter affectionately about her peppers. As the rain intensified, Lin Jiu squeezed under the large umbrella that Li Shi held and made her way to the small kitchen, darting out from under the umbrella just in time to stand beneath the eaves of the storeroom. In that fleeting moment, a large drop of rain splashed onto Lin Jiu's neck, causing her to shiver. She raised her hand to brush her neck, smiling brightly as she waved at Li. After receiving a resigned smile from her mother, she gently pushed open the door behind her, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for one person, swiftly slipping inside and closing the door behind her. This room, once a storage space, had now transformed into a warm greenhouse for peppers, with lights illuminated even during the day and a charcoal brazier burning. 39 pepper plants thrived within, flourishing under the care of their devoted keeper. Since the weather had begun to cool in the mornings and evenings, Lin Jiu pondered the fate of her precious peppers and commenced preparations. In her recollection, Jiangzhou should lie in a relatively southern region, where the climate might be a touch warmer, yet it would still experience the chill of winter, with at least a few flurries of snow during the coldest days. While she did not expect her peppers to endure until the winter snow, she certainly hoped these little darlings would not wither away just as they were on the cusp of bearing fruit due to a sudden cold breeze. Thus, the greenhouse came into existence. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that Lin Jiu once believed constructing a greenhouse in the Daqi Dynasty would be fraught with challenges. However, when she broached the idea with her father, he responded with an air of familiarity. It turned out that greenhouses, or warm houses, had existed in Daqi, even as far back as the previous dynasty, albeit typically reserved for the affluent or royal families. Reflecting on her father's engaging discourse about greenhouses, Lin Jiu could not help but marvel at the enduring ingenuity of humanity across the ages. With her musings concluded, Lin Jiu directed her attention back to the warm house. The establishment of this haven was due, in part, to her persistent advocacy with her family, particularly her father, on the myriad benefits of peppers. More importantly, it was because the Lin family could now afford such a greenhouse. The expenses of lights and charcoal were not trivial, after all. One could not embark on ambitious endeavors without financial backing. Nonetheless, the Lin family's greenhouse was modest in size and solely tended by family members. Thus, its resource consumption was far less than that of the grand greenhouses owned by the wealthy. Even so, this simplified version of a greenhouse should suffice for growing their own peppers. Lin Jiu gazed at the rows of flourishing pepper plants, her eyes sparkling with delight. In recent days, each plant had gradually burst forth with delicate white flowers, and she had spent considerable time pollinating them with a brush. As there were no bees in the house, everything relied on the diligent hands of the laboring populace. Satisfied, Lin Jiu examined each pepper plant in turn before casting a final glance at the charcoal and lights, as well as the ventilation from the small window above, before contentedly closing the door behind her. Stepping out of the warm house and returning to the rain-drenched courtyard, she felt the temperature shift dramatically. Lin Jiu hurried through the rain, her dark green outer robe now speckled with deeper hues. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed Li was absent, likely still in the large kitchen having a heart-to-heart with her elder brother. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she entered her own room. Amidst the misty rain of Jiangzhou, in the depths of certain residence on Qingfeng Street, adjacent to Qing'an Street, beneath the eaves, where rainwater trickled down, a middle-aged man with a somewhat slick appearance tucked the still warm 5 taels of silver into his breast pocket. With a smirk, he raised his voice. "It's only because you are my brother-in-law that I'll do this for 5 taels. Lower your voice," admonished the man across from him, a man in his 50s with a waxen face, who then softened his tone and said gravely, "Brother, this matter must remain between us. Only heaven, earth, you, and I should know. Not even your sister should be told." Ultimately, this affair was somewhat dubious, and he felt uneasy in trusting it to anyone else. After much contemplation, he deemed his idle brother-in-law the most suitable choice. After all, blood ties offered more reliability than strangers. "All right, brother-in-law, just watch how I handle this. I may not excel in many things, but I assure you, I will take care of this matter, ensuring that the troublesome Shuangmu Tower's reputation is utterly ruined, making them regret ever competing with you." Sun Er, unfazed, spoke with a palpable malice, disregarding his brother-in-law's warnings. Seeing his brother-in-law's confident declarations and the fierce demeanor that accompanied them, the waxen-faced man felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, prompting him to respond with a subdued, affirmative grunt. Sun Er, glancing at his brother-in-law's expression, grinned and flattered. "In the future, the West District will surely belong to your Yunlai Tower. When that time comes, don't forget about me. After the deed is done, I'll return for the remaining 5 taels." As he stepped outside, the rain had begun to ease, a cool breeze wafting in, carrying with it a hint of osmanthus fragrance. Sun Er shivered, hunching his shoulders and crossing his arms. Feeling the weight of the silver in his pocket while recalling his brother-in-law's admonitions, he grimaced slightly. Emerging from the alley, he chuckled to himself and headed northwest, an area teeming with life, where brothels, gambling dens, and all manner of establishments thrived. After a night of sporadic rain, the next day, early risers were pleasantly surprised to find the heavy clouds over Jiangzhou City had finally dissipated, allowing brilliant blue skies to shine through. The autumn rain had brought a chill, and although the sun now shone, the warmth was no longer as inviting as before. However, such climatic shifts were of little concern to the diligent staff bustling between the main hall and kitchen of Shuangmu Tower. Having been in operation for over half a month, the staff had undergone training by the Lin family prior to opening and were thus well acquainted with their respective duties. With the weather turning cooler, they were hardly troubled, as their professional competence remained intact. The true source of their frustration stemmed from the dubious trials provoked by the rising notoriety of Shuangmu Tower, which, despite its burgeoning fame, lacked a solid foundation. While the chill could be managed by simply adding layers, the fickle nature of human hearts was far more unpredictable. The youthful staff members of Shuangmu Tower, mostly clad in the establishment's standard gray uniforms, braved the coolness without additional clothing, occasionally wiping sweat from their brows. Among them, Yin Shuang was busier than his peers. With a pleasing demeanor and a knack for conversation, guests often beckoned him for assistance. "Please take care, esteemed guests." In this moment, Yin Shuang, with a radiant smile, slightly bowed to see off a departing guest. Just as he straightened his posture, 3 middle-aged men stepped inside. These men, somewhat stooped and with their feet awkwardly splayed outward, stumbled forward as if struggling to maintain their balance. Their clothing was disheveled, with one even allowing his belt to hang loosely. Despite their distinctly shifty, rat-like demeanor, they insisted on holding their chins high, and as they entered, their 6 eyes darted around the grand hall of Shuangmu Tower, seemingly selecting a seat, but with an undertone of something else. Yin Shuang, with a sharp memory, recognized the leader of the trio. He appeared to have visited Shuangmu Tower before. While his thoughts raced, Yin Shuang maintained an impassive expression, adorned with a disarmingly sincere smile. "Welcome to Shuangmu Tower. Would you gentlemen prefer to sit in the main hall, or would you like to ascend to our private rooms on the 2nd floor?" Sun Er, the man standing closest to the front, replied in a commanding tone. "Let us sit in the main hall, and choose a central position for us." The man behind him chuckled. "A central spot is perfect." The slightly more robust man to Sun Er's left interjected bluntly. "Well, hurry up and lead the way." Yin Shuang, seemingly oblivious to their disdainful tone, retained his cheerful demeanor and said, "This way, esteemed guests." Once seated, the trio immediately ordered a lavish spread of food and drink, predominantly fine wines and meats. After Yin Shuang had served them, he observed as they indulged in their feast, appearing to be nothing more than ordinary patrons relishing their meal at Shuangmu Tower. Yet, he could not shake off his unease. Seizing the opportunity, he approached Li Shi, the Yin manager seated behind the counter. and discreetly relayed his concerns about the peculiar behavior of the three men. After reporting to Li Shi, Yin Shuang remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the trio. Just as they seemed to have their fill and were about to leave, a thunderous clap echoed through the hall, accompanied by a deliberately raised voice from the center of the grand hall. How can there be mouse droppings in the dishes at Shuangmu Tower? Yin Shuang looked up in surprise, realizing it was the very table he had just attended to. Seeing the attention of the other diners drawn to his table, Sun Er felt a surge of satisfaction swell within him. He feigned a blend of shock and outrage, exclaiming, "I cannot believe that a prestigious establishment like Shuangmu Tower would serve a soup with a lump of mouse droppings." As he spoke, he lifted a few black particles, stuck together and soaked in broth, high above his head for all to see. "Look at this, everyone. If this isn't mouse droppings, then what is it? I've dined at Shuangmu Tower more than once, and I never expected such filth to be served. Who knows how unsanitary their kitchen must be? Had I not discovered this today, I shudder to think how much of this muck I might have unwittingly consumed in the future." Seizing the moment, Sun Er launched into a lengthy tirade, each accusation aimed squarely at the cleanliness of the Shuangmu Tower kitchen, embodying the role of the wronged patron. While his companions occasionally banged the table in agreement, exuding a facade of righteous indignation. As Sun Er's words and actions resonated, the hall of Shuangmu building erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. Guests on the second floor even peered down, exclaiming, "Is it possible? Could it truly be mouse droppings? Are there mouse droppings in our dish as well? Ugh, how revolting." Occasionally, there were voices attempting to defend Shuangmu building, but they were swiftly drowned out by the crowd. For Sun Er's chopsticks held irrefutable evidence. Witnessing the crowd's reaction aligning closely with his expectations, Sun Er felt a surge of pride. He recalled the disdainful gaze of Li Shi on the day of the establishment of Shuangmu building, as she had provocatively declared, "Today, Shuangmu building must provide me with an explanation, and an explanation for everyone present." "Very well, since you seek an explanation, I shall provide one." Li Shi's slightly audacious voice rang out from behind the counter, drawing the customer's attention toward her. She rose slowly, making her way to the center of the hall. Unfazed by the three middle-aged men, her presence commanding and unwavering. These three esteemed guests, as well as all present, she addressed Sun Er and his companions, surveying the hall with a composed demeanor, undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes. "Please do not rush. Today, Shuangmu building will clarify everything and provide an explanation to these three gentlemen and to each respected guest present. I assure you, not a single mouse dropping will spoil the entire pot of soup." As she uttered the words mouse droppings, her gaze subtly flicked towards Sun Er and his companions. What further clarification was needed? The mouse droppings had been discovered in their soup. Could there be any doubt? What more could they possibly deny? Sun Er, feeling victorious, waved his chopsticks, while his other hand pointed toward the soup, where a thin layer of liquid revealed small black specks. Li Shi refrained from disputing the authenticity of the mouse droppings. With a smile devoid of warmth, she addressed the guest, "Sir, please keep the mouse droppings you have in your chopsticks as evidence, so we cannot later deny it. As for the portion soaking in the soup, I kindly ask to take a look. What more is there to observe? The evidence and witnesses are all here. What else is there to say?" "Of course, it is to provide you with an explanation," Li Shi replied. During her speech, Yin Shuang, who had been standing behind her, extended her hand to bring over the plate of soup containing the mouse droppings. Li Shi, with chopsticks, delicately picked up a piece of the droppings and placed it in the center of a white plate on a nearby table. Speaking slowly and clearly, she aimed to ensure that every individual in the vicinity could hear her distinctly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the mouse droppings discovered by these three guests in their soup. According to their account, these droppings were present in the dish before it was served from our kitchen. We can all see, or perhaps some guests have already noticed, that the dishes on the table of these three guests are nearly empty." Seeing Li Shi ramble without directly addressing his concerns, Sun Er interjected with dissatisfaction. "So what if there is hardly anything left? That is precisely why I feel nauseated. If Shuangmu building invites me again, I want to come." Li remained unfazed by Sun Er's scolding, continuing her previous line of reasoning. "Since so many dishes have been consumed, It must be evident that a considerable amount of time has elapsed since the kitchen staff served the food. Given this duration, if indeed there were mouse droppings in the kitchen, it stands to reason that they would have been soaked by the broth. Conversely, if these droppings were introduced after leaving the kitchen, they would likely still be dry on the inside. Thus, the truth is apparent to all. Regardless of the truth behind the mouse droppings, this incident will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Shuangmu Building. Today, I am determined to clarify the matter and minimize any damage to our establishment. Taking the knife offered by Yin Shuang, Li proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests." And to these three individuals, please observe closely. The sharp, gleaming knife sliced the small mouse dropping in the center of the white plate in half. Indeed, the droppings were wet on the outside but dry within, with only the outer edge contaminated by the broth. At Li's gesture, Yin Shuang held the plate up for the curious guests to inspect, placing the remaining droppings from the broth aside, awaiting any skeptics who might wish to verify the evidence. What was once Sun Air's incriminating evidence had now transformed into undeniable proof of Shuangmu Building's innocence in Li's hands. The onlookers expressed expressions of realization, their gazes toward Sun Air and his companions now tinged with understanding and disdain. "Well then, how do you explain this?" Li inquired, glancing at the evidence on the plate before turning to Sun Air. Faced with the pointed doubts raised by Li and the skeptical glances from the crowd, Sun Air momentarily fighted. His original intent had been to enjoy a lavish meal at Shuangmu Building before extorting them, relishing the thought of both food and profit. But now he found himself in a chaotic predicament. Sun Air glared at the assertive Li, feeling both anger and frustration as he restrained the two brothers he had brought along for support. His goal was to sully the reputation of Shuangmu Building, and he was determined to place the blame squarely upon them. The somewhat slick middle-aged man shifted his gaze, pointing at Yin Shuang with accusation. "Even if it didn't fall in your kitchen, it could have been your staff who placed it there. It's him. You think your establishment can completely absolve itself of this wrongdoing?" Yin Shuang, incensed by Sun Air's audacity in shifting blame to him, shot him a furious glare. However, rather than hastily defending himself, he first glanced at his superior, Li. Li was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by Sun Air's antics. Her expression grew colder as she addressed him. "Sir, you initially insisted that the mouse droppings originated from my kitchen, only to be corrected by me. And now you nonsensically shift the blame onto my staff. Such incoherence cannot possibly persuade me or the esteemed guest present." As Li adeptly delineated the circumstances, she skillfully employed terms such as erroneous and chaotic to characterize Sun Air's actions. Ultimately, she turned her inquiry towards the pivotal figures present, namely the onlookers, and, as anticipated, was met with a chorus of responses, varying in tone and enthusiasm. At this juncture, it was abundantly clear to all that the brazen Sun Air had come to stir trouble at Shuangmu Tower. With her objectives achieved, Li's demeanor relaxed slightly as she cast a sardonic smile towards Sun Air. This expression struck Sun Air as particularly jarring. He glanced around at the crowd, whose expressions mirrored that of Li, and, gritting his teeth in defiance, exclaimed, "It was your servant who instigated this. Don't think Shuangmu Tower can evade responsibility." Upon hearing Sun Air's declaration, Li genuinely laughed, launching an even more explosive retort. "I am eager to see who dares to shirk responsibility. Do you believe that, just because you have this individual beside you, I am blind to your actions? I wonder, when you extracted that handful of rat droppings from your left sleeve pocket, did you perhaps let a few fall?" Li's vivid description prompted the crowd to collectively gaze at Sun Air's left sleeve. Even Sun Air, upon hearing her words, could not help but glance nervously in that direction, instinctively covering it with his right hand. Realizing that all eyes were upon him, he quickly lowered his hand from the position over his left sleeve pocket. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, relishing the spectacle. What would the punishment be if this ruckus were reported to the authorities? "Forget the rest. 30 strokes of the rod are surely unavoidable," came a refined voice in response. "Ah, that would surely lead to death," interjected another with astonishment. "That is the consequence of their own actions. We cannot engage in dishonest deeds." Li chimed in, raising her voice in agreement. I wonder if anyone here knows the names of these three individuals who have intentionally tarnished the reputation of Shuangmu Tower. I know. The one in the middle is called Sun Air, she declared, and at the mention of his nickname, a wave of laughter erupted throughout the hall. Chapter 39. Lu Ren, even as Sun Air and his companions commenced their disturbance. A servant had already reported the situation to Lin Jiu in the small kitchen at the back. However, Lin Jiu, confident in her mother's capability, chose to finish preparing the dishes before hastening to the main hall of Shuangmu Tower. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by the sight of her mother skillfully turning the tide of the situation, questioning Sun Air with a fierce determination. Lin Jiu could not help but internally commend her mother's prowess. Soon after, Lin Jiu overheard someone mischievously suggesting that the troublemakers be handed over to the authorities, particularly the subsequent remark about the 30 strokes, which, while ostensibly a response, served as a veiled threat that sent a chill of fear through the unruly lot. Lin Jiu nearly burst into laughter, finding the situation amusing, but as she listened, she recognized the familiar, mellifluous voice of the speaker. Turning her gaze, she spotted Gu Min's tall and elegant figure, accompanied by a mature-looking man with a beard. Lin Jiu exchanged glances with Gu Min, who, with a playful smile, winked at her. The young scholar did not appear as gentle and virtuous as his outward demeanor suggested. This thought fleetingly crossed Lin Jiu's mind, prompting her to shake her head and dismiss it. How could she entertain such notions about someone whom Gu Min was so kindly defending? With this realization, Lin Jiu offered Gu Min a warm smile as a gesture of friendship and gratitude. Meanwhile, she remained attentive to the happenings in the hall, observing as Sun Air and his companions, upon hearing the sound of the wooden board being struck and having their identities revealed by the gathered diners, exchanged glances filled with mutual alarm. They began to retreat toward the entrance of Shuangmu Tower, seemingly intent on making a hasty exit. Before Lin Jiu could speak, Lin Adai, who remained unperturbed while witnessing his wife's display of authority, interjected with a cheerful tone, "Ague, block their way. These three have dined without paying." Agi, a robust and reliable man, immediately stepped forward to obstruct Sun Air and his companions, blocking the entrance to Shuangmu Tower. "Do you intend to dine and dash?" Ague bellowed, his voice gruff. He had yet to fully grasp the situation, unaware that the trio had committed more than merely leaving without settling their bill. Sania, sensing the danger in Ague's tone, shrank back. He glanced at the middle-aged man he had brought for support, who, despite his seemingly strong build, was no match for the youthful vigor of Ague. With their nefarious deeds freshly exposed, Sun Air and his companions now lacked the bravado they had previously displayed. Eager only to escape, with a pained expression, Sun Air fished a silver ingot from his pocket, hesitating to toss it on the ground for fear of incurring Ague's wrath. Ultimately, filled with a mix of resentment and trepidation, he placed the ingot into Ague's outstretched hand without daring to request change, then scurried away in defeat. Ague, holding the silver, glanced between Lin Dai and Li Shi before finally handing the ingot to Li Shi, who typically managed the accounts. Although the instigators of this farce had departed, matters could not be hastily concluded. Lin Dai addressed the still curious diners with a jovial tone. "As you have all witnessed, the incident just now was a mere act orchestrated by Sun Air and his companions. Many of you are familiar faces at our establishment, well acquainted with the Lin family. From my father's generation to our current Shuangmu Tower, over the past 32 years, the Lin family has always conducted ourselves with integrity and honor." While Lin Dai played the emotional card and made grand proclamations, Lin Jiu was not idle. Upon noticing Sun Air's intent to flee, she discreetly instructed the attendant who had previously alerted her to change his attire and exit through the side door, advising him to carefully follow Sun Air once he left Shuangmu Tower, in hopes of discovering whether he would rendezvous with someone, and to take note of the individual's characteristics. A man like Sun Air, lacking any substantial background, would not go to such lengths merely to seek a free meal. Lin Jiu found it difficult to believe such a notion. Lin Jiu, in the shadows, swiftly advised her associate Lu Ren, conveying the essence of her message. Lu Ren, with his unremarkable visage, displayed an expression of understanding. Without the need for further elaboration from Lin Jiu, he deftly and quietly removed his Shuangmu building employee uniform, slipping out through the side door like a nimble fish. Upon returning to the grand hall of Shuangmu building, Lin Jiu peered through the entrance towards Qing'an Street, where she noticed, as Sun Air's figure gradually receded, a rather inconspicuous tail lingering not too far behind him, its appearance and attire utterly ordinary, easily forgotten. Lu Ren indeed possessed a certain aptitude for such clandestine matters. Meanwhile, within the Shuangmu building, the atmosphere began to warm. Thanks to Lin's heartfelt words and the establishment's gesture of offering fruit platters to each table in light of the recent commotion. Occasional mentions of the earlier farce mostly involved light-hearted jests at the expense of Sun Air and his companions, or praises for the restaurant's long-standing culinary offerings. A small faction of patrons, however, remained particularly intrigued by Madame Li's commanding demeanor in dealing with the unruly Sun Air and his cohorts. Seeing the ambience shift positively, Lin Jiu felt a quiet relief wash over her. She returned to the small kitchen, patiently awaiting Lu Ren's return. However, it was not Lu Ren who arrived, but rather manager and from Tian Building, come to dispense the profit shares. It dawned on Lin Jiu that it was already September, the time for settling the August profits from the secret seasoning blend of Jijiangju. Manager N, having traversed to her establishment, had naturally heard about the recent events at Shuangmu Building. Sharing the same industry, he abhorred such unscrupulous tactics. Though Tian Building had its advantages, it did not ascend to prominence through such deceitful means. The slender manager and wore a look of disdain, evidently disgusted by Sun Air and his associates. He asserted, "This matter is undoubtedly complex. Sun Air's actions must have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes." Lin Jiu observed the manager's irritation, his mustache twitching in anger. A far cry from the slightly arrogant old man she had first encountered. Suppressing her inappropriate mirth, she composed herself and nodded in agreement. Pointing out a peculiarity, it is said that Sun Air is inusual, idling away his days and often seeking petty gains. Yet today, he was willing, or perhaps able, to produce a two-tailed silver ingot, which is indeed strange. Manager In, realizing the implication, remarked, "That only reinforces my point. I hope Shuangmu Building will exercise greater vigilance in the future." Lin Jiu acknowledged this with a verbal agreement, yet she felt a twinge of helplessness. Such matters could not be wholly avoided through mere caution. Ultimately, the Lin family was weakened, lacking a solid foundation or backing. Manager In seemed to grasp the Lin family's predicament, refraining from delving deeper into the topic. Instead, he leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice in truth. There may be another motive for someone to deliberately trouble Shuangmu Building at this juncture. Seeing the old man's demeanor suggesting he possessed inside information, Lin Jiu eagerly responded, "Oh, I would be grateful for any insights you could share, Manager In." However, Master In adjusted himself, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and leisurely remarked, "Miss Lin's tea is quite exceptional." Lin Jiu could not help but feel somewhat speechless after just a few occasions. Had he already forsaken the tea he had previously praised before her, both overtly and covertly? Nevertheless, choosing to remain discreet, Lin Jiu feigned delight and replied, "I'm glad you enjoy it. I still have plenty of this peach oolong tea. I shall prepare a portion for you to savor later." Master nodded modestly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features before he set down his teacup, and continued, "Miss Lin may not be aware, but our Jiangzhou city is currently organizing a culinary event, and there is an intention to select several establishments to advance directly to the second round." "A culinary event? The second round? Is this bypassing the preliminary round altogether?" Lin Jiu displayed a contemplative expression, pondering whether this event posed an obstacle to certain competitors for Shuangmu Building. Yet, perhaps this culinary event could indeed be an opportunity for Shuangmu Building. Master In left his statement deliberately vague and refrained from elaborating further. He once again lifted his teacup, inhaling the aroma before taking a sip. The subtle bitterness of the oolong tea mingled with the sweet essence of peach, resonating within his mouth, with a lingering aftertaste that was simply divine. The little old man radiated contentment, reflecting on how he once held the thick brew made from tea dregs in such high regard. Lin Jiu, with a smile, bid farewell to Master Lin, not forgetting to offer him a box of peach oolong tea bags. As she watched him depart, Lin Jiu did not return immediately. She strained her eyes towards the distance, yet still could not spot the figure of Lu Run, the errand boy she had dispatched to follow Sun Er. Surely, Lu Run ought to be back by now. As the afternoon approached closing time at Shuangmu Building, Lu Run finally appeared at the entrance, panting heavily. Despite his weariness, excitement sparkled in his eyes, lending a certain radiance to his otherwise unremarkable face. Seeing Lu Run return safely, Lin Jiu refrained from immediately inquiring about the results. Instead, she poured him half a bowl of water and teasingly remarked, "What's this? Did you get discovered and chased back all the way?" Lu Run caught his breath, somewhat embarrassed as he accepted the bowl of water from Lin Jiu, his initial excitement at uncovering secrets beginning to subside. He stammered, "Thank you, Miss Jiu. This hall is not the place for conversation. Drink some water first, and come with me to the small kitchen," Lin Jiu suggested, glancing around before softly speaking. With that, Lin Jiu turned and headed towards the back courtyard of Shuangmu Building. Lu Run followed her advice, gulping down a large mouthful of water, swallowing it down, and hastily placing the empty bowl on the table before catching up with her. Lin Jiu prepared her paper and pen, only to find Lu Run waiting in the small kitchen, looking eager to share a multitude of thoughts. She smiled gently, reassuring him, "Do not rush. Take your time and start from when you followed them out of Shuangmu Building." Gradually calming himself, Lu Run began to recount his experiences trailing Sun Er, revealing that after exiting Shuangmu Building, Sun Er and his companions had dispersed shortly thereafter, and Lu Run had chosen to follow the leader, Sun Er, closely behind. Sun Er, with a hint of cunning, found himself thwarted in his plans. After parting ways with his two dubious companions, he was initially intent on heading straight in one direction. However, with a sudden shift in thought, he halted his steps and turned back towards his home. Lu Run had been lurking near Sun Er's residence for quite some time when he noticed that after returning home, Sun Er stealthily emerged through a less conspicuous back door, his furtive demeanor suggesting mischief as he scurried off in a certain direction. Lu Run recounted the details with great precision, and Lin Jiu refrained from interrupting his narrative, listening attentively and patiently, taking notes with a charcoal pencil, occasionally nodding to encourage him to continue. Once Lu Run's account reached a natural pause, Lin Jiu, aligning her notes with his words, inquired, after Sun Er exited through his back door, did he proceed directly to Qingfeng Street and enter a secluded alley through a side entrance? Indeed, Lu Run confirmed with a nod. There is a restaurant at the alley's entrance? Yes, Yunlai Restaurant. I made sure to note it down, he replied. Could you elaborate on the appearance of the man who opened the door for Sun Er? Was there anything particularly noteworthy about him? He appeared to be in his 50s, of average build, with a sallow complexion and a broad jaw. Beyond that, I couldn't discern much as I was too far away. Lu Run scratched his head, struggling to recall further details. That is already quite helpful, Lin Jiu encouraged. She began sketching based on Lu Run's description, and soon a rough outline took shape in her hands. In truth, it was after becoming a cook that she discovered her own artistic talent, which she naturally cultivated into a cherished hobby. It seemed that indeed, possessing multiple skills was never a burden. Do you think this resembles the man? Lin Jiu gestured for Lu Run to take a look. It seems the jaw needs to be a bit wider, and he should have slanted eyes. Lu Run leaned in to examine the figure she had sketched, instinctively recalling more details. Lin Jiu, with her charcoal pencil, swiftly made adjustments based on Lu Run's impressions. Finally, Lu Run expressed his admiration. Miss Jiu, you are truly remarkable. Just a trivial skill, Lin Jiu replied casually. At times, she felt a bit rusty. But do not rush. There is another drawing I need your assistance with. Today has truly been a strain on you, and I've kept you working overtime, Lin Jiu remarked as she organized the papers in her hand while exiting the small kitchen. By this time, most of the staff at Shuangmu Building had departed, and Lu Run, still assisting Lin Jiu with her sketches, was indeed working overtime. It's no trouble. I haven't done much work this afternoon, Lu Run scratched his head. The real hard work belongs to Miss Jiu, who produces such art. Please don't say that, Lu Run. Your help has been invaluable, Lin Jiu stated earnestly. She extended her hand, offering Lu Ren 2 coins of silver, indicating for him to take them. Thank you, Lu Ren. This is what you deserve. Upon seeing the silver, Lu Ren hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Miss Jiu, this. Please take it back. Are you expecting me to hold it for you indefinitely? Lin Jiu urged him. Please take it. You've earned it. Once Lu Ren accepted the coins, she nodded in satisfaction. As Lu Ren received the silver, he hesitated once more. Miss Jiu, am I allowed to discuss this matter with others? For instance, if the other staff inquire, you may mention it, but do not boast about it. Lin Jiu furrowed her brows in contemplation before she could not help but advise, do not mention that it was you who discovered this on your own. I am aware. I merely stated it was through inquiries that I learned someone had seen and heard. Lu Ren's ordinary visage broke into a simple smile. Truly, a child worthy of guidance. Lin Jiu nodded in approval. Well then, it is getting late. You should hasten home. In the evening, the grand doors of Shuangmu building were firmly shut, and the 4 members of the Lin family gathered in the main hall to discuss the midday altercation instigated by Sun Heir and his companions. That son is indeed detestable. Thankfully, Yin Shuang was astute and warned me early, allowing me to be prepared. Li Shi expressed her disdain and anger towards Sun Heir. It is also thanks to my wife's foresight and appropriate response. Lin Pei praised Li Shi with a cheerful demeanor, much like soothing a spooked feline. He did not deny Yin Shuang's contribution, and even offered her a substantial red envelope when Shuangmu building closed, eliciting envy from the other staff. Under the influence of Lin Pei's jovial spirit, Li Shi's expression softened. She graciously accepted his compliment and turned to Lin Jiu with a puzzled look. By the way, Jiu, what task did you assign to that Lu Ren? The assistant Lu Ren had been absent for quite some time, and upon his return, he was summoned by Lin Jiu to the small kitchen for a hushed conversation. Connecting this to the events of noon, Li Shi instinctively felt that her daughter must have orchestrated something again. I sent him to follow that Sun Heir. If Sun Heir's scheme fails, he may hastily seek out his conspirators for counsel. Lin Jiu smiled knowingly, and indeed, that was the case. Jiu is quite clever. Did he uncover anything of significance? Naturally. Lin Jiu recounted the information Lu Ren had gathered and then presented her own preliminary character sketch, inquiring, Father, Mother, and Elder Brother, have you ever seen this individual? Is this the person who met with Sun Heir? This cannot be. It is Wu, the manager of Yunlai building. Li Shi turned to Lin Pei, who nodded in confirmation. Her brows furrowed in anger as she exclaimed, could it be he who intends to harm our Lin family? It is 99% likely, Lin Jiu asserted with conviction, and the others subtly nodded in agreement, acknowledging this theory. I never expected Manager Wu would stoop to such deeds. Li Shi seemed still in disbelief, recalling, truth be told, Yunlai building had been established for over a decade. I remember when we had just welcomed Li Er into the world. How could he be so foolish? Qingfeng Street is merely adjacent to our Qing'an Street. Could it be he believes our Shuangmu building obstructs his establishment's business? Lin Jiu scoffed lightly. Wherever there is profit to be made, there will always be those who advance heedlessly. Li Shi regarded this action as foolish. Yet the profit-driven manager Wu likely did not share her sentiments. Every grain of rice nurtures diverse peoples. There will always be those who engage in unscrupulous endeavors. Observing her family's contemplative expressions, Lin Jiu, who had received the news earlier, decided to reveal her stance. Now that we know the instigator, I refuse to let this matter rest. Certainly, it cannot simply be overlooked. Li Shi concurred without hesitation. Even a clay figurine possesses a spark of anger. What's more, they have employed such despicable tactics against Shuangmu building. But how should we retaliate? Li Shi furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Little Jiu seems to already have a plan. Lin Father reminded Li Shi, smiling as he awaited Lin Jiu's continuation, without opposing her or Li Shi's words. Lin Jiu, not want to keep them guessing, produced the scene sketch she had placed beneath the portrait of Manager Wu and slowly spoke. Indeed, I have a notion, but I shall await your decision, dear parents. Chapter 41. A just retribution the following day, as the staff of Shuangmu building arrived for work, Lin Jiu was surprisingly absent from the small kitchen, choosing instead to wait in the main hall. Lu Ren, harboring his own secrets, had arrived early at Shuangmu Building and was delighted to find Miss Jiu seated in the hall. His eyes brightened as he approached her. "Miss Jiu, I have discovered who that person is," he whispered excitedly, unable to contain his enthusiasm, even with such a vague statement. Lin Jiu immediately thought of the individual Lu Run referred to, the one he had followed yesterday, who met with Sun Air, the very subject of her character sketch. Although she had learned of this person's identity from her family the previous night, Lin Jiu made no effort to halt Lu Ren's discourse. Lu Ren continued, "This morning, I specifically took a stroll near the alley where Sun Air had entered yesterday. And guess what?" Lin Jiu smiled and replied, "What is it?" Lu Ren, feeling hesitant to keep her in suspense, continued without much pause. "That person is actually from Yunlai Building, with slanted eyes and a waxy complexion. He was seated behind the counter. Even though he had changed his clothes, it was undoubtedly the same person from yesterday. Being merely a junior staff member, Lu Ren's home was within Jiangzhou City, yet not nearby, making it entirely reasonable that he did not recognize the manager of Yunlai Building." Seeing Lu Ren's confident demeanor, Lin Jiu smiled gently and remarked, "Indeed, that would be Manager Wu from Yunlai Building." "You already knew." Lu Ren scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he was about to pledge his loyalty, Lin Jiu turned her gaze toward the entrance. At that moment, He Chung and Agui entered the main hall together, and Lin Jiu waved to them, summoning them over. "Master, are you looking for me?" He Chung approached eagerly. The tall Agui silently followed behind him, making He Chung appear petite by comparison. Lin Jiu cast a glance at Lu Ren, a playful glint in her eyes as she addressed He Chung, "Master, would you like to accompany me to another tavern for some learning?" He Chung, still puzzled, felt he had no choice but to comply with his master's request. Lu Ren, who understood the situation better, realized what was unfolding and looked at Lin Jiu's beaming face, pondering how the previous day she had insisted on discretion. Yet today she was personally seeking them out. Lin Jiu led He Chung and Agui to the courtyard and, after explaining the situation, received their affirmative responses. Among them, Agui's demeanor reflected a trust and obedience to the family, not overthinking the matter, simply content to follow orders. In contrast, He Chung regarded his master's affairs and the Lin family's matters as his own, now that they were being bullied at Shuangmu Building if he did not step up. How could he justify the efforts his master had invested in his training? Although He Chung and Agui held differing opinions, or perhaps the latter had no thoughts at all, they ultimately converged in their path, dutifully trailing behind Lin Jiu. As they were about to leave, Li Shi expressed some concern, to which Lin Jiu cheerfully waved her hand, assuring, "Mother, rest assured, I truly intend to take He Chung to learn something." Moreover, Agui would accompany them, which served as a precautionary measure. Lin Jiu's visit to Yunlai Tower was not intended to cause a disturbance. At the very least, she would not resort to any despicable means to become someone she despised in order to exact revenge and engage in actions she considered beneath her was indeed a fruitless endeavor. Her purpose was simply to accompany her disciple in exploring the culinary offerings of Yunlai Tower, though whether the establishment would welcome them was beyond her consideration. As noon approached, Lin Jiu, accompanied by her disciple He Chung and the tall, robust Agui, arrived at Qingfeng Street, adjacent to Qing'an Street, standing before the entrance of Yunlai Restaurant. As Li Shi had noted, Yunlai Tower boasted nearly 2 decades of history, and its exterior exuded a sense of age, making it a venerable establishment among the eateries in the area. "Can you recognize these 3 characters?" Lin Jiu inquired, pointing at the weathered signboard overhead, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she addressed He Chung. The tension He Chung had been harboring dissipated swiftly at her question, having recently been learning to read. He found her inquiry rather puzzling. "Master, you already mentioned we are coming to Yunlai Tower." Lin Jiu chuckled lightly and remarked, "Guests like clouds arriving. What a splendid name." With that, she stepped inside the restaurant. However, the interior of Yunlai Tower seemed somewhat at odds with its name. Despite it being the peak lunchtime, the spacious dining hall was mostly vacant, with a lone server lounging in a corner, who, upon noticing the arrival of guests, cast a glance their way before slowly making his way over. Behind the counter sat a man in his 40s or 50s, his complexion sallow, with a broad chin and distinctly triangular eyes, his mouth turned downwards, a perfect match to the description of the individual who had met with Sun Air in the alley. The proprietor of Yunlai Tower, Wu Guangcai. Lin Jiu guided He Chung and Ague to their seats, and as Ague settled in, he boldly remarked, "There are fewer people here than at Shuangmu Tower." He Chung nodded in agreement, observing the distinct lack of vitality compared to Shuangmu Tower. When the server approached Lin Jiu's table, she turned to him and inquired, "Does the restaurant have any signature dishes?" The server hesitated momentarily before recalling the words imparted by the proprietor, responding somewhat clumsily, "We have authentic vinegar fish, braised meat, and cherry crispy pork." "Isn't their menu over there?" Surprised by the unexpected delight of hearing vinegar fish and braised meat, Lin Jiu raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of the names that seemed to overshadow Shuangmu Tower. Hiching also displayed a look of intrigue, while Ague appeared momentarily perplexed. "What does authentic vinegar fish entail?" Lin Jiu asked, her interest piqued. The young waiter, feeling a moment of unease, glanced once more at the peculiar trio before him. His gaze lingered on the plain-dressed girl, who lacked any adornments, and then he cleared his throat, raising his voice with a hint of pride. "This is a new dish created by our esteemed chef at Yunlai Tower, which he has devoted considerable effort to perfecting in recent days. I dare say you have never tasted anything like it. Would you care to order and give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu and her companions exchanged curious glances. Lin Jiu discreetly gestured to He Chung to remain composed, then addressed the waiter. "We would like an authentic vinegar fish, a serving of braised meat, a portion of cherry crispy meat, and, let us add a plate of osmanthus cake." To be frank, the culinary offerings at Yunlai Tower evoke a rather contradictory impression. A significant portion of their style seems to linger in the traditional steaming and stewing methods from a decade ago, yet there are a few dishes, like the cherry crispy meat, that have embraced the contemporary trend of frying. However, when Lin Jiu inquired about the restaurant's signature dishes, the waiter immediately thought of the so-called authentic vinegar fish, which coincidentally overlaps with the offerings at Shuangmu Tower. Has Yunlai Tower lost its way amid the currents of transformation? If so, it has indeed strayed beyond just the culinary direction. Lin Jiu was disinclined to ponder deeply on this matter. Her purpose for visiting was not to resolve Yunlai Tower's dilemmas. As she had stated, she was merely here to teach her apprentice the art of cooking, but it also served as her form of retribution against Yunlai Tower, a proper act of vengeance. Chapter 42. Vivid instruction. Knowing that the disreputable tactics of the neighboring Yunlai Tower had been directed at her own establishment, Lin Jiu could have easily retaliated in kind, ensuring that this self-degrading establishment reaped the consequences of its actions. As a chef of considerable experience, one who could even be deemed timeless, she could have executed her plans with utmost subtlety. Even if she were to replicate Sun Air's methods, she would surely find the gaps and ensure that Yunlai Tower faced indefensible accusations, its reputation tarnished. Yet, she chose not to. She was unwilling. Those who engage in battle with beasts must be cautious not to become beasts themselves. Retaining her rationality, Lin Jiu did not wish her conscience to be sullied. As her thoughts swirled, Lin Jiu smiled lightly, surveying her surroundings as she mentally orchestrated the delightful performance she was about to present. After a prolonged wait, the same waiter finally brought forth the dishes. The first to arrive was the cherry crispy meat. Despite its name, the dish derived its title not from any actual cherries, but rather because its color and shape closely resembled that of the yellow honey cherries from Jiangzhou. The people of Daqi have a penchant for fried flavors and a preference for sweet treats, making this cherry crispy meat quite appealing to some. However, in recent years, under the diligent governance of the new emperor, the nation has flourished and the populace has prospered, leading to a decrease in the prevalence of this dish, which is made from fatty pork in dining establishments. It certainly would not qualify as a signature dish for any restaurant. Lin Jiu picked up her chopsticks, deftly grasping a piece of glistening yellow crispy meat and placing it in her mouth. It was fragrant, crispy, and slightly sweet, though the richness of the fatty meat left a somewhat greasy aftertaste. She set down her chopsticks, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her voice clear and composed. This cherry crispy meat is evenly colored and flavorful, indeed showcasing some skill. At the adjacent table sat a middle-aged couple, presumably husband and wife. with a plate of cherry crispy pork before them. The man appeared quite jovial and loquacious. Upon overhearing a young girl earnestly critiquing the dish, he couldn't resist interjecting. Indeed, this cherry crispy pork has been a signature dish at Yunlai Tower for over a decade, a flavor that ordinary folk cannot replicate at home. Yet, it is not impossible to prepare. Lin Jiu savored the taste from earlier and replied with a smile. Noticing the young girl's boldness, the woman beside the man could hardly contain her impatience and chimed in. Little girl, with so few cooking experiences, you know it's not that simple. Perceiving the woman's condescending tone and the man's approving nod, Lin Jiu remained unperturbed and replied calmly. This cherry crispy pork requires the fatty pork belly or can also be made with fatty edges. You must remove the skin, cut it into small pieces, and wash them thoroughly in warm water to eliminate excess grease for better adherence of the coating. She continued, the batter must be carefully balanced. If too thin, it will not stick properly, and the outer layer will fail to form, resulting in overcooked meat. Conversely, if too thick, it will not coat evenly, leaving a noticeable floury taste and undesirable texture. Her articulate explanation left the couple astonished. They did not expect such culinary knowledge from someone so young. Yet, many remained unconvinced, particularly under the influence of preconceived notions. The woman retorted, both questioning and disputing. That sounds simple enough, but how should the batter be mixed? Lin Jiu was undeterred. It should achieve a stringy consistency. Before the woman could inquire further, Lin Jiu continued. After applying the batter, a touch of oil is necessary to prevent sticking during frying. Moreover, the subsequent caramelization of sugar is equally meticulous. Would you like to hear more about the signature dish of Yunlai Tower? With no apprehension about divulging the culinary secrets, Lin Jiu was prepared to reveal everything about the cherry crispy pork. The woman, initially unimpressed, found her attitude shifting upon hearing the girl's natural demeanor. What do you mean by big sister? I'm over 40. Realizing her age, Lin Jiu feigned surprise, then remarked half-jokingly, you certainly appear youthful, with such a vibrant complexion. He Chung, attentively listening, noted the woman's sudden change in demeanor and observed his master's seemingly genuine and unpretentious manner. He silently acknowledged that he still had much to learn. Seeing his wife's pleased expression, the middle-aged man instinctively chose not to contest her feelings. He seemed quite fixated on the cherry crispy pork and attempted to steer the conversation back on track. What about the intricacies of caramelizing the sugar? Any secrets from the kitchen would be invaluable. Not only was the middle-aged man intrigued, but other patrons nearby also listened intently, eager to hear how the young girl would respond next. In the cloudy restaurant, which was struggling in such dire business conditions, those who chose to dine here were predominantly long-time customers accustomed to its fare, many of whom longed for the establishment's signature cherry crispy pork. However, in the culinary profession, skills are often passed down through mentorship, relying heavily on the guidance of an experienced master. Thus, even though these diners had savored the dish here, attempting to replicate the seemingly simple cherry crispy pork at home proved elusive, as they struggled to grasp the nuances required to recreate the delightful flavors etched in their memories. Their occasional attempts often ended in failure due to a lack of understanding. The reason the woman at the neighboring table had mocked Lin Jiu, a mere girl, stemmed from her own past failures. Now, as she listened to the girl articulate her thoughts with such clarity, addressing the doubts of many who had attempted the dish, the surrounding patrons grew increasingly eager for more insights, hoping to impress their families with newfound skills. When a middle-aged man from the adjacent table inquired about the method for caramelizing sugar, Lin Jiu maintained her smile, poised to respond. Yet, some are less pleased. Wu Guangsai, the proprietor, had been observing the commotion from behind the counter. Initially, he found the girl's boastful chatter amusing, dismissing her as a naive child speaking without knowledge. However, as she spoke, he could no longer find humor in the situation. The content she casually shared was strikingly similar to his own years of hard-earned insights, his cherished secrets. Realizing that she was about to divulge the crucial technique for caramelizing sugar, Wu Guangsai could no longer remain seated. He hastily approached Lin Jiu's table, his expression tense, and inquired, "Little girl, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 43. feeling inferior faced with the suppressed anger and veiled question of the proprietor. Lin Jiu remained composed, tilting her head slightly and maintaining a gentle smile, innocently responding, "What do you mean by that, Master Wu? I have no ulterior motives." As she spoke, she cast her gaze around, feigning confusion, as if genuinely perplexed by the sudden accusation from the restaurant's owner, waiting for those present to speak on her behalf. Indeed, voices of support began to rise. "Old Wu, this isn't fair. You're picking on a young girl." Others chimed in. "That's right, we're all watching. She hasn't done anything wrong. Why is the head of the establishment being so petty?" The middle-aged man who had first engaged with Lin Jiu stepped forward, adding, "I must speak fairly. This young girl was merely sharing how she prepares the cherry crispy pork. Why make such a fuss, Master Wu?" Even the woman seated opposite him showed a hint of support for the amiable girl. Sensing the patron's disapproval of his reaction, Wu Guangcai recognized his misstep. He had let his emotions get the better of him and had been overly harsh. However, Wu Guangcai remained convinced that he had done nothing wrong. Observing the patrons who were ardently defending the young girl, he clenched his teeth in silence, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Wasn't it evident that the charming tales she spun were not merely her family's secret recipe? This thought only intensified Wu Guangcai's dissatisfaction with the underhanded maneuver at play, and as he gazed at the smiling girl, his anger surged. In a hushed tone, he commanded, "Young lady, please refrain from further commentary." Yet Lin Jiu seemed oblivious to his intent, responding in a voice loud enough for all to hear, "Oh? And why should I stop?" Her apparent lack of awareness only fueled Wu Guangcai's impatience, prompting him to respond curtly. "I said, no more talking. This is a place for dining." The fact that the proprietor of such an esteemed establishment could lose his composure so readily elicited a quiet sigh from Lin Jiu. It was evident that some individuals, in their pursuit of business, ought to reflect on their own shortcomings. "What urgency drives you, Master Wu? I merely shared my culinary insights, hoping that fellow enthusiasts of cherry pastry meat might enjoy more delectable dishes in the future," Lin Jiu explained with a smile. She seemed intent on clarifying her intentions, emphasizing her perspective as a mere sharing of experience. Upon hearing her words, the other patrons nodded in agreement, recognizing that the young lady had committed no offense. After all, she was merely recounting her own experiences. How could that possibly detract from the reputation of Yunlai Tower? Conversely, Wu Guangcai's behavior toward a mere girl was indeed lacking in generosity. After listening to Lin Jiu's explanation, he felt that her words did more harm than good. What did she mean by offering fellow enthusiasts greater opportunities to savor culinary delights? By casually divulging his secret recipe, she was indeed paving the way for others to enjoy fine food. But would they still visit his Yunlai Tower in the future? Would they continue to relish their meals within his establishment? This line of thought made Wu Guangcai envision a gradual decline in his clientele, causing a sharp pang in his heart. "You, a mere girl, should refrain from jesting and misleading others with hearsay," he asserted, struggling to maintain his composure. Lin Jiu regarded the ostensibly dignified elder, who, despite his righteous demeanor, was baselessly attempting to cast blame upon her. Who would have thought that this seemingly stern Master Wu was no different from the roguish Saner? Were they perhaps related? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Jiu had unwittingly uncovered the truth. She would not graciously accept the unfounded accusations hurled her way. With a smile, she corrected, "Master Wu, not only can I articulate the method for preparing cherry pastry meat, but I can also engage in a discussion about authentic vinegar fish and exquisite braised meat. Would you care to hear if my knowledge is indeed based on hearsay, or if it is a genuine understanding?" As she mentioned the term authentic exquisite, she deliberately emphasized it, accompanied by an enigmatic smile. As the conversation progressed, Wu Guangcai found it challenging to discern whether the young lady was incensed by his initial disrespectful remarks or she had deliberately sought to provoke him regarding Yunlai Tower. Nevertheless, Wu Guangcai instinctively leaned towards the latter interpretation, causing his gaze to turn particularly unfriendly. Yet, the young lady neither spoke indiscreetly nor engaged in any improper behavior. On the contrary, she exhibited a remarkable composure, maintaining a faint smile throughout the exchange. Even her earlier pointed questions seemed to stem from a sense of indignation rather than genuine hostility. This left Wu Guangcai unable to seize the opportunity to retaliate, and her casual mention of Yunlai Tower's secret recipe compelled him to silence her post-haste. Truly, it was akin to a soft knife, inflicting pain without eliciting a cry. Anger and resentment swirled in Wu Guangcai's eyes as he contemplated that this predicament was entirely of her own making. Before he could respond, Lin Jiu shifted the tone of the conversation, sighing, "I possess a considerable array of culinary skills, yet I still find myself feeling inadequate in comparison to Master Wu." The crowd, intrigued, wondered what she meant, and even Wu Guangcai paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he had misjudged this young lady? After a brief pause, Lin Jiu fixed her gaze upon Master Wu, articulating her words with precision. "I cannot possibly rival Master Wu's ingenuity, capable of orchestrating such a scheme as to place rat droppings in the dishes of rival establishments. Surely, such cunning ensures victory with minimal effort and attracts a steady stream of patrons." Sighing, she added, "Alas, such tactics are beyond my grasp." Upon hearing the mention of rat droppings, Wu Guangcai's expression shifted dramatically, a pang of realization striking him. "Your surname is Lin? You're the youngest daughter of the Lin family?" Noticing the fleeting change in Master Wu's demeanor, Lin Jiu felt her confidence solidify. She was now utterly convinced of her assessment. "Master Wu has known of my existence for some time. I only learned of you yesterday." Lin Jiu feigned surprise, both addressing Master Wu and providing context for the onlookers. "Had it not been for Sun Air's ruckus at Shuangmu Tower yesterday, I, an ordinary cook, would never have had the fortune of learning about someone as remarkable as you, who could devise such a clever plan involving rat droppings in another's cuisine." Finally, Wu Guangcai regained his composure and hastily attempted to dissociate himself from any implication of wrongdoing. "I know nothing of rat droppings. Do not slander me with baseless accusations." "What?" "Master Wu, alliances are formed for mutual benefit, but once the advantage is depleted, they dissolve. Surely, you do not believe that someone like Sun Air would keep your secrets?" Lin Jiu's insinuation was laden with meaning, slyly casting a glance at Sun Air. Upon hearing the pointed remarks from the Lin family's young lady, Master Wu suddenly recalled Sun Air's long-standing character, leaving him uncertain about whether this notorious scoundrel had indeed betrayed him. A flicker of doubt crossed Master Wu's eyes, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Nonsense. It is clearly your kitchen at Shuangmu Tower that is filthy and disorganized, allowing rat droppings to contaminate the broth. You were discovered and yet shown no remorse, instead defaming others." Ah, how well Master Wu recalled Sun Air's initial claims. Lin Jiu scoffed lightly before continuing, "Well then, Master Wu, are you aware that Sun Air later retracted his statements? Do you know that my mother has already exposed his deceit? Is it really true that Sun Air responded to you in such a manner? He claims to have successfully executed your orders, leading to the disgrace of Shuangmu Tower? What a waste of your coin." Lin Jiu's every word rang with clarity, revealing truths that left Manager Wu utterly astounded. The few patrons surrounding them were equally taken aback, for what they had presumed to be a trivial matter had unexpectedly spiraled into such complexity, igniting a flurry of discussions within the grand hall of Yunlai Tower. One patron, who possessed a bit of prior knowledge, stepped forth to clarify the situation. "Yesterday, I happened to witness the incident involving Shuangmu Tower on Qing'an Street. That troublemaker, Sun Air, was decisively dealt with by the internal manager, Madame Li, who made him flee in utter disgrace. Was there truly rat droppings in the dishes at Shuangmu Tower? Of course not. Madame Li, having been well prepared, saw through Sun Air's ruse. The so-called rat droppings in the soup were, in fact, a clever fabrication introduced by Sun Air himself. It is truly both laughable and contemptible." The informant, extending his tone, expressed a feigned lament and then cast a glance at the confrontation between the elderly and the young, smacking his lips as he remarked, "Little did we know, there seems to be more to this matter." His words, neither too loud nor too soft, found their way to Manager Wu's ears, who could no longer contain his shock and fury, exclaiming, "How can this be? After Sun Air completed his task yesterday, he secretly approached me for the remaining 5 taels of silver, boasting that he had executed everything flawlessly. Could it be that he was deceiving me? Scenes flashed through Wu Guangcai's mind like a fleeting panorama. He ruminated carefully, but could recall no suspicious figures surrounding his brief encounter with Sun Air. Instead, it was Sun Air's previously unnoticed evasive gaze that now crystallized vividly in his thoughts. Wu Guangcai had initially thought that nothing would spread in just a day. It turned out to be his own brother-in-law who had duped him. That detestable Sun Air had stirred no storm, nor harmed Shuangmu Tower in the slightest. Rather, he had turned it into a laughingstock, bringing about a significant embarrassment. Now, this young lady from the Lin family had seized upon his weaknesses and dared to confront him. Wu Guangcai seethed with indignation, his furious demeanor evident to all the onlookers, who were not fools and could easily deduce the truth. Wu Guangcai had indeed committed a wrongdoing, and now the victim had come to confront him. How could this be? Lin Jiu had no intention of granting manager Wu a moment's respite. Mocking him, after spending money to engage in illicit affairs, did you not consider verifying whether the task was accomplished? At this moment, Wu Guangcai, jolted from his rage, pointed a finger at Lin Jiu, vehemently defending himself. I did not. Do not listen to this young girl's nonsense. Whether I speak nonsense or not, Manager Wu, your words hold no weight, Lin Jiu replied, slightly bowing to the onlookers, asserting, justice resides in the hearts of the people, in stark contrast to Wu Guangcai's desperate demeanor. Lin Jiu's reasoned stance garnered greater sympathy and credibility from the crowd. The unspoken demeanor of the diners finally instilled genuine panic in Master Wu, a feeling far more profound than the disquiet he experienced when Lin Jiu publicly accused him of paying Sun Air to taint the dishes at Shuangmu Building with rat droppings. Wu Guangcai realized that he must act immediately, otherwise he risked losing his last loyal customers. As Wu attempted to defend himself, Lin Jiu produced the scene sketch she had prepared earlier, unfurling it slowly before him. Master Wu, she stated, if one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Your collusion with Sun Air has long been exposed to the discerning, and has been captured in vivid detail by an artist's hand. Do you still wish to deny it? Despite her words, Lin Jiu understood that this sketch, based on Lu Ren's account, could not be considered evidence in the strictest sense. Nevertheless, it served perfectly to unsettle the flustered Wu Guangcai, whose treachery had been laid bare. As Wu's eyes fell upon the characters depicted on the paper, and he absorbed the implications of Lin Jiu's remarks, his slanted eyes widened slightly, his expression betraying disbelief. When he reached out to snatch the drawing, Lin Jiu swiftly retracted it, displaying it boldly to the curious onlookers. The crowd beheld a scene, a narrow alley where a somewhat slick middle-aged man crouched at the entrance of a side door, the door ajar. Peering out was an elderly man with triangular eyes and a broad chin, his appearance strikingly reminiscent of the very Master Wu standing before them. Upon closer inspection, the alley, with its towering camphor trees, was none other than the one adjacent to Yunlai Building. It was indeed remarkable that an artist could render such a lifelike portrayal, capturing the very essence of Wu Guangcai's nefarious intentions. Yet, Lin Jiu mused, what weight could a mere drawing carry? Wu Guangcai, thwarted in his attempt to seize the artwork. Feigned bravado. If Master Wu claims it bears no weight, does it truly hold no value? Lin Jiu had never sought the validation of this man. Once more, she turned to the gathering crowd, earnestly declaring, I reiterate my earlier sentiment. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Such unequivocal evidence, evident to all discerning eyes, could only be dismissed by the blind and the bold. Yet, even in the face of treachery, even as a humble woman of little influence, she felt compelled to stand up for her Lin family, to illuminate the true nature hidden beneath certain facades. Well said. A voice from the crowd rang out, praising the sentiment. If one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. It was indeed astonishing that Master Wu could stoop to such depths. Amid the irretrievable murmurs of the diners at Yunlai Building, a hint of fatigue crossed Wu Guangcai's face, his posture slightly stooped, as though the weight of years had suddenly grown heavier upon him. However, Lin Jiu possessed little compassion to extend towards this elder, for Shuangmu Building was wholly innocent. suffering from this unwarranted calamity. Should the scheming Mr. Wu indeed succeed in his treachery, who would then extend their sympathy to the Shuangmu building or the Lin family? It would be a fortunate turn of events if they were merely to refrain from adding insult to injury. Observing that the objective of this excursion had been largely fulfilled, Lin Jiu cast a glance at the remnants of the meal, which had been ravaged by ague, and calmly disregarded the inexplicably fervent gaze of her apprentice. She raised her hand and addressed the still reeling Mr. Wu, inquiring, "Sir, may I settle the bill? How much do I owe? Get out. I do not want your filthy money." Mr. Wu suddenly erupted in a tirade. Lin Jiu quickly glanced at the menu and promptly stated the price, gesturing for He Chung to settle the payment, all the while smiling at the other patrons, who still appeared to be savoring the experience, saying, "We are here to discuss matters, not to indulge in free meals." With renewed enthusiasm, Lin Jiu picked up her chopsticks, delicately lifting a small piece of the Yunlai Tower as exquisite braised meat, not to consume it, but rather to leisurely remark, "Lower the flames, reduce the water. When the timing is just right, it will reveal its beauty." "Mr. Wu, your timing is still lacking." This double entendre drove the already furious Mr. Wu into a complete frenzy. Gasping for breath, his sallow face contorted with malice, he retorted, "Do you think you can overshadow me so easily? How naive and laughable. Running a tavern is not as simple as you presume. Offending my Yunlai Tower at this year's culinary festival, I shall ensure you learn what regret truly means." Prior to her arrival, Lin Jiu had already gained some insight, thus she felt no fear in response to Mr. Wu's veiled threats. Furthermore, given Mr. Wu's character, the mere existence of the Shuangmu building was already a significant affront to him, regardless of her visit. Lin Jiu had also learned from manager and that a culinary festival was soon to be held in Jiangzhou City, so Mr. Wu's sudden declarations did not leave her at a loss for understanding. Confronted with Mr. Wu's evident smugness regarding the festival, Lin Jiu calmly clarified, "I must emphasize that I do not seek to overshadow Yunlai Tower. Mr. Wu, do not project your own intentions onto me. Every action has its consequence. My presence here is a response to your conduct yesterday. Moreover, I advise you, Mr. Wu, that rather than indulging in these underhanded tricks, you would do well to invest more effort into the quality of your establishment's offerings." After delivering her remarks, Lin Jiu chose to disregard Mr. Wu's capricious expression. Some individuals, once they have committed to a course, rarely reconsider. Expecting enlightenment from a person who had just threatened her with regret was, quite frankly, unrealistic, especially not for Mr. Wu. With a smile, Lin Jiu addressed the other diners, particularly the couple at the neighboring table with whom she had initially discussed the cherry pastry, saying, "My apologies for the disturbance. Please, enjoy your meal and drink. We shall take our leave." With that, she gracefully picked up a piece of osmanthus cake from the plate, truly avoiding further entanglement with the darkly scowling Mr. Wu, and proceeded towards the exit alongside He Chung and Ague. Wu Guangcai contemplated obstructing their departure. Yet upon glancing at the imposing young assistant behind Lin Jiu, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He turned to seek assistance from his own ineffectual waitstaff, only to discover that his two hapless attendants were cowering behind the onlookers, exhibiting no inclination to aid their master. Observing the graceful young lady and her two companions departing brazenly, he noted the few coins they had left on the table, while the patrons in the hall cast furtive glances toward the sullen manager of Yunlai Tower. The contrast between the manager's anger and timidity was starkly apparent. Nonetheless, being regulars at Yunlai Tower, many patrons were somewhat acquainted with Manager Wu, and a few exchanged knowing looks as an awkward atmosphere pervaded the dining hall. It was a patron who had witnessed the events at Shuangmu Tower the previous day who broke the silence, exclaiming, "This young Lady Lin truly embodies her mother's grace." With this remark, whispers began to ripple through the hall. Who would have thought? Is this directed at Lin Jiu or Manager Wu? I hear her culinary skills are quite commendable. Instead of indulging in such devious tricks, it would be more prudent to focus on the quality of the dishes at the tavern. I must say, I'm becoming quite curious about the fare at Shuangmu Tower. Amidst the array of subtle glances, the sound of settling bills resonated throughout the hall. Chapter 45. examination the sun, neither scorching nor oppressive, cast a gentle warmth, while the post-rain air carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil. Qingfeng Street, where Lin's family resided, lay adjacent to Qing'an Street, sharing a similar layout. The grand willow trees lining the streets and the cobblestone paths were remarkably alike, and amidst the throngs of passers-by, a few familiar faces occasionally emerged. Lin Jiu inhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over her. This sense of ease stemmed partly from the successful execution of her plan, having repaid the manager of Yunlai Tower as she had intended. On the other hand, her demeanor in the bustling hall had belied her inner turmoil. Finally free from that place. A genuine smile of contentment spread across Lin Jiu's face. She felt that such a sentiment ought to have been expressed by Manager Wu himself. He Chung, observing his master's momentary display of innocence, felt a complex mix of emotions, falling into a contemplative silence. Agi, how did you find the dishes we sampled earlier? Lin Jiu inquired cheerfully. She took a small bite of the osmanthus cake, savoring the unique fragrance of the sweet osmanthus mingling with the delicate sweetness of the glutinous rice cake, a delightful post-meal treat. Quite good, Ague replied earnestly, unable to voice any negative opinion when a young lady herself had graciously treated him. And how do they compare to the dishes at Shuangmu Tower? Lin Jiu continued with a smile. Without a doubt, our dishes at Shuangmu Tower are far superior, Ague asserted without hesitation. As Lin Jiu and Ague exchanged their light-hearted banter, He Chung silently sweated for his somewhat naive compatriot, realizing that fortunate souls often find themselves in the company of remarkable individuals like those of the Lin family. And what do you say, He Chung? He Chung was inwardly criticizing Ague when, to his surprise, his master directed a question towards him. However, he believed he was far from being as dull-witted as Ague, who was perpetually lost in his own thoughts. Master, in my opinion, the cuisine at Yunlai Tower pales in comparison to that of Shuangmu Tower. The difference is not merely trivial. After a brief contemplation, He Chung responded, Then tell me, in what way does it fall short? Lin Jiu inquired with a smile, deliberately testing him. This question was of an entirely different caliber compared to the one posed to Ague. Clearly, Master holds me in high regard. He Chung furrowed his brow, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Since his master was inquiring about the disparity in dishes, he should focus solely on the flavors rather than the earlier disputes. At that moment, He Chung recalled that he had initially been preoccupied with avenging the grievance of the mouse droppings at Yunlai Tower, and had subsequently directed his attention to his master, barely tasting the dishes on the table, which Ague had devoured. The preparation of the cherry pork isn't particularly complex. As a signature dish of Yunlai Tower, it actually lacks any significant shortcomings in flavor. The main flaw is that Yunlai Tower foolishly promotes it as their hallmark dish, and some of its key aspects have already been articulated by Master. The more conspicuous issues lie with Yunlai Tower's so-called authentic vinegar fish and braised meat. Setting aside the taste of these two dishes, it is evident that they are mere imitations, deceitfully adopting such names, and from the very outset, they have fallen short, far removed from the quality of Shuangmu Tower. As He Chung recalled and organized his thoughts, he earnestly replied, The fishy scent of the vinegar fish is not adequately eliminated. The method of cutting the fish is poor, resulting in the exterior meat being overcooked while the interior remains undercooked. The vinegar sauce is excessively thick and overpowering, obscuring the natural flavor of the fish. As he spoke, He Chung's understanding of the vinegar fish deepened, revealing numerous details he had previously overlooked. He increasingly felt that every technique and step his master imparted was exquisite and indispensable, each imbued with a unique significance. Lin Jiu listened quietly, nodding slightly in approval. Well done, you are quite perceptive. However, as a mentor, besides praise, encouragement for his apprentice was equally essential. Before He Chung could bask in joy, Lin Jiu continued earnestly. He Chung, remember, every step I teach you must be adhered to without deviation or doubt. Once you have fully grasped these concepts, at that time, you may consider variations. I will not only refrain from reprimanding you, but will be genuinely pleased. Being overly clever is a common mistake for novices. Yes, master, He Chung replied, seemingly enlightened, nodding in agreement. Cooking is akin to literacy. Both require diligence. Just as the conversation became serious, Lin Jiu, with a playful smile, teased He Chung about his literacy skills. He Chung, slightly flustered, aimed to steer the topic back on track to discuss another dish when a robust male voice called out from behind, Miss Shaolin. Judging by the direction of the voice, it seemed to be coming from their vicinity. Miss Shaolin, is that a call for master? Lin Jiu also sensed a voice seemingly calling out to her. Turning her head, she realized the person hastening towards her was indeed the middle-aged man who had been seated at the neighboring table in the Yunlai Tower not long ago. Following him, at a distance, was the woman who had shared the table with him. Lin Jiu paused, waiting for the man to approach, before inquiring, "Do you need something from me?" The man's earlier enthusiasm in calling out for Miss Lin faded as he rubbed his large hands together, a bashful expression crossing his face. "Miss Lin, could you please finish explaining the method for making caramelized sugar?" Lin Jiu was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that what this middle-aged man was fixated on was the incomplete recipe for the cherry pastry she had mentioned earlier. She had indeed been interrupted while discussing the process of caramelizing sugar. Noticing the man, who was not much shorter than a Gouet, eagerly rubbing his hands, Lin Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. To caramelize sugar, one must first melt the sugar, then reduce the heat to cook the syrup until it becomes transparent and slightly bubbly. Once it begins to bubble, extinguish the flame and add the fried fat to cool it. This way, the cooling syrup will evenly coat the fried fat, forming a delicate layer of sugar glaze, which is known as sugar coating. As Lin Jiu succinctly elucidated the intricacies, the middle-aged man's face lit up with enlightenment. He struck his left palm with his right fist, producing a sharp sound. "I see now." To an observer, one might think he had just acquired some profound secret. Witnessing the man's expression of newfound knowledge, He Chung felt a subtle sense of superiority and happiness arise within him, as if he were the proud disciple of a master. Just as the middle-aged man savored this revelation, his female companion finally arrived at their side. She shot a playful glance at her husband before turning to Lin Jiu with a warm smile, saying, "I wonder why he is so fond of such greasy meat." Evidently, this couple shared a comfortable familiarity. The middle-aged man, with a hint of indignation in his eyes, knew that his wife secretly enjoyed it as well, but wisely chose not to debate with her publicly, allowing her to voice her mild complaints. Lin Jiu held a favorable impression of the couple, considering they had indirectly assisted her today. With a bright smile, she remarked, "Sister, there is actually another dish that bears some resemblance to cherry pastry, but it is not quite as greasy. Please don't call me sister. I might be older than your mother." The woman laughed, covering her mouth. "What dish?" the middle-aged man asked, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Lin Jiu smiled and said, "This dish is called stir-fried pork, made with pork tenderloin. The finished dish has a golden hue and offers a sweet and sour flavor, adding a delightful twist compared to cherry pastry. It is quite a well-known dish among women." Noticing the man's expression of longing, Lin Jiu wisely chose to halt her description, adding with a smile, "It's not convenient to discuss further on the street. If you both are interested, do come to Shuangmu Tower another day to taste it." "Master, are we unveiling new dishes at Shuangmu Tower again?" He Chung exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, you are quite astute," Lin Jiu acknowledged with a smile. The middle-aged man suddenly recalled that the young lady before him, Miss Lin, hailed from the neighboring Shuangmu building. He chuckled and remarked, "Certainly, I must pay a visit to Shuangmu building another day." The woman accompanying him echoed, "My dear, your words are quite clear. Everyone knows who is right and who is wrong. We understand in our hearts." Lin Jiu did not take offense, smilingly waving her hand as she turned away from the somewhat overly familiar middle-aged couple. Chapter 46. The announcement as noon approached in the grand hall of Shuangmu building. Mrs. Li found it impossible to remain seated, her mind wandering as she stood behind the counter, glancing towards the entrance from time to time. Though she was unable to settle down, she could not simply wander to the side entrance of the backyard to see if her daughter, who had ventured out some time ago, was about to push the door open. With a Gouet, who usually helped keep an eye on things, absent, she felt uneasy with anyone else and preferred to take matters into her own hands. Thinking of a Gouet brought Mrs. Li some solace. With a Gouet around, nothing too dreadful should occur. Yes, that young man, He-Chun, also seemed quite reliable. As time passed, Mrs. Li's thoughts swirled. One moment, she reassured herself of her daughter's prudence. The next, she succumbed to worry. She noticed the sun climbing higher, shadows of pedestrians outside the tavern coalescing beneath her feet, while the hall appeared devoid of any tables preparing to settle their bills. Unable to contain her anxious disposition, she stepped away from the counter and approached the entrance of Shuangmu Building, her brow furrowed as she searched the bustling Qing'an Street for her daughter's figure. Oh, Mrs. Li has come out to greet the guests herself. Uncle Ma, with his left hand behind his back and a food box in his right, wore a broad smile etched around his eyes. Ever since that day when he had waited in vain for a vacant table and resorted to fetching a meal from Shuangmu Building to enjoy at home, he had become quite fond of bringing a food box every now and then, relishing the freedom it offered. Have I not been welcoming you neighbors enough? Upon recognizing Uncle Ma, Mrs. Li responded with a smile, turning her gaze towards the hall. There are still vacant seats inside, which would suit your fancy. I intend to take it away. Uncle Ma raised the food box he held. Who says one cannot sit down when taking food away? Standing around is much more exhausting. Why not take a moment to rest? With longtime regulars, Mrs. Li spoke with less formality and more familiarity. As they conversed, the attendant Lu Ren approached with a warm smile, slightly bowing as he took the food box from Uncle Ma's hands, ready to guide the loquacious elder to an available seat inside. Uncle Ma handed the food box to Lu Ren and waved his hand at Mrs. Li, his attention shifting to Lu Ren, chuckling, "Young man, you look somewhat familiar. What is your name? My memory fails me, and I often forget things." Once Uncle Ma was escorted inside to his seat, Mrs. Li returned to the entrance, preparing to glance once more before resuming her watch at the counter. This time, she was not disappointed. The silhouettes of Lin Jiu and her companions finally emerged within her sight. Lin Jiu, from a distance, spotted her mother, Li Shi, gazing expectantly at the entrance of Shuangmu Building. Noticing that Li Shi was evidently waiting for her, she decided against taking the alleyway and instead approached her mother with a warm smile. He-Chung and Agui naturally followed suit, arriving at the door to respectfully greet Li Shi as the internal manager before returning to their respective places. Finally reunited with her beloved daughter, Li Shi felt a weight lift from her heart, her previously furrowed brow now easing. She gently grasped Lin Jiu's hand and, walking toward the counter, inquired curiously, "How did everything go?" With a beaming smile, Lin Jiu replied, "What do you think, mother?" Li Shi turned to scrutinize her daughter's relaxed demeanor. Recalling the plans Lin Jiu had previously shared, yet still uncertain, she responded, "It should be all right." Lin Jiu promptly withdrew her hand, clapped lightly, and cheerfully declared, "With justice on our side, success is inevitable, and we shall prevail." Although Li Shi internally disagreed with this sentiment, she could not bring herself to dampen her daughter's spirits upon seeing the vibrant glow on her face. Instead, she sighed softly and said, "I only hope for your safety." Lin Jiu smiled in agreement and turned to glance around the grand hall of Shuangmu Building, quickly spotting the familiar figure by the window, the very person who visited almost daily. Her creditor. Lin Jiu shook her head slightly, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Approaching him, she greeted the amiable young man with a smile. "Master Gu, are you satisfied with today's dishes at Shuangmu Building?" Gu Min's eyes brightened with a smile as he replied, "Of course. I am quite pleased, though it is a pity that the dishes today were not prepared by Miss Lin herself." Lin Jiu blinked, a hint of pride in her voice as she responded, "I was busy attending to the aftermath of yesterday's matter. Otherwise, for a distinguished guest like you, I would have surely served personally. By the way, I haven't yet thanked you for your gallant words yesterday." With that, Lin Jiu cheerfully cupped her hands in salute to Gu Min. "Such a trivial matter is nothing to mention," Gu Min replied warmly. Though he was eager to learn how Lin Jiu had dealt with her affairs and whether she had encountered any trouble, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Instead, he found himself lost in admiration of her lively profile. Gazing out the window, Lin Jiu observed the bustling activity on Qing'an Street, where willow branches swayed and a few children giggled as they ran by. With a sense of discovery, she remarked, "It seems Master Gu enjoys sitting in the hall, particularly by the window." She silently added that he only ascends to the second floor when accompanied by friends. Gu Min fixed his gaze on Lin Jiu's face, pausing in silence before lowering his eyes and smiling slightly. Indeed. Just then, a series of resounding gongs echoed from the distant street, accompanied by a melodious singing voice. "Master Gu, listen!" Lin Jiu suddenly turned, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Gu Huimin, is that you?" Gu Minjun's exquisite visage momentarily froze in surprise as he instinctively turned his head, only to behold an official adorned with a red silk sash and carrying a gong, passing by the window, followed closely by a small entourage. Instead of merely walking past the Shuangmu building, this festively dressed official boldly entered through its grand doors. It was then that Gu Min noticed a guide standing beside the official, none other than the robustly bearded Guizhuan. The triennial autumn examination results were typically announced in late August or early September, never later than the 5th of September, and it suddenly dawned on Gu Min that today was the 2nd of September. Although he was familiar with the celebratory sounds of the gong and the calling of names on such an auspicious day, repeated failures had taught him to adopt a more detached perspective, to focus on the present rather than indulge in boundless aspirations. A life lived step by step proved far more solid and reliable than one filled with unfounded fantasies. Yet, in this unexpected turn of events, a profound sense of unreality surged within Gu Min, who believed himself immune to such emotional upheavals. While the crowd speculated about the identity of the newly minted scholar, Gu Min's gaze shifted toward Lin Jiu. It was the first time Lin Jiu had witnessed the usually graceful and composed Gu Min display such an expression of bewilderment. She smiled knowingly and softly remarked, "Congratulations, young Master Gu." Stepping aside, she allowed the newly appointed scholar Gu to be fully revealed before the onlookers. This gentle gesture dissipated the confusion in Gu Min's eyes, allowing him to don an impeccable smile once more. Such elegance could only evoke admiration for the distinguished scholar, a paragon of grace and poise. "Yuan-shun, I knew you were here," Guizhuan exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward Gu Min. Even before he arrived, his words had already reached him. "You have succeeded. You are the top scholar." At that moment, the jubilant official approached, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "May I ask if this esteemed young man is the Gu Min residing on Wudong Street?" "Indeed, that is I," Gu Min replied warmly, noting that his family was the sole occupant of that street. Upon receiving confirmation of the new scholar's identity, the official promptly struck the gong thrice with vigor and, accompanied by its resounding clang, proclaimed in a loud voice, elongated and melodic, announcement for Scholar Gu Min, the top scholar of the Jiangzhou provincial examination. After delivering this declaration, the official swiftly altered his demeanor, his face radiant with genuine respect and eagerness as he added, "Congratulations, esteemed Scholar Gu." Gu Min graciously expressed his gratitude, but before he could make his next move, Guizhuan presented the prepared congratulatory money to the jubilant official. This practice, though unwritten, was customary. The official accepted it with delight, his face beaming as he extended further congratulations. As the official concluded his announcement, the onlookers appeared entranced, lingering on the title of top scholar and the remarkable demeanor of the newly elevated Scholar Gu, unable to shake off their astonishment. Lin Jiu, retreating from his center of attention, proclaimed, "Congratulations, Scholar Gu. Today's feast at Shuangmu Building is on me, to share in the joy of your accomplishment." Her words jolted the crowd from their reverie. With this unexpected announcement from the proprietor of Shuangmu Building, the previously restrained excitement among the spectators ignited into fervor. As if a valve had been opened, in an instant, Gu Min, the focal point of the gathering, felt all those around him surge forward, as if he were an unclaimed treasure, and to be left behind would mean incurring a significant loss. Only Miss Lin, who had previously been at his side, gracefully retreated to the periphery. Amidst this scene, Gu Min was uncertain whether to laugh or sigh. "Yuan-shun, you should return. Your uncle is still waiting at your doorstep," Guizhuan reminded him. He had dispatched someone early on to keep an eye on the announcement of the local examination results, and, upon learning of Gu Min's success, had gone directly to the Gu residence. To his surprise, he found that Gu Min, the very person he sought, was absent, and instead encountered the congratulatory officials and his uncle from the Gu family, who were exchanging glances at the tightly closed doors of the Gu estate. Thus, Guizhuan had no choice but to take the initiative, bringing along the eager official who wished to convey the good news at the earliest opportunity. Fortuitously, his close friendship with Gu Min allowed him to intuit where his solitary companion might be at this hour. Reflecting on this, Guizhuan could not help but feel a sense of pride. He stroked his beard contentedly, observing his tall and distinguished friend surrounded by a throng of admirers. Feeling that this journey was indeed worthwhile. Ah, the successful candidate. Guizhuan mused inwardly. Gu Min truly brings honor to himself. Fortunately, Gu Min, besieged by well-wishers, was momentarily unable to ponder the elusive thoughts of his friend beside him. He understood, thanks to Guizhuan's prompt, that it would not do to keep his caring uncle waiting too long at the entrance. Thus, he sincerely explained the situation, graciously declining or thanking the enthusiastic crowd. These individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, naturally exhibited patience towards the newly appointed Gu Jin, expressing their understanding. As Gu Min stepped through the grand wooden doors, he bowed slightly to Lin Jiu from a distance and, at Guizhuan's continuous urging, proceeded towards the Gu residence on Wudong Street, accompanied by the congratulatory officials and a spontaneously following crowd. Chapter 47. A variety of faces. Lin Jiu retreated from the throng, unable to suppress a laugh as she beheld the rare spectacle of the handsome Jin being surrounded by a multitude. At that moment, she felt a mix of sentiments regarding the fortunes of others, relieved that she had withdrawn early, thus allowing others to take advantage of the opportunity. Otherwise, occupying such an enviable position beside Gu Jiuan would not only have made her an unwelcome presence, but might have also led her to be pushed along to the Gu residence. Experiencing the fervor of the crowd and exploring the mysteries of Gu Min's triumph, Lin Jiu chuckled once more, gently shaking her head to gather her scattered thoughts. With the departure of the new Jin, a portion of the attendees, each with their varied intentions, followed suit, while those who remained continued to discuss the recent developments surrounding the newly appointed Jiuan and the status of a jinshi. He is truly a gentleman of high standing. A jinshi? Indeed, this Master Gu is a Jiuan. What does that mean? It signifies the top rank among jinshi, and with such a demeanor, surely he is worthy of the attention of noble ladies. Hearing about the Gu family residing on Wudong Street, Lin Jiu had not anticipated that under such circumstances today, she would gain an additional layer of understanding regarding Gu Min. Nonetheless, Gu Min's success in the imperial examination is undoubtedly a positive development, both for Gu Min herself and for Xuanmu Tower. As the saying goes, a poor scholar, a wealthy jinshi. The title of jinshi is not conferred lightly. With Gu Min now having achieved the distinction of being the top scholar, her status has indeed transformed remarkably. Perhaps, as a favored establishment of the esteemed Gu jinshi, Xuanmu Tower might bask in some of this newfound glory. Lin Jiu listened with a cheerful demeanor to the discussions in the hall, her thoughts buoyed by the festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Shi, now a mother, was also lost in contemplation, though her thoughts did not align with those of her daughter. She scrutinized Lin Jiu's profile, attempting to decipher something from it. Aware of her daughter's acquaintance with the newly appointed Gu jinshi, she was nevertheless concerned about the disparity in their circumstances. Despite the praise from others about how a lady of high birth should be worthy of such a suitor, Li Shi had always thought that this Gu scholar, being of considerable age and an orphan, was hardly a suitable match. Now, with Gu jinshi having the means to ascend socially, she could at least ensure her daughter would have a few more years of stable life. Yet, she also realized that at present, Gu jinshi might not see her daughter as desirable. This thought troubled her, and she secretly resolved to gradually seek a young and reliable husband for Lin Jiu in the coming years. As a mother, one must always think a little more for her daughter. Mother, what are you pondering? Lin Jiu's musings were interrupted as she turned to see Li Shi's countenance shifting, her brow furrowed in thought. She placed one hand on her immobile mother's shoulder and waved the other in front of her eyes until Li Shi regained her focus. With a playful smile, she asked again, Mother, what occupies your mind? Speak it aloud so your daughter may alleviate your worries. Seeing her daughter's carefree demeanor, Li Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing her concerns were perhaps unwarranted. If her worries were indeed unfounded, it would be wise to keep certain thoughts unspoken to avoid complicating matters. What could I be thinking? Come, join me in the courtyard, and share with me in detail what transpired at Yunlai Tower. Li Shi resumed her interrupted inquiry, eager to hear about Lin Jiu's recent visit. Lin Jiu, seizing the moment, wrapped her arm around Li Shi's shoulder, believing this to be the source of her mother's frown, and cheerfully replied, "As you wish, dear mother." Li Shi cherished her daughter's affectionate nature, her smile blossoming as she genuinely shifted her focus to Lin Jiu's experiences at Yunlai Tower. When Lin Jiu had first proposed this idea, Li Shi had thought it feasible, yet the waiting had been painfully arduous. However, with her lively daughter standing beside her now, Li Shi felt a surge of curiosity about what had truly unfolded at Yunlai Tower, eager to hear it from Lin Jiu's own lips. At the Gu residence, under the cover of night, Gu Min gently closed the family gate, her refined demeanor betraying a rare hint of fatigue. For the first time, he sincerely expressed gratitude for the curfew, which allowed him to bid farewell to this reluctant, uninvited guest. Reflecting on the events of the day, Gu Min truly appreciated the advantages of being a scholar. Wealth and property were readily offered, and an array of gifts threatened to dazzle his senses. Some less discerning individuals almost attempted to present beautiful maidservants to the Gu family. What was even more outrageous was that, after scrutinizing Gu Min, some began to fervently extol the virtues of their daughters, among other matters. The glory of yesteryears seemed to resurface. Nay, it was even more pronounced than before. As praises continued to abound, Gu Min's gaze skimmed over the gifts left in the room, and memories surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him. Faces reflecting various expressions appeared before him, only to dissipate one by one. Gentle, affectionate, admiring, mocking, astonished, and sycophantic, the once subtle details became increasingly vivid, ultimately crystallizing into a vibrant smile. As his chaotic thoughts gradually settled, Gu Min chuckled softly. The past is irretrievable, and indeed, knowing is easy, but doing is hard. With clarity in his eyes, he refocused on the tangible matters at hand. Regarding the gifts presented by those harboring ulterior motives, Gu Min knew he could not entirely refuse them, yet he also could not accept them all blindly. It was imperative to strike a balance. This balance, even without the guidance of his well-established uncle and friends, he could sense intuitively. While there were numerous avenues for a scholar to acquire wealth, for those aspiring to advance further, relying solely on the offerings of sycophants was the most inferior approach. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and one might find their future prospects jeopardized by what appears to be enticing wealth at present. To forge a long-lasting path, one must proceed with utmost caution. Fortunately, Gu Min had managed to accumulate some resources and enjoyed a steady income. Thus, he felt emboldened to refuse the tantalizing bait presented to him. Realizing it was only the first day, Gu Min sighed softly. Aside from an initial discomfort, mingling among these individuals was not entirely distasteful. However, it could not compare to the delightful dishes and pastries of the Shuangmu building. With a calm demeanor, he methodically organized the sudden influx of items into his home. Yet he found himself earnestly contemplating his uncle's advice. It was indeed time to carefully select a few reliable servants, for the household could benefit from a touch of liveliness. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his slightly rounded phoenix-like eyes as he continued his tasks. Who could have imagined that the very Gu Jin, so widely praised during the day, was equally adept at tidying up his abode? In the 48th chapter, The Admirer, it appeared that the Shuangmu building had indeed been graced by a hint of Gu Min's brilliance. Even after a day had passed, discussions regarding the newly appointed Jiuan still echoed within the tavern, resembling a miniature offline forum. Initially, some patrons were puzzled, but after sitting in the grand hall of the Shuangmu building for a while, they too found themselves engaging enthusiastically in conversation, articulating their thoughts as if they had witnessed the events firsthand. In truth, it is not an exaggeration, for the events unfolded in close proximity, making it akin to personal experience. This is a natural sentiment, especially since many witnessed the officials delivering congratulations to the successful candidate just yesterday. Such a rare spectacle would surely be deemed authentic. The lively atmosphere, almost akin to first-hand experience, begs to be discussed. However, due to the generally low literacy levels among the populace, they find it difficult to engage with the writings of the esteemed scholar. Thus, their attention gravitates towards his remarkable appearance and the enviable status of being a successful candidate. Whenever this subject arises, it invariably elicits excitement and aspirations among the audience, often resulting in a chorus of agreement or dissent. Ultimately, the scarcity of entertaining diversions for the common folk leads to incessant discussions surrounding any event of significance within Jiangzhou, until the next noteworthy incident emerges. Presently, the gaze of the crowd is fixated upon the newly minted scholar, which brings an unspoken advantage to Lin Jiu. The rumors regarding the spirited Miss Shaolin of Shuangmu Tower, stemming from her visit to Yunlai Tower yesterday, have swiftly been overshadowed by the triennial announcement of the successful candidates. Upon overhearing such remarks from the diners, Lin Jiu is left both speechless and curious, pondering the identity of the individual who managed to offend two women simultaneously. In truth, the implications of this utterance may extend to 4 individuals, or perhaps even more. Setting aside the idle chatter of the patrons regarding the impressive looks of the new scholar, the staff of Shuangmu Tower are evidently more concerned with their own matters. For instance, the delightful Miss Jiu's remarkable performance during her visit to Yunlai Tower yesterday is worth discussing. Would it be too much to request a comprehensive account of her astonishing display, rather than merely lamenting her motherly demeanor? Surely, this incident warrants more attention than the mere handsomeness of a male scholar. Yin Shuang observed the eager glint in the eyes of his guest. "Waiter, please refill my tea," he said, feeling a dryness in his throat and smiling at the attentive server. He mused that the staff at Shuangmu Tower were indeed more attentive than those at Yunlai Tower. Of course, Yin Shuang responded reflexively, his movements swift, though he momentarily appeared dazed, his eyes betraying a sense of fatigue. Frustrated by the ongoing discussions centered around the scholar, and having gleaned no useful information from a Gui, Yin Shuang seized an opportunity and, feigning nonchalance, approached He Cheng to subtly express his desire to hear about He Cheng's experiences at Yunlai Tower the previous day. "Why don't you ask a Gui?" He Cheng inquired, bemused, noting that Yin Shuang had never been particularly fond of him. Is a Gui really capable of articulating Miss Jiu's charm? He likely doesn't even grasp the situation fully. Yin Shuang secretly ground his teeth, sensing that the other party's feigned astonishment was utterly deliberate. However, since the conversation had already commenced, he decided to endure this little rascal for the time being. With a tone slightly stilted, Yin Shuang inquired, "Little brother may I hear your thoughts on this matter?" "Well, that's not impossible," He Cheng replied, barely concealing his surprise at the rare form of address. Yet, noticing the boy's demeanor, which seemed poised to flip at any moment, he stifled a laugh and asked, "What aspect would you like to discuss?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Shuang declared, "Of course, I wish to hear how Miss Jiu exposed the unscrupulous manager Wu. I know quite a bit about that." He Cheng jested before swiftly steering the conversation back on track. It all began with the signature dish at Yunlai Tower, the cherry pastry. As He Cheng recounted the moment that left a lasting impression on him, his description was vivid and animated. Perhaps he possessed a natural talent for stirring the audience's emotions, or perhaps he was genuinely touched by the incident. In any case, his rhythmic and captivating narration left Yin Shuang entranced, wishing he could take part in the events. "Alas, it's a pity Miss Jiu did not bring me along. I truly long to witness it firsthand," a voice interjected unexpectedly. Yin Shuang nodded in agreement, voicing his own sentiments. He too wished to be involved in such affairs, imagining how he could lead the applause once Miss Jiu finished her discourse. Who interrupted? "Lu Run, when did you arrive?" Yin Shuang exclaimed, startled to find Lu Run standing behind him. "I've been here all along." Lu Run scratched his head sheepishly. "Oh, I see," Yin Shuang responded, accustomed to such occurrences and easily accepting this explanation. He continued, echoing Lu Ren's earlier words, "What is there to lament? If Miss Jiu had truly taken you along, she might have mistaken you for just another passerby. Even if she did think I was a passerby, it wouldn't be so bad. There are benefits to being a passerby, Lu Ren beamed with a simple smile. At that moment, He Ching wisely chose to remain silent, a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes. After all, he was the one truly present at the scene, the one who had earned the master's favor. Ague, finally enlightened about how Miss Jiu triumphed at Yunlai Tower, Yin Shuang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His innate cleverness was now coupled with an invigorated zeal for action. "Dear guest, please come in," Yin Shuang greeted with a smile, leaning slightly forward. The visitor was an amiable-looking elderly man, plump with a white beard. Although he appeared alone, his attire and demeanor suggested he was an extraordinary individual. The old man waved his hand, chuckling, "I am looking for your manager." Yin Shuang paused for a moment, discreetly reassessing the man. Noting his calm and composed demeanor, which did not seem playful or confrontational, he replied, "Please hold on a moment. I shall inform our manager right away." Before long, Li Shi, the internal manager of Shuangmu Tower, hurriedly appeared. "I am the internal manager of Shuangmu Tower. May I inquire what advice you have, esteemed sir?" Li Shi introduced himself while subtly speculating about the visitor's intentions, though he could not fathom the reason. "I am surnamed Qian, and advice may be too grand a term. I have come today to bring good news to Shuangmu Tower." The elderly gentleman smiled warmly, exuding no sense of superiority. And what good news might that be? Li was momentarily taken aback, a question slipping from his lips, only to soon realize that allowing the elder to stand idly was hardly a display of hospitality. He intended to guide Mr. Qian towards the main hall. "No need. This place is quite suitable," Mr. Qian replied, taking it upon himself to find an empty table in the lobby and allowing the staff to pour him tea. He then leisurely inquired, "Is it true that the innkeeper is aware of the intention to host a culinary event in Jiangzhou City?" Upon hearing the phrase culinary event, Li initially failed to grasp its significance, but soon a look of understanding crossed his face. It appeared that the innkeeper was indeed informed. Mr. Qian chuckled. "I have only heard of this through my daughter. I am not well acquainted with the details." Li offered a brief explanation and then added, "I would appreciate your guidance on this matter, Mr. Qian. The innkeeper's daughter must be the remarkable Miss Lin, whose culinary skills and mastery of flavors are truly exceptional. Her vinegar fish is unparalleled." Mr. Qian seemed to anticipate this and did not delve further into the topic, instead cheerfully remarking, "It seems that Shuangmu Tower should rightfully be aware of the culinary event in advance." Noticing that Mr. Qian appeared well informed about his establishment, Li was not surprised. Firstly, Mr. Qian evidently had some background, and his visit to Shuangmu Tower was certainly not without purpose. Secondly, it was well known among frequent patrons that his daughter, Zhou, was an exceptional cook. However, hearing someone openly praise his daughter brought a genuine smile to Li's face, though he refrained from responding, choosing to await the continuation of the conversation. After a moment of reflection, Mr. Qian indeed turned to the matter at hand. He produced a beautifully crafted note from his sleeve and handed it to Li. Li accepted it with both hands. The exquisite note was no larger than his palm, and he noticed it was folded in three. He did not rush to open it, instead asking, "What is this?" "This is the invitation to the Jiangzhou City culinary event," Mr. Qian replied. "An invitation?" Li was further puzzled. Was it truly the case that only those in possession of this note could attend the culinary event? Mr. Qian seemed to perceive Li's confusion and chuckled. "Anyone interested may participate in the culinary event, but this invitation is limited to just 4 copies, each delivered to the esteemed innkeepers of 4 reputable taverns in Jiangzhou City. With this invitation, one may directly enter the second round of the event." As he spoke, Mr. Qian held up 2 fingers, his round face breaking into a smile. "This means that the taverns holding this invitation will not need to compete in the first round against lesser-known establishments and uneven small workshops." Li listened intently, suddenly feeling as though the delicate note in his hand had gained weight, and he subtly tightened his grip. "Do not worry. Establishments like yours, with such refined taste, undoubtedly deserve this privilege. Although Shuangmu Tower is relatively new, considering its predecessor, the Lin family restaurant, it stands on par with some of the older taverns. Moreover, with signature dishes like vinegar fish, I am genuinely looking forward to it." Mr. Qian expressed his sincere admiration for Shuangmu Tower. This was the second time the elder mentioned vinegar fish, and Li instinctively sensed there was a deeper connection. It was highly probable that Shuangmu Tower's opportunity for this privilege was largely due to the understated Mr. Qian's efforts behind the scenes. Li expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Qian, for your kind regard." Mr. Qian nodded slightly, neither denying her words nor dismissing their significance, as he informed her. This culinary gathering will be graced by the presence of several dignitaries, including the governor. An official announcement will soon be posted at the Yamen, where officials will relay the details to the populace. Moreover, the nuances that Shuangmu building needs to be aware of have been meticulously outlined in the invitation you hold. Be sure to examine it closely. Instinctively, Li glanced at the invitation in her hand. Mr. Qian took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, then rose and said, "I have conveyed my message. I must take my leave now." Li also stood, hastily offering, "Mr. Qian, would you care to sit and rest a while longer? Shuangmu Building is prepared to serve you fine wine and delicacies." "No, thank you. Although the fare at Shuangmu Building is hard to resist, I have another invitation to deliver." Mr. Qian replied with a cheerful wave of his hand, not lingering, as he made his way to the entrance of Shuangmu Building, where a cart awaited him. Li accompanied him to the door, watching as the cart rolled away smoothly before turning back, only to find many eyes in the hall fixated on the invitation in her grasp. In the small kitchen of the back courtyard, Lin Jiu received the invitation for the culinary gathering from her mother and gently unfolded the exquisite paper, scanning the lines of text while intentionally memorizing the specified date. Her mind raced with myriad thoughts. Indeed, the news from manager carried significant weight. The culinary gathering in Jiangzhou City had arrived with great anticipation. "What are you thinking?" Li inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she noticed her daughter's silence while examining the invitation. In Li's heart, the invitation was a testament to the efforts of her daughter, Jiu, whose contributions were instrumental in the establishment of Shuangmu Building. Thus, she believed Jiu should be the one most qualified to speak on the matter of the culinary gathering. "We shall see when the 15th of September arrives," Lin Jiu replied with a light-hearted smile. The 15th was the date indicated on the invitation for the official commencement of the culinary gathering, to take place in the central square of Jiangzhou City. Closing the invitation, Lin Jiu noted that while the contemporary floral stationery was indeed exquisite, it lacked the capacity for detailed explanatory text. The specifics of the culinary gathering would likely only be clarified once the official announcement was posted at the Yamen, or perhaps on the opening day itself. Li, filled with anticipation, remarked, "Mr. Qian also mentioned that the governor would be in attendance." Lin Jiu nodded slightly. She had also seen the governor's seal on the invitation, signifying the exceptional nature of this culinary gathering. It would not merely be a private competition, but rather an event likely to attract numerous prominent figures. "Should you prepare anything, Jiu?" Li asked, her eagerness palpable. "Let's wait for the announcement before making any plans," Lin Jiu replied, shaking her head. After a brief pause, she added with a mischievous smile, "After all, the chefs are already prepared and ready here." Li's initial restlessness transformed into clarity. Indeed, the culinary gathering would be a true test of the chef's skills. She gazed at her daughter, whose face was alight with joy, and for a fleeting moment, she felt that Shuangmu Tower was sufficiently prepared, merely awaiting the commencement of the culinary event. However, despite harboring such hopes, the Li matriarch was reluctant to place the entire burden on her daughter, fearing it might impose undue pressure upon her. With a composed demeanor, she remarked, "Regardless of the outcome, we at Shuangmu Tower shall do our utmost. The rest is left to fate." Lin Jiu, concerned that her strong-willed mother might overly fixate on success and failure, offered a reassuring response. "It's all about participation." Yet, deep within her heart, Lin Jiu harbored significant anticipation for the upcoming culinary festival in Jiangzhou City. As she had previously contemplated, this event, spearheaded by the local magistrate and others, presented an exceptional opportunity for Shuangmu Tower. Ever since the incident involving Sun Air, a persistent thought had lingered in Lin Jiu's mind, taking root and blossoming. She recognized that having a bit of influence, connections, and networks would undoubtedly bolster their family's confidence in conducting business. Even if they chose not to utilize these advantages, their mere existence served as a deterrent. At this moment, the culinary festival unquestionably represented a splendid opportunity for Lin Jiu to nurture her burgeoning aspirations. Thus, in the depths of her soul, she regarded this event as of paramount importance and resolved to prepare meticulously. Nevertheless, her outward display of ease was not entirely feigned. After all, Shuangmu Tower had directly advanced to the second round, affording them a time advantage over those still commencing from the first round. As Lin Jiu caressed the textured paper in her hand, she found her spirits buoyed by this realization. However, her good mood was short-lived, as an odd thought suddenly struck her. She recalled that Shuangmu Tower, having gained initial recognition and secured a place in the second round, coupled with her inexplicable confidence and sense of inevitability, seemed akin to a contender poised to be upended by an underdog rising from the depths. Lin Jiu shook her head with a smile, attempting to dispel this ominous thought, yet found herself indulging in amusement. Could it be that she was the charming yet delightful antagonist in this narrative? In the garden of Governor and Leshen's residence in Jiangzhou, a banquet was in full swing, celebrating the newly appointed scholar. Gu Min, as this year's top candidate, was at the prime of youth, with a boundless future ahead of him, and naturally, he occupied the esteemed position at the first seat on the left. In the Daqi Dynasty, left was regarded as the place of honor, and this seating alone underscored Gu Min's status. He graciously accepted a flower note from the tray, presented by a young maid, smiling warmly in gratitude while habitually overlooking the blush on her cheeks. The young maid, disheartened yet reluctant, silently retreated with the tray as the handsome scholar turned his gaze away. Governor and Leshan, nearing his 60s yet still vigorous, presided over the main seat. A closer inspection would reveal notable similarities between this man in his 50s and the manager in from Tyne Tower. However, the same slender figure, when embodied by the renowned governor, emanates an ethereal aura. Lushan lifted the teacup, savoring a sip, noticing the scholars below, all engrossed in examining the floral invitations. He cleared his throat softly. As the attention of the crowd gravitated towards him, he broke into a warm smile and began to speak. Consequently, Gu Min and the newly minted scholars learned of the upcoming culinary gathering through the esteemed governoress words. The floral invitation they held was not merely a ticket, but a refined representation of the event's evaluators, distinct from the invitations issued by the taverns. Culinary gathering, Gu Min whispered, her elongated fingers delicately grasping the invitation, her composed visage reflecting a restrained joy. Chapter 50. The notice having received prior notice. Lin Jiu had been intentionally scanning the entrance of the yamen during her recent passes, keenly observing for any newly posted announcements. It was not until the third day following the receipt of the culinary gathering invitation that this belated notice finally emerged within the purview of the citizens of Jiangzhou. On the 5th day of the 9th month. That afternoon, upon witnessing a throng of people gathered at the typically aloof yamen, Lin Jiu sensed something significant was afoot. Approaching the crowd, she indeed discovered a freshly affixed notice, with 2 scholars nearby, seemingly elucidating its contents to the less literate townsfolk. With her keen eyesight, Lin Jiu meticulously read the announcement line by line, confirming it pertained to the culinary gathering. "Young lady, what does it say?" A woman, drawn by the commotion, approached without hesitation. Illiterate, she noticed the girl beside her craning her neck to read the notice, seemingly comprehending its message, and felt compelled to inquire. Lin Jiu generously offered her insight, responding with a cheerful demeanor. "It states that our Jiangzhou will soon host a culinary gathering, open to anyone skilled in cooking. The officials will then select the most delectable dishes, with the winner receiving a generous reward." The woman, momentarily taken aback, was interrupted by a middle-aged man who chimed in. "This young lady articulates it well. Those scholars speak eloquently, yet we common folk possess little knowledge and can hardly comprehend." Though he claimed to be irritated, the man's demeanor suggested excitement as he inquired, "Anyone can participate? Can my wonton shop join? Everyone says our wontons are delicious." "Of course. That table over there is for registration, and you can sign up until the 14th of this month." Lin Jiu gestured towards a nearby tent, where a long table was set up and 2 individuals leisurely sat, with a few brave souls already approaching. The middle-aged man glanced in that direction, His interest piqued. The initial inquirer, seizing the opportunity, pressed further. A generous reward? What might that entail? Lin Jiu glanced at the notice once more and read aloud. 200 taels of silver, a card of secret seasoning from Jiu, and a complete set of kitchenware. Before Lin Jiu could finish her words, gasps of astonishment erupted around her. 200 taels. A cart of seasonings. From Jiu, no less. Lin Jiu raised an eyebrow, recognizing that such lavish prizes truly consolidated the affection of many upon a single individual. The champion's rewards were indeed invaluable. Moreover, the advertisement-laden mention of a cart of Jianju's secret seasonings surely bore the influence of the recent opening festivities at Shuangmu Building, didn't it? But that was not all. Most importantly, the first-place winner would also receive a handwritten inscription from the governor himself. As the crowd's attention began to shift towards Lin Jiu, inadvertently neglecting the scholar who had been announcing the notice, the scholar, brimming with excitement and yearning, proclaimed loudly. Observing the awe and confusion on the faces of the common folk upon hearing the governor's name, he seemed to suddenly grasp the crux of the matter. Abandoning his pedantic speech for a more fluid delivery, the governor is a master of calligraphy and painting. His works are priceless. Lin Jiu smiled in agreement, adding, the honor of receiving the governor's handwritten inscription outweighs any amount of silver. Yet, there was an unspoken thought lingering in Lin Jiu's mind for the establishments, even if they did not secure the top prize. Gaining the attention of a certain official or entering the public's view through this culinary event would be far more beneficial than any reward. While some were undoubtedly more concerned with the 200 taels of silver, no one would dare to openly slight the governor's reputation, and thus the crowd erupted in applause, their faces alight with deep longing. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who had earlier identified himself as a wonton shop owner had already queued at the registration table. As the tone of the scholars announcing the notice became increasingly approachable, the attention of those around shifted back to them, allowing Lin Jiu to quietly withdraw from the throng, voluntarily concluding her brief role as a guide. Stepping outside the bustling crowd, Lin Jiu suddenly realized she had made another acquaintance. Was young Master Gu here waiting for someone? No, it should be Scholar Gu. A smile graced her lips as she distanced herself from the masses, spotting a familiar face. To elaborate, she and T always felt compelled to greet Gu Min during their encounters. However, he had a knack for noticing her first, and when she finally caught his gaze, met with that smile as refreshing as a gentle breeze and a bright moon, ignoring him would have felt like a crime. No need to change your words. Gu Min said earnestly before elaborating, my attendant is inside, helping me inquire about the culinary event. Very well, young Master Gu, Lin Jiu readily acquiesced. Curiosity piqued, she asked, do you also take an interest in the culinary event? The governor has invited the scholars to serve as judges for the culinary event, Gu Min replied softly. While he merely mentioned the governor's invitation, he did not deny his inherent interest. Lin Jiu stifled a smile, finding it amusing that the mention of the culinary event from Gu Min's lips felt oddly peculiar. Yet given his well-known penchant for food, it seemed entirely appropriate. As I gazed upon the scene, I found it increasingly endearing. The earnest demeanor of the individual engaging in pleasantries with themselves was indeed charming. This, perhaps, is the true essence of a gentleman. The mirth in Lin Jiu's eyes became more pronounced, yet she endeavored to maintain a facade of seriousness, exclaiming, I see. Our Shuangmu building will also partake in this culinary event, albeit as the subjects of your evaluation. In mentioning this, Lin Jiu displayed no hint of reticence. Rather, she candidly smiled and added, I hope Master Gu will extend his support. Certainly, Gu Min replied with a slight smirk, shifting his gaze to the cluster of individuals gathered beneath the announcement, and added, Miss Lin is truly enthusiastic. Lin Jiu paused momentarily, realizing that her previous role as a guide among the crowd had not gone unnoticed by him. Could this be construed as an indirect compliment? She feigned nonchalance, remarking, I had thought Master Gu would only notice my culinary skills, deeming me a somewhat competent cook. Gu Min, unusually contemplative for a spell, responded, indeed. Miss Lin's culinary skills are quite commendable. Then I shall take that to heart, Lin Jiu replied, half in jest. That is as it should be, Gu Min asserted with a serious countenance. Just then, a sturdy youth emerged from the crowd, making his way towards them at a brisk pace. Recognizing him as the young attendant Gu Min had mentioned, Lin Jiu smiled and said, "Master Gu, I shall not disturb you any further." "Miss Lin, take care," Gu Min said to her retreating figure, his expression tinged with a vague, unidentifiable regret. "Master, who is that young lady?" inquired the attendant, He, who had sprinted over. Being young, he still retained a hint of childlike innocence in the presence of the esteemed Gu Min. "She is Lin from Shuangmu Building. Her culinary skills are exceptional." Gu Min replied with a warm smile. "Shuangmu Building? Then this Miss Lin must be quite remarkable. I just heard that they have advanced directly to the second round of the culinary competition." He exclaimed softly in astonishment. "Indeed, she is quite remarkable." Chapter 51. The debate with the announcement posted at the magistrate's office and designated individuals elaborating on the culinary event, coupled with the substantial interest of the populace in Jiangzhou. News of the forthcoming culinary feast spread like wildfire throughout the city and even to the neighboring villages. The unprecedented culinary gala, the tantalizing rewards on offer, and the negligible barriers to entry all served to intensify the excitement among the citizens of Jiangzhou, leaving them in a state of eager anticipation. The culinary event undeniably became the foremost topic of conversation among the people during their leisure, overshadowing other matters such as the results of the provincial examinations. Discussions revolved endlessly around the event itself, the prizes for the top contender, and who might be most likely to claim the coveted first place, with occasional minor disputes arising amid their optimistic outlooks. At the Jiangzhou magistrate's office, in the registration area for the culinary event, old Lu, filled with curiosity, accepted the wooden plaque indicating his registration as number 222. Before he could thoroughly examine it, he felt a sudden shove from behind, as someone in the queue sought to push past him. Steadying himself, old Lu refused to budge, seizing the opportunity to beseech the increasingly impatient officer. "Sir, when does the competition commence? Have you noticed the platform over there? On September 15th, at the Hour of the Dragon. Make your way there to await news." The official responsible for distributing the tokens has undoubtedly been asked this question countless times. Without even glancing back, the seasoned Lu, lost in thought, slightly raised his voice, calling out to the crowd, "Next! Hey, it's me. I'm next." This time, Lu was completely pushed aside from the long table. Clutching the token in his hand, he wandered aimlessly beneath the notice and registration area, half listening to the idle chatter that he had heard many times before, yet he couldn't resist inching closer to eavesdrop. "Lu!" A heavy hand clapped on his shoulder, startling him. Turning around, he hurriedly tucked the slightly warm token into his chest. "Hey, I knew it was you. Don't hide it." "I've seen it," the newcomer teased. "Lao Guo, what'd you see me hiding?" Lu replied, securing the token. "Lu Yishou, how surprising. Didn't you say you wouldn't register?" Lao Guo remarked, giving Lu's shoulder another pat. "Keep your hands to yourself." Lu shrugged off the hand and stopped concealing the token. "Why not? If a wonton shop can enter, my Lu family, which runs a proper restaurant, certainly can as well." "Oh, Lu Yishou, you weren't saying that before. Who would turn down the chance for silver? If I were to win those 200 taels, my family could open a fine establishment." With his intentions laid bare, Lu decided to speak freely and boldly. "Enough of that. Not everyone possesses the capabilities of the Shuangmu Building." Lao Guo doused Lu's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. "Is that a hint of envy I detect?" Lu fanned his face, elongating his tone with a playful sarcasm. "Indeed, as you said, your wonton shop is merely a side affair. Haha, I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to at my restaurant, unlike your leisurely pace." Lao Guo, caught off guard by his own casual remark from the previous day, now being used against him by Lu, felt a twinge of displeasure. Watching Lu's retreating figure, he pursed his lips, simmering with resentment. After all, it was he who had informed Lu about the culinary event. Now, the very person who claimed not to participate had not only registered, but was also mocking him. Just a small eatery, yet he looks down on my wonton shop, truly believing he could rival the Shuangmu Building. Inside the Shuangmu Building, 2 tables of patrons were fervently debating which establishment would claim the title of champion in the culinary competition, their voices rising ever higher. while the other guests in the hall listened attentively. In my opinion, in our Jiangzhou city, when it comes to cooking, we must look to Taiyan building. That is the real deal, exclaimed a well-dressed young man, giving a thumbs up as he spoke. Don't you find it inappropriate to say that while seated in the Shuangmu building? Interjected a scholar in blue attire from the neighboring table, eliciting a round of laughter. I'm merely stating the facts. The young man did not falter. Rather, he sought validation as he remarked. Though it may seem a slight to Shuangmu Tower to say this, when one considers the grand establishments of Jiangzhou, is not Taiyan Tower the first that springs to mind? Yet, he continued, culinary excellence is measured by skill, not by reputation. If Shuangmu Tower were indeed inferior to Taiyan Tower, how could it have received such a coveted invitation? Hence, under the circumstances of lesser fame and experience, the fact that Shuangmu Tower has obtained an invitation only serves to affirm that its culinary prowess surpasses that of Taiyan Tower. The scholar in blue felt increasingly convinced of his revelation, lifting his chin slightly to survey the room, anticipating the sounds of admiration from the gathered audience. I cannot comprehend your argument. All I know is that in my youth, my family was not affluent, and I yearned throughout the year for a single meal at Taiyan Tower. The young man was evidently disinclined to ponder the scholar's analysis, instead delving into his own nostalgic reminiscences of Taiyan Tower. So how is it that you now find yourself at Shuangmu Tower? He chuckled, tousling the hair of the boy seated beside him, who was engrossed in peeling crabs. Well, the dishes at Shuangmu Tower are quite commendable, I must say. Despite the young man's reluctance to accept the scholar's reasoning, many others were deep in contemplation. I have heard that the culinary competition distributed 4 invitations. If we follow your line of thought, then the recently emerged Su Xianjai must have also received an invitation, which implies that its culinary skills are unparalleled. A voice immediately countered. What do you mean by emerge from nowhere? If you are unaware, refrain from making baseless claims. Su Xianjai's faux meat banquet is truly remarkable. Why would one eat imitation meat when real meat is available? As the conversation grew contentious, another question arose. Taiyan Tower, Shuangmu Tower, and the aforementioned Su Xianjai. Where did the 4th invitation go? I believe it went to Jiu. And what is Jiu? I know. The dishes there are less like food and more akin to exquisite works of art, astonishingly beautiful and intricately crafted. I visited once and was at a loss as to where to begin. Such dishes exist? It seems the top honor in this culinary competition must lie among these 4 establishments. Not necessarily. Jiangzhou boasts countless culinary delights. The news of this competition spreads far and wide, attracting participants from beyond just the eateries of Jiangzhou. Indeed, that's true. Not so. Even if folks from nearby villages and towns come to participate, how could small places compare to the wealth of talent in the capital of Jiangzhou? You make a fair point. In the courtyard, Lin Jiu quietly listened to the animated discussions emanating from the main hall, feeling as though the arguments had devolved into a cacophony of parroting opinions. As she meticulously washed her hands by the sweet water well, the debates within the hall deepened her understanding of the invitation received by Shuangmu Tower. Initially, Lin Jiu felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to release 4 advancement slots for the culinary event before it even commenced. However, he soon realized that the presence of these 4 esteemed establishments standing before the citizens of Jiangzhou not only generated a greater buzz, but also effectively deterred a number of individuals who, devoid of genuine skill, were merely drawn by the allure of the prizes, hoping to fortuitously secure a spot. After all, cooking is a skill that many households possess to some extent, leading to an illusion that anyone could participate successfully. With the establishment of these 4 designated slots, even the most prize-hungry individuals would likely hesitate, weighing their abilities against those of the 4 restaurants before taking any action. Consequently, those who truly signed up would either possess exceptional talent or an overabundance of confidence, while the number of participants merely seeking to go through the motions would dwindle significantly. As one of the prerequisites for this culinary event, Shuangmu Tower was not without its advantages. Gaining direct entry into the 2nd round of the competition was a clear benefit. But perhaps more importantly, Shuangmu Tower seized this opportunity to further elevate its prominence. Occupying such a distinguished position inevitably attracted more attention. Discussions occurring within the Grand Hall of Shuangmu Tower were undoubtedly mirrored in countless other locations throughout Jiangzhou. All of this would lay down the foundation for the future of Shuangmu Tower, brick by brick. It is no wonder that Manager Wu of Yunlai Tower resorted to unscrupulous tactics for a mere invitation. However, he may not have realized that obtaining such an esteemed advancement slot necessitated demonstrating commensurate skill. Failing to do so would render him unworthy of the position, and the higher one is lifted, the more painful the fall. After all, the flavors do not deceive, a truth Lin Jiu should keep in mind. He recalled recent events at Yunlai Tower and remembered Manager Wu's harsh parting words. It seemed Wu Guangcai had not yet relinquished his hopes for the culinary event. Thus, Yunlai Tower would likely still participate, albeit starting from the first round. This steady and cautious approach could indeed prove beneficial for Yunlai Tower. Lin Jiu thought without a hint of guilt. Chapter 52. Preparation amid the increasingly fervent discussions among the citizens of Jiangzhou regarding the culinary event. The venue, reportedly designated for the occasion, gradually took shape in the heart of the city, igniting boundless enthusiasm and anticipation among the already passionate populace as they passed by. Simultaneously, as news spread, an increasing number of unfamiliar faces appeared throughout the city, predominantly residents from nearby villages and towns. It would be unrealistic to suggest that these individuals had traveled specifically to witness the culinary event. Only a few would go to such lengths to join in the festivities. In truth, many were more captivated by the enticing prize of 200 taels of silver, stirring their imaginations. It is no exaggeration to say that for many, this amount of silver was something they had never encountered in their lifetimes. Upon witnessing such substantial rewards, many individuals inevitably begin to fantasize about what it would be like to possess such wealth, envisioning a future devoid of worries. Lin Jiu perceptively noticed that, in recent days, the business of her Shuangmu building seemed to have subtly improved by about 10%. After inquiring with the staff at Shuangmu building and other members of the Lin family, she confirmed that this was not merely a figment of her imagination. Reflecting on the recent circumstances in Jiangzhou City and recalling the occasional mentions by He Cheng regarding their little river village, Lin Jiu swiftly realized that this surge in patronage was likely due to Shuangmu building being one of the 4 esteemed invitees to the Jiangzhou Culinary Conference, garnering considerable attention and thus attracting a wave of eager customers. Of course, one cannot disregard the competitors, equally ambitious regarding the culinary event, in their quest to investigate Shuangmu building's circumstances inadvertently contributed to its profits. This should be considered a positive development. Although Shuangmu building had consistently enjoyed good business since its inception, the prospect of further advancement brought Lin Jiu genuine joy. She decisively classified the current situation, choosing not to dwell on uncertainties that would only add to her worries. After all, culinary skills were the very foundation upon which she and Shuangmu building thrived. Given that the culinary conference had yet to officially commence, it would be unwise to fret over trivial matters. Instead, it would be more prudent to diligently familiarize herself with the dishes. Lin Jiu thought this way and indeed acted accordingly. In truth, since the establishment of Shuangmu building, Lin Jiu had been diligently compiling recipes and techniques, a task she had not abandoned. Furthermore, she had been refining this process while mentoring her apprentices. Although the culinary conference was imminent, the specific competition format had not been thoroughly disclosed, allowing her to infer that the primary focus would be on culinary skills. Thus, Lin Jiu's preparations were primarily centered around the dishes. She meticulously listed a variety of delectable and skillful recipes to prevent any moment of panic during the competition, ensuring her mind would not go blank in a moment of urgency. Moreover, these selected dishes were not merely a matter of naming them in her mind. They required Lin Jiu's hands-on practice and the discerning taste of her family, leading to further refinements to tailor them to the local palate of Jiangzhou. This was not a superfluous endeavor. Rather, it was essential to avoid the embarrassing situation of discovering unforeseen challenges during the competition. Such repetitive preparatory work tested her patience and meticulousness, yet the cumulative effects of these efforts should not be underestimated. On September 14th, the final day for registration for the Jiangzhou Culinary Conference, The day before the event commenced, at the Lin family residence on Qing'an Street, Lin Jiu gently prompted, "Father, are you truly not planning to visit the city square tomorrow? I've heard that the governor will also make an appearance." Lin father hesitated slightly, asking, "What time does it start?" At the hour of Chun, a perfect interlude between breakfast and lunch, it was indeed an opportune moment to witness some lively spectacle. Requiring little time, Lin Jiu declared with utmost conviction, "You should go. Your daughter wishes for your presence." "Why do you hesitate?" Li remarked, raising an eyebrow. "I am merely concerned about the business in the building." Lin father chuckled, "My dear, do not be upset. I shall go. I will certainly go. Let us all attend and support little Jiu, shall we?" Li's expression softened, and she turned to her daughter, "Jiu, do you only wish to bring Yicheng? Would you not like to invite another companion?" "Mother, we are merely going to compete in culinary skills. One assistant is sufficient," Lin Jiu replied with a cheerful smile. "You need not worry. Our little Jiu is worth two," Lin father exclaimed, casting a playful glance at Li. "At your age, you should feel a bit more modest." Li retorted lightly. "This is a case of the student surpassing the master," Lin Jiu chimed in playfully. Lin father grew animated, addressing Li. "Indeed, little Jiu's words resonate well. Observe, the student surpasses the master. How beautifully articulated. Is she not my own flesh and blood?" Their banter continued, affirming the saying that daughters resemble their fathers, a sentiment Li expressed with a hint of bittersweetness. Lin Jiu chuckled to soothe her, "But mother, whenever I step outside, people claim I resemble your youthful self. That cannot be, for little Jiu pales in comparison to your beauty when you were young," Lin father asserted with a sense of righteousness. Lin Jiu interjected, "Do we not agree that I have inherited the best traits from both of you? Am I merely a product of your indulgence?" Observing her mother's mix of annoyance and embarrassment, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of superfluity. For reasons unknown, each time she engaged in light-hearted conversation with this elderly couple, she ended up feeling as though she were holding a bowl of dog food. Perhaps it was due to her status as a mature single individual, capable of sourcing her own sustenance. Gazing at the seemingly rosy bubble of their companionship, Lin Jiu pondered gravely. This might explain why her elder brother rarely spoke. In fact, he seemed to be spending less time at home lately. It appeared that Lin Jiu was often absent to meet Zhao Wan, his fiancée, after the closing of Shuangmu Building. In this era, such conduct between engaged couples was not deemed inappropriate. Indeed, Lin Jiu mused, her brother's wedding was likely to take place early next year. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she realized with a start that she was the only single individual left in the family. This is truly difficult. Lin Jiu sighed, her expression a mix of emotions as she quietly exited the room, her thoughts drifting to the warm room adjacent to the small kitchen. Only this greenhouse, filled with adorable little chili peppers, could offer some warmth to her shivering spirit. Upon entering, she found the cozy and bright space flourishing under the attentive care of her family, with dozens of chili plants thriving splendidly, their growth promising. The delicate six-petaled white flowers appeared fresh and elegant, hardly hinting at the fervent flavor of their fruits. Lin Jiu crouched down, peering closely, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that some flowers were on the verge of falling, with a tiny green sphere perched at the base of the delicate white blossoms. Is this the fruit? Though she had long held faith that this day would come, the moment she beheld the tangible manifestation of her dreams, flourishing within her own greenhouse, a wave of unexpected joy washed over her. "This is chili pepper. This is indeed chili pepper." Lin Jiu gently extended her finger, yearning to touch this exceedingly precious little entity. But as her fingertip made contact, she instantly withdrew, her eyes sparkling as she maintained her crouch position, cradling her knees in admiration. "No, this is merely the beginning of fruiting. I must remain composed. I must stay calm," Lin Jiu chanted silently in her mind, nearly whispering aloud. At that moment, the little door of the greenhouse creaked open, and Lin Jiu turned at the sound. Her father, grinning, entered. "Father, my chili peppers have borne fruit." The arc of joy at the corners of Lin Jiu's mouth could no longer be contained, her heart brimming with elation. Chapter 53. The bell tolls on September 15th, in Jiangzhou City. The skies were clear and the air still. Lin Jiu emerged from the greenhouse. For the first time since planting the chili peppers, she locked the door securely. They had begun to bear fruit, and she was determined not to let her efforts go to waste at this critical juncture. One must not leave any opportunity for those with ill intentions, and should strive to avoid accidents at all costs. Lin Jiu hung the small brass key, secured with sturdy red string, around her neck and tugged gently to ensure it was fastened tightly before tucking it into her collar, hiding it securely. "Is the door locked?" her father inquired, approaching the greenhouse. "Yes, it's locked, and I have the key with me," Lin Jiu replied, adjusting her collar with a relaxed tone. "I was just wondering where you both had wandered off to, Li Sure," her mother called from the backyard, her gaze sweeping past the locked greenhouse door as she urged the leisurely father and daughter. "What time is it? Are you still planning to leave?" Lin Jiu looked up at the sky, the sun just rising in the distance, realizing it was barely past the hour of the rabbit. Her father provided a more precise answer. "It's past the halfway mark of the hour of the rabbit." Lin Jiu responded with an "oh," as her mind automatically calculated that it was indeed 6 o'clock. "Is it still considered early at past the halfway mark of the hour of the rabbit? What are you dawdling for? Do you intend to arrive at the last possible moment?" Li Sure directed her frustrations toward her husband. "Well, we are on our way now," her father replied with a chuckle, not disputing her. With her father left to handle her mother's admonishments, Lin Jiu stepped out of the backyard and into the grand hall of Shuangmu building, making her way to the kitchen door. Leaning against the doorframe, she called out to her elder brother inside. "Brother, we are about to leave. If you have any second thoughts, now is the time." "Yes, you may go," Lin Li replied succinctly, showing no signs of emotional turmoil. Lin Jiu shook her head, a lively, helpless smile lighting up her youthful face. There was no remedy. Her elder brother was simply too steadfast. However, in a typical family of the Daqi era, it was indeed time for someone of Lin Li's age to begin shouldering the responsibilities of the household. At present, Lin Li's self-awareness is undoubtedly far more dependable than that of those older youths who remain enamored with frivolous pursuits, oblivious to the weight of their actions. Yet, one cannot truly label his demeanor as enlightenment. It is simply an inherent aspect of his character. Observing her composed and steady elder brother, Lin Jiu also thought of the gentle and reliable Zhao family sister, realizing why their union has progressed so smoothly. Even through her years of singlehood and the keen insight it has fostered, she perceives a remarkable compatibility between the two. After greeting He Chung, who had arrived early, Lin Jiu reflected on the fact that he too was on the verge of fatherhood. In a somewhat peculiar state of mind, she followed her father Lin and mother Li, who had just emerged from the backyard, through the gates of Shuangmu building. Thanks to a concerted effort in publicity from both the authorities and the populace over the past 10 days, the culinary festival has garnered unprecedented excitement. As a topic that invites universal participation, it has attracted far greater attention than the local examinations ever did. As prominent figures of Qing'an Street, the Lin family was met with warm wishes from numerous neighbors upon their appearance. Lin Jiu felt an urge to exuberantly declare, "The culinary festival, here I come." However, considering that such a display might be overly juvenile, especially since she intended to continue mingling within this street, she reluctantly suppressed her enthusiasm. As they walked to the entrance of Qing'an Street, Li suddenly exclaimed, "I think my room door is unlocked." Lin Jiu turned back to gaze at the long stretch of Qing'an Street, recalling the attention they had attracted along the way, and resolutely asserted, "It should be locked." "Should I run back to check?" He Chung timidly suggested. "It's locked," their father Lin concluded decisively, observing her mother's self-doubt over the unlocked door. Lin Jiu offered repeated reassurances and invoked the presence of her elder brother Lin to help soothe her mother's worries. Finally, Lin Jiu felt at ease enough to smile, curiously taking in the passing streets and shops. Rather than racing toward the competition, she resembled a young girl embarking on an autumn outing with her guardians. As they strolled along the cobbled streets of Jiangzhou City, passing by Guizhuantan's and Lu's restaurant, Lin Jiu chatted animatedly, occasionally pausing to comment on intriguing sights. However, due to her distinctive interests, she primarily focused on eateries and bookstores. Engaged in light-hearted banter and the thrill of discovery, she felt neither fatigue nor tedium. In the Great Qi era, Two legs were undoubtedly the most common means of transportation for the populace, and the Lin family was no exception to this trend. The journey from Qing'an Street, located in the western district where Shuangmu building resides, to the venue specified on the invitation for the culinary festival, situated centrally in Jiangzhou City, was roughly a quarter of an hour's walk. In fact, it was likely closer than Lin Jiu's previous trek to Old Wang's cheese shop on Northgate Street. As the group passed by the Dia bookstore, also situated in the city center, the festival venue came into view, mere steps away. The once vacant space has now been transformed into a grand platform, flanked by numerous tables and chairs, most of which remain unoccupied for the time being. In front of the platform, 2 rows of stoves have been meticulously arranged. With equal spacing between the stoves in each row, the gaps between the rows slightly larger. Lin Jiu counted roughly. There are 10 stoves in each row, totaling 20, and the quality of their construction reflects considerable care. This elevated platform, along with the designated seating and the 20 stoves, is cordoned off by ropes and overseen by attendants ensuring order, creating a distinct area amidst the surrounding crowd of onlookers, all eagerly awaiting the culinary competition. Following closely behind her father, Lin, and Madame Li, Lin Jiu entered the throng, her ears catching snippets of excited conversation. The people from Shuangmu Tower have arrived. The one at the forefront is Manager Lin from Shuangmu Tower, and behind is Madame Li. Ah, Miss Lin is also here. Maintaining her composure, Lin Jiu wore a subtle smile until she was led to the area specifically designated for participants, where she finally exhaled in relief. As one of the invitees to the culinary event, Shuangmu Tower has been allocated a prime spot in the participant area, specifically at the front row of tables, offering an excellent view. There are 3 other identical tables in this row, 2 of which are already occupied, leading Lin Jiu to surmise that each of the 4 invited establishments occupies 1 table. Beyond these foremost tables, additional seating has been arranged for other competitors, albeit in a more casual manner. All present are chefs, and while the participants exhibit a hint of apprehension in the presence of the 4 established establishments, they are otherwise lively and engaging. In fact, the vibrancy of this participants' area is hardly inferior to that of the crowds gathered on either side. After all, aside from a necessity of showcasing their culinary skills at the central stoves, these chefs are, for the most part, just ordinary folk who enjoy the spectacle. Seated at her designated spot, Lin Jiu turned her head to survey the other competitors, taking in their various postures. Her gaze fell upon an elderly man with a sallow complexion and triangular eyes, who was glaring at her with palpable resentment. It was none other than Manager Wu from Yunlai Tower. At that moment, Manager Wu was alone at his table, flanked by 2 men who appeared to hold lesser status, both of whom hesitated to take a seat despite the presence of empty spots. Meeting Manager Wu's bitter gaze, Lin Jiu responded with an innocently sweet smile before turning back with that same smile still adorning her face. Seated next to Shuangmu Tower was Manager Lin from Tian Tower. With her father, the esteemed Manager Lin of Shuangmu Tower, present, Lin Jiu felt little inclination to concern herself too much. She exchanged polite greetings with Manager Lin, who had thoughtfully brought along the uniquely fragrant tea she had gifted him, and with a gentle smile, she redirected her attention to the unfolding events of the culinary gathering. On the elevated wooden platform facing south, no significant figures have yet graced its presence. However, the tables and chairs on either side of the platform have gradually filled with elegantly dressed men in flowing robes, as well as affluent men and women, often attended by their servants. These, it seems, are the so-called distinguished judges. Lin Jiu's gaze wandered among them, until it was abruptly drawn away upon spotting a youth, handsome as jade, entering alongside her bearded friend. She swiftly turned her face toward the larger throng of onlookers, the common folk gathered in eager anticipation. This crowd, encircling the competition venue in layers, attested to the recent fervor surrounding the culinary festival, a phenomenon far from mere exaggeration, unlike the sensational reports from certain editorial offices. From the sight of women cradling children to idle men carrying snacks and stools, as well as groups of exuberant children darting about, Lin Jiu felt a vivid resonance with the excited spirit of the Jiangzhou populace and gained a glimpse into their otherwise mundane lives. A subtle smile graced Lin Jiu's lips as the scene evoked memories of her childhood, particularly of a summer night when a large silver screen was erected in the village square, illuminated by a beam of light that revealed a world starkly different from her own. Yet, what lingered most vividly in her mind was not the film itself, but the short journey, filled with laughter and camaraderie, as villagers of all ages carried their stools to watch the movie, the warmth of the crowd beneath the screen. In retrospect, the remnants of sunflower seeds and fruit peels left behind after the film felt endearingly familiar. Though nostalgia briefly enveloped her, the present quickly reclaimed her thoughts, bringing her focus back to her true life. The Li family nearby, her jovial father, the ever-excited He Chung, and the sea of Jiangzhou citizens outside. Lin Jiu's keen eyes noticed several modestly dressed young men and women weaving through the crowd, baskets in hand, skillfully peddling fruits and snacks. Further back in the throng, she spotted food carts laden with treats and stalls displaying an array of trinkets, indicating that business was thriving. "It feels just like a festive celebration," one of the competitors behind her remarked, and Lin Jiu wholeheartedly agreed. Shifting her gaze from the bustling crowd to the center of the venue, she reminded herself that the silent 20 stoves were the true focal point of her attention as a chef. From what she understood, since the venue's construction, there had been dedicated personnel overseeing it nightly, and it was reasonable to assume that the security of these stoves would remain uncompromised during the festival. She meticulously scrutinized the nearest stove, concluding that it must have been crafted by an experienced artisan, as there appeared to be no oversights from her discerning perspective. As her gaze traversed the remaining 19 cooking stations, Lin Jiu felt a modicum of calm settle within her. The resounding clang of a gong captured the attention of the gathered populace. Following the sound, Lin Jiu directed her gaze to the wooden platform ahead, momentarily passing over the officer holding the gong. A slender, elderly gentleman clad in official attire had ascended the platform. Chapter 54. The competition format. Upon spotting the official atop the platform, Lin Jiu instinctively glanced at the sky, noting that it was nearly the hour of chun. The Jiangzhou government office was surprisingly punctual, she mused internally. From the hushed murmurs that occasionally arose around her, Lin Jiu discerned that the wiry, sprightly old man was none other than Lord Les Han, the governor of Jiangzhou. Observing the governor's thin mustache, Lin Jiu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She tilted her head slightly, confusion flickering in her eyes, only to catch a glimpse of Manager In, who had just set down his teacup. A sudden clarity washed over Lin Jiu, and noticing her gaze, the elderly Manager In offered her a knowing smile, his mustache twitching in response. This left Lin Jiu shaking her head in amusement. Once she accepted this reality, the more she looked, the more she perceived the similarities between Governor In and Manager In, apart from their shared penchant for facial hair above the nose. The governor's slender form gave him an air of vitality, reminiscent of a pine tree flourishing amidst rocky terrain, while his mustache imbued him with an ethereal charm befitting his age. In contrast, the same facial features on Manager and exuded the cunning shrewdness of a businessman. This was certainly not a case of Lin Jiu unwittingly casting a thick filter over the esteemed governor, nor was it an intentional slander against her well-acquainted partner, Manager In. Faced with this undeniable truth, Lin Jiu could only sincerely exclaim, "It all comes down to demeanor." Governor In Les Han cleared his throat, and the murmuring that had accompanied his entrance promptly ceased. The gentleman seated on either side of the elevated platform led the way, prompting the previously seated and standing citizens to rise in reverence for the governor. As the assembly adopted a respectful stance, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and anticipation, Governor In finally smiled warmly, as if pleasantly surprised, and said, "Please be seated. There is no need for such formalities." Thus, after watching the governor and the gentleman engage in amiable exchanges, Lin Jiu followed the crowd and sat down, blending into the orderly ranks of the citizens. However, following this sequence of actions, those who had initially been seated, like Lin Jiu, instinctively straightened their posture, while those who had been standing naturally lengthened their necks. The once boisterous children sensed the shift in atmosphere and hesitated, either snuggling close to their mothers or quietly retreating into corners with their companions. In an instant, the entire culinary venue emanated an atmosphere of eager anticipation, drawing the attention of the masses. However, the governor's grand appearance was short-lived, swiftly redirecting the discourse to the focal point of the day, the Jiangzhou Food Festival. Lin Jiu sat upright, much like the other contestants in the designated area, holding their breath and listening intently to the governor's address, fearful of missing any significant detail. At this moment, the much-anticipated food festival, which had been the talk of the town for nearly half a month, was finally poised to unveil its splendor before the citizens of Jiangzhou. This year's Jiangzhou Food Festival boasted an impressive registration of 398 participants for the inaugural round of competition, commencing that very day. Each morning and afternoon, 20 groups of contestants would enter the arena to compete. At the conclusion of each day's contests, the evaluators would select one victor to advance to the second round. Within 10 days, 10 individuals would be chosen from the original 398 to partake in the second round, competing against the 4 esteemed establishments that held invitations to the festival: Tian Tower, Shuangmu Tower, Jiwei Residence, and Suxinzai. Participants could calculate their competition times based on their assigned numbers or inquire with the officials for clarification. They could also wait for their names to be called. Failure to respond in a timely manner would be considered a voluntary withdrawal from the competition. Initially, the governor articulated the proceedings personally, but as the specifics regarding the competition rules were introduced, a scribe took over the recitation. When mentioning the 398 participants, evaluators, and the 4 distinguished towers, the scribe would gesture towards the entities being referenced, prompting corresponding reactions from those mentioned. Lin Jiu maintained a serious expression, attentively listening for a considerable time, and discovered that the majority of the current discourse revolved around the regulations of the food festival and the particulars of the first round of competition. This information was not meant to be concealed, having already circulated widely alongside the announcement of the festival. For instance, one stipulation indicated that there were no restrictions on the types of dishes prepared in the first round, allowing contestants to showcase their signature culinary creations. The mention of Shuangmu Tower and the other establishments advancing directly to the second round hinted at the selection of 10 individuals to move forward. Thus, it could be inferred that in the second round, Shuangmu Tower, Tian Tower, Jiwei Residence, and Suxinzai would be competing against the 10 contestants chosen from the first round. However, the specifics of the second round remained undisclosed at this time. Lin Jiu speculated that the details regarding the subsequent competition would be communicated officially once the identities of the 10 selected contestants were confirmed at the conclusion of the first round. As the scribe finally concluded the rules, the murmurs in the crowd grew louder. It was evident that many citizens were left bewildered by the lengthy recitation, with some participants displaying equally perplexed expressions. Nonetheless, the lack of clarity regarding the rules was not overly concerning, as there were those who understood the essence of the event. More importantly, the citizens remembered that this was a culinary competition, with the gleaming 20 cooking stations awaiting eager contenders to demonstrate their culinary prowess. Grasping such a central theme, the concerns of the common folk regarding other matters are ultimately trivial. Following the introduction of the culinary event's rules, a more exhilarating segment commenced. The prizes for this culinary competition, a bounty of 200 taels of silver, a card of Jian's secret seasonings, and a dazzling set of kitchenware, were proudly displayed upon the stage. As for the governor's inscription among the prizes, that would only be unveiled after the first-place winner was determined by governor and on-site. However, for the majority of the gathered populace, even in the absence of the governor's inscription, the treasures displayed were sufficient to captivate their collective gaze. In a fleeting moment, even the governor's distinctive aura seemed to dim slightly, as the spotlight shifted to the glimmering silver under the sun. Any lingering doubts regarding the competition's rules were promptly cast aside. Lin Jiu observed the somewhat chaotic yet fundamentally harmonious reactions of the crowd, silently acknowledging that as long as the spectacle was sufficiently astonishing, even if the structure and regulations of the culinary event were somewhat lacking, it could still be deemed a minor flaw overshadowed by its brilliance, thus earning the adoration of the people. Moreover, the still evolving culinary competition merely required the accumulation of time. If these events could be held consecutively, Perhaps they might even become a hallmark of Jiangzhou. A fleeting glimpse of uncertain prospects for the future crossed Lin Jiu's mind. But she quickly refocused her attention on the officials at the wooden platform. After the announcement of the rules, the introduction of key figures, and the unveiling of prizes, Jiangzhou's uniquely conceived culinary event was now poised to truly commence. The slender and Lushan cheerfully took over from his assistant and proclaimed, "Thus, I, the governor, hereby declare the Jiangzhou culinary competition officially open." Chapter 55. The late contestant when governor and declared the culinary competition officially underway. Lin Jiu, despite knowing it was not yet her turn to perform, felt a surge of excitement within her. After calming her emotions, she instinctively turned her gaze to observe the reactions of those around her. She noted that a tranquil, elegantly composed woman had taken her seat at the previously empty first table on the left. This lady was likely from Su Xianzhai, as Lin Jiu had gleaned through conversations with her father and others. Even without deliberate attention, she was aware that the rather rugged-looking man seated at the second table on the left, aligned with her own, was none other than the proprietor of Jiwei Ju, Zhen Jiwei. To be candid, prior to this, upon first hearing the esteemed name of Jiwei Ju, Lin Jiu had envisioned its owner to be a cultured youth, or perhaps an elder well-versed in the subtleties of refinement. Who would have thought that appearances could be so deceiving? Knowing that the competition would not immediately involve her, Lin Jiu carried herself with a certain nonchalance, a demeanor that perhaps owed much to her previous life in the information age, where she was accustomed to indulging in all manner of gossip. As the governor announced the commencement of the competition, his subsequent declaration of pressing official duties and voluntary withdrawal dispelled the subtle tension that had gripped the participants before their superior. The atmosphere instantly became animated, nearly erupting into jubilant cheers reminiscent of a festive celebration. A constable, holding the registration booklet, infused with enthusiasm and projecting a booming voice, proclaimed the first contestant, Su Shui from Xiahe village. However, no response was forthcoming. After calling twice more to no avail, the constable's expression soured momentarily, but he swiftly composed himself and proceeded to announce the next name recorded in the booklet. This time, there were no unforeseen circumstances. The second contestant, already waiting eagerly with their number plate, raised it high, eagerly pushing forward as the crowd instinctively parted to grant passage. In truth, such behavior from the second participant should be deemed normal. After all, the issuance of the number plate at registration clearly indicated the competition's timing, and today marked the first day of the trials, specifically designed for participants with earlier numbers. Holders should be well aware of the schedule. Guided by another constable, the somewhat exhilarated second contestant entered the designated cooking area, accompanied by an assistant, and placed their number plate before their assigned station as instructed. Contestants could either bring their own ingredients or request them from a constable, although it was apparent that only common ingredients would be available for requisition. Following the entrance of the second participant, the third, fourth, and others subsequently appeared in order until all but the first 20 contestants were in position, leaving the station designated for the first contestant still vacant. Su Shui? From her name, she should be a woman. Do you know her, He Chung? Lin Jiu inquired of He Chung, who resided in Xiahe village, recalling the name called out by the constable. I do recognize the surname Su. There is indeed a family by that name in the village, though they live at the far end, He Chung replied, displaying a contemplative expression. The Su family was somewhat obscure amidst the more prevalent He surnames, and he was not well acquainted with them. Lin Jiu had merely asked out of curiosity and, noticing He Cheng's uncertainty, paid it little mind, continuing to observe the unfolding events with keen interest. Although it was not yet her turn to participate, watching the spectacle and, assessing the competition seemed prudent, as there might be potential rivals for the upcoming second round among them. In the center, surrounded by spectators, the 19 contestants had nearly completed their preparations, each poised at their respective stations, eager to begin. Yet the first contestant, Su Shui from Xiahe village, remained conspicuously absent. The onlookers, gazing at the solitary empty station, inevitably murmured amongst themselves, noting the enthusiasm of the first registration, yet the absence of its owner at the moment of competition. As the appointed time for the morning trials approached, specifically at the fourth quarter of the hour of Chun, the long-awaited constable finally announced the commencement of cooking, signaling to his companion to sound the gong. Accompanied by the resonant clang of a gong, a young woman's voice, imbued with urgency and indignation, pierced the air. "Wait. I have yet to enter. I am number one. Please allow me inside." As the sound of the gong faded, her cries grew more pronounced, drawing the attention of the crowd. It became evident that a young lady stood outside the arena, barred from entry due to the impending competition. Clad in a patched coarse cloth dress and carrying a bamboo basket filled with a haphazard assortment of ingredients, she was unmistakably Su Shui from Little River Village, who had previously called out several times without a response. Despite presenting her identification token, the guards remained unyielding, stubbornly obstructing her passage. Frustrated, she retorted, "On what grounds do you prevent me from entering? I am officially registered. The others have yet to begin cooking." Her words held merit, for the competitors of the 19 cooking stations had only just heard the guards announce the start of the contest, and most had not yet begun their preparations. Even those with swifter hands found their actions interrupted by the sudden commotion, pausing to observe the unfolding scene. This only intensified Su Shui's belief that, although the gong had sounded, her arrival was perfectly timed, proving she was not tardy. The guards, who looked down upon her tattered appearance, seemed intent on making her situation more difficult. Though she was reluctant to engage with them, the opportunity presented by the culinary competition was of great significance to her. Had she not sensed its importance, she would not have rushed to register without fully understanding the situation. Having come this far, turning back was not an option. Feeling as if fate were guiding her, she was convinced that she would not only be the first to enter, but also the first to triumph. How fortuitous it was that, just as she found herself at a dead end, she encountered the announcement for the culinary competition, promptly registered, and was assigned the number one position. She reassured herself that upon winning the 200 taels of silver, she would escape her oppressive household and secure a better dwelling in Jiangzhou City. Imagining the bright future that lay ahead, Su Shui swallowed her pride and implored, "Guards, please allow me to enter." The guard displayed a flicker of hesitation. This matter was beyond his authority. Instinctively, he glanced towards the distinguished gentleman seated on the elevated platform. Not one to miss an opportunity, Su Shui swiftly turned to the elegantly dressed officials, pleading, "Esteemed sirs, I am Su Shui, the first to register for this culinary competition. My arrival is timely. Please grant me permission to compete." Faced with Su Shui's earnest pleas, the evaluators exchanged glances, deliberating the situation at hand. The gong had already been struck, and the official had announced the commencement of the first round of competition. Noticing the silence among the distinguished figures, Su Shui grew anxious, nearly in tears as she implored, "I hail from Shaoa Village, and the journey has been arduous. Thus, I arrived slightly later than others." Her face bore a hint of grievance, for unlike these individuals residing in the bustling and convenient Jiangzhou City, her place of origin was beyond her control. Seated on the left side of the wooden platform was Wang Mingxian, a seasoned scholar in his 30s, exuding a refined and mature demeanor. Observing Su Shui, clad in a simple yet elegant attire, displaying a pitiable expression, he felt a stir of compassion. Recognizing that the situation could be resolved with a mere word, he addressed those around him, saying, "This young lady has traveled from afar, which is no small feat since the gong has only just sounded. I propose we allow her entry." Mr. Qian Liangxin, an esteemed elder among the gathering, cast a glance at the vibrant plume protruding from the bamboo basket behind Su Shui and nodded slightly in approval, with Wang Mingxian taking the initiative and Mr. Qian expressing his tacit consent. The others did not voice any objections and readily concurred. The supervising official, seeing the elder's support, ceased to impede her progress, clearing the way for Su Shui to enter. Feeling as if she had received a reprieve, Su Shui rushed to express her heartfelt gratitude to the kind elder who had spoken on her behalf. Without a glance at the officials flanking her, she hurried into the arena, standing before the solitary, unoccupied cooking station with an expression of relief. Chapter 56. Live broadcast. With the esteemed evaluators having granted permission for the late arriving young woman to participate in the competition, the remaining participants, including the 19 other groups present, found themselves in no position to voice dissent. However, the sentiments brewing within them remained unknown. Once Su Shui, hailing from Xiaohe village, occupied the last vacant cooking station. The brief interlude came to an end, and the first round of the Jiangzhou Food Festival resumed its course. As the 20 competing groups dazzled the audience with their performances, the atmosphere within the arena gradually warmed, shifting the focus of discussion to the contestants showcasing their talents. In the designated area for participants and spectators, the first table on the right of the foremost row bore witness to the murmurs of He Chung, who remarked, "Our Xiaohe village is hardly far from Jiangzhou City." This was clearly a counter to Su Shui's earlier assertion of a long journey. Lin Jiu shifted her gaze from Su Shui to respond, "Perhaps for Miss Su, it does feel quite distant." He Chung, still somewhat unconvinced, opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Lin Jiu smiled softly, aware that both He Chung and Agui regularly traveled together from home to work at Shuangmu Building, returning together when the tavern closed in the afternoon. Their familiarity with the route granted them a certain authority on the matter. Nonetheless, fixating too intensely on the subjective notion of distance seemed of little significance. In comparison to the villages where one must often rely on ox carts for a trip into the city, Xiaohe village is indeed not far from Jiangzhou City. However, when viewed through the lens of the city dwellers, the distance to the quaint Xiaohe village might seem considerable. This observation was made by Su Shui, whose perspective had garnered a certain tacit approval from the evaluators present. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Jiu noticed He Chang's gaze lingering on his village companion and remarked with a smile, "You should take a closer look at these chef's techniques. You might just learn a thing or two." "Master, please do not jest," He Chung replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. "I understand that mastering the culinary arts cannot simply be achieved through observation alone." He set aside his fixation on the seemingly unrealistic Su girl and began to attentively observe the chefs at work. He Chung was not oblivious. He realized that these skilled artisans had techniques that could not easily be grasped by mere watching, nor fully comprehended without guidance. Fortunately, his master was right beside him. Shortly after the competition commenced, seeing the other 3 tables managers withdraw, Lin's father and Mrs. Li grew restless, their thoughts dwelling on the affairs at Shimu Building. Mrs. Li, with a more anxious disposition, voiced her concern. We have been away for quite some time, and I worry about Agui." Her unease did not stem from doubts about Agui's character, but rather from his straightforward nature, which might make him vulnerable to exploitation. Understanding her parents' sentiments, Lin Jiu, unlike the other managers who were carefree, felt a sense of obligation as their daughter, making it difficult for them to leave her behind. However, she was not one to insist on company. With a cheerful demeanor, she encouraged, "Father, Mother, if you wish to return and check on things, you may go ahead." Mrs. Li hesitated, "But what about you? What could possibly happen to me?" Lin Jiu shrugged. As a participant in the competition, she had resolved to witness the first round in its entirety. After offering her mother a few comforting words, Mrs. Li finally accompanied Lin's father as they departed. Retrieving her gaze from her parents' retreating figures, Lin Jiu teased, "He Chung, my dear disciple, do you see how these managers are preoccupied with their businesses even while away from home?" He Chung glanced around and indeed found this to be true. The number of competitors in their vicinity had noticeably dwindled, while the areas occupied by the ordinary spectators remained vibrant and bustling, with an increasing throng. Gradually, some daring townsfolk and children, drawn by the picturesque view and favorable vantage point, began to shift closer to their side. Observing the gathering crowd, Lin Jiu smiled and continued, "Perhaps these concerned managers will discover upon their return that their patrons are all right here." He Chung cast a glance at his beaming master and mused internally. "It seems your concerned managers encompass your own parents, master." Unbeknownst to him, He Chung had seemingly awakened a penchant for witty commentary. As the competition reaches its midpoint, several participants have already completed their dishes and presented them before the panel of judges. Seated elegantly on both sides of the elevated platform, there are a total of 29 judges, with 5 or 6 individuals per table, often comprising scholars or other esteemed figures, or both. However, this does not imply that each group of contestants is required to prepare a full 29 servings of food, such a task would be overwhelmingly burdensome, and if executed, the judges would hardly be able to consume the creations from 20 groups, potentially hindering the evaluation process. Therefore, the dishes presented by contestants must either be a modest yet exquisite set of 29 portions that can be evenly distributed by the attendants, or a larger serving from which the judges may serve themselves. Lin Jiu observed the judges as they began to gracefully savor the array of culinary delights presented to them, and she felt a pang of envy. If someone were to label her as a lemon, suggesting that she ought to participate instead, she would undoubtedly respond without hesitation that she could indeed take part. Alas, she lamented the absence of such kind-hearted individuals. Lin Jiu's sentiments echoed the thoughts of the onlookers, who, confined to mere spectatorship, never anticipated that attending a culinary event would come with such a sense of deprivation. Yet they found themselves unable to resist the allure of the occasion. As time progressed, an enticing aroma wafted through the venue, and the murmurs of the audience grew louder. Although they could not taste the dishes, it seemed they could glean the truth from the alluring fragrances, the visual presentation of the plates, and even from the judges' reactions, discerning which dish was the most delectable. It is no exaggeration to say that the fervor of the audience's discussions surpassed even the restrained conversations of the judges. Lin Jiu inhaled the tantalizing scents enveloping her, and the scene resembled a grand live broadcast, one that integrated cooking, tasting, and critique. Yet far more unforgiving than modern food shows, for here, not only could one see, but one could also smell the enticing aromas, causing countless spectators to salivate in unison. A shared thought arose among the eager audience members. Once the competition concluded, they would surely rush forward to procure a portion of the freshly made dishes, eager to experience the flavors that had garnered such praise from the judges. How delicious it must be! Was it not nearly mealtime? Noticing the restless anticipation among the crowd, Lin Jiu chuckled to herself, whimsically thinking that had she been involved in organizing this culinary event, she would have assembled a public jury. Chapter 57. Mountain Delicacies. Each round of competition, both in the morning and afternoon, lasts for the duration of 1 hour. The morning session runs from the fourth quarter of the Qin hour, 8 o'clock a.m., to the fourth quarter of the Si hour, 10 o'clock a.m., while the afternoon session spans from the fourth quarter of the Wei hour, 2 o'clock p.m., to the fourth quarter of the Shen hour, 4 o'clock p.m. As the sun ascends higher in the sky, the first round of competition draws near its conclusion. Most participants in the arena have completed their dishes and presented them, returning to their cooking stations with the judges' critiques still fresh in their minds. After this round, the embers remaining in their stoves are almost extinguished. The reason it is said to be almost everyone is that there remains a lone competitor, valiantly persevering against the odds. The collective gaze of the onlookers converges once more upon this unconventional contestant. Why is it her again? This young woman is toiling away by herself. Even kindling the fire on her own, it is only natural for her progress to be slower. Was she preparing? Su Shui gazes at the flickering flames in the hearth, the crimson fire scorching her cheeks with an uncomfortable warmth. The murmurs and snide remarks from the spectators, as well as the other contestants waiting by their stoves, feel like incessant urgings, igniting a sense of impatience within her. She harbors a tinge of resentment. It is not yet time to conclude, yet these individuals persist in their incessant criticisms. Her dish, the wild mountain chicken stewed with fighting cock, requires a gentle simmer to extract the exquisite flavors of these two rare delicacies. Alas, these city dwellers, perhaps they have never savored such sublime wild flavors. Although she is exceedingly confident in her culinary creation, time is of the essence, and Su Shui grows anxious, unable to resist adding another log to the fire. Master, does her dish hold any significance? He-chung inquired curiously. Indeed, it does. My cousin is stewing mushrooms, Lin Jiu chuckled lightly. He-chung, perplexed, did not grasp the meaning. Even self-amusement must have its limits, Lin Jiu said, adopting a serious tone. The dish is chicken stewed with mushrooms, more precisely. It should be wild mountain chicken with chicken of the woods. Chicken of the woods? He-chung was unfamiliar with this ingredient. While he was aware of wild mountain chicken, he had never heard of this particular mushroom. Lin Jiu pondered for a moment and tentatively listed Or perhaps the fighting cock. Chicken mushroom? Umbrella mushroom? Have you heard of any of these? Fighting cock. I know that one. Hee-chung exclaimed, recognizing the familiar term and suddenly understanding. This is quite a treasure. I cannot believe she has managed to procure it at this time of year. Indeed, it is a fine ingredient, Lin Jiu wholeheartedly agreed. Known as the king of mushrooms, the chicken of the woods is not merely a good thing. It is truly a gem. Its color and shape resemble that of chicken, and it possesses a unique aroma reminiscent of poultry, hence its name. Although it is referred to differently in various regions, it often incorporates the word chicken. The flesh is thick and plump with a fine, silky texture, and its flavor is sweet, fragrant, and crisp. The chicken of the woods, which thrives under extremely demanding conditions, is certainly considered a somewhat luxurious delicacy. More importantly, regardless of the preparation method, the taste and texture of fresh chicken of the woods are exceptional. As Lin Jiu recalled the astonishing flavor, she found herself genuinely craving it at that moment. With the tasting sessions for the other dishes having concluded, the rich and mouth-watering aroma emanating from Su Shui's pot of mountain delicacies was nearly overwhelming the scene. Lin Jiu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the few white chicken of the woods scattered on the cutting board beside stove number 1. It seemed there were still some remnants in the overturned bamboo basket nearby. Would she be able to catch up? Hee-chung noticed the attendant at the side had raised the gong in hand. Lin Jiu's nostrils flared slightly, sensing the aroma in the air was approaching its peak, and remarked, "This is just about ready." At the hour of chun, precisely 4 quarters past, the attendant, who had been poised nearby, once again struck the copper gong, summoning forth another official, who, in apparent exasperation, approached to urge for the dishes. "No more prodding, it is ready. You may present it to the esteemed gentleman," Su Shui declared, gesturing towards the large pot and lifting her chin to indicate the waiting officials. The attendant, lacking the inclination for debate, swiftly prepared to deliver the final dish. A sense of quiet pride swelled within Su Shui. These officials, recognizing the anticipation of their superiors for her culinary creations, dare not disrespect her. "Master," Hee-chung began, his mouth opening to pose a question. Lin Jiu, internally critiquing the situation, slightly tilted his head, awaiting the apprentice's next inquiry. "Who do you think will emerge victorious in this first contest?" Hee-chung concluded his thought. The inaugural round was anticipated to span over 10 days with 20 contests, selecting a victor from each of the 2 daily matches, ultimately determining one finalist who would progress to the second round. Although the names for advancement would only be revealed post the afternoon's competitions, the morning's victor could be seen as having 1 foot already in the next phase. Lin Jiu pondered, reflecting on the performances of the other contestants, and remarked, "At present, it appears that Miss Su possesses the greatest potential." The competitors in this initial contest were primarily those who had hastily registered, often driven by impulse rather than careful consideration, resulting in a mix of abilities, many falling below the expected standard. Su Shui, with her significant advantage in ingredients, seemed far more likely to prevail compared to others presenting simpler fare, like wontons or home-style stir-fries. Nevertheless, Lin Jiu refrained from expressing absolute certainty, mindful that a particular dish might resonate deeply with a discerning patron, earning their enthusiastic endorsement. Given the evaluation mechanism of this culinary event, such an occurrence was entirely plausible. For instance, if someone had a strong affinity for the stewed wild mountain chicken with mushrooms, Hee-chung found no grounds for rebuttal to Lin Jiu's assessment, as he too shared this sentiment. Observing some participants, it was clear that they had merely replicated their food stalls, presenting dishes that fell far short of Hee-chung's expectations for the Jiangzhou Food Festival. Witnessing the diverse scenes unfolding at each cooking station, Lin Jiu chuckled and mused. It seems that impulsive registration has both its merits and drawbacks. What are the merits? And what are the drawbacks? Hee-chung eagerly inquired. The merit lies in the fact that one pursues their desires without regret, avoiding future lamentations, Lin Jiu explained, pausing before adding. As for the drawbacks, well, as long as one remains unrepentant and indifferent, there is truly little to lament. Hee-chung paused momentarily, then conceded that is a fair point. Leaning back against his chair, Lin Jiu comfortably observed the varied demeanors of the contestants at their respective cooking stations, contemplating that if one were to meticulously weigh the gains and losses, life would undoubtedly lose much of its inherent joy. He-chung gazed at the figure of his master, feeling the undeniable truth of his role as a mentor. As the esteemed judges reached a consensus, the first match of the Jiangzhou Gourmet Festival concluded with the victor being Su Shui from Little River Village. The scribe, who had previously announced the rules, declared in a resounding voice, "The second match will commence at the fourth quarter of the afternoon. Contestants 20 to 21, please arrive promptly." Upon hearing her number and name announced, Su Shui was overwhelmed with joy. "What? I won. Ha! It's me who triumphed." Nearby, a person unable to bear her exuberance remarked with a hint of envy, "But we still need to see the results this afternoon." "What results this afternoon? Haven't I already won? Doesn't that mean I've advanced to the second round?" Su Shui was momentarily taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical statement, her expression shifting to one of suspicion as she questioned the individual. "Don't think you can deceive me just because I'm from the village." The third contestant, who shared the cooking station with Su Shui, was taken aback by her ignorance of such a well-known fact. The subtle envy dissipated, replaced with a somewhat amused expression. "Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, go ask the officials over there." "How can this be? Did you make a mistake?" Su Shui felt a mix of shock and discontent, her skepticism tinged with a flicker of hope. Contestant 3 chuckled and shook his head, deciding not to elaborate further, and began packing his belongings, greeting familiar faces who had come to support him as they chatted and departed. "Is that it? You're just leaving?" Su Shui stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought before recalling her own predicament. She quickly glanced towards the officials, who were busy tidying up the venue, including the 2 individuals who had intentionally obstructed her earlier. Wishing to inquire about her situation, but fearing further complications, she gritted her teeth and resolved, "In a world where all crows are black, I shall not ask you." Instead, she decided to approach the kind gentleman who had previously defended her. In the contestants' area, upon hearing the scribe announce the results, Lin Jiu felt an undeniable sense of foreboding. "Master, should we seek out some exotic delicacies?" He-chung hesitated, recognizing this as a clever tactic. "Not for now. Let things unfold naturally," Lin Jiu replied, observing the throngs of enthusiastic citizens flooding into the arena after the competition concluded. They gathered around various cooking stations or contestants, eager to witness the spectacle while attempting to savor the delectable dishes that had tantalized their appetites. Others simply followed the departing contestants, leaving in a spirited manner. He-chung, following his master's gaze, felt puzzled by the sudden chaos in the arena. What was so captivating about the disarray following the event? A slight smile tugged at Lin Jiu's lips as he added, "There's no need to deliberately seek out culinary treasures for the festival. We are the Shuangmu Tower." The phrase "we are the Shuangmu Tower" seemed to strike a chord within He-chung, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him, imbued with a profound meaning that was difficult to articulate. Lin Jiu rose to her feet, her desire to secure victory for Shuangmu Tower in the culinary competition palpable. Yet, she remained acutely aware that the true beneficiaries of their efforts were the multitude of ordinary citizens present. For Lin Jiu, her heart yearned for a triumph that showcased the distinctive qualities of Shuangmu Tower, aspiring for the dishes presented before the judges to frequently grace the tables of the establishment, rather than merely being ephemeral delights at the competition. He-chung followed suit, inquiring, "Master, shall we return now?" Lin Jiu, taking the lead, smiled brightly and replied, "Not at all. Come, let us venture closer to observe the proceedings." He-chung gazed at the 20 cooking stations in the arena, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Indeed, this was an opportune moment to familiarize themselves with the competition environment. His master was truly insightful. Chapter 58. Misunderstanding blending into the throng of bustling spectators. Lin Jiu navigated the crowd with a somewhat erratic path, yet with a clear objective. She was headed towards the cooking station of the first contestant. Her interest was not piqued by the remnants of broth in the large pot, but rather by the bamboo basket, which she hoped still contained some leftover chicken mushrooms. "Miss Su, may I inquire if you are selling these chicken mushrooms?" Lin Jiu recalled He-chang's reference to the mushrooms by their local name in Xia village and rephrased her question. "You know these chicken mushrooms?" Su Shui regarded the cheerful young girl with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Indeed, I wish to purchase the remaining chicken mushrooms in your basket. If that would be agreeable, Lin Jiu said, gesturing towards the overturned bamboo basket, for which a few white mushrooms had tumbled out. Realizing the basket had fallen, Su Shui hurriedly righted it and collected the scattered mushrooms. Noticing the girl's eager gaze, she hesitated and concealed the basket behind her back. Lin Jiu, disappointed, withdrew her gaze from the basket and, seeing the hesitation in Miss Su's demeanor, gently inquired again, "Miss Su?" "Absolutely not. I cannot sell this," Su Shui replied, a hint of struggle in her tone. Though she was in dire need of money, this was her secret weapon. "The price is negotiable. I can offer a higher sum." Lin Jiu insisted, striving for sincerity. "Perhaps you could sell me just a portion?" Su Sui, realizing that even an increased offer would hardly rival 200 taels of silver. Nevertheless, she thought it harmless to hear the girl's proposal. With a scrutinizing gaze, she asked hesitantly, "How much are you willing to pay?" Lin Jiu, sensing an opening, was about to consider a price when she heard her apprentice calling from behind. "Master!" He Chung, slightly out of breath, remarked, "Did you not say we should familiarize ourselves with the competition grounds? Why do you come here?" He had fallen a step behind, now surrounded by a sea of people, remembering the innkeeper's earlier admonition to keep an eye on his master. "Isn't this what I am doing?" Lin Jiu replied without a hint of guilt, turning back to Su Shui with a smile. "Miss Su, I understand that harvesting chicken mushrooms in this season is quite rare. The price for a seasonal pound ranges from 200 to 300 won. Since you have less than a pound, I propose 500 won for half. What do you think?" Su Shui, however, was entirely oblivious to the content of the young girl's words. Pointing at Lin Jiu, she exclaimed in disbelief, "You are her master?" Lin Jiu nodded, contemplating that although it was not common for a master to be younger than their disciple, such occurrences were not unheard of. Wasn't her reaction a bit too intense and overt? "You came here to familiarize yourselves with the competition venue? You are participating in the food festival as well?" Su Shui queried repeatedly, her expression one of betrayal. Suddenly bombarded with questions, Lin Jiu appeared perplexed and inquired, "Is there a problem, Miss Su?" "A problem? How can you even ask that?" Su Shui's eyes brimmed with disdain. It was evident that this young girl intended to deceive her, pilfer her hard-earned treasures, and steal her methods. Now that her identity was revealed and her ruse exposed, how could she still have the audacity to question her? Such a young girl with such a thick skin. "What do you mean by that? On what grounds do you speak ill of my master?" He Chung, noticing Su's inappropriate demeanor, swiftly stepped in front of Lin Jiu. Startled by this display, Su Shui took a step back, her voice rising. "What? Do you intend to bully me? I'm not afraid of you. I will not sell this fighting chicken, not at all. You can forget about it, huh?" With that, she reveled in their stunned expressions, feeling a swell of triumph within. Rather than feeling anger, Lin Jiu was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. She gently pushed past He Chung and faced Su Shui directly, exclaiming in bemusement, "Miss Su, selling or not is your prerogative. But I believe there may be a misunderstanding regarding your earlier remarks." "There is no misunderstanding. I will not sell to you," Su Shui retorted, grabbing her bamboo basket. As she departed, she cast a disdainful and triumphant glance back, saying, "You can only wish for your own good fortune." In the blink of an eye, Su Shui vanished from Lin Jiu's sight. Restraining her urge to act, Lin Jiu could not resist the temptation to express her thoughts to He Chung, saying, "Disciple, did you not find that scene reminiscent of my persistent explanations met with her incessant refusals to listen?" He Chung, speechless, replied, "It does seem quite similar. However, master, might I suggest that your reaction is somewhat uncharacteristic?" "What do you mean?" "The one behaving unusually was that Miss Su just now," Lin Jiu responded, moving to the table beside stove one, where she picked up a few scattered chicken mushrooms, inhaling their scent before sighing. "I merely wished to purchase half of the remaining fighting chickens from her." Yet, what was with the look in her eyes and her actions, filled with contempt for me? It leaves me with an unprecedented sense of absurdity. Upon hearing this, He Chung, who had not been present at the beginning, found himself perplexed. When he first located his master, he had not noticed anything peculiar about Miss Su. The change seemed to occur in an instant, leaving him unable to articulate the situation. Speculating that the matter stemmed from the fighting chickens, he tentatively suggested perhaps she was dissatisfied with the price? Given the season's fresh fighting chickens, weighing less than half a pound, a quote of 500 would hardly provoke such outrage, he mused. Lin Jiu placed the incomplete chicken mushroom back on the table, feeling a twinge of regret at the thought of missing out on a delightful delicacy. An elderly man nearby could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Young folks, allow me to speak a word of fairness." Upon hearing someone mention fairness, Lin Jiu raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding washing over her. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, feigning an eagerness to listen, while He Chung also turned to the old man. The elder continued, "If I heard correctly, you mentioned participating in this culinary event, correct?" "Indeed," Lin Jiu replied candidly, though it seemed that her turn to compete was still quite distant. The old man wore a knowing expression and added, "That young lady just now won the competition with her dish of wild chicken stew. At this moment, plump wild chickens are plentiful, yet fresh fighting roosters are hard to come by. You must surely understand this well." He continued, "Since you have also registered for this culinary event, if that young lady were to sell you her hard-earned fighting rooster, you might very well secure victory this afternoon. In that case, who would proceed to the second round?" He Chung could no longer tolerate the old man's malicious assumptions and patiently explained, "Sir, our competition is not scheduled for this afternoon." The elder retorted, "If not this afternoon, then what about tomorrow or the day after? Surely a competition will take place eventually. If you advance to the second round with someone else's hard-sought fighting rooster, the young lady would have no one to turn to for justice." The old man believed he had discerned their intentions and proceeded to offer a gentle admonition. "The young lady seems to have had a difficult journey, coming all this way in such tattered clothing. Perhaps you should leave her a way out." Chapter 59. The contrarian, was this elder's compassion not excessively misplaced and blind? Who determines who is weak and who is justified? The more Lin Jiu listened, the more she felt her ominous premonition had come to fruition. The elder's so-called fair words were, in truth, far from just. It was as if he were accusing Lin Jiu of stealing the fruits of the labor of a poor girl, leaving her no path to redemption. Setting aside the fact that Lin Jiu had no such intentions, even if she were pursuing that objective, her previous conversation with the young lady, Sue, had been a fair exchange, a mutually agreeable transaction, with no intention to deceive at any point. Nevertheless, the elder's remarks served as a stark reminder. If he could think this way, then Su Shui likely harbored similar thoughts. Otherwise, Lin Jiu could not fathom what else could have incited such intense anger within her. Yet, to not even listen to a single explanation was a manner of conduct that had always eluded Lin Jiu's understanding. However, for one who behaves in such a manner, explanations may hold little significance. After all, such individuals tend to only absorb what they wish to believe and deem authentic. While I would like to think otherwise, should I have the opportunity to encounter that young lady Sue again, it would be prudent to offer a defense for myself. Nonetheless, separating the matter at hand from the misunderstanding with Su Shui is currently unfeasible. Yet, regarding the individual who merely stood by, observing for a moment and listening to a couple of sentences, only to indulge in conjectures about me, laden with malice and presumption, my patience is wearing thin. "Uncle," I said, "are you suggesting that the young lady Sue was so incensed because she believed we intended to purchase her items merely to utilize them in a culinary competition, thus gaining entry into the second round?" It is indeed a simple statement, yet you have twisted it into something insidiously accusatory. What is evidently a misunderstanding has been distorted by you into a narrative that denies someone their dignity. My succinct summary evidently failed to satisfy him. In his eyes, such brevity could not encapsulate the insinuations lurking beneath his words. With an air of knowing superiority, he chuckled. "Do you genuinely remain oblivious? Oh, little girl, do not feign ignorance before an elder." Upon hearing this, I resolved to address him directly. I first halted He Chung, who was about to introduce himself, then raised a finger, adorned with a gentle smile, and said, "Uncle, may I take a moment to defend myself? Please listen closely. Firstly, My intention in purchasing the leftover half of that Lady Suez chicken was purely for personal consumption. It was not meant for a culinary competition. Secondly, as my companion has already stated, our contest does not take place this afternoon. Even if I were to acquire her fresh chicken, it would serve no purpose. For who would bring stale ingredients to a culinary event? Thirdly, since you witnessed our earlier exchange, did you not observe that we were engaged in a polite and equitable transaction? Did I deceive her? Did I steal from her? Did I rob her? No. How could such an open and above-board exchange, which had yet to be finalized, morph into a narrative of depriving someone of their livelihood in your eyes? I gestured with my 3 extended fingers, revealing my fair knuckles and rough palms, wearing a look of perplexity and adopting a tone of respectful inquiry. Uncle, if you insist that I am feigning ignorance, from where does your assertion stem? The elder appeared momentarily taken aback by my lengthy discourse, attempting to interject several times, but being thwarted by my continuous analysis. By the time I concluded my points, he seemed to have absorbed nothing, steadfastly adhering to his beliefs, and dismissively declared, "Now that your scheme has unraveled, who can truly discern what is in your heart? It is merely your narrative." Upon hearing such remarks, Lin Jiu quickly discerned that the elderly gentleman before her was not one inclined towards reason or rational discourse. Engaging with such individuals often proves futile, leading her to exhale a sigh, tinged with disappointment, as she said, "I seek your sincere counsel, yet you persist in evading the matter at hand. Could it be that you feign ignorance while harboring the truth within? If you cannot elucidate your thoughts, we shall take our leave. I hope you will choose your words more judiciously in the future." The old man, taken aback, retorted, "How dare you, young lady, speak to me in such a manner?" To which Lin Jiu innocently replied, "Am I not echoing your own sentiments?" The elderly man's expression faltered momentarily before he erupted in indignation. "You are the one who feigns ignorance, attempting to seize another's prized rooster for the competition, and yet you speak of meanness? You appear charming, yet your heart is so cruel. Do you truly believe you are worthy of participating in a culinary contest? Spare your parents the expense. Their daughter should not squander their hard-earned money, unlike those humble girls who toil daily." Lin Jiu could scarcely contain her amusement at the absurdity of his accusations, and indeed, she burst into laughter, saying, "Thank you for the compliment on my looks, old sir." The elderly man's countenance remained sour, perplexed by the sharp wit of this young woman. His lips pursed in displeasure as he glared at Lin Jiu. Regaining her composure, Lin Jiu stifled her inappropriate laughter, but her words grew even more irksome. "Old sir, I endeavored to reason with you, yet you refused to listen. I sought to engage in dialogue, yet you cannot articulate your thoughts. This predicament leaves me quite vexed." The area around the cooking station was already bustling with onlookers, and as Lin Jiu spoke, a burly man among the gathering could not help but chuckle. Unfazed, Lin Jiu addressed him with a respectful gesture. "Sir, I see you have been observing this spectacle for some time. Do you not agree with my perspective?" I approached the victorious young lady with utmost courtesy, wishing to purchase half of her surplus mountain delicacies to savor, yet she misinterpreted my intentions. How is it that this old gentleman has twisted my actions into a tale of heartlessness and wastefulness? Of course, I do appreciate the compliment regarding my appearance," Lin Jiu added with a smile, pausing to allow her audience to absorb her words before continuing with a tone of feigned grievance. "And now, not only have I failed to procure any delectable treats, but I have also endured this unjust slander." Turning her attention back to the old man, she stated, "Old sir, did this gentleman not inform you that we were not participants in today's competition? I reiterated this point previously, and yet you persist in your unfounded accusations that I sought to snatch another's prized rooster for the contest, leaving no room for mercy while squandering my parents' resources. Why, despite my clear explanations, do you insist on defaming me? I am but a young girl, ill-equipped to withstand such baseless slander." The old man, momentarily short of breath, attempted to feign bravado as he remarked, "You, young lady, are truly formidable. How could I dare to slander you?" Lin Jiu, having exhausted her last vestige of patience, replied coldly, "This conversation has reached its conclusion. I trust you will exercise caution in your words and actions henceforth." With that, she took hold of He Chung and departed without hesitation. The old man, left in place, watched as the once aggressive young girl walked away. A sense of triumph surged within him, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Pointing at Lin Jiu's retreating figure, he addressed the remaining onlookers. "Look here, everyone. Am I mistaken about today, as young ladies? Is it not true that she is in a frenzy simply because I uncovered her intentions? Clearly, she sought to exploit the struggles of impoverished children by leveraging their hard-earned fighting cocks for personal gain, and yet she expects no criticism. Just observe her cruel disposition. Spending 500 coins on less than half a pound of fighting cock, squandering her parents' hard-earned money. Am I wrong?" Before he could continue, a nearby burly man interjected. His expression strange. "Old man, do you even know who she is? What does it matter? Just a spoiled young girl, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, who has lost her way." The old man scoffed, eager to continue his tirade. The burly man interrupted again, saying, "I was initially puzzled by how Miss Lin could smile while arguing with others, but now I see, old man, you are indeed quite amusing." The old man, bewildered, asked, "Miss Lin?" Before the burly man could elaborate, someone nearby chimed in, "You don't know who Miss Lin from Shuangmu Tower is?" The burly man added boisterously, "Shuangmu Tower has even sent invitations for the food festival directly to the establishment. Surely, you are not unaware of the significance of such an invitation? Those restaurants with invites automatically progress to the second round. Why would they need to contest with a village girl over a fighting cock for petty gain?" The old man was taken aback, stammering, "What Shuangmu Tower? Is it so extraordinary? She never claimed to be from Shuangmu Tower." The person who had interjected scoffed, "I dare say, if Miss Lin had initially introduced herself as being from Shuangmu Tower, you would have likely had a different response. Perhaps you would have accused her of bullying, claiming, 'What is so great about Shuangmu Tower?' It seems you have indeed said as much." Rendered speechless, the old man could no longer maintain his facade and hurriedly covered his face and slipped away. The onlooker then dispelled his mocking demeanor, turning to the burly man and lamenting, "Miss Lin has inherited her father's culinary skills, yet her temperament is distinctly reminiscent of her mother. Yuanchun, let us go." "Huh? What are you looking at?" Gu Yuan followed his friend's gaze, surveying the crowd at the competition, which was either dispersing or gathering, but found nothing noteworthy. "It's nothing. All is well now," Gu Min replied, shaking her head slightly with a smile. She then inquired, "What do you think of the victor in this round? Are you referring to the stewed wild mountain chicken?" He asked. The wild chicken is succulent, and the accompanying broth is fragrant. Their combination, when slow-cooked, is indeed extraordinarily delightful. However, Gu Yuan deliberately shook his head and elongated his tone, casting a glance at his friend. Although Gu Min did not directly ask, she adopted a smile, patiently awaiting his elaboration. Gu Yuan, satisfied, theatrically remarked, "However, I am more enamored with that bowl of inconspicuously exquisite wontons. They are as thin-skinned as they are tender-filled. I must take Huayr to savor them one day. Do include me," Gu Min interjected with a smile. "Of course, how could such an affair exclude you? Gu Yuancheng? Huayr often speaks of his uncle Gu," Gu Yuan replied, while stroking his increasingly dense beard. The two shared a tacit understanding, choosing to remain silent regarding the person who had deemed the wontons unworthy of praise. Chapter 60. The candy hawthorn tree, after departing from the competition grounds and stepping into a relatively open area, basked in the warm sunlight of an autumn afternoon. Lin Jiu felt some of the gloom within her dissipate. He Chung, cautiously observing his master's expression, hesitated before speaking. "Master, if you wish to taste that fighting rooster, I could search the nearby woods next time I visit the village. It rained a few days ago. It must have emerged then. If that fellow Su can find it, I'm sure I can too." Lin Jiu chuckled. "Is the issue truly about the fighting rooster?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, He Chung replied, "I merely wish to bring you joy." "Master, let us not entertain that notion." Lin Jiu promptly halted her apprentice's thoughts. Whether Miss Su indeed found the fighting rooster in the woods is debatable, and the forest isn't particularly safe. You should refrain from wandering into the woods. What Lin Jiu did not say was that even if there were some easily found places in the woods, they had likely already been picked clean by Su Shui. He Chung also pondered this, lamenting. I recall the Su family resides at the village's edge, conveniently near the woods, making it easy for them to venture in. Therefore, do not waste your efforts, Lin Jiu reiterated. Though understanding her reasoning, He Cheng's determination lingered, still wishing to take a chance. Lin Jiu sighed, realizing this young man seemed entirely unresponsive to her advice. Her gaze shifted, catching the sound of vendors' calls, and an idea sparked. Disciple, to truly delight me, you need not seek that elusive fighting rooster. Rather, a small favor would suffice. What is it, master? To say the word, He Cheng asked, puzzled. Lin Jiu, her eyes sparkling with mirth, pointed to a series of red fruits strung together on bamboo skewers, precariously perched atop an inverted broom. It is this. Are those candied hawthorns? Do you wish to indulge in them, master? Why not? Lin Jiu had already approached the vendor hawking the candied hawthorns. Sir, how much do you sell these for? The larger ones are 2-1, and the smaller ones are 1-1. Which would you prefer, miss? The enthusiastic vendor responded. Could you please count how many bunches there are? I will take them all, Lin Jiu stated directly, though inwardly she wished to convey that she had effectively claimed this tree of candied hawthorns for herself. All of them? Are you certain you wish to purchase every single one? The vendor asked, incredulous and seeking confirmation. Lin Jiu gazed at the clusters of glistening red candied hawthorns on the broom's head, noting there were still plenty left. Yes, I want them all. My family is quite large, so it's no trouble at all. Having purchased an entire hawthorn tree adorned with glistening candied fruits, Lin Jiu found herself overwhelmed with joy, despite the modest cost that could hardly buy a larger basket of chicken mushrooms. With a beaming smile, she held a long string of bright red hawthorns, while her apprentice, He Cheng, bore the tree upon his shoulder. He Cheng, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, Master, are you feeling better now? Oh, I nearly forgot, Lin Jiu exclaimed, taking a bite of a syrup-coated hawthorn, savoring the delightful balance of sweetness and tartness. In high spirits, she decided to share the treat with Yin Shuang and the others upon their return. As they made their way to Qingyan Street and entered Shuangmu Building, Lin Jiu playfully distributed a few hawthorns to familiar and unfamiliar children alike, eliciting cheerful expressions and grateful calls of thank you, Sister Lin Jiu. Upon their entrance to Shuangmu Building, He Cheng's entrance with a tree laden with shimmering red fruits immediately captured the attention of both the staff and patrons in the hall. He Cheng, why are you bringing back so many candied hawthorns? Yin Shuang approached with wide-eyed curiosity. He Cheng, recalling the convoluted yet trivial backstory, succinctly stated, Master bought them. Just lean it against the counter, yes, the side without much candy on it. Pull out the obstructing ones and set them aside, Lin Jiu instructed, directing He Cheng to place the tree down. With a warm smile, she added, Yes, I bought these to treat you all. One for each person, no more. Oh, and He Cheng gets 3, 2 large and 1 small. Upon hearing that his master intended to gift him 3 hawthorns, He Cheng initially wished to protest, feeling too grown to indulge in such sweets. However, thoughts of his wife, a Xiu, surfaced, and he realized that these 3 hawthorns were likely meant to include her and their unborn child. A Xiu had recently expressed a craving for sour treats, warming He Cheng's heart and silencing any objections. The staff in the hall were visibly delighted, and Yin Shuang momentarily forgot to scrutinize Lin Jiu's favoritism towards He Cheng. Most of the young attendants, still in their teenage years, were filled with a sense of wonder at the sight of an entire tree of candied hawthorns available for their delight, igniting a feeling that life could indeed be magical, with dreams manifesting into reality. Among the patrons, children brought by their parents to dine at Shuangmu Building gazed longingly at the tree of hawthorns, their innocent faces lighting up with desire as they tugged at their parents' sleeves. This tree shall remain here. Remember to take your share. If there are any leftovers, they may be shared with the children dining here, but priority goes to our staff, Lin Jiu cheerfully reminded them, turning to Yin Shuang, it's entrusted to you. With that, Lin Jiu, embodying the carefree spirit of a negligent proprietor, waved her hand and strode towards the back courtyard, presuming her mother would be found there. Away from the bustling hall, Lin Jiu, still unable to dismiss her thoughts, encountered Li Shi, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. At the partition between the main hall and the backyard of the Shuangmu Building, Li Shi first caught sight of her daughter. Then her gaze fell upon the large cluster of candied hawthorns at the counter, exclaiming, "Where did you get so many candied hawthorns?" "I bought them. I'm eating them myself, and also sharing with the staff, my parents, and my elder brother." "Oh, mother, you needn't worry," Lin Jiu replied with a cheerful smile. Li Shi glanced around the hall, observing the curious gazes of the crowd, and gently tapped her daughter's forehead with her finger, saying softly, "I'm not worried. But if you leave them out in the hall like this, you might find none left for yourself later. If there are none, then so be it. They were meant for everyone to enjoy," Lin Jiu said nonchalantly, pulling her mother's arm as she urged her towards the backyard. "Mother, come with me. I want to tell you about the results of this morning's competition." "I was just about to ask you, why are you back so soon?" Li Shi inquired, following her daughter's lead. "Was the competition only supposed to last for an hour? There was a slight mishap, so we actually returned a bit late." Lin Jiu responded with a grin. "Mother, did you and father notice that the guests who had time to eat were still at the culinary fair?" "First, tell me what happened during the mishap," Li Shi pressed. Chapter 61. The first qualification slot. As dusk approached, the Shuangmu building was preparing to close. The tables and chairs in the main hall were arranged neatly, and the floor had been swept clean. Items that had been scattered during the busy hours were returned to their rightful places, creating an atmosphere of order and tranquility as the establishment prepared for rest. The staff of the Shuangmu building, having finished their shifts, gradually removed their uniforms to reveal their own clothes, exchanging farewells in small groups as they headed home. Yan Shuang stood at the entrance of the Shuangmu building, holding a long string of candied hawthorns wrapped in oiled paper, with a half-exposed bright red hawthorn peeking from the loosely wrapped package. He watched as He Chung emerged behind him, carrying 3 similar oiled paper packages. It wasn't that he felt disadvantaged, but rather a subtle twinge of envy for He Chung's good fortune. Seeing Yan Shuang still lingering at the door, He Chung called out, "Yan Shuang, why aren't you going back? Aren't you going to eat your candied hawthorns?" "I'm taking them back for my sister," Yan Shuang replied, his expression slightly awkward. He Chung was truly cunning, always bringing up topics that struck a nerve. He retorted, "But you didn't eat any either, did you?" "Neither did a Gui." He Chung, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied with an unusual hint of shyness, "Hee, I'm taking them back for my wife." A Gui scratched his head and chimed in, "I'm taking mine back for my mother." Yan Shuang was speechless, and after a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly suggested, "He Chung, I'd like to check the results of the afternoon competition at the culinary fair. Would you like to join me?" "Sure, it's just a slight detour." "Is a Gui going?" He Chung answered readily, showing no hesitation. This morning, he had set off from home worried about potential issues at the culinary fair, and had prepared in advance, informing his wife that he might return a bit later. A Gui appeared indifferent, his mind seemingly disengaged. "If you go, then I shall go too." Lin Jiu lingered in the small kitchen, meticulously rechecking the jars and bottles she had already tidied up. These items were familiar to her, and no matter how she rummaged through them, they offered no novelty. Deep down, Lin Jiu understood that she was merely stalling, whether consciously or unconsciously. The reason for her unusual hesitance, despite her usual decisiveness, stemmed from the misunderstandings of the morning which, to some extent, had dampened her spirits, leaving her uncertain about whether she should attend the culinary competition later that afternoon. It wasn't fear that held her back. Rather, she had initially anticipated that with Shuangmu building closed for the day, the entire family could enjoy the lively event together. Li, her mother, could easily discern her daughter's subtle feelings and, taking Lin Jiu's hand, encouraged her. "If you wish to go, then go. Pay no mind to that foolish old man who dared to slander my brilliant daughter without a second thought." It was evident that he was blinded by ignorance. During lunch, Li had sensed that her daughter's casual mention of the unexpected incident was not quite right, prompting her to question He Chung. As she suspected, there was more to the story. Her daughter was known for sharing only good news, and, as a mother, she could not remain oblivious to her child's troubles. Lin Jiu anticipated that revealing the situation to her mother would lead to this outcome, and with a hint of resignation, she explained, "Mother, it's not that I'm avoiding the old man's words." Li swiftly responded, "Indeed, why concern ourselves with him?" Lin Jiu continued, "It's just that, in such a short span of time, returning to the same place, My emotions are still adjusting. Please forgive my hesitance. Li, nearly swayed by her daughter's reasoning, grew increasingly frustrated at Lin Jiu's self-effacing demeanor. Come, Jiu, or we shall go together. You point him out to me, and I shall give him a piece of my mind today. Lin Jiu couldn't help but chuckle, stifling her laughter. Mother, I've already said he left, so there is no loss on my part. Observing her daughter's cheerful demeanor softened Li's heart, and she agreed, yes, that is how it should be. We must not allow him to think you are easily bullied, unaware that her cleverness had diminished in her mother's eyes. Lin Jiu found her spirits lifted by their banter. She recalled that after the afternoon competition, not only would the victor be announced, but there would also be a chance to determine the advancement slots among the winners of both the morning and afternoon rounds. Therefore, it was likely that Miss Su from Xia Village, the morning's champion, would also be present. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to make an effort to clarify the misunderstandings from earlier. With this thought in mind, Lin Jiu felt invigorated and exclaimed, Mother, let us hurry. I wonder if we shall arrive in time. After a brief exchange, the Lin family reached the culinary competition venue in the heart of Jiangzhou City, just in time to catch the tail end of the second round of matches. This does not imply that the time for the afternoon competition has concluded, specifically, the hour of Shun, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but rather that all participants have completed their respective dishes ahead of schedule. Noticing that the judges are deliberating on the candidates who will advance to the second round, which is the highlight of the day, it also indicates that the competition is nearing its end. With a hint of personal inclination, Lin Jiu decides against heading to the designated area for contestants prepared by Shuangmu Building, opting instead to meander around the bustling crowd's periphery. As a participant in the culinary contest, the area allocated for them provides considerable convenience for watching the competition, yet attendance is not mandatory. The Lin family is out together, yet they're not acting as a cohesive unit. Lin Dage has invited Zhao Wan on their way, and the two have sweetly and discreetly departed as a pair. Lin father, on the other hand, has entered the contestant area, though he does not appear to be seriously observing the competition. Instead, he is engaged in cheerful conversation with 2 or 3 middle-aged individuals whom Lin Jiu does not recognize. Li Shi remains by Lin Jiu's side, wishing to inquire if she has seen the old man with hurtful words from the morning. However, she soon realizes, with a sense of helplessness, that in such a lively and chaotic crowd, relying on luck to find an unfamiliar face is a challenge that rivals searching for a needle in a haystack. Although Lin Jiu has not followed Lin father into the contestant area, she keeps a watchful eye on the proceedings from a distance. After all, Su Shui, another contestant, is likely to be present there. Her reluctance to search personally stems from a desire to avoid attracting too much attention. Given the somewhat boisterous demeanor displayed by Miss Su during their first meeting, Lin Jiu believes her concerns are not unfounded. The clang of the copper gong by the officials in the competition arena draws all eyes to the scholar poised to announce the results. Following the judges' deliberations, it has been decided that among the contestants in the Jiangzhou culinary contest on the 15th of September, the first to advance to the second round is none other than Su Shui from Xia Village. The scholar's voice resonates, and even standing at the periphery of the crowd, Lin Jiu clearly hears the name of the first qualifier. This outcome does not take Lin Jiu by surprise. Seizing the moment of excitement generated by the announcement, she scans the contestant area repeatedly but finds no trace of Su Shui. This is unexpected. As the first participant to garner attention, she should have stirred some commotion within the crowd. Expanding her gaze to encompass the entire culinary venue, Lin Jiu finally spots a somewhat familiar figure among the retreating judges. To her surprise, it appears that Miss Su is rather close to a gentleman of scholarly demeanor. Observing the blushing Su Shui alongside the amiable scholar, Lin Jiu expresses a hint of astonishment. So, did you see that girl? Li Shi inquires with concern. Upon noticing Lin Jiu's hesitation, she extended her hand to guide Li Shi while inquiring, however, is it inappropriate for me to approach and intrude at this moment? Who is that person beside her? Li Shi followed her gaze and observed Su Shui alongside a man, whom she recognized as the esteemed official seated to the left on the wooden platform. Indeed, how familiar he appears, Lin Jiu remarked with a smile, adding, "This morning, Miss Su arrived just as the gong was struck, and it was this gentleman who graciously interceded on her behalf." Prompted by this reminder, Lin Jiu recalled the incident and glanced at the departing couple, her brow slightly furrowing. "Oh well, they have already walked away." Lin Jiu exhibited little disappointment on her face. Without needing others to remind her, she quickly adjusted her mindset. "It's fine. Miss Su has advanced to the second round, and there will surely be ample opportunities for reunion." Chapter 62. Derivative products. As Lin Jiu watched Su Shui, separated by a sea of people, depart with the gentleman until their figures vanished around the corner, she retracted her gaze and quelled her unrelated concerns. The surrounding murmurs of the crowd finally reached her ears. "Is that Su Shui from Xiao Village? The winner from this morning? Where is she? I wish to see her. Why haven't I spotted her? From Xiao Village? Isn't that the same village as my neighbor's eldest daughter's sister-in-law's family?" Lin Jiu smiled gently. Although the topic's protagonist was undoubtedly the first to advance, it was evident that very few in this area, let alone the entire food festival, were genuinely acquainted with Su Shui. The crowd, eager for excitement yet unable to locate her, soon redirected their chatter. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have signed up as well. What business do you have meddling in such affairs as a mountain goods vendor?" "Meddling, you say? I have plenty of fine goods in my shop. If I stew them slowly, I assure those gentlemen will be left salivating. Oh, spare me. What are you after? This is just one round of competition. If your mountain goods don't sell, send some my way." "Ah, you don't understand. If I manage to advance to the second round, selling my goods won't be a concern. Who wouldn't know about my mountain products, especially after the gentlemen have praised them?" The young man with thick brows and bright eyes, who claimed to be a mountain goods vendor, wore a sincere smile and fell silent, perhaps contemplating something. However, to others, it seemed he had already missed the opportunity to put his promising idea into action, as he had not even registered for the food festival. What a pity! His notion was indeed commendable, but it would soon become the concern of my relatives and friends when the next competition commenced in a couple of days. I've decided tomorrow no. Right now, I will seek suitable mountain goods to enter the competition. Observing him, the circle of townsfolk around the young man shared a collective sense of delight, for it seemed the next spot in the second round was assuredly his. As the morning dawned and Su Shui secured the first victory with her dish of stewed wild mountain chicken, He-chung had previously shared a similar sentiment with Lin Jiu, only to be met with Lin Jiu's deliberate evasion. Now, encountering this young man selling mountain goods who had evidently caught the attention of certain others, Lin Jiu could not help but find it amusing. Today marked the inaugural day of the first round of the Jiangzhou Food Festival, a 10-day contest where participants were free to showcase their culinary prowess. Inevitably, as the competition progressed, later contestants would adjust their dishes based on the successful experiences of those who advanced. But is it truly that simple to reach the second round? Some in the crowd expressed their concerns. With everyone bringing exotic mountain delicacies to the contest, wouldn't it lead to chaos? A derisive laugh emerged from the throng. What do they aim to achieve by bringing these mountain treasures to compete? Have these gentlemen never dined before? The one who had voiced the earlier lament was not easily swayed. Didn't that little village by the river advance to the second round by leveraging their mountain delicacy? What is the point? The scoffer replied without hesitation. That's merely a case of the short man becoming the general. Do you truly believe everyone can advance to the second round based solely on their mountain delicacies and secure the first prize? How can it be that a short man becomes a general? Perhaps that little river village genuinely possesses skill. The question of their capability was not his concern. The fact remained that they had already progressed to the second round. I merely advise everyone not to squander money on such extravagances as mountain delicacies. It's not worth it. The scoffing individual, though blunt, spoke with a certain truth that began to unsettle those whose resolve was already wavering. With one spot available each day, 10 days would yield a mere 10 chances to advance to the second round. The gentlemen were not fools. No matter how many mountain treasures they pursued, chaos would not ensue. They should not overestimate their abilities. Of course, if any of you happen to share a background like that young man, selling mountain or sea goods, then disregard my words. Feel free to pursue your endeavors, as it may lead to fortuitous connections. As for others, it is best to simply fulfill your roles and showcase your own skills. Anything beyond that is mere illusion. Unexpectedly, the scoffer's tongue proved quite agile, rendering the area resonant with his seemingly earnest yet incongruous advice. Pray tell, what is not illusory? This sardonic inquiry struck a chord with the scoffer. Ah, you've asked a pertinent question. In all the discourse, what holds true value is none other than hard currency. While the grand prize of 200 taels for the food festival may be beyond our dreams, a small sum is certainly within reach. Behold, this 2 taels of silver in my hand is a result of seizing the opportunity presented by the food festival. At the Qinjin Fong in Yongla Alley, I wagered on which contestant would claim the second round spot today and was rewarded with this 2 taels of silver. Isn't it a simple endeavor? If you wish to avoid long journeys, see there, a tent set up by Qinjin Fong, where transactions are straightforward and fair. The name of this place touched upon Lin Jiu's area of ignorance, yet she did not remain perplexed for long. Soon, she discerned the truth from the words of a man who was vigorously soliciting customers. This Qinjin Fong was essentially a gambling den, betting on the ultimate champion of the food competition, securing daily advancement spots in the first round, and wagering on the victors of each match. Wasn't this gambling establishment's focus on the food festival rather peculiar? It was no wonder the man was so fervently persuasive. Perhaps he aimed to entice these individuals to save their money for bets instead of spending it on gourmet delicacies. He must be a shill, after all. The cunning of the townsfolk is truly profound, Lin Jiu thought, shaking her head as she pulled her mother along, earnestly making her way to the makeshift shelter pointed out by the man. This small pavilion, which had not existed just hours earlier, was now bustling with activity. Sounds of haggling filled the air, and the faces of those entering and exiting were flushed with excitement or regret, with few maintaining a demeanor of indifference. Do you wish to place a bet, Jiu? Li Shi, her mother, inquired, realizing her daughter's intent. Observing the animated expressions of the crowd, Lin Jiu shook her head and replied, I merely wish to witness the spectacle. I have never seen a gambling house before. Li Shi chuckled. What is there to see in a gambling den? Well, it seems there is indeed little to behold, Lin Jiu admitted, feeling uncomfortable with the chaotic atmosphere. Mother, let us meander around here for a while before rejoining father and elder brother. Though the afternoon food competition had concluded, the festivities had not dissipated. In fact, a small night market had spontaneously formed in the square where the food festival was held, offering an abundance of food and entertainment, creating a leisurely yet vibrant ambience. Chapter 63. A little gambling for pleasure. Since the commencement of the food festival, the citizens of Jiangzhou City had gradually developed the habit of strolling to the central square, the competition venue, to check in daily. Whether for the morning or afternoon sessions, the unique food festival in Jiangzhou was never devoid of spectators. This genuinely enthusiastic audience comprised a diverse array of individuals, including local residents, villagers from nearby towns, and various visitors from afar who came to conduct business and enjoy the lively atmosphere. Despite the eclectic mix of attendees, the primary audience remained the local populace of Jiangzhou, particularly women and the elderly who were often tasked with childcare and household duties. After breakfast or lunch, they would call out to neighborhood friends, guiding children of all ages, sometimes even bringing along relatives' children, along the cobbled streets. They would merrily navigate through alleys and thoroughfares, seemingly impervious to fatigue or the passage of time, until they reached the bustling central square of Jiangzhou, where 20 imposing cooking stations awaited. Typically, this group would watch a competition conclude, hear the scholar announce the victors, and then meander around the square, fully immersing themselves in the lively scene. Only after ensuring the children, who were now thoroughly entertained, bid farewell to their friends would they contentedly embark on the cobbled path back home. There exists another category of spectators, those whose astute intellect and considerable initiative blur the lines between audience and vendor. Initially drawn to the culinary fair merely to pass the time and seek amusement, their intentions evolve beyond such simplicity. They arrive with baskets brimming with homemade delicacies, not solely for personal consumption, but with ulterior motives that are all too evident. After each competition, their baskets may be emptied, yet they walk away with a handsome profit. although the aforementioned individuals have attended numerous culinary competitions, and some of the more leisurely among them could be said to have missed none, they cannot be deemed the most fervent of spectators. The most enthusiastic and dedicated attendees are undoubtedly the gamblers who place their bets at the local gambling houses. This peculiar trend, initiated by the renowned Tianjin Fong gambling establishment in Jiangzhou, has surprisingly garnered the affection of both gamblers and the general populace, prompting other gambling houses to emulate this phenomenon and establish their own flamboyant presence in a lively corner of the culinary fair. These gamblers, who wager substantial sums, are particularly invested in each contest, fervently gathering to engage in serious discussions and analyses. They pay close attention to the performances of the contestants at each cooking station, striving to comprehend the critiques offered by the judges, despite their often limited literacy. Were it not for the fact that many struggle to decipher words, one might suspect they would diligently take notes. These spectators, the most earnest of gamblers, are also the most volatile. Should they perceive any commentary that does not align with their expectations, even if their social standing prevents them from openly expressing their discontent, they will undoubtedly resort to private tirades of scorn, convinced that the judges are blind to true culinary artistry, wishing they could take the judges' place themselves. This extraordinary fervor often leaves onlookers in disbelief. If only such passion were channeled into agriculture, how bountiful the harvest might be. In essence, the culinary fair serves as a vital stream, infusing Jiangzhou with vitality. In contrast to the eager enthusiasm of the first day, Lin Jiu, as a participant in the culinary fair, found herself attending less frequently, hardly making it a regular occurrence. Emerging from a small kitchen, Lin Jiu entered the grand hall of Shuangmu building, garb and attire that matched that of the establishment staff, rendering her inconspicuous. The afternoon ambience within the hall was markedly less boisterous than at noon, providing a more leisurely atmosphere, ideal for casual conversation. Lin Jiu settled into a secluded two-person table, pouring herself a cup of tea. Among the various hubs of information, the hall of the tavern stands as a paragon. By merely sitting there for a short while each day, Lin Jiu could grasp the trending developments of the culinary fair, which can test in advance the nature of their dishes. And the judge's remarks were hardly secrets. Should she linger a bit longer, she could also glean tidbits about who had struck it rich at Tianjin Fong, reaping 20-fold returns, thus proving to be exceedingly convenient. Lin Jiu took a sip of tea, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, savoring this leisurely moment both as a means of gathering intelligence and as a pleasant afternoon respite. Lu Ren stood by her side, holding a large teapot. "Miss Jiu, would you like me to refill your tea?" Lin Jiu politely shook her head. "No, there's still plenty here." Lu Ren then inquired, "How about some fruits and pastries?" "No, thank you." Lin Jiu turned to face Lu Ren, smiling. "If you have something to say, just speak plainly. There is no need for all this roundabout." For nearly 10 days, she had occupied this spot in the afternoon, and she had never seen Lu Ren so attentive as he was today. Lu Ren revealed a simple, unpretentious smile. "Well, I'll be straightforward then. Yin Shuang asked me to inquire, Miss Jiu, which establishment do you believe will ultimately triumph in the culinary competition, the one that secures first place?" Lin Jiu arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing the guileless Lu Ren. Yin Shuang hurried over. "Lu Ren, why do you make it sound like I asked you to ask? Didn't you say you wanted to know as well?" Lin Jiu shifted her assessing gaze to Yin Shuang, her expression a mix of amusement and challenge, causing Yin Shuang to fumble in her movements. "Miss Jiu, please don't look at me like that." Yin Shuang stammered, "I have a friend who wishes to place a bet at Tianjin Fong, and he insisted that I come and ask." Lin Jiu feigned seriousness. "Yin Shuang, just be honest. Is this friend of yours actually yourself?" Yin Shuang was taken aback, then displayed a look of feigned innocence. "By heaven, it's truly a childhood friend of mine. If I were to go to Tianjin Fong, I would undoubtedly bet on Shuangmu Tower to win." Seeing Yin Shuang earnest, Lin Jiu cleared her throat. "You may bet on whomever you wish. It's of no concern to me." Yin Shuang sighed in relief, her eyes wide with anticipation. "So what do you think? I haven't witnessed many competitions, so my opinion holds little weight." Lin Jiu replied with a smile. "If you seek wisdom, You might as well consult the fortune teller at the entrance of Baohua Temple. They possess far greater skill. Yin Shuang pondered. That is not a bad idea. I shall relay that to him. Lin Jiu chuckled softly. Ah, such true friendship. Master, I knew I would find you here. He Chung approached, greeting Yin Shuang beside him. Yin Shuang gave He Chung a glance, ignoring him. Little he, Lu Ren called out proactively. You're here too, He Chung remarked, standing beside Lin Jiu, the scent of the kitchen clinging to him. He casually commented, What else with all this gathering around my master? Yin Shuang finally chimed in. It's not around you. He Chung had grown accustomed to this dynamic. I overheard that you wish to place a bet at Qianjin Fong, correct? That is not true. Yin Shuang immediately denied, having just clarified things with Miss Jiu, and now He Chung was stirring the pot. He Chung, intent on teasing. It's not a disgraceful matter. What is there to hide? But remember, Yin Shuang, a small bet brings pleasure, while a large bet brings harm. Yin Shuang frowned. I will pass on your words to my childhood friend. Lu Ren interjected unexpectedly. I think I saw little he come out from the canopy at Qianjin Fong this morning. Yin Shuang was taken aback. I can't believe you. He Chung, didn't you say you were saving money for a wife and children? He Chung's expression remained unchanged. Didn't I also mention that a small bet brings pleasure? So how much did you bet? 10 coins. Yin Shuang remarked, Indeed. A little gambling can be quite delightful. 10 win is the minimum bet set by the gambling house. He Chung puffed out his chest, asserting, My primary intention is to support our Shuangmu building and my master. As a favored contender for the championship, the odds for Shuangmu building, paying 3-1, were only slightly lower than those of Tian building. It was evident that He Cheng's aspiration to amass wealth by betting 10 when on Shuangmu building was unrealistic. Yin Shuang understood this reasoning and chose to remain silent, tacitly acknowledging He Cheng's explanation. All right, enough banter, Lin Jiu, who had been reclining against the back of her chair. Listening to the exchange among He Chung, Yin Shuang, and the crowd in the hall, observed her apprentice's slightly smug demeanor with mild irritation. She raised her hand and said, He Chung, did you need something from me? He Chung snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Master, I would like you to sample the dish I prepared earlier. Lin Jiu stood up, then let us go. Yin Shuang cleared a path. And once the two figures vanished behind the partition, she expressed her disdain. He is not a 3-year-old child. He can't even discern the taste of his own dish. Sigh, it's all because of the indulgence from Miss Jiu. Lu Ren, with a serious expression, interjected. Little he said that Miss Jiu's sense of smell and taste is far superior to that of ordinary people. Yin Shuang swiftly altered her attitude, her face beaming with pride. Naturally, she is our Miss Jiu. In the small kitchen, under He Cheng's expectant gaze, Lin Jiu set down her chopsticks, hesitating for a moment before opting for honesty. The wok flavor is still somewhat lacking. He Cheng's voice carried a hint of despondency. It's lacking again. Huh? That fine line between fragrant and burnt is truly elusive. The term wok flavor refers to the skill of maintaining the ingredients just 2 seconds shy of burning. A nuance Lin Jiu had imparted to He Chung, a delicate balance between aroma and char. Even when utilizing the same ingredients and seasonings and employing identical cooking techniques. Professional chefs often produce dishes with a distinct wok flavor, a skill that takes considerable time to master. Though He Chung, a somewhat talented apprentice, still had much to learn, Lin Jiu could only encourage him. You've made some progress since yesterday. Next time, you needn't hold back so much. Yes, master, He Chung replied earnestly. While he had committed his master's insights regarding this plate of fried rice to memory, the distinction between knowing and executing was significant. Lin Jiu reassured him. It's simply a matter of practice. With the right direction, the rest will follow. He Chung smiled, grateful to have such a dedicated master guiding him. I understand. Thank you, master. In her heart, Lin Jiu noted He Chung's strong self-regulation skills. Seeing that He Chung's matter was resolved, Lin Jiu stated, This afternoon marks the final round. Let us finish our tasks early and go watch. The final round she referred to was the last match of the first round of the culinary competition. He Chung, invigorated, exclaimed, Yes, master. I'm glad you haven't forgotten about this. Lin Jiu continued to instruct, If you have the opportunity, familiarize yourself more with the stove. He Chung patted his chest. A bit more talkative, master, you can rest assured. I've been visiting the stove every day after work, ensuring I can manage the fire well. Lin Jiu imparted a few more instructions, observing as He Chung resembled an enthusiastic parrot, responding with, "Yes, master, good master," and "No problem, master," awaiting further guidance. Perceiving the monotony of the exchange, Lin Jiu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Reflect on the sensations you experienced while preparing the fried rice. You may glean some insights." With that, he departed without waiting for He Cheng's response, striding back to the main hall. In the heart of Jiangzhou City, at the culinary competition venue, within the spectators' area, Lin Jiu settled into the designated spot for Shuangmu Tower. He noted the considerable enhancements made to the facilities in just a few short days, most notably the newly erected awnings for shade and rain protection. It appeared that the local authorities were placing greater importance on the culinary event than he had previously anticipated, a conjecture that flitted through Lin Jiu's mind. As the final match of the first round commenced, it seemed to garner even more attention than the initial contest, at least more than he could remember, given his frequent absences. Lin Jiu, lacking enthusiasm for the ongoing competition, engaged in casual conversation with He Chung, subconsciously adopting a spectator's demeanor. "He Chung, please tell me more about the contestants advancing to the second round." Lin Jiu commanded his disciple without hesitation. "Yes, master. Allow me to begin with Tian Tower." Let's set Tian Tower aside for now, and likewise, I will briefly bypass Jiwei Residence and Sushin Studio. It was not that Lin Jiu held these establishments in low regard. Rather, he was aware that the details surrounding these notable restaurants, including Shuangmu Tower, had already been thoroughly investigated by the enthusiastic locals. Lin Jiu made his intentions clear. "Let us discuss the 9 individuals chosen over the first 9 days. Then I shall start with Su Shui from the first day." He Chung continued, noting the absence of any interruption from his master. "You must have observed her match, master, and I shan't embarrass myself before you with my insights. However, I happen to know a bit more about her than most, as she resides in our small river village." He Chung refrained from playfully asking, "Would you like to hear more, master?" Instead, he earnestly continued, "On my last visit home, I made it a point to inquire about the Su family in our village. Indeed, there's only one household which fled here decades ago. Located at the foot of the mountain at the village's end, Su Shui's family. I heard that Su Shui was taken in as a child bride and was supposed to wed the youngest son of the Su family. Yet she has adamantly refused and has been causing quite a stir with them. Unexpectedly, Su Shui participated in the culinary competition and has now progressed to the second round. The villagers are saying that she is destined to transform from a mountain chicken into a phoenix. Moreover, since entering the second round, Su Shui has not returned to our river village. It is said that the Su family plans to wait for her appearance at the culinary event during the second round." At this point, He Chung paused, appearing contemplative. The information was indeed substantial, and Lin Jiu chose not to comment, simply stating, "You have been diligent." He Chung scratched his head, humbly replying, "It is nothing to be praised by you, master. Su Shui has become quite the sensation in our village these past few days. Everyone is talking about her." Lin Jiu suppressed his curiosity and signaled for He Chung to proceed to the next contestant. On the following day, the ultimate victor was none other than Yunlai Tower. He Chung assessed Lin Jiu's demeanor, contemplating his words. "It's the establishment on the adjacent street. The one where you once took me and a Gui master. Our visit then was merely to stir trouble." He recalled that day when his young master had silenced the proprietor of Yunlai Tower, Wu Guangcai, leaving him utterly speechless and in a fit of impotent rage. The memory struck him as amusing. Lin Jiu had already heard whispers of Yunlai Tower's triumph, and for a venue that had previously schemed against Shuangmu Tower, he was not one to begrudge it a place in his recollection. Upon hearing He Chung mention Yunlai Tower, the visage of the pallid-faced Wu Guangcai surfaced in Lin Jiu's mind, alongside the harsh words he had uttered that day. A gentle, soft smile graced Lin Jiu's lips. An inexplicable chill coursed through He Cheng's heart, prompting him to share his observations. The dish that secured Yunlai Tower's victory was cherry pastry meat, praised by a scholar surnamed Wang. Just as Lin Jiu was about to inquire which Wang he referred to, a resounding gong echoed through the air. The master and disciple instinctively fell silent, turning their attention to the stage. The familiar voice of the scribe seemed unchanged, except for the announcement of the latest victor. After declaring the winner of the last round, he proceeded to announce the overall champion of the day. It was revealed that the victor from the morning round had claimed the final advancement slot. Lin Jiu witnessed the victor's elation swiftly transform into disappointment, akin to a Sichuan opera's face-changing act. He mused that the timing for announcing the advancement slots was rather unkind to the afternoon's competitors. If one advanced, there would be joy upon joy. If not, happiness would last but a fleeting 3 seconds. Lin Jiu patiently awaited the scribe's articulation of the two outcomes, and his subsequent words compelled him to sit up straight. They pertained to the second round of the culinary contest. Chapter 65. Privileges. Lin Jiu listened intently, quickly grasping the essence of the scribe's message. The second round is set for tomorrow, at the usual place. Do not miss it. Mina-san, please look forward to it. Though the delivery may have slightly diverged in tone, the meaning remained clear. Furthermore, the scribe revealed that the second round would employ a format distinct from previous contests. Given that the only reference for the culinary contest had been the recently concluded first round, which allowed contestants to showcase their skills freely, Lin Jiu surmised that the second round would likely involve a set theme for the dishes. Before Lin Jiu could ponder further, the clamor of the dispersing crowd swiftly invaded her thoughts. Rising to depart, she noticed a portly, beardless elder ambling towards her. Their eyes met, and the elder's genial smile confirmed that he was indeed approaching her. In that brief moment of connection, the elder had reached her table. With no hesitation left, Lin Jiu proactively pulled out a chair for the elder and greeted him. Mr. Qian, it is an honor to finally meet you. Mr. Qian settled himself naturally into his seat, not concealing his surprise. You know the old man? He inquired, and then, as if suddenly recollecting, added, it must have been the innkeeper of Shuangmu building who informed you. Lin Jiu responded respectfully, indeed, it was my mother. From the very day the culinary gathering commenced, Lin Jiu had memorized the visage of Mr. Qian, who had previously delivered an invitation to Shuangmu building, guided by the Li family. Despite being surrounded by numerous venerable gentlemen, Mr. Qian maintained a discreet presence at the head of the table, indicating that this seemingly unassuming elder possessed an extraordinary status. With a genial smile, Mr. Qian's well-maintained face bore few wrinkles as he remarked, in that case, although our paths have yet to cross in person, we have been connected in spirit for quite some time. The vinegar fish prepared by you, Miss Lin, is truly unforgettable. You flatter me, Mr. Qian. Lin Jiu hastily replied, finding it unsurprising that he recognized her as Little Lin. However, the mention of vinegar fish prompted her to recall another matter. In truth, Mr. Qian, we are not entirely strangers. What do you mean by that? When Shuangmu Building was still known as the Lin Family Restaurant, the vinegar fish first appeared on our menu, and you were the very first to order it. Lin Jiu reminisced, noting that the vinegar fish marked the beginning of her seasonal specialties. Consequently, she had paid special attention to the first person to savor it. If memory serves me right, you were alone at that time, bringing your own silver chopsticks. And I personally served the vinegar fish to your table. Indeed, the young lady has a remarkable memory. Such an event did occur. Mr. Qian, also known as Qian Liangxin, initially presumed Lin Jiu was merely seeking to establish rapport, yet he was pleasantly surprised by the depth of their connection. Lin Jiu chose to hint at their shared history without delving further, and with genuine curiosity, she inquired, Mr. Qian, might you have some guidance for me today? It was rather unusual for this elder to approach her, a near stranger, merely to engage in casual conversation. Do not rush, sit down and speak. Please take your seat. Mr. Qian urged. Lin Jiu complied, straightening her back discreetly while a faint smile adorned her cheeks. You should know, Mr. Qian continued, that the invitations to Shuangmu Building were delivered by none other than myself. Lin Jiu was uncertain if his statement bore a double meaning. Yet adhering to the principle of courtesy, she clasped her hands and replied, Thank you, Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian chuckled lightly, appearing unfazed, and continued, logically speaking. This is the second round, totaling 14 spots. If I were to bear the burden of delivering messages door to door again, my aging body would not withstand such exertion. Not at all, Lin Jiu interjected. I observe that you are in remarkably good spirits, with a youthful demeanor that rivals that of many younger individuals. Mr. Qian smiled, but did not respond to Lin Jiu's compliment, instead continuing with his own narrative. However, upon seeing Miss Lin of Shuangmu building today, I thought it would not be amiss to act as a messenger once more, and it provides a delightful opportunity to become acquainted. Such words from Mr. Qian were undoubtedly a tremendous compliment to both Shuangmu building and Lin Jiu herself. Lin Jiu promptly replied, "I am deeply honored by your kindness, Mr. Qian. Those skilled in the culinary arts certainly deserve a little extra favor." Lin Jiu secretly scoffed, were it not for the presence of people in Daqi at this moment. She might have thought that the ever-smirking Mr. Qian was harboring some grievances against her. Since Miss Lin was seated here, she had undoubtedly heard that the second round of the culinary competition would commence tomorrow morning, with certain modifications compared to the first round. After a brief pause, Qian Liangxin leisurely remarked, "However, as participants in the culinary competition, it would be remiss to send you into the fray without clarity. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask the old man." The implication of his invitation was clear. He could be questioned, yet there was no assurance of an answer. Judging by Mr. Wen's enigmatic demeanor while announcing the rules for the second round, it was evident that the organizers of the competition were not yet inclined to reveal the complete picture to the public. Lin Jiu pondered and inquired, "May I ask how the opponents for the second round are determined?" This question encompassed two aspects: the format of the second round, whether it would be a series of head-to-head matches or a selection process, and the question itself. Mr. Qian chuckled. "It is in accordance with the will of fate." Lin Jiu quickly reacted, drawing lots. Moreover, she could now confidently ascertain that the second round would indeed consist of direct confrontations. Mr. Qian regarded Lin Jiu with mild surprise, not denying her deduction. Indeed, young people possess sharp minds. Lin Jiu offered a shy smile, deflecting the compliment. Given the assumption of one-on-one matches and the absence of rankings from the first round, it was only logical to conclude that drawing lots would be the most fitting method to determine opponents, aligning perfectly with Mr. Qian's notion of fate. Noticing Lin Jiu's silence, Mr. Qian queried with curiosity, "Aren't you curious about what you will compete in?" "Curious, yes, but it would breach the decorum," Lin Jiu replied earnestly, then added, "Moreover, even if I were to ask, I doubt you would divulge the information." In her heart, she mused that had the messenger been an ordinary errand runner rather than Mr. Qian, she might have discreetly offered a sum of silver to inquire about the details. Mr. Qian paused momentarily, then erupted in laughter. "What a splendid adherence to decorum. Our Jiangzhou culinary competition aims to endure, relying on such principles." Lin Jiu felt it was not her place to interject, silently marveling at Mr. Qian's considerable ambition. Once Mr. Qian's laughter subsided, he inquired with increased warmth, "So, my dear girl, do you truly have no further questions?" Lin Jiu was far from oblivious. She would not jeopardize the favorable impression she had just made. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head resolutely. "No, whatever challenges arise, I shall meet them with resilience." Lin Jiu's words were not mere bravado. They reflected her genuine attitude towards the culinary competition. She envisioned herself as a valiant warrior against adversity, a steadfast force against the tides. Mr. Qian, taken aback by her culinary prowess and remarkable insight, had no inkling that Lin Jiu was merely confident in her own skills. He nodded slightly, gazing at the youthful figure before him, and suddenly asked, "What do you think of the Jiangzhou culinary competition?" His demeanor resembled that of a mischievous child proudly showcasing a cherished toy, suggesting that Mr. Qian was likely one of the pivotal figures behind the event. "Very well. We are quite pleased, and so are the common folk." Lin Jiu gazed across at the elderly gentleman opposite her, then shifted her attention to the bustling night market that emerged from the food festival, teeming with vibrant crowds and lively chatter. Mr. Qian displayed a look of deep emotion. As Mr. Qian gradually distanced himself, Lin Jiu settled comfortably into her chair. He Chung then chimed in, his excitement palpable. "Master, that gentleman was quite impressive, wasn't he?" Lin Jiu replied, with a mixture of a smile and a sigh. This labor-intensive Jiangzhou food festival was most likely initiated by Mr. Qian himself. "Would you say that is remarkable?" not merely remarkable, but also indicative of astounding energy. Nevertheless, Jiangzhou's affluence and abundant produce, along with its flourishing culinary culture, provided a fertile ground for such a vibrant spectacle. He Chung beamed with pride. "Master, that impressive gentleman remarked on how quick-witted Miss Lin is. I heard him say it clearly several times." Chuckling, Lin Jiu mused, emboldened indeed, daring to jest with your master. "Master, I was wrong," He Chung quickly conceded, retracting his words without hesitation, then added, "However, I was genuinely complimenting you. That gentleman was praising you. After all," Lin Jiu thought to herself, quick-witted, there are even more nimble remarks yet to be made. Although Mr. Qian's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. It was their first meeting. The encounter at the Lin family restaurant hardly counted in Lin Jiu's eyes, and given their disparate social standings, she ultimately refrained from voicing her subtle suggestions regarding the food festival. Not wishing to linger on the topic of quick wit, Lin Jiu remarked, "I never expected Mr. Qian would refer to me as Miss Lin. What is so surprising about that? Everyone outside addresses you in such a manner." He Chung replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride in his voice. "Only the staff at our Shuangmu building refer to you as Miss Jiu to convey intimacy." Of course, none could surpass his title of master. Lin Jiu had merely spoken in passing and soon dismissed the thought, saying, "Let us go. We should familiarize ourselves with the venue." "All right, master. Let us move swiftly. Judging by the sky, it may rain later." Indeed, a light rain fell that evening, though it was fleeting, allowing Lin Jiu to witness the exceptionally bright moonlight after the rain. The following morning, the members of the Lin family and most of the staff from Shuangmu building gathered at the entrance. The previous night's brief rain left no trace upon the cobblestone path, with only the soil by the roadside showing a hint of dampness, which would soon dissipate under the warming sun. Yin Shuang stood at the forefront among the staff, flanked by Lu Run, who resembled a backdrop. Yin Shuang approached He Chung, intending to pat the shoulder of this slightly older companion, only to find, to his embarrassment, that He Chung was significantly taller than he. Thus, Yin Shuang awkwardly patted He Chung's shoulder, saying, "Little He, do not let Miss Jiu down." He Chung gently removed the hand resting on his left shoulder and chuckled. "Do I really need to say anything?" From behind, an unknown compatriot chimed in, "If Xiao He doesn't perform well, let him suffer a month of fried rice." A chorus of laughter followed. He Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been honing his culinary skills with fried rice, but the dishes he prepared could not be squandered, as he must sell them himself. Observing the fear of fried rice resurface in his apprentice, Lin Jiu chuckled, "Enough of this nonsense. Let us head back. The Shuangmu building still requires your supervision." It must be said, Lin Jiu felt genuinely touched by the early arrival of her associates to bid her farewell. "Miss Jiu, I stand with you." One hand was raised high, waving a ticket-like piece of paper. Soon, several more hands followed suit, brandishing identical rectangular slips. Accompanying the spectacle were a cacophony of voices. "How much did you wager?" "Same as Xiao He." "Haha, we're merely indulging in a bit of fun." It dawned on Lin Jiu that these young men were brandishing betting slips from the gambling house. She smiled at He Chung beside her and teased, "Look at you, setting a fine example for everyone." He Chung, who had just regained his composure, felt the flush of embarrassment return. At an opportune moment, the Lin family arrived at the bustling culinary venue in the heart of Jiangzhou City. On this significant day, Lin's father and Mrs. Li were evidently reluctant to let their daughter face the competition alone. Regardless of Lin Jiu's reassurances, they had resolved that as long as Xiao Jiu was at the competition, at least one member of the Lin family must remain by her side. Watching the lively scene unfold, Mrs. Li even regretted not bringing a few more associates to bolster the atmosphere. Lin's father soothingly pressed her hand and chuckled. "If you're truly worried, just think of Xiao Jiu's abilities." Mrs. Li, unusually silent, gazed intently at Lin Jiu as she entered the competition arena, her heart seemingly following her. Initially, Lin Jiu had led the way with He Chung, but as they navigated through the throngs of people, He Chung gradually took the lead. As Lin Jiu made her way, she could hear voices calling out, "Here comes Miss Lin," and remarks about her mother's charisma and the eloquence of the Shuangmu building's manager. These voices created a wave of sound that surged toward them, making their path increasingly congested. Without her father, the manager Lin, shielding her from the crowd, Lin Jiu had to smile in response to the enthusiastic citizens and some regulars of the Shuangmu building as she couldn't discern individual faces. She graciously acknowledged their support while hastening her steps. These were all patrons or potential patrons of the Shuangmu building, and she needed to cultivate her rapport with the crowd. Finally, as they approached the entrance of the competition venue, the surroundings opened up slightly. Lin Jiu retrieved the invitation to the culinary event from her pocket and presented it to the official guarding the entrance for verification before she was granted passage. As Lin Jiu carefully tucked away the invitation returned by the servant and prepared to step into the competition arena, she was suddenly taken aback by a resonant shout from behind. "Little Lin, I've staked all my savings on your Shuangmu tower. You must bring me glory." "Lin Jiu, huh?" A bewildered expression crossed her face. Despite her desire to feign ignorance to this heartfelt yet somewhat embarrassing exclamation, the scene rendered all pretense futile under the overwhelming roar of the robust figure behind her. It contradicted Lin Jiu's intention to garner attention from passers-by through her culinary prowess. Thus, with an awkward yet polite smile, she turned to acknowledge the voice, offering a distant clasp of her hands and calmly responding, "Thank you for your support." With a smile still gracing her lips, she swiftly turned and gracefully maneuvered past Yicheng, who had arrived just before her. Chapter 67. The lineup upon entering the true competition venue. Lin Jiu found the atmosphere strikingly spacious compared to the outside. 20 cooking stations stood sentinel in the area. Not lingering too long in her stride, she was soon approached by another servant who guided her to an empty space in front of a wooden platform. A cursory glance revealed around 8 or 9 groups of competitors already present. Aside from the familiar head chef of Tian Tower, and Zhen Jiwei and Lu Suxin, the proprietors of Jiwei Pavilion and Suk Sinzai respectively, whom she had exchanged nods with during the preliminary rounds, only the owner of Yunlai Tower was someone she could claim acquaintance with. As for the other competitors who had advanced from the first round, Lin Jiu had hardly met any of them. No, there was one more person she recognized. Her gaze swept the crowd, noting that Su Shui had yet to arrive. Not concerned, she smiled and graciously acknowledged the competitors who turned their attention towards her due to the commotion, before positioning herself on the eastern side of the empty space, further from the entrance of the competition venue, where the participants from the 4 prioritized towers stood in alignment. Once settled, Lin Jiu steadied her nerves and began to discreetly observe the dynamics within the arena. This was, after all, her inaugural experience standing in the competition arena as a contestant. The emotional landscape felt markedly different from her previous encounters. Directly ahead of her was a square wooden platform, slightly elevated from the ground, currently unoccupied. However, the prizes for the culinary competition were meticulously displayed upon it, gleaming enticingly. On either side of the platform sat the evaluators, with each table accommodating 6 or 5 individuals, totaling 29 across 5 tables. This indicated that each group of contestants would need to prepare at least 5 portions of the same dish. No wonder the culinary competition permitted the presence of an assistant on stage. Lin Jiu mused silently. Indeed, preparing soup seemed a more manageable task. With little of interest to observe, she gradually redirected her focus to the individuals in the arena. She slightly tilted her head to the left, glancing towards the western side of the competition space. To her left, the competitors were those who had advanced from the first round, possessing experience standing in this very spot, their demeanor imbued with a touch of confidence. During Lin Jiu's observation, the competitors on the western side had gradually gathered into 9 groups, with one remaining group led by none other than Su Shui. Upon seeing this, Lin Jiu was suddenly struck by an indescribable emotion. She did not dwell on it further and turned her gaze to the right. To her right, from near to far, were Chef Luo from Tian Lu, Zhen Jiwei from Jiwei Ju, and Lu Suxin from Suxin Jai. There is no need to elaborate on Chef Luo from Tian Lu. Due to her association with Manager N, Lin Jiu had interacted with this chef, who was said to have served in the imperial kitchen on several occasions. She knew that his culinary skills were grand, yet exquisite, evoking admiration befitting someone of imperial descent. Moving further right, Lin Jiu, the robust-looking chef from Jiu, possessed a distinctive personal style in his cooking, each dish exquisitely crafted, adorned with artistic garnishes that resembled poetry in motion. On the far right was Lu Suxin, the manager of Suxin Jai, renowned for her vegetarian cuisine, and remarkably adept at imbuing plant-based dishes with the flavors of meat. She left a profound impression on Lin Jiu, not merely because of her seemingly deceptive vegetarian meat, but because Lu Suxin was an undeniable beauty. Her allure extended beyond mere appearance. Her demeanor and grace were captivating. Though she might not be young, Lin Jiu estimated her to be at least in her 30s, yet the passage of time had not dulled her charm. Rather, it endowed her with a sophistication absent in younger women. What was even more remarkable was that such a beauty excelled in crafting vegetarian dishes, which sparked Lin Jiu's imagination. She had always been drawn to intelligent women, and while she scorned her own superficiality, she could not help but gaze at Lu Suxin a moment longer. Lin Jiu, with half his face adorned by stubble, noticed Lin Jiu's gaze. He poked his head out to look around and let out a brief chuckle. His laughter unexpectedly bright compared to his rugged visage. Lin Jiu turned her face back to the front, her expression complex. Who would have thought that such a rough-looking man would possess a voice akin to that of a broadcaster? With little else to observe, Lin Jiu never lingered her attention on the judges flanking the wooden stage for long. She merely glanced at them, maintaining a sense of decorum. In her boredom, her eyes fixated on the sundial used for timing, watching as the slender shadow of the gnomon gradually moved toward the marked scale, appearing orderly and obedient. Just as the shadow was about to align with the designated hour, Su Shui finally arrived. As time passed, judges continued to take their seats around the circular tables on either side of the wooden stage, engaging in light conversation and pleasantries. Gu Min, with his lips pressed together, remained untouched by the tea poured for him by others. His expression calm as he gazed towards the group of competitors who had already taken their positions in the open area not far away. In truth, his gaze often drifted, yet it always settled on one individual above all others. Guo Yuan, sensing a shift in his friend's mood, gently nudged him with his elbow. Yuan Chun? Gu Min paused before responding. It's nothing. Guo Yuan, following the direction of his friend's gaze, spotted Su Shui hastily approaching and smiled knowingly. Teasing in a lowered voice, I see. You dislike it when others are late. But at a time like this, you should let it go. Gu Min shook his head, revealing a hint of a helpless smile. At that moment, Wang Mingxian, who shared the same table, arrived. As he approached, he immediately noticed the conspicuous smile on Gu Min's face. With a feigned smile that did not reach his eyes, he remarked, Gu Jiyuan seems to be in high spirits today. Guo Ziyuan and the other three at the table exchanged puzzled glances. They were aware that Wang Mingxian held a certain disdain for Gu Min, but what could this comment about high spirits signify? Had they perhaps missed some entertaining spectacle while seated here? The other three exchanged looks, their eyes darting between Gu Min and Wang Mingxian. Gu Min's smile grew even more humble and warm as he commented, The folding fan you bear today, Wang Jiren, appears to be quite extraordinary. He entirely disregarded Wang Mingxuan's sarcastic tone and even complimented the object he carried. The others at the table turned their attention to Wang Mingxuan's fan and, upon closer inspection, realized it was indeed no ordinary item. Wang Mingxian held his hand a jade bone folding fan. The fan's bones were not made of jade, but crafted from high-quality Chuyang Nan bamboo, aged over 10 years. Polished to a touch akin to jade, remarkably rare and of considerable value. Wang Mingxian, a longtime scholar, was indeed from a wealthy family, as the others observed with admiration. However, Guo Ziyuan continued to gaze at the folding fan in Wang Mingxuan's hand, his focus seemingly elsewhere, revealing a contemplative expression. Wang Mingxian felt a surge of pride, thinking how ignorant Guo was, utterly captivated. He elegantly unfolded the jade folding fan, presenting it clearly for all to see, while casting a slightly provocative glance at Gu Min. Just as Wang Mingxian was poised to reveal a piece of news that would further inflate his pride, he suddenly noticed Gu Yuan's look of realization. The smugness on Wang Mingxuan's face deepened. Ah, had Gu figured out? Would he gasp in astonishment? Would he express admiration? Would he feel envy? Guan exhibited a look of enlightenment, but remained silent, instead seeking confirmation from the adjacent Gu Min nodded slightly. The red plum blossom motif on this fan, held by Wang Jiren, is likely a work from the early years of Governorin. Though the brushwork is not yet complete, the spirit is vibrant, showcasing an innate charm. Guizhuan was visibly impressed. Yuan-chun, you truly possess an exquisite eye. The paintings of Governor and have become exceedingly rare and valuable, and in comparison, the Nan bamboo fan bones pale in significance. Wang Mingxian felt as though he had been choked by his own words. With Wang Mingxuan's reaction, the other three at the table finally understood that the true value of the jade folding fan lay not in its jade bones, but in the masterpiece of the Governor. They looked once more at the fan in Wang Mingxuan's hand. This time their gaze fixated not on the jade-like sheen of the bones, but on the red plum blossom motif adorning the fan. As they savored the beauty, they found themselves marveling, pondering if Gu Min had discerned the fan's significance the very moment Wang Mingxian had arrived. That truly exemplified an exceptional eye for detail. They mused on this, their expressions revealing a hint of their thoughts. In an instant, some critiqued the fan surface, while others scrutinized Gu Min, all but overlooking the owner of the fan. Wang Mingxian awkwardly displayed the folding fan in his hand, caught in a dilemma of whether to open or close it, feeling as though he resembled a box housing treasures, a mere display stand for precious artifacts, which struck him as utterly ludicrous. He harbored a deep resentment, blaming this old-looking Guizhuan for leading him astray. Yet, his greatest disdain was reserved for Gu Min, whose somewhat attractive visage had clandestinely usurped much of his limelight. Wang Mingxian opened his mouth to seek Gu Min's counsel, wishing to steer the conversation back to himself and his, emphasized, folding fan, only to discover that Gu Min's gaze had shifted towards the wooden platform. It turned out that the hour of Chun had arrived, heralded by the appearance of Governor N and Lu Fu's attendant. With a faint snort, Wang Mingxian acknowledged Gu Min's astuteness. However, he was not one to disregard propriety. Thus, he closed the fan and revealed his customary, refined smile, tilting his head to observe the stage. Chapter 68. A familiar note, Lin Jiu, diverted her attention from the shadows and scales on the sundial's surface, turning her gaze to the hurriedly approaching Su Shui. In this relatively formal setting, Lin Jiu noted that Su Shui, compared to the first day of the culinary gathering, was utterly transformed. Having shed her tattered garment,